The mobile vibrated again and further. Gu Shishi could not wake up for a long time. Finally, with difficulty, she opened her eyelids. The room was dark, and only stripes of light made their way through small cracks. My neck hurt badly. Gu Shishi gently kneaded it and moved her legs. When did she fall asleep? When did you read it? Shishi took the phone, squinted and looked at the screen. Its light hit her eyes. The girl shuddered. Why is she still alive? Shishi remembered well how she died in a car accident. The scene of the terrible accident immediately surfaced in her memory, and the girl plunged into terrible memories. She broke out in a cold sweat. Her lips and cheeks turned pale. She was frowning and trying to figure out what happened to her when the cell phone vibrated 2 more times. Young Master Wencheng is already rising. Gu Shishi froze for a second. Who said that? Suddenly the girl felt cool. Shishi looked around herself, and I saw she was wearing only a shirt with thin straps. Gu Shishi was puzzled. She raised her hand and hit the board in front of her. There was a dull knock, and the girl became even more alarmed. What is this, she thought. Gu Shishi felt the wooden walls around her. Her situation became increasingly strange. She noticed that there were rows of men's suits hanging to the left and right of her. So right now the girl was locked in the men's closet. Shishi was just about to open the door and get out when she suddenly heard a man's voice. The girl froze. At that same second, a creak was heard. The door of the room opened. Shuang Shuang, I'll discuss something with my brother, and then I'll come down. A velvety male voice rang out. Gu Shishi shook off the remnants of sleep and began to understand what was happening. The puzzles began to slowly form into a whole picture. Young Master Wencheng, brother, Shuang Shuang, wardrobe. The girl suddenly remembered everything. It was the plot of a second-rate novel she was reading in a taxi. Gu Shishi was the victim of this story. She was born into a wealthy family, but in her infancy she was confused with the young lady Gu Wushuang. Gu and Huo were supposed to get married, but the Gu family didn't want their daughter, fake daughter, who suffered from heart disease, to have a hard life. Therefore, a couple of days after Shishi returned to the Gu family, it was decided that she, and not her adopted daughter, would marry Huo Xishan. He was the first young master, and also the main villain, very unhappy and lonely. After the engagement, she was sent to live in Huo Xishan's mansion. However, the heroine of the novel loved Huo Wencheng, the second young master. He was her fiancé's brother. Gu Shishi covered her face with her palms. Can't be. She couldn't be reborn in the body of a minor heroine with the same name as her. Big brother, you asked me to come. Did you want to discuss Gu? Where are you? Gu Shishi heard the soft male voice again. The girl silently opened her mouth. In the novel, her character wanted to become Huo Wencheng's wife. The bookish Gu Shishi bribed the maid to invite Huo Wencheng into the room when he came to visit. Shishi herself hid in the closet so that when the man entered the room, she would jump into his arms. How the hell did she end up in such a stupid situation? What should she do? She couldn't go out right now, but Gu Shishi touched the thin strap and was confused. Should I go out after Huo Wencheng leaves? Or, Big brother, are you in the bathroom? She heard the rustling of the shower curtain. Then Huo Wencheng's footsteps were heard again in the room. He continued to look for his brother. Gu Shishi strained her memory and remembered the details of the plot. The maid was a cheater. She betrayed Gu Shishi and told Huo Wencheng about everything. He didn't have any feelings for his brother's fiancée, but he wanted to have fun and decided to take advantage of the opportunity. The man ordered the maid to wait outside the door. When Gu Shishi came out of the closet, the maid brought Huo Xishan on his orders. The heroine of the book was caught by her groom. He entered the room when she confessed her love to Huo Wencheng. The treacherous maid also witnessed this scene, and soon rumors of Gu Shishi's shamelessness spread throughout the area. Her reputation was irreparably damaged. For a person from high society, this was tantamount to death. In this novel, Gu Shishi was not the main character. She played the role of a pawn who was unlucky enough to become a victim. Huo Xishan canceled his engagement to her, her parents abandoned her, and took away her surname Gu. Everyone turned away from the girl, and she killed herself in the first pages of the book. So now Shishi was in the body of the one who was destined to die at the beginning of the novel? Older brother, are you not in the room? Huo Wencheng's voice grew louder. The man was inexorably approaching the girl. Suddenly he called, "Miss Gu, I know you are here somewhere." Gu Shishi trembled. She froze, afraid to take an extra breath. It seemed to the girl that if she moved, the man would immediately find her. He will open the closet doors, and Shishi will lose his chance to escape from this wolf in sheep's clothing. How will she explain to him why she is hiding in the wardrobe? The floorboard under his foot creaked very close. Step. One more step. Huo Wencheng froze in front of the cabinet. Only a wooden door separated them. Gu Shishi thought she could hear his even breathing. Her heart was ready to stop. The girl raised her head. Light was shining through the narrow crack between the wardrobe doors. A second later, he disappeared. A male figure appeared in front of her face. Huo Wencheng's hand rested on the closet door. The door creaked. It opened slightly. Shishi covered her chest with her hands and closed her eyes in doom. "What are you doing in my room?" This voice was unfamiliar to her. If Huo Wencheng spoke tenderly and kindly, this man spoke irritably and threateningly. Dangerous. This steely voice made Gu Shishi's hair stand on end. She guessed that it belonged to Huo Sishan, her fiancé. If Shishi didn't confess her love to Huo Wencheng, did that mean that the events of the romance would change? The girl remembered the tragic death of the book's namesake and trembled slightly. Older brother? Huo Wencheng felt as if he had been electrocuted. He immediately pulled his hand away from the cabinet. Gu Shishi's heart was trying to jump out of her chest. She was afraid that this hypocrite would tell her fiancé about her. "Big brother, I heard you were looking for me," Huo Wencheng stammered. "Lies. Get out." It was heard that Huo Sishan was running out of patience. There was metal in his voice. "Big brother, Get out, and people came to disinfect everything here." Huo Wencheng swallowed all his words. All this time, Gu Shishi listened. Walking steps were heard, and she sighed in relief. Huo Wencheng had left. If her fiancé was obsessed with cleanliness, it only played into her hands. We could only hope that the disinfection team would not go into the closet. In this case, Shishi is in no danger. Her left eye began to twitch. This was a bad sign. The girl squatted down and froze. Not even a minute had passed before there was noise again in the room. Shishi smelled cologne and sandalwood oil. Her legs quickly became numb, but the girl was afraid to make an unnecessary movement. Someone approached the closet, and now he looked at her through the gap between the doors. It was Huo Sishan. Gu Shishi panicked. She grabbed the sleeves of the jacket hanging nearby and squeezed them with her palms. The girl held her breath and turned all ears. She heard the rustling of pages and realized that Huo Sishan was leafing through a book. How long will he stand like this? Gu Shishi bit her lip. She carefully lowered her knees to the floor and tried to remember what she had read about this man in the novel. Huo Sishan was extremely unlucky. People around him were constantly dying. Why? No one knew. Since childhood, he was treated as a deadly infection and was deprived of his mother as a child. They were afraid that he would kill her. By that time, he had infected his father and grandfather, and they were no longer alive. Huo Sishan grew up to be a cold-blooded and arrogant man. In his adolescence and youth, he worked tirelessly, and now was the most successful and richest man from the entire Ho Corporation. In the novel, this character appeared in order to improve relations between other characters. Huo Sishan quickly solved this problem and soon died. The author was no longer interested in him. Gu Shishi wrapped her arms around her knees. In the book, she was also just a pawn who was destined to die. The girl could no longer stand the cold. She quietly pulled the jacket off the hanger, and while Huo Sishan was turning the page, she quickly draped it over her shoulders. What should she do now? Gu Shishi clenched her fists. She will live. She died in that car accident. But Shishi was lucky. She became the heroine of the book and therefore will do everything possible to live as long as possible. Gu Shishi made a decision and felt inspired. The wardrobe soon became completely stuffy. Hunger and fear took away the last of my strength. The girl lost consciousness. ****. The sun was setting quickly. The room became darker with every minute. Huo Sishan made a commanding gesture with his hand and dismissed the butler and maid. The man looked around the living room with a gloomy look and felt irritated. A bride was forced on him again. Does her family really think he will tolerate this? Throw her out tomorrow? Yes, sir. Nobody ever contradicted him. This time the servant lowered his head and bowed to his master. Huo Sishan took a cold shower wrapped himself in a towel, and walked to the closet. The man opened the doors and a fruity aroma hit his nose. There was a dull sound. Huo Xishan saw a movement out of the corner of his eye and mechanically extended his arms. A girl fell on his chest. He froze. His face froze. The woman had long black hair and a pretty, doll-like face. Such girls often lived on the canvases of artists. He noticed the woman was wearing his clothes. The hem of his jacket fell open on her, and he saw gentle, girlish features. Her skin seemed very soft, white and thin, and her lips were scarlet. Gu Shishi dreamed of happy days. She thought she was sleeping with a big, affectionate dog. The girl smiled and reached out her hand to pat his furry face. A menacing sparkle appeared in Huo Xishan's eyes, but the man did not have time to do anything. A woman's palm lay on his cheek and stroked it, very kindly. He felt unable to move. Gu Shishi began to wake up. The girl opened her eyelids, and the first thing she saw was the man's handsome face. At the same second, she heard an electronic signal. Her eyelashes fluttered. Gu Shishi slowly opened her eyes. The electronic voice sounded in my head again. Rich housewife system initiated. You must work hard to survive in high society. Gu Shishi was at a loss. Puzzled, she raised her head and gazed upon the man's handsome face. His black eyes burned her with rage. What's happening? The girl blinked and looked down. It looked like the man had just finished taking a shower. Drops of water slowly flowed from his black hair and left a wet mark on his strong chest and firm abs. Gu Shishi felt weak and embarrassed next to him. Was this handsome man really Huo Xishan, the groom of the book Shishi? She didn't have time to think about it. Her chin was painfully squeezed by strong fingers. The next second, a strong man's hand grabbed her by the neck. Have you seen enough? If Huo Xishan's gaze were a blade, there would be no living space left on the girl. Shisha's eyes darkened. She immediately realized the book heroine's body responded to pain in the same way as her own. The girl tried to take a breath. A scene of a car accident appeared before her eyes. Pain, broken ribs, holes in the lungs, a scream of horror. She began to tremble. Orange alert, life remaining, 8 minutes 56 seconds, 8 minutes 43 seconds, 7 minutes 57 seconds, 7 minutes. When the balance reaches 0, you will die by accident. Gu Shishi turned pale. The girl broke out in a cold sweat. The next second her eyes lit up with a rebellious fire. She can't die, not now. For help! Huo Xishan squeezed the girl even tighter and easily lifted her above his head like a chicken. Who gave you permission to enter my room? There was a crash as the man threw Gu Shishi into a pile of clothes. Huo Xishan immediately saw what his wardrobe had become. All the suits and shirts, once perfectly ironed and sorted by style and color, were crumpled and thrown to the bottom of the closet. This woman was sitting right on top of them. Xishan's face darkened with rage. Gu Shishi was shaking slightly. Suddenly a screen appeared in front of her. Current level, LV0 rich bride on the verge of death, death by accident. Recharge to extend your life. Recharge method, receive money or valuables from a rich husband. Note, 24 hours extra life for every 1,000 RMB. Life remaining, 6 minutes 33 seconds. Gu Shishi's jaw dropped. $1,000 for 1 day of life? The girl cast a wary glance at the ruthless man who was ready to strangle her to death. On the other hand, she had no choice. The time of her life, flashing on the screen, was rapidly melting away. The orange alarm turned red. Gu Shishi's chest burned with a sharp pain. She thought that life could leave her at any second. Huo Xisheng turned sharply to her. Who? Who told you to hide in my closet? Gu Shishi was in pain. She struggled to take breaths of fresh air. If she follows the system's instructions, she will survive. If she is obedient to this person in everything, she will survive. So you will remain silent? Huo Xishan chuckled and walked over to the sofa. He picked up the phone. See, call the police. Someone broke in. Wait! There was a trembling in her voice. She only has 6 minutes. Even the police won't have time to catch her alive if she doesn't earn some more time. Gu Shishi stood up as quickly as she could. She took a couple of steps and put her hand on the phone. Her life was in the hands of this terrible man. A wet glint appeared in the girl's eyes. She turned to Xishan. Please, let me explain. Explain? Huo Xishan looked at her with disgust. She appropriated his clothes and nodded in his wardrobe. How could she justify her behavior? He glanced at her hands. They were lying on the phone. The man grabbed it and threw it into the trash can. Without blinking an eye, Gu Shishi's back was covered in sweat. She blushed and stammered. Huo Sishin grinned and grabbed her shoulder. Are you saying that you're awake now? Gu Shishi felt like the hair on her head was moving with fear. I'm not really. Huo Shisheng's expression darkened. He didn't have time to say anything. Hurried steps were heard in the room. Young master, what happened? The door swung open and silence reigned. Wearing only a shirt, Gu Shishi ducked behind Huo Sishin. The angry man grabbed a blanket lying on the sofa and threw it over the girl. Xia, who froze opposite them, had his hair standing on end. He clearly saw how his master was hugging a half-naked woman with long hair. The servant was embarrassed, turned around, hastily left. Gu Shishi breathed a sigh of relief. In the book, Huo Sishin was described as a cruel pervert. Now the girl doubted this. The man acted nobly, covering her body from prying eyes. Yes, he definitely wasn't as terrible as in the novel. Shishi even thought that he behaved quite nicely. At that same second, the man roughly grabbed her, opened the door, and threw her into the corridor. People came to change the sheets and disinfect everything here. The door slammed shut, miraculously not hitting Gu Shishi. The girl rubbed her numb bottom. She turned around and met the gaze of a shocked Si. Shishi awkwardly waved her hand at him. Hello, Si. Good afternoon, young Miss Gu. When the gentleman called him, he thought that a thief had broken into the house. It came as a surprise to the man that the criminal turned out to be the young master's fiancée, who was trying to seduce him. I think you'd better go back to your room. Gu Shishi smiled bitterly. The screen showed. She only had 4 minutes left to live. Is there really nothing more that can be done, and all that remains is to come to terms with imminent death? The girl took a step and suddenly froze. She stared at the man in front of her in disbelief. Reloading was successful. Remaining life, 23 hours, 5 minutes, and 2 seconds. The blood-colored stripe turned into a light orange cloud. This couldn't happen. Gu Shishi didn't do anything. Stunned, the girl stood in the same place. After a moment, she noticed that next to the recharge successful notification was a link called Details. Shishi reached out and pressed it. Did a simple blanket really prolong her life? It was hard to believe. Gu Shishi stroked the soft cloth she was wrapped in. Was the blanket he roughly threw over her really worth that much? It turns out that the gift is something that he no longer needs. So then he gave me this blanket? This discovery came as a surprise to Gu Shishi. The young master doesn't allow anyone to touch his personal belongings, said Si, noticing how confused the girl was touching the blanket. This blanket, Miss Gu, doesn't need to be returned. If you don't need anything else, I'm going to leave. In addition, you should know that except for your room, dining room, and garden, visiting other areas of the estate is strictly prohibited. Si's voice sounded very serious. Gu Shishi couldn't find an answer and nodded shyly. Still not believing what had happened, Gu Shishi entered the room at the end of the corridor that once belonged to her book namesake. The room was huge. The girl thought it looked like a hotel room. It was clear that the guest apartment had been prepared at the very last minute. Huo Sishin obviously did not care about his bride. Her room was as far away from him as possible, and he himself, most likely, did not even deign to attend the engagement ceremony. The man's detachment and indifference also pushed the bookish Gu Shishi to seduce his brother. The girl entered the bathroom and approached the mirror. She saw herself and gasped. Beautiful. How beautiful she was. Although the book heroine was not familiar with the lifestyle of a rich girl, this did not stop her from growing up to be a real beauty. She had white skin and a slender body. Her pretty face had a beautiful heart shape. Her lips seemed scarlet, her teeth white. In her eyes, like in the sea, you could drown. Gu Shishi swallowed. No wonder she died so early. Beautiful women always die young. Thinking like this, she opened the system panel again. The girl remembered Huo Sishin's dark and handsome face. I have to find a way to recharge. In her past life, she had never traveled and hardly seen the world. In her past life, she was unable to fulfill her cherished dream of becoming a master of Chinese painting. And even in the game, Mr. Love Queen's Choice, she did not have time to reach the final. Gu Shishi covered her face with her hands. She wanted to live. Sorry, Seunggan, I'll have to borrow some money from you. Moreover, she will not only save her own life, she will help her evil fiancé survive. In the novel, he only had a short time to live, only 2 years. But now that her life was connected with his life, Shishi will have to save him from evil fate. She was deep in thought and startled when she heard ding. A system alert sounded. First recharge successful, receive a gift box. Gu Shishi froze and then pressed the gift. She was very interested to know what was there. Gu Shishi blinked. Hidden skill? The next second she saw a new action. Apply rose scent. She pressed it and smelled a seductive floral scent. You inhale and you will be captivated by the desire to feel this taste on your lips. Inhale again, and it will seem to you as if your life is unthinkable without this smell. And most importantly, this fragrance was not intrusive. It was a natural, expensive scent that was not comparable to the scent of rose bath oil. Shishi's face broke into a smile. If a poet were watching her at that second, he would compare the shine of her eyes with the shine of the stars. Now she no longer has to spend money on perfume. Even if she only had 1 day left, it wasn't that bad. In the room at the other end of the corridor, Huo Cixin took another shower and now personally watched as the servants entered his room, disinfected it, and got rid of all odors. Once again he glanced at his dirty closet and suddenly saw a suit that was missing buttons. He narrowed his eyes. His face darkened. Shiyi, call the Gu family. Let them take this woman away tomorrow. Morning. Gu Shishi is sleeping, firmly. She doesn't want to wake up. A second, and a large shadow covers her face. Gu Shishi feels the frosty gaze on her skin and widens her eyes. Huo Cixin doesn't let her come to her senses. He grabs her and throws her out of the mansion along with her things. Gu Shishi comes to his senses on the road. She can't move. All she has time to do is turn her head and see a car rushing towards her. Squealing brakes, someone swearing, pain, a terrible scream, blood. Gu Shishi sat up abruptly in bed. Her heart was beating wildly. The dream turned out to be too realistic. Life remaining, 11 hours, 2 minutes, and 31 seconds. Gu Shishi felt a cold sweat. Crap. Overnight, the red stripe was halved. She must figure out how to stay close to this person at all costs. No matter what happens, she can't leave him. Today I have to earn a little more time to live, Gu Shishi exhaled through clenched teeth. The girl cleared her throat and said in an unctuous voice, Darling, now that we're engaged, could you give me a… She had too little impudence to say such words to him. Gu Shishi jumped out of bed. She needed time to think of something and prepare for the coming day. The girl had to rummage through the entire closet to find a more or less decent lavender-colored dress. And although it was clearly not her size, Gu Shishi was able to pull the fabric over herself. Apparently this dress belonged to Lady Gu Wushuang, with whom the book Gu Shishi was confused in infancy. The girl felt sorry for her book namesake. She got Gu Wushuang's old worn clothes. Gu Shishi shook her head. Gu Shishi inherited the memories of the former owner of the body in which she now lived, so the girl was able to quickly find the dining room. It was located on the first floor, next to the living room. Good morning, Miss Gu, the chef greeted her. Breakfast was already ready, and the table was decorated with various dishes on expensive plates. Egg roll with salmon, golden toast, young cherry tomatoes. Gu Shishi realized that she was dying of hunger. Yesterday she spent the whole day in the closet and ate almost nothing. At night she was lucky to find a couple of crackers. Good afternoon, could you please give me 2 more pieces of toast? Thank you. Oh, what about milk? Gu Shishi loved milk very much. Let me know, Miss Gu, if you need anything else. The chef quickly fulfilled her request. Gu Shishi thanked the man and took a long sip of warm milk. She immediately felt much better. Gu Shishi stared at the plate in front of her. This can't be true! The girl pressed the screen and immediately saw 2 new notifications. 23 seconds ago. 1 sip of high-quality organic New Zealand milk. Market price, 129 won. Gu Shishi immediately choked on her milk and coughed. Is it really that expensive? Seriously? In a previous life, she had tried New Zealand milk more than once. It could easily be purchased in the supermarket. It actually cost 129 wen, but this was the price not for 1 sip, but for 1.5 liters. This gloomy hoe is a real spender. Could he outdo himself and be even more wasteful? Gu Shishi quickly wiped her mouth. She just spat out milk for such a terrible price. Terrible. The girl felt longing for her old life. If only she could go back in time and fix everything. Suddenly she noticed a line of small print on the screen. Gu Shishi opened her eyes in surprise. She guessed all the food was at a discount. That being said, Gu Shishi swallowed and returned to the life value screen. Her life streak just got a little longer. A sip of milk and a piece of bread extended her life by 10 minutes. Gu Shishi's smile blossomed. The system determined that the girl had eaten something that actually belonged to Huo Xishan, so she just had to eat a lot to stay alive. The girl put the bread down and put a piece of salmon in her mouth. Gu Shishi narrowed her eyes happily. This egg roll was crispy and delicious, with the tender salmon literally melting on your tongue. It was the most delicious dish she had ever tasted. And the most expensive thing, one piece of it cost 10 won. "Mr. Chef, can I ask you for more? Thank you." The more Gu Shishi ate, the longer the red stripe became. Each new bite gave her, in addition to pleasure, additional minutes of life. The girl was completely engrossed in food when she suddenly heard hurried footsteps. With every second, they became closer and closer. "Sister, the first young master said that he wants to break off his engagement with you." "What's happened?" She heard someone's weak, breathless voice. "Shuang, walk slowly. Otherwise your heart will hurt again. She didn't live up to our expectations, and there's nothing you can do about it," Huo Wencheng's voice rang out. Gu Shishi raised her head. Her gaze caught on the white dress and hair tied with a blue ribbon. The stranger radiated softness, tenderness, fragility. The girl recognized her. It was the sworn enemy of the book, Gu Shishi, Gu Wushuang. This person undeservedly took her place and for a long time was considered the natural daughter of the Gu family. "Sister, what happened? Did you have a fight?" The girl approached her and wanted to take her hand in hers. However, Gu Shishi's hands were busy. A fork was clutched in her left hand, a knife in her right, and Gu Wushuang hesitated awkwardly. No matter how hard the sister tried to feign friendly concern, Gu Shishi could see that the girl only felt something like disdainful contempt for her. Wushuang could be understood. She had lived in high society for more than 20 years, and now she had to communicate with a simpleton who grew up in poverty and did not know a good life. "No. It's okay," Gu Shishi smiled meekly at her. The girl didn't lie. She didn't quarrel with Huo Xishan. She was just sitting in his closet, and nothing else. "Sister." Gu Wushuang's voice cracked. She could hardly hold back her tears. Trying not to cry, the girl lowered her head and covered her face with her hands. "I know. You are against this marriage. Brother Wen Cheng does not have the best reputation, and he did not even show up at the engagement ceremony. He didn't behave quite right. All this happened to you because of me. If only I were healthy, I would immediately take your place and marry Big Brother Huo. I would not let you suffer." The girl swayed from side to side, howled and wailed as if she had committed a terrible sin, for which she was ashamed in front of the whole wide world. "Shuang, don't talk nonsense. The engagement between her and my elder brother took place because she is Gu's daughter. This is her duty. He has nothing to do with you." Huo Wencheng took the girl into his arms and looked into her face. It was tear-stained but remained beautiful. "Forget about her. I'll take you home and ask the doctor to examine you." Gu Shishi pursed her lips. This click began to irritate her quite a bit. The girl was perceptive and difficult to deceive. She guessed, by throwing tantrums, Gu Wushuang was seeking sympathy from those around her and presented herself as a moral ideal in their eyes. That's why they loved her. Therefore she, tender and sensitive, could not be married to a cruel pervert. Therefore her life was more valuable than Gu Shishi's life. "Sister, have you changed your mind about marrying Big Brother Huo?" Gu Wushuang carefully pretended to care about Gu Shishi's opinion. "If you don't like him that much, I'll ask Mom and Dad to call it all off. You've already been through a lot. But don't worry, now everything that's mine will be yours too." Gu Shishi almost choked on her milk for the second time. Inwardly, she was indignant at Gu Wushuang's words. Everything she owned actually belonged to the bookish Gu Shishi, the natural daughter of the Gu family. Damn, this girl knew how to twist facts. "Go away!" Gu Shishi waved her hand, stopping Gu Wushuang's whimpering. "I want to finish my breakfast." She was worried about only one thing: prolonging her own life. Shisha had no time for this hysterical cliquetia. She wiped away the drops of juice on the plate with a piece of toast, popped it into her mouth, and began to chew with pleasure. These simple actions shocked Huo Wencheng and Gu Wushuang. A disgusted expression appeared on their faces. Gu Shishi looked incredibly pleased. "By the way, yes, I want to marry him. She won't be able to live without him, literally." The sister's lips trembled. "Shishi, is this really what you want?" Gu Wushuang didn't even have to give a prepared speech. but she was sure that she would have to make a lot of efforts to convince this village idiot to stay. Gu Wuxuang was afraid that Shishi would return to the Gu family and start fighting with her for the inheritance. Gu Shishi finished her breakfast and patted her full belly contentedly. Yeah, I'm staying. If I suddenly want to leave, I'll leave, herself. I don't have much stuff anyway. Now there's no need to come get me, huh? By the way, it looks like I'm wearing your dress. I'll return it to you later when it's cleaned. Oh, and when I put it on, there was a hole in the hem. I will, of course, mend it properly, but next time you should be more careful and watch your step more carefully. Otherwise, there may not be enough thread. Gu Shishi said condescendingly, tilting her head thoughtfully. She looked at the floor. Her eyes laughed. It was more interesting to play this game together. The role of the peasant woman suited Shisha just as well as her sister, the role of Klakusha. Gu Wuxuang was so shocked that she forgot to cry. Sister, did Nanny Jiangma give you this dress? Gu Wuxuang glanced at Huo Wencheng. Horror was written on his face. The girl caught herself and remembered her role. She immediately groaned and pressed her hand to her chest. Her beautiful face was distorted with agony. Shuang shuang. Huo Wencheng immediately grabbed the girl by the waist. A triumphant gleam appeared in her eyes. She had successfully captured his attention. Sister, I don't think it's Jiang Ma, Gu Wuxuang shuddered in fear. Gu Shishi put on the dress that once belonged to her. Ugh! Now she will never touch him in her life. At the same time, Huo Xishan was sitting in his office. Without much interest, he watched what was happening on the screen for some time. Then he raised an eyebrow and asked, You haven't prepared any clothes for her? They were engaged. Officially. The bride of Huo Xungan himself was supposed to have everything a woman dreams of. And even more. Si looked at the gentleman in surprise. Young master, we had a wardrobe prepared especially for Gu Wuxuang, but no one could have imagined that the bride would be replaced. No one expected that the Gu family would find their own daughter. We were confident that Gu Shishi would have dresses that she could wear before we assembled her wardrobe. But now she doesn't have suitable clothes, Huo Xishan said, pointing his chin at the screen. The girl was sitting at the table and her hands were busy with cutlery. As soon as she leaned forward a little, the fabric stretched and captivatingly hugged the curves of her body. It also struck Xishan that the color and style of the dress had long gone out of fashion. Not only did his bride not have the necessary clothes, but she was also hungry. In record time, the girl finished 3 servings of salmon roll. It seemed as if she had been living from hand to mouth for a long time. Huo Xishan became gloomy. He remembered the time when he lived as a hermit. Even then he had plenty of food and clothing. The servants took care of his comfort. It was later, after several years, when no one was left alive next to him, he was forgotten by everyone. The darkness of the room covered his figure like a cloak. He heard the girl's clear voice again. I don't know anything about any Jiang Ma, Li Ma. One thing I can say for sure, I'm staying here. Everyone wants to get rid of me. All. He's the only one who had room for me. And he is the only one who allowed me to eat as much as I wanted, 3 times a day. Huo Xishan narrowed his eyes. Memories of that summer were vivid in his mind. The butler and the old dog were the only creatures in the world who were faithful to him to the end. Now that I'm his bride, my place is next to him. I will be with him until he directly tells me that everything is over between us. The man's eyelashes trembled. His gaze froze on her scarlet lips. After finishing speaking, the girl took a good bite of half of the egg roll. Huo Xishan frowned. The old butler died soon after. The faithful dog also did not last long next to Xishan. The man buried him a year later. In the spring, everyone who cared for him sooner or later passed away. Xiaosheng, it's not that your grandmother doesn't want to see you. Just live in another house for a while. Now there is so much going on in the family nest that we cannot yet take care of you. Every time your mom sees you, she has nightmares. Xiaosheng, please just stay here. Don't leave the house, okay? I beg you, take this seriously. Otherwise your mother will die. Ho! They won't give up on you. This is all temporary. After we solve all the problems that befell us at such an inopportune time, we will immediately take you back. His long fingers grabbed the ceramic cup. The man looked at the projection, but his gaze was directed much further. In the darkness of his eyes, one could perish, like in the ocean during a storm. Finally, his thin lips moved. I'll give you an hour to fill her closet. Si, who, like his master, was watching what was happening on the screen, stopped breathing. Had the young master forgotten his previous order to kick the bride out of the mansion? Gu Shishi finished speaking and found herself clenching her skirt in her fist with excitement. Did Huo Xishan really want her to leave? The girl ate several egg rolls with salmon, a couple of toasts, and drank a glass of milk. She filled her belly to capacity, and the result pleased her. After having breakfast, Shishi gained 5 hours of life. If everything goes according to plan, the next meals, lunch or dinner, will extend her life by a whole day. If Shishi leaves, she will die, in the blink of an eye. The girl carelessly waved her hand, glanced at Klakusha, and suddenly felt a prick in her heart. What if her worst dream comes true? What if she leaves the mansion and dies in an accident? I won't leave here, despite everything, Gu Shishi exclaimed and clutched the table knife in her hand. With a trembling hand, Gu Wushuang reached to her face to wipe her eyes, red from tears. Unnoticed by everyone, her lips curled into an evil grin. Fabulous. The village simpleton easily fell for her trick. Gu Wushuang thought that this fool would not be able to outwit her, even if she returned to Gu's ancestral nest. It would be better for her to stay here, on the estate of this pervert and misogynist. Maybe one day she will be lucky and receive part of the Huo family's inheritance. Even a tiny handout from them will be enough for Gu Shishi to spend the rest of her life in abundance. In that case, sister, I and senior brother Chen will talk to Huo Xishan. Maybe we can dissuade him. Gu Wushuang stepped towards Gu Shishi. The girl didn't have time to finish. Huo Wencheng pulled her by the sleeve. She looked up. The pervert and misogynist known throughout the area stood at the entrance to the dining room. He was tall and handsome. The penetrating gaze of black eyes was mesmerizing. Like a mask, an ominous shadow covered his face. Gu Wushuang instantly turned pale. This was the first time she had encountered him in person. Huo Xishan never attended social events. Huo Xishan did not give interviews to the media. It was as if he served the darkness, was its prisoner, and never saw the light of the sun. Gu Wushuang panicked. She opened her still swollen eyes and looked at him pitifully. Big brother Huo, forgive my sister for all her pranks. She is almost a child. Judge for yourself. Her level of education is very different from ours. In addition, she recently had to face difficulties at work. Gu Wushuang's eyes sparkled, and her lips trembled. Gu Shishi chuckled to herself. The actress was waking up again in Klakusha. Her performance could never leave anyone indifferent. Gu Wushuang timidly lowered her head and gave the expressionless man a look that could make anyone feel pity. Ah, if he hadn't been a misogynist, if he hadn't lost Ho's inheritance, he would have been an ideal husband for her. Even now, Gu Wushuang was trembling under the gaze of this courageous, proud, handsome man. The girl was not so attracted even to his brother, Huo Wencheng. What a pity that they were not destined to be together. Big brother Huo, Gu Wushuang sobbed and pressed her palm to her chest. As long as the girl could remember, her tricks always worked flawlessly. They always believed her. They always pitied her. Therefore, she was not prepared for what happened the next second. Who do you think you are? Huo Xishan exuded grave cold. Gu Wushuang's tears dried up instantly. She thought that she had misheard. For the first time in her life, such rude words had been spoken to her. Get out of my house and go to hell and drool there. Huo Xishan's face distorted with a grimace of disgust. Huo Wencheng, why the hell didn't you tell her about my rules? Si. Brother, stop. Huo Wencheng panicked, but it was too late. Si grabbed Gu Wushuang's shoulder. His hands were hidden in white gloves. The girl screamed, Who are you? Do not touch me. Si calmly grabbed her bony hand and dragged Klakusha to the exit from the house. Young Miss Gu, sorry, young Miss Quinn. Next time, be kind enough to wear disposable shoe covers before entering the mansion. In addition, you should firmly remember, leaving any biological material in Master Huo's estate is strictly prohibited. You have already broken this rule by giving vent to tears. What? Gu Wushuang gasped in indignation. The servant's words hurt the girl. First, they made it clear to her that they considered her contagious. Secondly, Ce called her young Miss Chin and thereby insulted her. Such treatment was akin to a slap in the face for Gu Wushuang. Never in her life would she exchange her proud name for this commoner surname. Huo Wencheng became furious. See, you've gone too far. Junior young master, please don't give me trouble. Xi lowered his head. His face took on a puzzled expression. He pressed the Bluetooth and said, Ling Shu, 2 guys have come to clean the living room. And the dining room too. Huo Wencheng wanted to say something else but did not have time. The door slammed in front of him. Big Brother Chen, what just happened? Gu Wushuang looked into his eyes excitedly. The girl thought that she was very lucky not to marry Huo Xishan. She became convinced that he was crazy. My brother is a germaphobe. His condition worsened as he lived as a recluse for the last couple of years. Let's go too. This crazy woman wanted to stay with him, and now it's her problem. Gu Wushuang bit her lip. But my sister is so unhappy. She's had such a hard life. All I want is for Big Brother Huo to take care of her. Shuang, your heart is too kind. Please don't interfere in their lives, okay? Let me take you home. Huo Wencheng gently took her hand in his and put her in the car. The girl's face shone with relief and joy, but the man did not notice. Gu Shishi and Huo Xishan were left alone. Now they looked at each other silently. Gu Shishi was very impressed by the way the man dealt with Klikusha. The girl experienced something like schadenfreude and completely forgot that the groom sees in her the double of the evil sister. She guessed that retribution awaited her. She expected punishment, but was not ready for it. Thinking of this, Gu Shishi clenched her teeth and turned pale. Was this the end? Several long seconds passed before she heard a man's voice above her. He frightened and attracted at the same time, and the girl felt weak in her legs. Do you know what happened to those women who were here before you? Gu Shishi thought for a moment. They were victims of an accident? The novel did not say exactly how they died. And you have no fear of me? Huo Xishan frowned and lifted her chin with his fingers. Today you are a beautiful flower. Tomorrow you are scentless and dead. PR, earless, outdated, poet, lost aroma, no smell. Gu Shishi blinked and quietly asked the man what worried her most. Do you think I'm beautiful? At the bottom of her eyes lurked some feeling that vaguely reminded him of tenderness. Huo Xishan took a deep breath, and the scent of her skin entered his lungs, inexpressibly pleasant and subtle, unlike any other perfume he knew. He wanted to firmly imprint her smell in his memory, so that he could remember it, and every time feel this sweet languor, similar to the feeling that a stem experiences under the caress of the sun. He liked to look at her. He liked to feel her scent. Was she beautiful? And how? Huo Xishan narrowed his eyes angrily. The man looked at the girl with a shameless look, and his fingers holding her chin clenched painfully. Gu Shishi screamed and broke free from the iron grip. Huo Xishan looked at her intently and suddenly let her go. A mask of disgust fell on his face. Xi immediately appeared near the man and handed the gentleman a bottle of disinfectant. Gu Shishi's heart was pounding wildly in her chest. The girl did not understand what had just happened between them, but she knew for sure. She would cling to life to the last, no matter what the cost. To be honest, I'm also used to keeping things clean. You and I have so much in common. This is destiny, Gu Shishi blurted out and immediately blushed. It occurred to her that from the outside it looked as if she was currying favor with him. She thought for a second and then sincerely said, Sir, I was your bride. I still remain so, and in the future I see myself only next to you. Believe me, even if I am in mortal danger, I will not break off my engagement with you. Without a doubt, to Huo Xishan, her speech sounded extremely banal. Despite this, the man stopped disinfecting his hands and turned to her. The groom looked carefully at the girl and the next second gave her a bottle of disinfectant. Gu Shishi stared at the bottle in bewilderment. Was this a test? She obediently disinfected her hands. Huo Xishan followed her actions. Then he simply nodded and left. What does it mean? The girl thought. I can stay here? Gu Shishi watched the retreating man. Did that mean she passed the test? Her back became sticky with sweat. Young Miss Gu, please stay in the living room a little longer, C.E. told her politely. Gu Shishi was completely confused. Of course, but why? C.E. smiled but did not answer the question. Gu Shishi found the answer after half an hour. She was invited into the adjacent room. There, a good-natured-looking woman with low-growing eyebrows took her measurements. After some time, the mansion was filled with dozens of people. They brought in many boxes. The room and corridor were disinfected for the umpteenth time that day. Gu Shishi was asked to return to his room. On the way back, she shuddered at every step. Gu Shishi was even afraid that she would die immediately from an overabundance of life potential. Miss Gu, your wardrobe has been completely updated. Because of the ringing in her ears, the girl did not even hear what the servant said to her. All she could do was smile back. Poverty actually robs a person of imagination. Gu Shishi opened the closet. Its contents were unrecognizable. In her previous life, the girl did not have the chance to add at least one of these things to her shopping list. It must be worth a fortune, more than 1 million yuan. Huo Xishan didn't just let her stay with him. He bought, to her, clothes. Perhaps he did this for the sake of her neatness and cleanliness. Gu Shishi's eyes shone. 1 million yuan! This is 1,000 days of life. She just earned 3 whole years of her life. Did this mean that she could relax and not fear for her life? Gu Shishi did not waste time and immediately opened the system to immediately verify the opposite. She swore loudly. What the heck? Why did I only get 3 days to live? Wait a minute. What? Only 2.5 days. Her eyes darkened with rage. Gu Shishi's jaw dropped. Loving hero, what could this mean? What Huo Xishan loves her? Acceptance by others. Who could these others be? Random people? Gu Shishi became despondent. Can't be. My recharge is 1 million yuan. The maximum life units are only 2.5 days, and she exceeded this time hundreds of times. How many priceless hours of life I lost. She was distracted by the sound of a new notification. Open. As soon as she thought about it, the system sent another message. Summer Ice Pill X1. Effect. Now you can say goodbye to oily skin on summer days forever. From now on, your face will be as matte as egg white. You will attract people's attention with your clear skin wherever you go. Gu Shishi exhaled in shock. Every summer, her skin suffered from the sun. Nothing helped the girl fight oily shine. Neither mattifying facial wipes nor toner to reduce pores. No matter how expensive and high quality the product was, it did not help Gu Shishi in the fight against the sun. Thinking about this, she looked in the mirror. Gu Shishi's skin was white and beautiful. But precisely because of such pale skin when the girl was not wearing makeup, acne and large pores were especially noticeable. Gu Shishi took out a pill from the system and sniffed it. She gave off some kind of hospital smell. The girl remembered that all medications have a number of side effects. For this reason, they could not be abused or used thoughtlessly. Gu Shishi valued her life. All medicinal prizes are scientific products, safe to consume and have no side effects. You have nothing to worry about. Some cosmetics are inaccessible to modern society. Gu Shishi raised her eyebrows. Okay, I think it's worth a try. The girl closed her eyes and put the pill in her mouth. It had a sweetish taste. Shishi swallowed it and immediately felt a warm flow moving through her body. Goosebumps ran across my skin. The girl touched her face. There was black fat left on her fingers. She took a closer look at it. They were all eels, old and white. Gu Shishi walked to the mirror and saw a mask of dirt covering her face. The girl opened a drawer in her dressing table, took out several cotton pads and toner, and began to wash away the oil from her skin. She cleansed her face again and again, but each time more oil appeared on her. Not immediately, but the dirt disappeared. Shishi found that she used almost a package of cotton pads. Wow, it worked! She looked at her alabaster face and could not believe her own happiness. The girl immediately put the rest of the pill in her mouth. More dirt appeared on her skin. After a while, Gu Shishi looked at herself in the mirror again. Her skin was pale pink and silky smooth. Her skin was flawless. The girl was delighted. Happy, she lay down on the sofa and sighed, looking at the system. Loving protagonist, recognition by others. How is she supposed to achieve all this? To complete the first task, she needed to gain Huo Xishan's sympathy. To fulfill the second, the sympathy of someone else, the system said, Shishi needs to try to complete the tasks so that she understands everything herself. Thinking about this, the girl took out her mobile phone. She wanted to look through her friends on WeChat to see who might like her. But the first thing that caught her eye was a message from her adoptive mother. Jiang Shishi's mom, your mom wants to open a small store with a friend. Could you lend me 100,000 yuan? I will return your money as soon as I earn it. At first I wanted to write to Xiao Shuang, but recently she has become very unwell, and she has no time to check messages on her phone. All this is urgent. If I don't have money in my hands soon, my friend will leave me. Gu Shishi raised her eyebrows. Mom Jiang tried to ask Gu Wushuang for help, but couldn't contact her? Is Klakusha really avoiding communication with her own mother? Gu Shishi sighed. Children were obliged to help their parents, but the girl checked the account on her bank card and smiled bitterly. She had a little over 800 yuan. Her book namesake earned 4,000 yuan a month, and each time she gave 3,500 to her adoptive mother to pay the mortgage. Thus, the heroine of the novel kept only 500 yuan for herself, and now this woman asked to give her 100,000. Where does she think this kind of money comes from? Did she really think that upon returning home, her daughter immediately became rich? The girl remembered. At the end of the book, when the mother found out that Gu Shishi was not her own daughter, the woman renounced her and was inflamed with maternal love for Gu Wushuang. Moreover, after Gu Shishi's death, this woman had the audacity to go to the Gu family and start demanding money for the supposed suffering she was experiencing. All the time she sat on Gu Shishi's neck and robbed her completely. It was disgusting, and one could fall in love with a dog after living with it for 20 years. What can we say about the child she raised for 20 years? Was she really only concerned about money in life? Gu Shishi shook her head. She felt sorry for the heroine of the novel, whose place she took. After thinking for a while, the girl sent Zhang Meifang a photo of her monthly payments along with her current account balance. The girl did not receive any more messages from her mother. At the same time, hasn't he slept for 3 days? Who does he think he is? Superman? A man in a white robe entered the mansion. Why did it take you so long to report to me about his condition? Why did you delay with this? Qi, who walked ahead, smiled bitterly. There was no point in calling you. Young master didn't want to see you. Why did he decide to take sleeping pills every 3 days? What is he trying to achieve with this? Am I his personal pharmacy? Qin Ruhai was furious. He had known Huo Xishen for as long as he could remember. As children, they were inseparable. Having received his doctorate, the man returned to his homeland and became the young master's attending physician. From then on, responsibility for his friend's physical and mental health lay with him. Unfortunately, Huo Xishen was one of those patients whom doctors could not stand. The man was hot-tempered, stubborn, and overly self-confident, which is why he often neglected Qin Ruhai's advice. Huo Xishen suffered from chronic insomnia. The consequences of his poor health were irritability, nervousness, reticence, and worsened misophobia. The young master was a 30-year-old man, but it was more difficult to negotiate with him than with a wayward teenager. Qin Ruhai mentally counted to 10 to calm down. It doesn't matter how strong he is. Lack of sleep can be fatal, the man thought. If you don't want your master to die in the prime of his life, you will have to listen to me in everything. Chronic lack of sleep can cause permanent damage to the young master's brain and heart. After pondering for a while, Xi finally nodded. He knocked softly on the door. Young master? Qin Ruhai pushed the door open and walked inside before Xi could finish his sentence. They understood. With wayward patients, you need to act decisively and confidently. How are you feeling, boss? My head hurts? Or is it just spinning? The man lying on the sofa gave him a dissatisfied look. His eyes were red. Sleeping pills? Leave it, he said dryly and hoarsely. Huo Xishen did not sleep all night. I didn't close my eyes for a minute. His head was pounding and the man was having trouble thinking clearly. He remembered this morning, a brave girl and her fearless speech. Thinking about this brought him back to old memories, and his headache seemed to ease slightly. Huo Xishen stared at his right hand. It seemed that he could still feel the touch of the girl's skin against his. How soft she was, and how she smelled. He raised an eyebrow and raised the hand with which he was holding the girl's chin. A second, and he frowned again. He lowered his hand. The obsession passed, and now he could only smell the disinfectant again. Today you will go with me to the hospital. We need to thoroughly examine you. Qin Ruhai shook his head displeased. I will not go. Huo Xisheng's voice sounded even rougher than usual. Qin Ruhai almost choked with indignation. Sleeping pills are not a panacea. It will not solve your health problems. You've taken more pills in the last 6 months than anyone else. What does this mean? They made you addicted. They no longer affect your body. Huo Xisheng looked up at the man with a fierce look. This happened because my doctor is incompetent. This has nothing to do with me. Who is incompetent? Am I incompetent? Qin Ruhai felt the urge to strangle this man. The atmosphere in the room became tense. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Following this, a gentle voice was heard. It could be compared to the murmuring of a cold stream on a hot, fine day. Huo Xishan suddenly felt relieved. "Mr. Huo, are you there? Can I come in?" Qin Ruhai glanced suspiciously at the door. His face took on a strange expression. He guessed Huo's third bride was in the corridor. Huo Xishan's gaze became distant. He waved his hand at Si in irritation. At that same second, he grabbed Qin Ruhai by the elbow and dragged him to the door. "Damn, wait." "Please come in, young Miss Gu," Si said respectfully, continuing to hold Qin Ruhai. It was Gu Shishi. "Thank you." Without looking at Qin Ruhai, the girl stepped into the room. The door slammed behind her. The impenetrable darkness made Gu Shishi stop. It took some time before her eyes adjusted to the darkness. She looked around the chambers. Something was wrong. The summer sun was shining outside, but the curtains on the windows were tightly drawn. The room was dark and quiet, as if it was night outside. Gu Shishi raised her head and had difficulty seeing the man. He was lying on the sofa. He seemed to be in a bad mood. The girl involuntarily compared the man to a predator lurking in the dark. Gu Shishi shuddered when she met his direct gaze. The black eyes burned her with fierce cold. It seemed that the man was trying to control himself so as not to pounce on her and tear her into small pieces. Goosebumps crawled down her spine. Even when he found it in his closet, his gaze was not so bloodthirsty. In the dining room this morning, the man also frightened her with his menacing appearance, but then he calmly shared the disinfectant with her and gave her a wardrobe full of clothes. He acted quite nice to her. Then he seemed like a good man to her. Not much time has passed since then. Why was his gaze so frightening now? What happened to him? Now it seemed impossible to make Huo Xishan fall in love with her. "What?" A low voice sounded rudely. Huo Xishan closed his eyelids and now looked at her legs. The girl stopped in front of the sofa. The man grinned venomously. She didn't want to come closer to him. He remembered his mother. She assured him that she loved him, but never let him get close to her. "I was afraid of him and always kept him at a distance from me." "Are you afraid of me now?" Huo Xishan asked, looking the girl straight in the eyes. Gu Shishi swallowed. "I wonder if she tells him the truth, will he kill her?" His gaze terrified her. Huo Xishan let out a quiet laugh. She was no different from others. Nothing. Like them, Shishi was scared. Like them, Shishi was afraid to tell him the truth. Too many times had he seen fear on the faces of those close to him. Everyone was afraid of him. Mother, grandmother, brother, servants, friends. Yes, it was he who cursed his father, grandfather, and wives. He was an infection. He was a murderer. He was the one they tried to avoid meeting at all costs. "Ah, Mr. Ho, I'm here to return your suit and thank you for buying me new clothes." Gu Shishi was frightened by his fierce gaze, but plucked up courage and made her speech. The grin on his face immediately turned cruel. "Throw it away." She was no better than the woman who called him her son. That woman couldn't wait to throw everything that belonged to him out of the family nest. And she even explained this act by caring for him. In fact, she was afraid. I was afraid of him. And she was afraid that everything that belonged to him would bring her misfortune. The woman standing in front of him was afraid of him in the same way. Everything she said this morning was a lie. She didn't want to stay with him and become his wife. "Get out!" What he experienced now was worse than the anger that was burning him from the inside. It really hurt him. What? Gu Shishi felt confused. What made him so angry? Did he not like the way she started the conversation? "Then maybe I should give your suit to Si to take care of?" Huo Xishan's headache increased 100-fold. He gazed into her tender face. The girl now seemed even more beautiful to him than before. He couldn't take his eyes off her pink lips, which opened and closed, chatting incessantly. Her voice reminded him of the annoying chirping of birds outside the window. The man raised his hand. He wanted to give her a rude, "Go away," but he couldn't squeeze out a word. "Have you decided to take the suit yet?" Gu Shishi saw his involuntary gesture and approached him. She was very close, and Huo Xishan caught the delicate scent of roses. It was the scent of her skin. Today, he could already smell her scent. It was soft, pleasant, barely perceptible, ideal. As if in reality, he saw his faithful butler. It was a summer day and his old friend was watering the blooming roses. The sun blinded my eyes. The cicada chirped incessantly. The old butler smiled kindly at him and led him home. Gushishi put the suit on the sofa and accidentally touched his big hot palm. She cried out quietly as the man greedily pressed her to him. The girl tried to escape from his grip and could not. The groom held her tightly and was not going to let go. Mr. Ho! Gushishi didn't understand anything. After a few seconds, the man's hand weakened. Gushishi looked up at her groom and couldn't help but sigh in surprise. The cruel man who had been sitting on the sofa a few minutes ago now lay with his eyes closed, his cold features smoothed out. The breathing was calm and relaxed. Long, thick eyelashes cast a shadow on her beautiful face. Now he looked like a nice sleeping boy. Gushishi couldn't believe her eyes. The man was now fast asleep. His long fingers still rested on her wrist, and the girl carefully pulled her hand away from his weakened grip. Finally, she took a deep breath. All this time she was afraid to breathe. Did the groom really want to sleep before she arrived? If that stranger who recently left the office was his attending physician, then did the master suffer from insomnia, and that's why he was so irritable? He had insomnia, but the system was able to cure it. Pleasantly surprised, Gushishi blinked. What a wonderful skill she acquired. Now she was convinced that when the master was favorable to her, the level of his love for her increased. Just think about it. None of her fears have yet come true. On the contrary, she was very, very lucky. The girl beamed and looked at Huo Xishan happily. Her lips twitched into a smile and suddenly froze. Shishi noticed that the gentleman was wearing only a thin shirt. She stretched out her hand and felt the cold air coming from the air conditioner that stood in front of the sofa. The girl thought that her fiancé might get sick if he remained lying like that. She remembered that in the novel, Huo Xishan died early. Did he really live such a short life because of health problems? Gushishi was worried. The girl bent down and carefully covered Huo Xishan with a suit. Sir, you will live 100 years and longer. She needed him. If he dies, she will die too. It couldn't have been any other way. Gushishi tiptoed out of the room and immediately saw the doctor pacing near the door. Noticing the girl, the man stepped towards her. He wanted to go back to the patient's room. Gushishi stopped and blurted out, "Stop, don't disturb him, he's sleeping." What? Chinruhai turned around sharply and stared at Gushishi. A shadow ran across his face. Standing in front of him was a real beauty. The man felt sorry for her. He thought that she did not have long to live. But what she said interested him even more. Is Huo Xishan sleeping? Seriously, sleeping? This couldn't really happen. My dear, predators, as you must know, do not sleep a wink when strangers roam their territory, not to mention predators with chronic insomnia. Chinruhai cast a skeptical glance at the girl and adjusted his glasses with his usual movement. He thought that Huo Xishan wanted to get rid of the company of his dearest bride and simply pretended to be asleep. The doctor turned and walked decisively into the room. Si followed behind him. Both men had first-hand knowledge of Huo Xishan's character and state of health. If he could fall asleep so easily, Chinruhai would not be here. "Listen!" Gushishi exclaimed. She extended her hand to the men but did not have time to stop them. She remembered the frightful look of the groom and cowered in fear. Will they really wake him up? To deprive a person suffering from insomnia of sleep was inhumane, terrible. The only thing that was worse was that she had run out of today's dose of sleeping pills. The girl walked into her room as quickly as she could. Shishi ran into the bedroom, slammed the door, and exhaled with relief. She was afraid that if she angered the master again, he would drive her away. For her, it was tantamount to death. The girl sat down on the bed and looked at the red life bar. At noon, the man woke up from a deep sleep. The room was still dark. Huo Xishan opened his eyelids and felt complete peace for a second. He was in the grip of a pleasant languor until he saw his doctor. "Why are you still here?" His sharp, blade-like gaze pierced the unwanted guest. Chinruhai sat in a white robe and did not move. The doctor pretended not to notice the hostility on the patient's face. Inspired, he stood up and approached the master. "Xishan, you slept for an hour and 45 minutes. Almost 2 hours. I don't remember the last time you slept for so long." Si, who was standing nearby, noticed the irritation on the gentleman's face. "Young master, I couldn't stop Dr. Chin from entering your office. When we saw that you were sleeping, we froze and did not dare to move anymore." Chinruhai nodded in confirmation of his words. "Because of neurasthenia, you sleep lightly, so anything can wake you up. be it a barely audible sound or the light of a candle. But you fell asleep in the most miraculous way and did not wake up even when we entered your chambers, Qin Ruhai spoke, and at the same time studied Huo Xishan's medical record. Amazement was written on the man's face. I must study in as much detail as possible what happened to you today. There must be some reason why you fell asleep. What happened to you before you fell asleep? Did you take any pills? Can you remember how you felt before you fell asleep? Huo Xishan's cool gaze slowly swept over Qin Ruhai. The man frowned. What happened to him before he fell asleep? That girl spoke to him. She was too scared to approach him, but continued to talk non-stop. Then he remembered his old butler and fell asleep. Maybe he's too tired? Perhaps the strength of his body was running out. The man's palms clenched into fists, and the suit with which the master was covered fell to the floor. Huo Xishan looked down and saw his thing. Was she the one who covered him with the suit before leaving? The man frowned and pursed his lips. A second later, he was already on his feet. In his hand, he held the ill-fated element of his wardrobe. I don't know, Qin Ruhai. You are the doctor, not me. Qin Ruhai cursed under his breath. Today, for the second time, he dreamed of hitting his patient on the head. What should he do? Huo Xishan walked past the two men and stood in front of the window. He pulled back the curtain and light poured into the room. The sun was shining so brightly outside that the master squinted. He took a deep breath and remembered everything. As if in reality, he saw her eyes, unsteady steps, fear written on her beautiful face. The memories were so vivid that the man thought that even if he wanted to, he could not get rid of them. His black eyes shone with a cold brilliance. A sarcastic smirk covered his lips. No matter what she did, fear flashed in her eyes again and again. She was afraid of him. It was impossible to deceive him. "Ce, let the butler give orders." With a sharp movement of his hand, he threw the ill-fated suit straight to the floor. "Tell her that if she wants to stay, she needs to pay. She'd been lying to him for too long. I was stubborn and pretending for too long. She had a chance to please him, but she didn't take advantage of it." Huo Xishan narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Let's see how you speak now, my love." C hesitated for a moment and asked, "Young master, are you talking about young Miss Gu?" The next second he shut up. Seeing his boss's surprised gaze piercing him with a cold gaze, he couldn't help but retreat. "Yes, I'll take care of it," he said. Ce quickly left the room, taking Qin Ruhai with him, who was unable to gather more information. Huo Xishan looked out the window again with a deep and complex look. Through the glass, he clearly saw the girl quickly devouring her lunch in the dining room with a satisfied expression on her face. Huo Xishan narrowed his eyes and closed the curtain without hesitation. He doesn't need any deception or pretense, and he doesn't need anyone's company. Eh? Does he want me to help with the cleaning? Gu Shishi looked at the butler in front of her, stunned. She was just wrapping seafood spaghetti on her fork and was about to put it in her mouth. "Yes, this is Mr. Ho's request. Miss Gu, this is your schedule for today," said Chen Geng, the butler, a man in his 40s. He was emotionless, like every other person she encountered in the mansion, and very reserved. Gu Shishi immediately took the schedule from the butler. With one quick glance, she knew it was a busy schedule. Every hour of the day was busy. Wash the kitchen floor, clean the stove, change the flowers in the guest room, clean the sofa, the garden. Each item will be reviewed by a professional. If your work is not up to standard, you will need to do it again. "I urge you to be mindful of your time," the butler said in a very businesslike tone. "Cleaning supplies are in the storage room on the first floor. If you have any questions, you can call the main line and ask." Gu Shishi slightly opened her pink lips. "If he makes her work, does that mean he doesn't kick her out anymore?" "No problem. Thank you for telling me about this butler lying." Gu Shishi smiled sincerely at him from the bottom of her heart. No problem." Butler Lin seemed surprised by her eagerness. "If there is nothing else." Yes, there is, butler boss." "And will he pay me a salary for this?" Gu Shishi asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "The salary will increase her blood streak. Why didn't she think of this before? She could do work or do household chores in exchange for the boss's capital tilde." "This young master didn't mention—" Butler Lin had difficulty maintaining an impassive expression. "Oh, good. Can you find this out for me?" "Thank you, Tilda." Gu Shishi blinked impatiently and looked at him with excitement. Butler Lin didn't know how to react to this. He had obviously never encountered anything like this. "Okay, Miss Gu." She waved the butler away with a smile and then put a whole forkful of spaghetti into her mouth. Just the perfect taste and aroma, along with the sweetness of the shrimp. The spaghetti slid smoothly down her throat and warmed her stomach. Oh, good value for money, and the taste is superb. It's better than any Western restaurant she ate at in her previous life. Although she only liked Chinese food, this completely changed her mind about spaghetti. It suited her taste. She rubbed her full belly contentedly. With a slight sadness and a sense of accomplishment, she quickly checked the system interface. For lunch, she ate a large piece of steak, a large serving of seafood spaghetti, and 2 servings of mushroom soup. She even shamelessly asked for more spaghetti. The food recharged by almost 500 yuan and filled the life bar for 3 days, but she soon frowned, running her hand over her stomach. I overate a little. She needs to use up some of these calories after eating. Now she was too full to lie down. Cleaning expert Gu Shishi initiated. That way she won't have to worry about eating more at dinner. Calories, calories, calories. Calories are my sworn enemy. Burn my calories. Humming, Gu Shishi quickly collected all her plates and finished washing them in the blink of an eye. She then enthusiastically ran to the closet where the cleaning supplies were kept. She didn't come from a wealthy family, and she definitely wasn't a woman who had never worked before. In fact, she was quite familiar with housework. The storage room that the butler mentioned was located on the first floor of the mansion. It was located at the end of the corridor next to the small dining room. Gu Shishi was shocked as soon as she opened the door. The storage area for cleaning supplies was larger than her previous home in the city center. Numerous cabinet doors had employee names on them. Gu Shishi found her name at the very end. It looked like it had been added recently. She opened the closet door and saw a whole assortment of cleaning supplies and uniforms. An ankle-length black dress, a narrow apron, and a white lace cap. It looked like a maid uniform straight out of a British show. Large families are so special. It was an instructive experience for Gu Shishi. She turned and looked at the other items in the closet. Waterproof gloves, thick masks, rags, mops. Her life bar, which had decreased by 2 hours, suddenly filled up again. Gu Shishi was speechless. "Does this count?" Huo Shixing was a little surprised. Then he remembered her clothes, which didn't suit her. Was she forced to work as a maid before? He imagined her in old gray clothes with buckets of water around her, wiping the floor with a rag, sweat dripping from her. She didn't cry because she was already used to all this? Or she had already cried too much and there were no more tears? Huo Shixing frowned as he thought about this. It didn't take long before he heard a strange noise. It was both familiar and strange. He frowned. Who is that making such noise there? Young Miss Gu is singing. Not only did she not cry, but she seemed to be quite happy. Si bowed his head and did not dare to say the second part of what was on his mind. Young Master, young Miss Gu also asked. Si paused for a second before continuing. Will she receive a salary? The corner of Huo Shixing's mouth twitched instantly. Summer afternoon is the hottest time of the day. Under the merciless scorching sun, the ground was so hot that it was impossible to even stand on it with bare feet. The day was calm. It was enough to stand outside in the sun for a while, and the skin would instantly become hot, irritating. Gu Shishi's little face was beet red and sweat poured from her forehead and the tip of her nose. She put on a mask while cleaning the living room. As soon as she stepped outside, the mask quickly became wet with sweat, so she simply took it off. Miss Gu, don't water the plants. The weeds also need to be taken care of, said a plump maid with freckles on her face, placing her hands on her waist. The maid tried to look very strict, but she could not hide her pleasant surprise and feeling of superiority. When will a maid have such an opportunity to boss around a girl from a rich family? But today such an opportunity was given to her, surely. It didn't matter that this young master's bride grew up in an ordinary family and had only been a rich girl for a few days. The possibility of commanding her still excited Shirley. Shirley didn't even feel uncomfortable under such a scorching sun, sweating next to the rich girl. You have to pull out these weeds one by hand. Scissors can accidentally damage the flowers, so you have to do it by hand. I always do this. Who else could give a rich girl such a hard time to pull out the weeds one by one? Having said this, Shirley looked even happier than before. Okay, Sister Shur, Gu Shishi said, wiping the sweat from her brow. She couldn't help but smile. She checked the interface periodically while weeding. She never thought that simple homework would help her get a good impression from both the butler and Sia Tilda. Everything turned out to be easier than she imagined. Now she can live for 5 days. Just the thought of it made her smile. But the system was so cheap that the maximum for LV1 was only 5 days? Hurry up, Miss Gu. It usually only takes me an hour to do it all on my own, Shili said in a commanding tone. Perhaps she noticed that her tone might cause problems, so Shirley quickly added, "The butler said I should stay here to look after you." Yes, I understand, Sister Shir. Why don't you sit on the side? I will work faster, Gu Shishi said with a bright smile and sparkling eyes. She wasn't wearing gloves and was pulling weeds with her bare hands. Many of the flower beds were quite low, so she had no choice but to kneel and bend over to tend to the weeds. She needed to collect another portion of sympathy. I wonder if she can get it from Shirley. At this very moment, Huo Shishun stood in the shadow of the lobby and looked into the garden with his calm, dark eyes. His pupils constricted slightly. The girl's voluminous black hair was hidden under a hat. Only a few playful strands escaped from under the hat and fell sweetly onto her soft and fair face. He saw from afar how passionate she was. It was as if she were weeding not a flower bed, but an elegant work of art. Kneeling, she raised her small face from time to time and looked at the blooming flowers and their branches. She resumed weeding and pruning only after examining the flowers. After pruning it, the flowers and branches in the flower beds became much more lush and aesthetically pleasing than before. She didn't really cry. In fact, she looked quite happy. Does she really want to get paid? Huo Shisheng pursed his lips and frowned slightly. Under the sun, the girl's lips became a little dry and darkened due to a busy day. Her cheeks turned red like rose petals. Sweat slowly dripped from her damp hair on her forehead, making her clear eyes even clearer, as if merging with the dazzling sunlight above her head. Miss Gu, I told you not to use scissors, Shi Li soon shouted. The scream immediately interrupted the picturesque movements. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to prune the flowers a little so that the flower buds get more nutrients and also make them look more lush, Gu Shishi quickly explained. You don't have to worry about that. We have gardeners who will take care of it. You just focus on weeding. Didn't Butler Lin write all of this for you? Shi Li's voice was quite loud. Oh yes, I'm sorry, the girl said with slight disappointment in her voice. Huo Shisheng frowned. Young master, the car is ready. Si, who was standing next to him, opened the door of the car parked in front of the house. Huo Shisheng looked down but did not move. He said after a long silence. After saying this, Si noticed that his boss did not move an inch. He looked at where Huo Shisheng was looking with a slightly dissatisfied expression and noticed 2 people in the garden. Young Miss Gu, who is this? The words came out of Huo Shisheng's thin lips. Are you asking about Shi Li from gardening? Naturally, Si knew everyone who worked in the mansion. Rude, sloppy, and noisy, Huo Shisheng said, narrowing his eyes. Si's heart instantly skipped a beat. He looked in that direction with sympathy in his eyes. I understand. I'll ask the butler to take care of this. She'll either be fined or fired. But, working in the sun, it's not her fault that sweat ruined her makeup. Si shook his head. He was about to turn away when he noticed young Miss Gu nearby. Her cheeks were pink, but in truth, there was no sign of oiliness on her face at all. Even her sweat seemed natural and transparent. What a huge difference. Hearing Si's answer, Huo Shisheng nodded in approval and quickly walked over and got into the car. The air conditioner was on in the car, and there was no heat inside from the street. The car turned and quickly drove along the path between the garden and towards the main entrance. As they passed the flower bed, a girl could be clearly seen kneeling on the ground. There were small beads of sweat on the tip of her nose, and her wet, long eyelashes fluttered like butterflies. Through the car window, Huo Shisheng's gaze became deeper. From the passenger seat, Si turned around and asked, Young master, we are heading straight to the office, right? Huo Shisheng sat as expected, but his gaze was still fixed on the street. What temperature today? Everyone in the mansion has a day off today. Huo Shisheng stopped looking at the street and, without any expression, took the documents that were lying next to him. Paid day off. Si was finally able to turn around. After a while, he found his voice again. He had been with young Master Huo for 7 years, and this was the first time he heard about the day off. Is it because of the temperature outside? The young master must be in a good mood after sleeping for 2 hours. Are we having a day off today? Gu Shishi quickly found out about this. Butler Lin came to notify her personally. Yes, the temperature is too high, so everyone has half a day of free time. Young Miss Gu, you should also go back to your room. Gu Shishi blinked her transparent eyes and looked regretfully at the half of the unfinished flower bed. There were roses of every color imaginable, as well as many rare and precious ones. She hoped to trim them and give them a more beautiful shape so that they could provide aesthetic pleasure. Oh well, I think I'll finish it some other day. Butler Lin nodded. After a few steps, Gu Shishi stopped again. But you must let me know when we resume working on the flower beds again. Please, please. Doing chores can also extend her life. All these rags, masks, gloves recharge her life. Moreover, she checked again. The recognition by others item was already 5. This clearly indicated that housework could still help her gain the sympathy of others. Oh, she hopes that the boss will guide her more often. He must. A look of surprise flashed across Butler Lin's face, but she looked at him with such impatience that he had no choice but to nod awkwardly. Gu Shishi finally left with satisfaction after Butler Lin agreed. She remembered to thank Shirley several times before leaving. However, after she left, Shirley was stopped by the serious butler. You are fined half your monthly salary. Why? Shirley was shocked. Butler Lin looked towards the mansion and said, There is only one rule here. Talk less, work more. Shirley immediately turned pale. It was because Gu Shishi also turned pale when she returned to her room. She took off her sweat-soaked clothes and took a shower, then lay down comfortably on the sofa, swinging her bare feet as she drank cold milk. She happily appreciated her blood streak, which was now a few minutes above 3 days, and the system message, increasing sympathy from Shirley. But her happiness was short-lived. The WeChat message that came a minute later made her scream at the phone. Xiaomei, tomorrow I will bring homemade cupcakes to work. You can skip breakfast. Let's go to this new Western restaurant for lunch together after the probation period is over. Ling Xiaomei is a colleague of the original owner. Since they are almost the same age, they often had lunch together. From tomorrow I will lose 3 of my vital meals? Gu Shishi finally found the blind spot in these 2 days. She had been distracted by racing against the death counter for the past few days and had completely forgotten that she had to go to work. The last 2 days were weekends and she didn't have to go to work, which was the only reason she could laze around the mansion. She worked as an assistant art instructor at an art center in a shopping and entertainment complex located in the city center. She usually dined out. Sometimes the art center hosts evening classes aimed at working people. On such days, she even dined out. Oh no, does this mean I can only eat on weekends, prolonging my life? Each of these meals can add 5 to 6 hours to my life. Holding the mobile phone in her hands, her heart was full of tears. The next morning at 7 in the morning, Gu Shishi was woken up by the alarm on her mobile phone. Yesterday she couldn't sleep until midnight. She ate too much at dinner and spent the night playing Mr. Love, the Queen's Choice, because she couldn't sleep with her stomach full. Now that her alarm had woken her, she felt tired and dizzy. She wanted to crawl out of bed, but eventually fell back, yawning several times. Finally, after yawning 3 more times, she tried to get out of bed. With severe dark circles under her eyes, she walked into the bathroom feeling extremely exhausted. Since she couldn't keep her eyes open, she squinted as she brushed her teeth, accidentally pulling something out of the closet and putting it on. After she washed her face and looked in the mirror, she noticed that the white t-shirt she was wearing had a large and eye-catching Chanel logo, intertwined double C's in bright sequins. The denim skirt she wore had 2 dark blue ribbons at the waist. Additionally, the ribbons were hand-embroidered with the Givenchy logo in English. This is good. She used to love comfortable linen clothes, but rarely pursued designer brands. But it's fate! Gu Shishi looked at himself left and right. She opened her mouth and smiled in the mirror for almost half a minute. She was wearing a life stripe estimate of 10,000, 20,000 yuan. How could she not look great? She looked damn gorgeous. Gu Shishi nodded happily. Going downstairs, she walked along a corridor covered with a red carpet. All the servants she passed were working with their heads down, and not a sound was heard, and no one looked at her. The entire mansion was like a dry well, and everyone inside it was indifferent. Gu Shishi smiled and waved at them. She didn't care whether they answered or not. As she walked past the half-open small dining room next to the living room, Gu Shishi's transparent eyes scanned and lingered on each breakfast dish with utmost longing and tenderness. Orange juice, soft-boiled eggs, tuna with bacon. All these dishes could fill her life bar. They were all panaceas that could keep her alive for a long, long time. But she won't get them today. Sob. Gushishi rubbed her hungry belly and regretted it so much that she slowed down. As her gaze moved to the end of the table, her almond-shaped, transparent eyes suddenly met with cold, dark eyes, like an icy and bottomless lake. Gushishi's pink lips parted slightly. She was stunned. Huo Shishen, wearing a suit, was now sitting at the end of the dining table eating breakfast solemnly. He looked like he had just taken a shower, and his wet hair was roughly combed back with his hand. His full and shiny forehead was open. It added another layer of roughness and savagery to his incredibly handsome face, and also made him look like a vicious beast that had just woken up. Big boss. She hasn't seen him in the cafeteria for the last couple of days. So was it because he woke up before her every day? The fork in Huo Shishen's hand froze for a moment. His deep eyes narrowed. Gushishi howled in her heart. How could she so stupidly address him by the secret nickname she had invented for him? Huo Shishen's gaze was so cold and silent that her clear eyes turned away out of panic, and her thin lips suddenly became firm and straight. Don't ever let me hear that stupid term again. His voice was rough and cold as metal. Gushishi quickly stuck out her tongue and said. Huo Shishen casually turned away from her and no longer paid attention to her. Gushishi looked up carefully. She saw the man's thin and strong fingers, his fingers holding the silver fork in the most correct way. On the fork was a piece of luxurious and flavorful bacon, which cost at least 15 yuan. This is a few minutes of life. Her clear almond-shaped eyes couldn't help but follow his slender fingers. The juicy bacon was bitten by his beautiful and thin lips. With the movement of lips and teeth, the movement of his Adam's apple up and down, he was swallowed. Gushishi swallowed. She wanted some of that bacon. She wanted to replenish her life. The swallowing sound was initially minor, yet in this quiet dining room, it was as sudden as the sound of a fork hitting a plate. Huo Shishen's face was gloomy, and his cold, dark eyes sharply pierced the girl in front of him. But seeing her crystal clear eyes looking at him with a moist and soft gaze, he suddenly felt his chest tighten. He had not seen such a look for many years. She looked like a stray cat who was waiting on the side of the road to be fed, looking at you with his clear eyes, approaching you softly and carefully. However, he was cursed from the very beginning. He will bring misfortune and death to any life form that comes close to him. Huo Shishen's black pupils suddenly shrank. Have you never eaten before? The next second he slammed his hand hard. No manners, you disgust me. Right after he said this, the cold light in his black eyes suddenly froze. Her rosy cheeks turned pale. The colors in the clear eyes looking at him disappeared and were replaced by great fear, helplessness, and panic. Oh, sorry, big Mr. Ho. I'm just a little hungry, said a frightened Gushishi. It looks like she brought his anger value up to 100%. Is he about to explode? Now he looked so angry, it seemed like he wanted to throw her out of the window. I shouldn't interrupt you anymore. I am going to go to work. She ran out of the small dining room as quickly as a rabbit. Even the way she waved at him barely resembled a wave. She was afraid that if she didn't run away quickly enough, his love for her would begin to wane. Huo Shishen pursed his lips, and looking at her fleeing back, slowly lowered his gaze. Just as he wanted, like a scared kitten, she ran as far as she could, without stopping for a second. He looked again at the plate in front of him. His eyes darkened and his handsome face darkened. He lost his appetite. She should be more careful next time she talks to the boss, Gushishi concluded as she walked out of the mansion, patting her little heart. By this time, the hot sun had already risen. Opening her umbrella, she walked along the narrow path for more than half an hour, drenched in her own sweat, to catch a bus to the city center. They lived in a very remote area because Huo Shishen preferred a quiet environment. Commuting to work was very difficult if you didn't drive a car. Obviously, Gushishi did not receive the appropriate treatment as a bride from a wealthy family. She still needed to rely on herself to get to and from the mansion. She arrived in the city center and jumped on the crowded subway. When she finally arrived at the mall where she worked, it was almost the start of first class. Shishi! Before she entered the elevator, a clear voice stopped her. She turned around and saw a girl wearing black-rimmed glasses and her hair tied up in a bun. She was wearing a jumpsuit with large pockets and waved cheerfully at Gushishi. Do you feel better? It was Ling Xiaomei, a colleague of the original owner who also recently graduated from art school. The original owner took medical leave only for the engagement ceremony. She hid information about herself, from the fact that she turned out to be from a rich family and ending with her engagement. Gu Shishi blinked in embarrassment. She had the memories of the original owner. She knew that the original owner hid it not because she was low-key, but because she still hoped for Huo Wencheng and did not want to agree to an engagement with Huo Xishen. As for being taken in by the Gu family, she wanted to wait until the Gus accepted her before bragging to her colleagues, so she hadn't told anyone about it yet. Ling Xiaomei hugged her shoulders and walked into the elevator with her. She turned around and suddenly noticed dark circles under her eyes. "You still don't look 100% and you're kind of down, huh?" She had almost finished what she was saying before she suddenly jumped forward. Her black-rimmed phoenix eyes carefully studied Gu Shishi's small face. "Shishi, what brand of foundation did you use today? The effect is simply amazing. It looks completely transparent, no powdery texture. If it had better concealing properties and could hide those dark circles under your eyes, then it would be perfect." Ling Xiaomei was slightly shorter than Gu Shishi. When she came close to her, her nose almost touched Gu Shishi's neck. "Eh, did you wear perfume today?" Ling Xiaomei rolled her eyes and sniffed the air several times. Sort of." Gu Shishi's little face was a little worried. It was a rose scent given by the system that could only be detected within 10 centimeters. Typically, the normal distance between people is 50 centimeters to 1 m. Theoretically, no one should have noticed it. But now Ling Xiaomei was too close. Ding! When the elevator doors opened, Gu Shishi quickly rushed out, but was soon caught up by Ling Xiaomei. Gu Shishi was scrutinized from head to toe by Ling Xiaomei's enthusiastic, gossiping gaze. "Shishi, are you in love?" Ling Xiaomei asked with her eyes wide. "Your whole body exudes a wonderful aroma of love." "Wonderful?" Gu Shishi almost bit her tongue. While they were chatting, they approached the main entrance of the art center. "Hey, look at Gu Shishi and her amazing fake-filled youth." An angry and sarcastic female voice abruptly interrupted their conversation. Gu Shishi raised her head and saw a girl with wavy hair sitting at the door of the classroom. She had a small black Armani chain bag hanging over her shoulder. A Tiffany diamond key pendant hung just below her collarbones. She looked at her and Ling Xiaomei with mockery. It was Zhao Xian, one of the new teachers at the art center. Besides, like them, she had just graduated from college and was currently on probation. And right now, she's also faced with the question of whether she'll stay here or be kicked out once her probation ends. Obviously, Zhao Xian was very confident in herself. It looked like she had just arrived and was talking to the manager of the art center, Lu Li. She just said something that made the store manager chuckle. At this moment, she looked at Gu Shishi with interest. "Shishi, I thought you were on vacation, staying at home and preparing for the assessment. After all, your performance was the worst. I didn't realize you were shopping instead." A shadow of contempt flashed in her gaze. "Let me guess. Are these those rumored cheap and super realistic East Street knockoffs? Ha ha ha, do you think wearing this kind of clothes will help you feel more confident when grading?" Gu Shishi had just picked up her apron with her badge on it. She paused in her movements a little when she heard her scoff. The original Gu Shishi was the worst of all the new hires, both in terms of her drawing ability and her efficiency at work. Naturally, she was the most likely candidate for elimination. "Xian, why do you say that? Shishi is a beautiful girl and she looks good no matter how she dresses." Ling Xiaomei noticed that something was wrong, so she immediately intervened to smooth over the situation and lightly pulled Gu Shishi to prevent it from aggravating situation. Arguing in front of a manager will leave a bad impression, not to mention that there were several other teachers nearby. It was the day when all probationary employees would be evaluated, so several senior employees would join the art center manager to decide who to keep or not to keep. Based on their results over these 3 months, as well as today's assessment, the final result will be determined and reported to senior management. Zhao Xian smiled but did not drop the topic. "Xiaomei, I personally don't care about this. But our art center is located in the busiest financial district, and many of our clients are white-collar workers or housewives. On weekends, there are even more elite people here who bring their children here. I just want to say that our customers will be left with a bad impression if they find out that our teachers are wearing fakes. Shishi, I have nothing against you. I just care about the art center. How do you think? She seemed to have thought about it a lot and was especially worried about the future of the art center. Moreover, she even treated Gu Shishi very respectfully and asked for her opinion on the matter. No matter how beautiful her words sounded, she was clearly setting Gu Shishi up. Liu Li, the manager of the art center, looked at Gu Shishi's clothes again with obvious disapproval. We have work aprons at work. There is no need to dress like that. You can dress however you like in your free time, but please be more careful when you come to work. After all, we teach children. She was completely on Zhao Xian's side. Most of the old employees of the art center also nodded in support of Liu Li. Gu Shishi looked down at the interlocking double C's on her t-shirt. Fake? No one knew the price of each item of clothing better than she. Oh, I'm a straight person. You're not mad at me, are you, Shishi? Zhao Xian said with a smile. But her gaze was filled with a feeling of superiority. She even raised her hand and ran it over the Tiffany key pendant around her neck. I don't look down on you. Halfway through, her mockery was interrupted by Gu Shishi's words. I don't want to seem disrespectful. This t-shirt cost 5,600 yuan, and this skirt cost 18,000 yuan. Gu Shishi twisted the corner of her skirt with an extremely complicated expression. She just checked it again with the system. Her data was very accurate. Zhao Xian's voice stopped abruptly, but her gaze quickly filled with even more sarcasm. How much? Have you emptied all your savings? During the probationary period, they earned only 4,000 yuan per month. And one could easily tell that Gu Shishi's family was ordinary based on the way she usually dressed. And suddenly she was able to buy a set of clothes for 20,000 yuan? Lie! Zhao Xian didn't even need to think much to understand this. No, someone bought it for me. Gu Shishi was an honest girl. Somebody? Zhao Xian was stunned. Even Ling Xiaomei couldn't help but gasp. The art center manager and old employees all looked in their direction. Really, Shishi? Boyfriend? I didn't know you were dating someone. What is the origin of your rich boyfriend? Why didn't you introduce him to us? There were a lot of women in the art center, and they all like to gossip. Working hours haven't even started yet. And now even more so, everyone has completely forgotten about the assessment. Just the thought of a man being rich enough and willing to buy designer clothes for a girl was enough to make every woman's blood boil. Zhao Xian looked at Gu Shishi's handsome face, and a flash of jealousy flashed in her eyes. She had just found herself a second-generation rich boyfriend last month and was very proud of herself. But now, Gu Shishi had also found herself a rich boyfriend? Nothing special, just an engagement arranged by my family, Gu Shishi spread her hands and admitted. Sooner or later the truth will come out anyway. She came to work every day and interacted with all these people. Sooner or later they find out that she is engaged and lives with her fiancé. It is better to confess now, and not when others find out about it. She didn't need rumors that she was a kept woman from, say, a man like Zhao Xian, who had nothing better to do. Engagement? Zhao Xian was shocked at first, but most of the jealousy quickly disappeared from her eyes. An ordinary family gets engaged to a rich family? She almost laughed. Then it was either the second marriage of a rich man or someone old and ugly, or Gu Shishi made it all up. Wow, are you saying that now you have a fiancé? The simple-minded Ling Xiaomei was jealous. Do you have a photo? Show us quickly. No. Gu Shishi didn't even have the boss's WeChat, let alone a photo of him. Then he will pick you up from work? We want to watch. Even the old employees were excited. Well, maybe sometime in the future, maybe we should start evaluating? Will her boss take her away from work? She would have been happy if he hadn't gotten rid of her. Zhao Xian saw Gu Shishi's cunning. She found it very funny. Just as she was about to point this out, she was interrupted by manager Liu Li. Liu Li looked at her watch, clapped her hands, and said, Okay, we can continue this conversation during lunch break. Classes will start at 10 o'clock. Let's start the assessment before it's too late. As soon as she said that, everyone else focused. Today, we would like you to draw a picture using the client's favorite flower theme and conduct a trial session. Your target audience is new students without education. Liu Li explained the topic for evaluation. Several old employees sat in the classroom playing the role of students. I will begin, Zhou Xian said completely calmly. The first participant usually got the best impression. It is very important for a teacher to be passionate and assertive. Liu Li nodded. Ling Xiaomei was not the type to fight over anything, and Gu Shishi had no experience teaching students without a background. so she decided it was best to start with observation. Watercolor is a way to paint with water and transparent pigments, Zhao Xian said like a real teacher. Let me demonstrate by drawing a lotus first, so I can tell you about the different techniques. Lu Li, the art center manager, and the other staff members all nodded approvingly. Zhao Xian's explanation was concise and clear, and the way she drew was also very skilled. In less than 10 minutes, her drawing of the summer lotus was ready. 4 to 5 bindi lotuses are pink in color, contrasting with the emerald green leaves. It was a really simple drawing that was very suitable for beginners. Thank you all, Zhao Xian said, moving away from the board and giving Gu Shishi a provoking look. You next, Shishi? There is still a lot of space left on my drawing paper. You can continue to use this sheet. Coming right after her on the same piece of paper, she wanted to show that her skills were several leagues higher than Gu Shishi's. Back in art school, Gu Shishi was trash, incomparable to a good student like her. Comparison can cause even more damage. If they have to eliminate just one worker, it should be Gu Shishi. Zhou Xian handed over the brush to Gu Shishi without giving her a chance to object. Now all she had to do was sit back and wait to be embarrassed. Oh, okay, Gu Shishi said as she casually took the brush from her. Watercolor painting is a bit similar to Chinese ink painting. She had experience with watercolors in the past and was now watching Zhao Xian's demonstration. She wasn't scared. Moreover, with her 20 years of drawing experience, she could immediately tell that Zhao Xian's skills were still far from perfect. Even though the petals seem finished, her painting is monotonous and devoid of spirituality. The degree of curvature of the lotus leaves and the texture of the petals and stem are unnatural and lack vitality. She stood up nonchalantly after accepting the brush. Go, Shishi, Ling Xiaomei said, looking at Gu Shishi worriedly. Gu Shishi gave her a don't worry look. She examined the tip of the brush and then casually touched it to the blotting paper on the table and got rid of most of the remaining pink. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She came back to life just a few days ago, but it seemed like a lifetime had passed. But as soon as she took the brush in her hands, the familiar feeling instantly returned. Zhao Xian was carefully watching Gu Shishi all this time. The way Gu Shishi closed her eyes made her feel even more confident that she had already won the battle. Oh, Shishi, are you nervous? Hurry. But the rest of the word calm down was stuck in her throat. She stood closest to everyone and immediately saw what Gu Shishi was doing. She saw Gu Shishi lift her brush in one fluid motion and dip it into the water before lightly touching the fuchsia color. Her actions were graceful, something Zhao Xian had never seen before. Once she had passed the tip of her brush around the palette a couple of times to mix the paints, she raised her right hand into the air. Going from bottom to top, with a quick jerk, she added the entire outline with just one stroke. Literally 2 seconds later, a pink flower appeared on the drawing paper with a bud that looked like it was blowing in the wind. The color of the petals was rich. The fuchsia color was bright. The central part of the bud was slightly stained with water, which made the flower slightly white and plump. Gu Shishi's writing was very arbitrary, but each stroke created another flower. All lotuses were created in one go. Zhao Xian's mouth opened, and within seconds, her cheeks turned beet red. Her drawing was in the upper right corner of the paper, and Gu Shishi's drawing was in the lower left. And right now, the difference between them was quite obvious. The lotus she drew looked good on its own, but when compared, it looked like a 5-fen print. The lotuses Gu Shishi painted were vibrant and vibrant. If she hadn't been watching it all the time, she would have thought it was drawn by the manager of the art center. How is this possible? Zhao Xian is stunned. She only took a few days off. She took several miracle pills in the past few days that her skills have improved so dramatically. How is this possible? At the same time, Gu Shishi also began to speak. Depending on the angle and force you apply, the effect on your drawing will also be different. For example, as she spoke, her hand did not stop, and she drew another lotus leaf. It looked like it was fluttering in the wind and ready to jump out of the paper at any minute. Watercolor focuses on light and shades of color, highlighting light and shadow, as well as the thickness and subtlety of brush strokes, to create the difference between the buds and stems of flowers. The whole class was silent. Lu Li, the manager of the art center, was also surprised by how Gu Shishi created the painting. After she finished speaking, the way everyone looked at her changed noticeably. All those present were experts in this field. Naturally, they could tell the difference between the quality of the drawings. While waiting for her next performance, Lin Xiaomei was almost in tears. Damn it, Shishi, I should have gone before you. Now the pressure was simply enormous. Don't worry, just relax. Gu Shishi smiled and patted her on the shoulder. Zhao Xian's face was completely dark. Now even the soft-hearted Ling Xiaomei no longer respects her. Gu Shishi, who had just sat down and was about to cheer Ling Xiaomei up, suddenly received a message on her mobile phone. It was a message that someone had added her on WeChat. Her transparent eyes immediately widened. The user icon was the symbol X in Chinese, Huo Xishan. Boss! Did he add it in advance? Gu Shishi almost screamed in excitement as she clutched the phone. She opened and read the message. She froze. Gu Shishi bit her lips and approved his request to add her. Of course, the boss would never have added her in advance. Just as she was moping about it, another message appeared. CE. Young Miss Gu, I'm going to bring you lunch. What time is best for me to come? Oh, Gu Shishi's little heart jumped straight onto the roller coaster and flew straight into the sky. Was CE going to bring her lunch? Gu Shishi blinked her transparent eyes. She only follows the orders of the boss. The boss was rude to her this morning, and now he sent someone to deliver her lunch? Gu Shishi thought it was funny. So the boss was cold on the outside but warm on the inside? He regrets yelling at her this morning and now sends her lunch to make up for it? Gu Shishi's lips couldn't help but curl up into a smile. She felt dizzy with happiness. Without this meal, the life balance may be used up within a day, and the blood streak level will be reduced by at least half a day. This food could at least keep the bar level the same. Her smile turned both of Gu Shishi's eyes into straight lines. Happy as a hamster, she basked in the rays of happiness, hugging her phone. Boss, that's so cute. Tilda leveling up to LV1 was really good. Nothing could make her happier than the possibility of living to be 100 or more. Death was too scary. Besides, she won't be able to draw if she dies. The further she moved along the path of traditional Chinese painting, the more she realized that there was no end to this path. She wanted to live another 100 years and paint for another 100 years. One day her use of ink and paint will break through to the master, and she will be able to create her own style. Like a teacher, people will constantly come to her and ask for paintings. There will be so many people that the threshold of her house will break. Shishi, look at you. You are smiling so happily. Are you laughing at Xiaomei's painting skills? Zhao Xian's comment came out unexpectedly to her as she smiled to herself. Having been interrupted in the middle of her fantasy, Gu Shishi raised her head just in time to see Ling Xiaomei returning to her seat, flustered. The chrysanthemum on the drawing paper was actually a little problematic. Perhaps due to the excitement, the lines in the drawing were hard, and the transitions between different colors were unnatural. Even though Xiaomei didn't perform at her usual level today, it's still mean to laugh at her, Shishi. After all, we are all colleagues, Zhao Xian said with a smile. Gu Shishi froze. This Zhao Xian is a real provocateur. These provocative words made Ling Xiaomei stop midway. Biting her lip tightly, she looked at Gu Shishi with some shame and resentment. My drawing? Ling Xiaomei's cheeks were bright red. Gu Shishi narrowed her eyes. You're right. This drawing of Xiaomei was done quite poorly. Ha ha! Zhao Xian couldn't help but laugh loudly. Her eyes were full of sarcasm. Shishi, don't say that. Xiaomei already feels quite awkward. Even Ling Xiaomei's ears turned red. She silently clutched the hem of her robe, but just when she was about to get up and leave to get rid of further embarrassment, someone suddenly grabbed her wrist. She turned around and saw Gu Shishi smiling at her, looking at her with his beautiful, sparkling eyes. But the reason why Xiaomei drew it this way is so that she can interact with her students. Ling Xiaomei was puzzled when she heard this. Mutually interact? What do you mean? Zhou Xian looked at Gu Shishi and Ling Xiaomei doubtfully. Gu Shishi took the brush in her hand and walked towards the easel. Xiaomei just said about mixing colors. This is a technique that combines several colors, and one of these key steps is merging colors. Gu Shishi smiled and dipped her brush into the water. Ling Xiaomei blushed. She was too nervous now and failed at this stage. But soon her eyes widened and her mouth took the shape of a capital letter. The brush in Gu Shishi's hand was obviously the same one she had just used. But the same brush that was wooden and uncooperative in her hand looked as if it had gained a mind of its own in Gu Shishi's hand. The once hard chrysanthemum, when in contact with water at the tip of the brush, became much softer and more natural, and light and shadow, bright and dark, everything became clear. The chrysanthemum looked as if it had been carried from a dark corner onto the street grass and baptized by the sun, shining wholly in the wind. One flower, one world. It was this line that flashed through Ling Xiaomei's mind. This is incredible! Ling Xiaomei's eyes were full of admiration. Such a simple change, nothing but water and not touching the paint at all, made a complete difference. What a deep skill! Ling Xiaomei was completely stunned. Teacher Xiaomei, did I understand everything correctly? You just wanted to use this chrysanthemum to highlight the use of water for students, right? Gu Shishi said as she smiled at her. In watercolor, first water, then color. Even though the first thing we see is paint in the drawing, without water there will be no drawing. Ling Xiaomei said, her face still beet red. Gu Shishi smiled and walked off the stage. This is a good example that really makes a lasting impression. Ling Xiaomei swallowed. There was silence in the class for a while, but soon someone clapped their hands. It was incredible, Xiaomei. What a brilliant teaching method. Have you two been in the same cohort all this time? Haha, no wonder you wanted to be last. So this is what you planned from the very beginning. Well done. With all this praise, Ling Xiaomei could barely raise her head. Gu Shishi smiled, hugged her shoulders, and said, It was really incredible, Xiaomei. Ling Xiaomei looked at her with gratitude. Manager, all our newcomers this year are so qualified. Formerly the Bingdi Lotus and now the Chrysanthemum. They are all qualified to become teachers. Exactly. They showed not only the beauty of flowers, but also emphasized the charm of flowers. The lotuses are clean and delicate, and the chrysanthemums are refreshing and lush. They're pretty good. The discussion between the old employees suddenly became lively. Zhao Xian, who was sitting next to her, gritted her teeth and barely restrained herself from exploding. It's all fake! Obviously, Gu Shishi had openly pulled Ling Xiaomei out of her predicament. Student interaction is my ass. And as a result, her drawing suddenly fell. Damn it! She should have been the best among the newcomers. She was the one who was supposed to crush everyone else, but today she fails in all her endeavors. And anyway, what happened to Gu Shishi? She had always thought of Gu Shishi as a pile of trash, but now... Zhao Xian clenched her teeth so hard that they almost broke. Shishi, why were you smiling earlier? Zhao Xian asked with a tight smile. I misunderstood you, sorry. Retreat to move forward. Zhao Xian wasn't going to let Gu Shishi off the hook so easily. Gu Shishi rolled her eyes. She didn't want to deal with this man at all. Why should she tell her what made her smile? Zhao Xian's voice was not quiet when she asked this question, and almost everyone else heard it and were now looking at her with curiosity. Even Ling Xiaomei, who was the victim just a moment ago, looked at her with pity in her eyes. Don't be stupid, of course I didn't laugh at you, Gu Shishi said, taking Ling Xiaomei's hand. I got lunch at noon, so I was happy. Her tone became very cheerful at the end of the sentence. Eh, your fiancé? Wow, legendary lunchbox with love. Shishi, your fiancé is so kind to you, I'm so jealous. Suddenly the class was filled with all sorts of exclamations and words of envy. Now Gu Shishi was really blushing. Boss, lunchbox with love. Everyone saw her blush and thought she was shy. Because of this, everyone began to tease her more. This cheerful atmosphere erased all the solemnity of the assessment that had just taken place. Zhao Xian was the only one who looked at Gu Shishi doubtfully. Her boyfriend never brought her lunch. Was Gu Shishi really that lucky? Impossible. How could a rich boss bring lunch to this dummy? How much free time did this guy have on hand? Gu Shishi definitely made it all up to look good. She's probably just going to sneak out, buy herself lunch, and say it's from her fiancé. Zhao Xian's eyes were shining and she felt happy inside. She felt she was right. Shishi, then we will all go to lunch with you. Then we can take a look at this guy. Don't worry, we won't interfere, Tilda. Zhao Xian stepped forward and warmly took Gu Shishi's hand. As soon as she approached Gu Shishi, she smelled a light scent of roses, which was both refreshing and elegant, but also very feminine. Zhao Xian was surprised. What brand of perfume is this? She shopped a lot at designer brands and had never come across such a scent before. Unknown brand? Gu Shishi took a step back and carefully removed her hand from Zhao Xian's. Lesson will start soon. I'll go get ready. That's right. Lu Li, the manager of the art center, nodded. Okay, let's all stop talking and get ready to go. Zhao Xian's gaze suddenly froze. Previously, the art center manager was always on her side. When did she side with that loser Gu Shishi? She clenched her teeth in anger. Soon the students began to arrive. Since this is an elite course, most are taught with a 1-to-1 or 1-to-3 teacher-student ratio. As lunchtime approached, Zhao Xian did not let Gu Shishi out of her sight. She didn't want to miss how she would sneak out to buy herself lunch to fool everyone. But as time ticked down second by second, Zhao Xian walked out several times, and even her students began to complain about it. She still didn't notice any unusual movements from Gu Shishi. Finally, when class ended and Zhao Xian was seeing her students off with a smile, she turned around and noticed that Gu Shishi had disappeared. Just in an instant. I knew it. That means she was still looking for an opportunity to sneak away. The corners of Zhao Xian's mouth turned up. Where did Shishi go? Did she really go buy herself lunch? What about her fiancé? Zhao Xian pretended to just notice and purposefully asked about it in the break room in front of everyone. When she finished saying this, she could barely hide the smile on her face. How embarrassed Gu Shishi will be when she is caught in a lie. However, she heard Ling Xiaomei scream before she could hide her smile. She's downstairs. The gossip Ling Xiaomei shouted as she looked out of the window of the restroom. Shishi is so fast. Has she already gone down the stairs? Is this the same groom? Wow, this is a sports car. A smile instantly froze on Zhao Xian's face. How is this possible? No, how can she move so fast? Zhao Xian said dispassionately. Everyone quickly gathered at the window, and they looked down. After Gu Shishi saw her student off and looked at Si's message, it was already 11:55. Oh shit, I am late. It wouldn't be good if she was late. They brought her lunch and she would make him wait in the midday sun. Sorry, excuse me. Gu Shishi didn't have time to warn the others or wait for the elevator. Instead, she hurried down the escalator. Fortunately, the classroom was not too high. Breathing heavily, she rushed from the 5th floor to the front entrance. She looked at her phone and sighed in relief. 11:59. Gasping, she looked around but did not see Si. Beep! She was just about to look for him when she heard a car horn. She looked at the source of the noise and saw a silver-gray Maserati parked at the end of the street, so commanding and luxurious that it attracted the attention of passers-by. And he slowly drove up to the empty space in front of her. Is this the boss's car? Gu Shishi blinked. Holding the phone, she carefully approached the car. As soon as she arrived, she saw Si in the driver's seat. The driver's side window quickly rolled down, and he stuck his head out. Just a minute, young Miss Gu. I'll park the car first. Of course, Gu Shishi smiled cheerfully. She obediently stepped aside and made room for parking the car. The back of the Maserati quickly approached her. It was midday, and the sun was shining brightly. The closed rear window reflected the sunlight, and all Gu Shishi could see was her own reflection in the window, and she couldn't tell if there was anyone else sitting in the car. The girl rubbed her nose, brought her face closer to the backseat window, and smiled dazzlingly. Maybe the boss is in the car now? Since the boss ordered Si to deliver her lunch and replenish her life bar, it clearly demonstrated the sincerity of his apology. She would also be more generous and forgive him for the fight in the morning. The boss is probably sitting in the back seat. Thinking about this, she squinted her eyes tightly and leaned closer to the back seat window. He even blocked the blinding sunlight with both hands, hoping that he could get rid of the reflection and get a better look at the car's interior. Inside the car, Huo Shisheng sat cross-legged in the back seat, reading the documents in his hands, but his clearly defined hand froze in the air and did not turn a single page. He raised his dark eyes slightly and saw this stupid woman with her slightly sweaty face so close that it almost touched the car window. On top of that, her mouth was slightly open and she was smiling stupidly. He couldn't understand why she was so happy. Stupid girl. Huo Shisheng pursed his lips. His slender fingers clutched the corner of the page. He squeezed too hard and the veins on his fingers became clearly visible. This morning she got scared and ran away like a frightened rabbit without looking back. Now, what is she trying to do? From outside the car, the regret on Gu Shishi's face was clearly visible. Apparently, after much research, she finally realized that it was a one-way window and there was no way she could see inside. So she reached out and knocked on the window. Huo Shisheng frowned deeply. When there was no answer, she reached out to try again. But suddenly, the car window went down. Her index finger tapped the air. At this moment, her clear eyes looked at the pair of sharp black eyes in the car. Cold and deep, they immediately made her shiver. It's like the coldest winter day or falling into a cold, bottomless pond. The cold penetrated to the bones. "Don't you know about good manners?" Huo Shisheng's voice was icy, spreading coldness as he spoke. Gu Shishi's clear eyes flashed with excitement. "Mr. Ho, the boss is really in the car." His cold and angry words were automatically filtered out by Gu Shishi. "The boss has a nasty mouth and refuses to show his soft side. Is he trying to hide the fact that he is good? Alas, the boss is a very proud and clumsy tsundere." Gu Shishi's mouth curved upward uncontrollably. She remembered that her teacher was exactly the same. He always insulted her with words and said that she was mediocre and soulless. But as soon as her back is turned, he will clean up her horrible job, only to drag her out in the middle of the night, smiling and admiring her alone in his room. Her teacher was also a tsundere. He used evil words to hide his approval. Thinking of this, Gu Shishi's smile grew even wider. "What did you find funny in this?" Huo Shishin's handsome face stretched out. His thin lips parted slightly, and he spoke each word clearly. The cold air emanating from him dropped another few degrees. No one had ever been so arrogant in front of him. "No, nothing. I'm just happy." Gu Shishi nodded and shook her head. Huo Shisheng narrowed his dark, cold eyes dangerously and gazed at the girl in front of him. Not even half a day has passed, and she is no longer afraid of him? It was lunchtime, and many people were passing by the car, going to have lunch in this building. But among everyone who passed by, she was the most attractive. The clear eyes looking at him seemed even brighter than in the morning, as if they had completely absorbed the bright summer sun and now involuntarily sparkled, attracting all his attention. His thin lips formed a straight line. In a low, rough voice he asked, "Yes!" Gu Shishi nodded furiously. The boss may have a bad mouth, but he has a good heart. It seems that the more callous his words were, the better he treated her, just like her teacher. "Thank you for bringing me lunch," Gu Shishi said with a cheerful smile. Her clear, almond-shaped eyes looked sincere, filled with satisfaction. Huo Shishen's black eyes narrowed. He turned away sharply. "This has nothing to do with me. It's the chef and C's idea." Hearing this, Gu Shishi was silent for a while, but soon her smile became even wider. "Chef? Can the chef force him to deliver her lunch?" This excuse was full of holes. Looks like the boss can't lie. She looked inside the car and, sure enough, saw that the handsome man's ear had turned a light red color. She covered her mouth with her hand and grinned. "Oh, good. Please thank the chef for me." "Ooh." The window in front of her quickly closed before she could finish her sentence. He almost pinched her nose. The boss was so embarrassed that he got angry. She shouldn't tease him anymore. "Okay, Mr. Ho. See you later." Tilda Gu Shishi had no choice but to wave at the window even though she could no longer see what was going on inside the car. In the car, Huo Shishin clutched the document tightly and threw it on the seat. "See, what are you waiting for? Throw her a lunchbox and let's go." His voice made Gu Shishi feel upset again. The boss exploded again. She looked at C sympathetically. "Young Miss Gu, here is your lunchbox. We have doubled your normal amount so you can share with your colleagues." She quickly got out of the car and respectfully handed her 2 large lunchboxes. "Thank you very much." Gu Shishi took the lunchboxes from him. She couldn't help but smile. How heavy, twice as much as usual. Her life bar is about to skyrocket. "Oh, so happy, Tilda." C nodded. "Then I'll take—" "Shishi, is this your fiancé?" Before C finished speaking, an excited and very sarcastic female voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, you didn't mention that your fiancé is actually a chauffeur who drives his boss's car. No wonder he has a car to bring you lunch." Gu Shishi didn't even need to turn around to realize that this sarcastic voice was coming from Zhao Xian, a troublemaker with too much time on her hands. Gu Shishi raised her head and looked at Si with regret. Turning around, she saw Zhao Xian holding her hand on the crook of the elbow of Art Center manager Liu Li, and other colleagues from the Art Center were also here. Ling Xiaomei was far behind. She ran up to Gu Shishi, breathless, and whispered to her. I tried to stop her, but she asked the manager of the art center and everyone else to go have lunch together. Hello, I'm Shishi's colleague. Zhao Xian completely ignored them. She simply nodded to Si and laughed. We're going for lunch. Would you like to join us? Si didn't say anything, but Zhao Xian smiled and quickly covered her mouth with her hand, saying, Oh, did I make an unreasonable request? You need to go back to work, right? We don't want your boss to be upset when he can't find you. All these sentences sounded normal, but each word was filled with a feeling of superiority, along with the joy of exposing someone's lie that someone was engaged to a rich man. What rich groom? She was talking about a rich man's driver. Zhao Xian's eyes were full of proud delight. The clothes you bought for Shisha are very chic. We are all jealous of them. As she spoke, Zhao Xian smiled and looked at Gu Shishi's designer clothes. You must be getting a big salary from your boss. He's just a driver driving around. How much can a driver earn? She gave him 10,000, 20,000 yuan maximum. No matter how much his boss valued him, at best he could get a little more advantage. No matter how luxurious the car is, it does not belong to him. Zhao Xian immediately gained confidence and turned around to look at Gu Shishi with pride. Gu Shishi could never be better than her, and all the women from the art center who were gossiping with them earlier all had an I see expression on their faces. The old envy has completely disappeared. Sia always had a dark complexion, and it was difficult to tell whether he was embarrassed or not. But he started to sweat and panicked a little. He almost found it difficult to hold the steering wheel. He was not an eloquent man, and with these women interrupting him left and right, he could not even form a complete sentence. But then there was a loud bang from the back seat. It was as if something had been thrown to the ground. All the women surrounding the car stopped and looked back, and soon the Maserati's opaque rear window slowly rolled down. Zhao Xian's proud gaze froze a little. There was another person in the car, and he was young and incredibly handsome. As the window moved lower, everyone could see his noble, sublime, handsome, and courageous face. He had sword-like eyebrows, dark and deep eyes, and tightly compressed thin lips. He was wearing a dark jacket. The top button of his white shirt was undone. You could almost catch a glimpse of his wheat-colored collarbones. Zhao Xian heard a boom in her head. The cool gaze, the outstanding sense of presence, the elegance in his every move. He was even more attractive than the male star from the TV show. Zhao Xian's heart was pounding wildly with jealousy. She immediately realized that this man was of a much higher class than the second-generation rich guy she had met last month. Is Gu Shishi so lucky? No, this must be the groom's boss. But her hope was completely shattered the next moment. She saw an exceptionally handsome man extend his strong and slender hand from the car. He slightly opened his thin lips and said, Come here. Zhao Xian froze for a second. His voice was so low and attractive. Zhao Xian, give way to Shishi. Ling Xiaomei suddenly pulled her. Zhao Xian's body suddenly froze. When she raised her head again, her eyes were full of shock. She saw Gu Shishi come up and put her hand into the handsome man's hand. And the handsome man did not shake off Gu Shishi's hand, but instead, his deep black eyes looked at Zhao Xian coldly. One glance was enough to make Zhao Xian shudder from the cold. This handsome man quickly turned to look at Gu Shishi. He glared at Gu Shishi, who was standing in front of him. His beautiful thin lips moved. Contact C before leaving work. Let him take you home, he emphasized the last word in a cold voice. In just 1 second, Zhao Xian's chest was filled with burning jealousy. Looking at Gu Shishi standing in front of her, Zhao Xian almost went crazy with jealousy. How can she be engaged to someone of such a high level? Yes, Zhao Xian, we need to eat. Ling Xiaomei walked over and grabbed her. Ever since Zhao Xian mocked her painting skills in front of everyone, she was definitely not one of her favorite people right now. Went, Shishi is so lucky. There's no need to be jealous, Ling Xiaomei added. Zhao Xian clenched his teeth even more. Absolutely right. Let's go, let's go. Others from the art center also came to their senses. They didn't know how to behave in front of the cold man in the back seat, so they all hurried to leave. Shishi, we're going to a new steakhouse. You should join us later, Tilda. Don't eat alone, it's so lonely, her colleague said passionately. Gu Shishi nodded. She wanted to wave and smile at them, but she couldn't. Her hand, which was in the boss's right hand, froze. Even through the car door, she felt the staggering cold. Even though she was standing on the hot summer sun, half of her body felt cold. After her colleagues from the art center left, she stiffly turned and looked at the man, who was in a bad mood and seemed like he could strangle her right there. Killer look. Gushishi swallowed. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed he also looked like he had just seen a ghost. Oh shit, she's holding the boss's hand. She forgot that the boss is a germaphobe and hates being touched. How much longer are you going to hold my hand? Huo Shishen's every word sounds like it was squeezed out through his teeth. Oh, sorry. Gushishi quickly withdrew her hand. The next second, she quickly pulled out a pack of paper napkins from the pocket of her denim skirt. She wanted to pull one out, but stopped halfway. Boss? Mr. Huo, would you like to take one to wipe your hand? Gushishi flatteringly handed him a pack of tissues. She even carefully opened it halfway. I'm really sorry. So sorry. I saw you extending your hand to me and I thought that you had shown mercy to me and wanted to shake my hand to celebrate our friendship. Hearing her words, the veins on his right arm, which he had just received back, almost burst. Go! His every word was filled to the brim with barely restrained anger. She, sitting in the driver's seat, smiled bitterly and pressed on the gas. At the same time, he looked at Gushishi with admiration. She was the first woman who had the courage to take the boss's hand. Bye-bye. Once again, I'm really sorry, Tilda. Gushishi no longer dared to stand at the car window for fear of causing her boss physical discomfort again. She could only wave at C from a few meters away. Huo Shishen was a severe germaphobe. Even the workers in the mansion were required to wear gloves when they worked, and even disinfected them more than 10 times a day. She's so proud of herself. He probably spoke to help her get out of a difficult situation in front of her colleagues, but she took his hand. Even 1 second would have made him feel terrible, but he allowed her to hold his hand in front of her colleagues so as not to embarrass her. Although his face was so dark, on the verge of collapse, he did not shout at her. Boss is a really good person with a kind and gentle heart, Gushishi muttered as she followed the car with boxes in her hands. C carefully looked into the rearview mirror to check on the boss. To his surprise, he found that the boss was looking at his right hand with a complex and deep look. He did not use the wet wipes that were in the car or the disinfecting alcohol. C squeezed his neck slightly and did not dare to look further. Suddenly, a deep voice was heard in the car. Is it shameful to be a driver? Huo Shisheng looked at Ce curiously. She felt numbness in the back of his head and said, No, of course not, boss. This is a profession like any other. No different from other professions where physical labor is exchanged for wages. Huo Shisheng nodded, but after a while he frowned. Did they laugh at her? She's scalp went numb. The chatty women mistook him for young Miss Gu's fiancé. He wanted to correct them, but he felt a murderous intent coming from behind, which silenced him. Come to think of it, is the boss jealous? Ce suddenly felt a chill and said, Boss, they were just speculating. This is very far from the truth. Young Miss Gu is your bride. Huo Shishen's slender fingers drummed on the file folder on his knee. The frowning brows seemed to soften somewhat. I'm sorry you had such a bad experience. I'll double your bonus this month. Unpleasant experience? The boss gave him money as soon as he explained that he had nothing to do with young Miss Gu. The boss was jealous. He grabbed the steering wheel and broke out in a cold sweat. Also, what happened to the boss's violent tendencies that accompanied his germophobic tendencies? Was he okay when young Miss Gu held his hand? And it's all? He had many questions, but he did not dare to ask any of them. At the same time, in front of the Gu mansion, Gu Wushuang stood at the door and almost cried. She had a lilac scarf draped over her shoulders and was holding on to a middle-aged woman. Zhang Ma, I'm really sorry. I begged with all my might for you, but Shishi was so angry. It's all my fault. I should have stopped you then. It's my fault you got fired. Zhang Ma, who was standing opposite her, quickly shook her hands. Young Miss Wu Shuang, it's not your fault. This is my idea. She was so cruel to you back then and wanted you to give up the room you had been living in for the last 20 years. I couldn't just sit and watch. She wanted to fight for what belongs to you, so we allowed her to wear your old clothes during her stay in Gu. This is my idea. It is not your fault. Stop crying. I should have stayed with my son long ago and enjoyed my golden years. This is just my resignation. Gu Wushuang's eyelashes trembled slightly. Jiang Ma, you still protect me to this day. It makes me feel... What are you talking about? You are the kindest. No John Doe or Jane Doe can compare to you just because they are of the right bloodline. Young Lady Wushuang, now that Jiang Ma is no longer here, you must take care of yourself. Having said this, Jiang Ma sat in the taxi with a sad look and waved goodbye to her. When the car was out of sight, Gu Wushuang's pink lips finally curved upward, and she slowly walked into Gu's house. She took the phone and looked at WeChat. This evening, Gu Shishi left work on time and was picked up by Siyi. As she entered the mansion, she noticed that today it was even quieter than usual. After 7 in the evening, no one dared to walk around the mansion or talk loudly. Gu Shishi didn't think much of it, but ran straight to the small dining room. She was ready to have dinner. Even though there was an extra portion of lunch today, it wasn't enough for the girls at the art center. In the end, she only had a small piece of steak, which only recharged her for 30 minutes. From 6 o'clock last night to 6 o'clock today, she spent a whole day of her life. Gu Shishi put her hand on her stomach in pain. On top of that, Uncle Chief is not here today. Only a familiar maid was waiting for her there. Young Miss Gu, Mr. Huo hasn't had dinner yet. Could you take this to him? The maid seemed a little worried. She begged her, folding her hands in a pleading gesture. You are the owner's fiancé. He will be happy to receive dinner from you. Gu Shishi looked worried. When Huo Shishen was in a bad mood, no one dared to contradict him. Maybe he was in a bad mood because she took his hand today, to the point where he didn't even have an appetite for dinner. The maid seemed so scared. Did he throw a tantrum after he got home? The more she thought about it, the more she felt like it was her fault. Okay, I'll take it. The tray of food was already ready on the table. On the tray were several small side dishes, steaming rice and a glass of cold milk. Gu Shishi took the bone china tray and hurriedly went upstairs. But when she was just one step away from Huo Shishen's room, her eyelids suddenly twitched. Her leg froze in the air. Wait a minute. She seemed to remember that in the novel, the boss didn't like cold milk. A bad experience from his childhood. The novel mentioned that his ex-fiancée tried to cozy up to him and once brought him milk before going to bed. It ended with an enraged Huo Shishen pouring milk on her. After he told her off, she left. Goosebumps crawled down Gu Shishi's neck. Holding the dinner tray with one hand and holding the carved handrail with the other, she turned around with difficulty. She wanted to check with the maid, but discovered that there was no one downstairs. Where did she go? Gu Shishi's jaw dropped. The maid's face suddenly flashed before her eyes. A chill ran down her spine. She had already seen this maid before. The maids in this mansion have very specific areas of responsibility and work hours. This maid was never part of the dining room team. Gu Shishi carefully remembered, and finally the fuzzy face matched this maid. This is the same maid who was bought by the original body but betrayed her. Shh! Gu Shishi winced. Was she setting her up? Did she deliberately ask her to take milk to Huo Shishen so that he would dislike her? Could it be because the wardrobe incident never happened, so she doesn't know that Gu Shishi already knows about the betrayal? Never, I have to go. She couldn't convey this to Huo Shishen. It is a trap. And suddenly the door opened. Gu Shishi quickly turned around. Why are you making so much noise? The quiet voice was full of impatience. Gu Shishi turned around and saw the tall Huo Shishen standing at the door with a gloomy and lazy look in a light gray robe. In his right hand he held a glass of red wine. His cold eyes looked at Gu Shishi, who was still halfway up the stairs. His hazy gaze slowly fell on the dinner tray in her hand, and then moved to the glass of milk. Gu Shishi's hand trembled and almost dropped the milk on the floor. Good evening, Mr. Huo. I'm going to have dinner. This is my dinner. With a trembling hand, she pointed to the milk on the dinner tray. Huo Shishen raised his eyebrows slightly. Gu Shishi swallowed. Did the boss buy it, or is he already unhappy? She gritted her teeth, took the milk from the tray and drank it in one gulp. Now she has only one choice, to destroy the evidence. And soon a magnetic voice sounded, which brought her back to reality. Go back to your room. Huo Shishen frowned slightly. Dark eyes, looking at the milky mustache on the girl's upper lip, narrowed for a while. Don't eat in the corridor, it's not hygienic. Gu Shishi breathed a sigh of relief. Good. I'll go back to my room immediately. She was very lucky. Doesn't the boss seem angry? Hooray! I'll bring you dinner later, Tilda. Huo Shishin's black eyes narrowed. He turned around. No need. I already ate at work. Gu Shishi screamed involuntarily. It was a trap. Deliver dinner to the boss, the maid tried to set her up. Luckily, she paid a lot of attention to detail when she read the novel, so she was able to remember that particular detail without being fooled. Wait. Surprisingly, Huo Shishin was still standing at the door. Eh? Gu Shishi raised her head, holding the dinner tray in her hand. The man quickly entered his room and came out with a familiar suit. Phew! And the suit fell from the sky and landed on one of her shoulders. Throw it away! It was the same suit she wore that day. He didn't want her to take him back? Then the next day after he fell asleep, she covered him. Now he wants to be thrown out? Ding, received a gift from my husband. A custom suit from the USA, black X1. New, 120,475 yuan. Used with defects, 2,394 yuan. Remaining life, 4 days, 11 hours. Bam! The door to the room slammed again. Gu Shishi. Half a second later, Gu Shishi held her face in her hands and quietly screamed, Tsundere boss is so cute. He increased her life bar again. With her suit in her left hand and her dinner tray in her right, she smiled like a buttered mouse. Reload it again. Ooh, this suit, you smell so good. This treasure doubled your remaining life by 2 days. Gu Shishi almost buried her face in the suit. She took a closer look at the jacket and felt her heart bleed as she looked at the sleeve. Is there no button? If I had known, I would have asked for a needle and thread and fixed it. Now because of this, it is greatly devalued. How much would she have received if not for this button? She might have had 5 whole days. What a bummer. If she knew that the boss would want to throw it away and give it to her, and that the system would consider it a gift, she would have taken it to the dry cleaner and ironed it so that there was not a single wrinkle. And it doesn't matter how much money she has to spend. From now on, I will be more careful with every item belonging to the boss. Gu Shishi couldn't help but mutter. Holding her things, she entered her room. While she ate, she wrote in her notebook, which she always carried with her. Rule No. 1, don't piss off your boss, calm him down. Rule No. 2, treat everything that belongs to the boss with great care, just as you value your life. Having finished recording, she began to eat as quickly as a hamster. She ate all the dishes and snacks on the tray. When she finished eating, she checked the system. Did both criteria advance without her knowledge? Gu Shishi squinted her eyes, and after looking closely, she discovered another link. Hey, did I receive sympathy from Huo Shishin 3 times today? Morning, noon, and evening. Haven't I met him so many times today? What's happened? Didn't the boss scold her every time? The more he scolds her, the more he loves her. Is he really that much of a tsundere? Recognized by others, she received sympathy from Ling Xiaomei, Art Center manager Liu Li, and 3 other girls from the Art Center. Is it because she helped Ling Xiaomei, shared her lunch with everyone, or because she convinced everyone of her painting skills? She's been liked by 5 different people and is still 50% shy of LV2. At this rate, she will need sympathy from at least 5 more people. Gu Shishi rubbed her chin. Do I want to conquer other colleagues at the Art Center, or students, or maybe the maids in the mansion? After thinking about it, she decided that she did not have an optimal option, and also this maid. She must find a way to find out what is going on. She was deep in thought when she heard a sudden sharp sound from the system. Gu Shishi opened her eyes wide. After sunset, a shadow called quietly from the mansion. A surprised voice came from the other end of the line. What? She didn't bring it to him but drank it herself, and she ate all the food? Does she suspect you? Do not you think so? How hungry was she then? She hasn't eaten for the last few 100 years? Gu Shishi couldn't help but rubbed her fingers excitedly. The system was going to reward her with supernatural cheats? She clicked inside and sure enough, in addition to the original 2 items on the main page, status and skill list, a commodity exchange shortcut was added. She held her breath. There were only 2 items on the exchange list. Godlike drawing skills, entry level. 2 hours of life per 1 hour of effect. Diluted version of summer ice tablet, 10% of tablet potency. 24 hours of life per 10 milliliters. She thought she was ready, but still couldn't help but tremble and gasp when she read the price. The artist's spirit will be attached to his work and will make viewers feel like they're in the painting. The lines will come to life and make viewers feel like they are living and breathing the drawing. Her fingers trembled as she read it. They live and breathe drawings. She studied painting for over 20 years. According to teacher, her skills were mature, and she had almost reached the artistic concept, but she was far from reaching the level of a master. Even before her master passed away, he said that her paintings could not move the audience. They were of low quality. Not to mention her work. Can a painting technique reach its pinnacle and truly amaze the viewer? She grew up hearing stories about an artist's technique that cost 1,000 gold. She always yearned and dreamed about it, but at the same time she felt that it was very exaggerated. At this moment, Gu Shishi didn't even glance at this summer lotion. Her clear eyes stared at her beginner-level drawing skills. Maybe it's worth a try? 1 hour is enough for her to do a small landscape painting. All this in exchange for 2 hours of life. It is reasonable? After all, there was a limit to how much life she could store. Once it reached the limit, everything above it was still lost. Can I exchange it? Gu Shishi was terribly afraid of death, but she also really wanted to try. This is a level that even Master has not reached. This was a level of legendary achievement that only existed in stories. Moreover, she had just received a large amount of recharge from the suit she received, and her life was almost at its limit. Gu Shishi gritted her teeth, stared at the interface for about 5 minutes, and slammed her hand on the table. Exchange. And I'm going to record the whole process. If there is anything strange in the process, she can watch the video and investigate it later. She wanted to learn this cheat system. Incredible. I'm so smart. Gu Shishi immediately jumped up and took out the drawing paper, brushes, and ink that belonged to the original owner, and she also poured some water. Besides, I've gotten so much from my boss lately that it's time to give back a little. She had no other skills besides drawing. Her original art school was not known in this book world. But she was sure that her painting would at least be pleasing to the eye. She set her cell phone to streaming mode, preparing to create a painting for her boss. Video streaming is a habit from her previous life. Many people nowadays do not understand Chinese ink painting. They believe that it is not as interesting and valuable as oil painting. She wanted to introduce Chinese ink painting to as many people as possible and change this misconception. In addition, practice can be very dry. But no matter how many viewers she has when broadcasting, at least she will have company. This is how she got into the habit of streaming when she practices and creates alone, and she had no reason to change it now. She paused before starting. What picture will the boss like? People have been enjoying natural landscapes since ancient times. All troubles in daily life can be cured by nature. The boss always looks so unhappy. If her painting can sometimes attract his attention and improve his mood, that would be nice. She looked around the room. Most of the decorations were black and white, so I'm going to draw a mountain topped with red flowers. I will also draw a fisherman. That seems a little lonely. Okay, I'll add a crane to accompany it. I'll also add a little girl with a red ribbon in her hair. Cute. Once she decided on her idea, she signed up for BB. She started streaming as soon as her account was approved. She didn't speak or show her face. She simply propped the phone against the pillow, only filming the desk. She then traded 1 hour for godlike drawing skills. I don't feel any difference! Before she could finish cursing, her body trembled violently. In one breath, she discovered that she was in a completely different place. The black and white room disappeared. Instead, she saw fog around her. A light breeze blew between the trees. The scent of flowers mixed with the slightly damp earth slowly surrounded her. Gu Shishi opened her eyes wide in surprise. At that moment, there were not walls in front of her, but mountains. The endless mountain peaks were covered with autumn maples, red as fire. She felt small when she saw this majestic and vast landscape. Suddenly, the sharp chirping of a crane made her pay attention to the river near the mountain. A lonely boat was floating in the middle of the river. A fisherman in a raincoat steered the boat forward. Next to him sat a little girl with pigtails and a white crane, which she had just imagined in her mind. Gu Shishi opened her mouth wide. She could almost feel the water splashing on her. Everything was so close, so real. Is this virtual reality created by the system? Did being on location allow the artist to experience what it was like to be in the painting? Ink painting does not seek to restore every detail of a scene. but rather forms an artistic concept, creating a sense of landscape. It was about representing the qi between heaven and earth and how the artist perceives it. Maybe this is why it is important for an artist to first see a real landscape in person. Gu Shishi looked at the very realistic mountains and river in front of her. Feeling the vastness of the air, she felt that a whole new world had opened before her eyes. She slowly closed her eyes and stretched out her arms. She wanted to embrace the wind when she was enveloped in the qi of the mountains and water. Time passed unnoticed by her. When she opened her eyes again, Gu Shishi's eyes were shining. She returned to her room and sat in front of the drawing paper. She no longer looked at the screen, but took a brush and began to draw on the rice paper. She created mountains with ink and a river with water. She waved her brush, and the boat and the boatman were created. There were no pauses or hesitations in her movements. This is equivalent to the price of a famous artist. Now she was just a nobody, an art teacher in a small workshop. 300,000 is simply an incredible price. It is impossible to sell it for this price. Eh? Gu Shishi looked at the foot of the mountain in the painting again and froze. At that very moment, she thought she felt the wind blowing and heard birds singing. She wasn't sure if it was her illusion, but it seemed to her that the river she had so carelessly drawn was glistening under the rays of the sun, and the mountains seemed to stand in front of her, towering. She rubbed her eyes lightly. When she opened her eyes again, she could still feel the qi of the mountains and water flowing through the paper. Godlike drawing skills, entry level. Consumption increased by 60 minutes. The sound from the system brought her back to reality. Gu Shishi felt like she had just woken up from a deep, long sleep. She looked at the life indicator. It decreased by 2 hours. She looked at her mobile phone and found that only 1 hour had passed. In other words, the hour that she experienced between realistic experiences before starting work on the painting was actually virtual time created by the system? Hasn't even an hour passed in real life? Her face was filled with excitement. Then this is such a good deal. Buying a skill is equivalent to buying additional experience time. Plus, she was able to save on travel costs and admission fees. She didn't even have to pay the model's fees. Where else can she find such a responsive crane? Gu Shishi was so happy that she couldn't even keep her mouth shut. She turned and looked at Red Mountain with her clear eyes. Master, is this the skill level you were talking about? She didn't want to give it as a gift to Boss Huo. This is her very first creation. Let alone 300,000 yuan. She won't even want to sell it for 3 million. But a picture with such a special effect should cheer up the boss at least a little. Forget it. I have to be nice to the boss. I can draw another one for myself if I really want to, Gu Shishi thought cheerfully to herself. She was just about to buy another 60 minutes of skill when she suddenly turned pale. She waved her arms and grabbed her stomach. She was so excited just now that she didn't even feel it. Now that she had finished, she felt a pain in her stomach. Her entire stomach cramped with pain. After a while, her forehead started to sweat. Did I eat too much? During the day, she ate almost nothing, purposefully leaving room for dinner. She only drank cold milk. Oh, Maluko! The original owner seemed to drink cold drinks very rarely. Ah! Gu Shishi's hands trembled. She couldn't hold it in any longer and rushed into the bathroom, placing her hands on her stomach. While she was very quiet on her channel with 3 viewers, a message appeared shortly after. King of the Mountain, this picture isn't that bad. King of the Mountain, are you the owner of the channel? Is this a copy of a painting by some famous artist? King of the Mountain, hey, is there anyone? Then I'm leaving. Hey, channel owner, I'm waiting for you another minute, maximum 10 minutes. I'm really leaving. After a long time, another weak stream of messages finally arrived. King of the Mountain, damn, okay, I'm following you. Reply to my private message when you return. It was very quiet in the mansion at night. Inside the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, you could even clearly hear the slightest rustle of leaves in the wind. At that moment, sitting on the sofa, a man in a robe put down a glass of wine. He looked coldly at the man in front of him. Boss, tomorrow at 8 in the morning there is a meeting with financiers, and at 10 in the morning there is a meeting on the International Stock Exchange. Xi was busy reading the schedule to his boss. Suddenly he was interrupted. Have you ever thought that someone's clothes smell good? Huo Shishen asked, narrowing his eyes. Xi almost bit his tongue. Eh? What is the boss talking about? Huo Xishan frowned. Nothing. Continue. Earlier, as she stood at his door, she said his clothes smelled good. Was she just chatting or trying to cozy up to him? Oh, yes. After that, you need to be in the Asia-Pacific building to meet with… C continued with difficulty. But when he looked up, he saw that the boss was squinting at the coffee table. His mouth was tightly pursed, as if he had his head in the clouds. He instantly bowed his head, speeding up his speech. That same night, Zhao Xian, who was about to go to bed and complain to her boyfriend, was shocked by his words. Gu Shishi? How do you know about her? Zhao Xian was so shocked that she forgot to ask him about the 30-day anniversary gift. Well, I have a cousin who was bullied by her. I'll pick you up from the art center tomorrow and wait to see a good show. Zhao Xian suddenly perked up. This new boyfriend of hers, Luo Zheng, was the nephew of Luo Real Estate Agency president. His cousin. Isn't this Luo's real daughter? Gu Shishi managed to offend such a person? And how did she succeed? But her fiancé seems to have a lot of power. Who is he? Zhao Xian remembered the beautiful face she saw this afternoon and was a little stunned. This one, don't pay attention to him, but stay away from him. There was a slight hesitation in Luo Zheng's voice. In any case, this girl can't get into this man's eyes. He won't protect her. Zhao Xian frowned. Previously, this was not at all the case. He brought her lunch and then told the driver to pick her up. Maybe this is how rich people maintain their image. Also, how does a celebrity couple show love on camera even when they are already going through divorce proceedings? Okay, honey, what do you have planned for her? Tell me, Tilda, Zhao Xian couldn't help but ask. Luo Zheng chuckled. All these simple girls love money. I want someone to bring her diamond jewelry and flowers tomorrow and tell her that he is in love with her, and I will see how she behaves. I'll also have a private detective take some pictures and send them to Ho to see how her fiancé feels about the green hat. At his words, Zhao Xian's smile instantly froze. His words. Did he mean her too? Even though she was only with him for the money, she felt her face burning. But nevertheless, she softened her voice and said, Zheng, I will definitely help you. I'm sure Gu Shishi will fall for this bait. She loves designer brands. Today at work, she showed off her designer clothes to me. Luo Zheng's voice also softened. Darling, you are with me now. No one dares to brag in front of you. Whatever you want, send me photos. I'll have my assistant buy it. Zhao Xian clenched her teeth. Her thoughts returned to the previous conversation. Ho, this handsome guy is the heir to Ho, the biggest retail giant? Is Gu Shishi really so capable that she found herself such a rich man? A shadow of insane jealousy ran across Zhao Xian's face, but she quickly smiled. Okay, maybe tomorrow her engagement will be called off. Young Master Ho. Zhao Xian couldn't hide the sadness in her eyes. In the early morning, there was a cacophony of birdsong outside the mansion. Gu Shishi's cell phone alarm rang at 7:30 a.m. First thing in the morning, she checked the news on her BB channel. According to the system, there was no progress in acceptance by others. Last night, she streamed a video for the first time, and she was focused on painting throughout the entire process. It was normal that she had no audience. Gu Shishi wasn't too interested in the result of the live broadcast. She was simply happy with the result of her work. She struggled to her feet, the bags under her eyes even worse than the day before. She took a few weak steps forward and felt a headache. Last night, the pain in her stomach nearly killed her. She was just about to go get some pills when the butler miraculously showed up at her door with them. The butler was also going to call the family doctor, but she refused. She thought that all she needed were the pills, but now, after a night's rest, she still felt weak and cold sweat poured out of her. This bad news made her heart bleed. She wanted to use godlike drawing skills a few more times. Frustrated, she tripped and missed a step on the stairs. She reached for the railing, but she didn't have the strength to hold on. Having lost her balance, she began to rapidly fall down. When she lost all hope, the next second, a cold and shrill voice sounded above her head. Each word sounded like the sound of a grindstone, irritating her nerves. Gu Shishi shuddered and finally realized that her face was pressed against something. Boss Br Easts. She wanted to escape from his embrace, but quickly remembered his germophobia, so she froze and did not dare to move. Using only the strength of her neck, she felt Sorry, but I'm afraid I won't be able to get up. Huo Shishin. The worst thing that could happen was sudden silence, especially at such an awkward moment. The boss didn't say anything or help her. He just stood there and supported her as she pressed against his chest. Gu Shishi blinked confusedly. She didn't dare touch the boss by accident. But perhaps the boss didn't want to touch her either, even to help? It was a little difficult. Does this mean that they will have to wait for a third person to come to help them? Gu Shishi thought about it for a while. Finally, she tried her best to press her neck against Boss Huo's chest to see if she could straighten up. What? Are you doing? Fire almost burst out of Huo Shishin's black eyes. This reckless woman. She had fallen on him early in the morning and was now rubbing her face against his chest. He looked down and immediately saw her white and soft neck, and also smelled a slightly sweet scent emanating from her. A moment later, Huo Shishin frowned. With a gaze that could cut a person into 1,000 pieces, he gazed at her neck, which was so fragile that he could break it with one hand. With one hand on her collar, he easily lifted her like a rag doll and forced her to stand firmly on her feet. The heaviness he felt made him frown. She didn't look very short, but she is quite slim. It's very light. He looked at her coldly with his dark, piercing eyes. Thank you, Mr. Ho. Next time I go down the stairs, I'll be more careful. Gu Shishi finally breathed a sigh of relief as she regained her balance. She patted her chest. Huo Shishin narrowed his eyes, but he immediately turned his head and quickly looked away. A slender figure walked past her and walked up the stairs dispassionately. He stopped and said, "No next time." "Okay," Gu Shishi said, sticking out her tongue. "Oh yeah, I have a gift." But before she could finish, Huo Shishin had already closed the door. I'll tell him next time," Gu Shishi grumbled. But as she turned around, her legs became soft again, and she quickly grabbed the railing. Yesterday she ran to the bathroom too often. She barely has enough energy to stand on her feet. Fast. Breakfast. Uncle Chief. She was almost out of breath when she finally reached the dining room. The girl pulled up a chair and quickly sat down. "Today I don't want milk, only water. Everything else is fine. That ice-cold milk almost killed her last night." "Okay, wait a minute," Uncle Chef replied in his most professional tone. While she waited, Gu Shishi quickly opened the system panel that no one could see and took a look at it. Remaining life, 3 days, 2 minutes. Oh my God. The trip to the dining room shortened her life by 11 minutes. Reducing her life by 300%, she couldn't bear it. "Young Miss Gu, here is today's breakfast." "The gentleman ordered me to prepare something simple for you." Uncle Chef quickly approached with a tray. "Oh, thank you." As Gu Shishi thanked him, she looked down and saw a large bowl of porridge, a small bowl of shredded dried pork, and some pickled vegetables. Gu Shishi's jaw dropped. Uncle Chef smiled and said, "The gentleman also said that after rationing portions, you can only eat 80% of your usual portion." 80%? Gu Shishi felt the ground disappear from under her feet. Why? Right now, her life has already dropped by 300%. "Just leave the dishes there when you're done," Uncle Chef said before turning and walking away. Gu Shishi was stunned. She looked at him for a while, then took a spoon and stirred the porridge in bewilderment. There really was nothing in the porridge except rice. She took a bite and was ready to cry. A spoonful of white porridge slipped into my mouth. Good flavor, sticky, soft, and warm. The smell of rice filled the air. This immediately made her stomach feel much better. But there is no signal from the system. She scrolled through the interface. Yes, nothing. Is it because the system deemed the mess so useless that it wasn't even worth registering? She gritted her teeth and picked up chopsticks full of dried pork and pickled vegetables. Still nothing. Yes, this petty and useless damn system. As she chewed, Gu Shishi was overcome with sadness. "Boss, are you worried about me? Last night the butler delivered the pills. The boss realized that she had stomach problems." Gu Shishi didn't know what to do about it. It's nice when people take care of you. But she wanted to cry. Turning sadness into appetite, she quickly swallowed the porridge. Just as she finished and was about to stand up, the corners of her mouth twitched again. She quickly wrapped her arms around her stomach again. "What? Again?" She rushed to the bathroom on the first floor. Soon she came out on weak legs, all pale. "Young Miss Gu, are you okay?" A maid passing by asked worriedly when she saw what she looked like. Gu Shishi took a deep breath. "I'm fine. but half a second later she rushed back to the bathroom. This happened a couple more times. When she came out again, she was even weaker than before. Simple porridge didn't work. The butler's pills didn't work either. The life bar kept falling as if no one cared. "Young Miss Gu, would you like to sit down?" "You're all sweaty." The maid was too excited to even move away from her. "Oh, by the way, I was just looking for you. When you told the butler last night that you were getting rid of your old clothes. Were you talking about the one that was lying on the sofa?" Gu Shishi remembered. "Yes, I don't know if you need this. Or is there some way to donate them? Recycling is also good. Throwing them away just seems like such a waste. These clothes are so expensive, and they can still be worn. It would be too wasteful to throw it away." That's what she was going to say. But before she could finish the word wastefulness, she felt a cold sensation behind her. She turned her head and followed the source of the cold. She saw Huo Shishan standing there. With a grim face, he stood in a suit behind her, in her shadow in all his majesty. Siyi stood next to him. What the heck? Did she say something wrong? "Just throw away the trash. No one is allowed to wear it again." Huo Shishan walked past her and didn't even look back. He knew it. He knew she was just fooling him last night. Did she want to give his suit to the maid so another man could wear it? Just think, he sent someone to deliver her medicine. Uncontrollable anger and irony were visible in his stone-cold eyes. Gu Shishi didn't even have time to say anything. She only saw his back as he walked away decisively. At that very moment she wanted to survive no matter what. If she let him leave right now, he would probably never speak to her again, and in 2 days she will know how. "Wait!" She quickly stood up, and immediately everything began to spin around her. Physical weakness finally broke out like a tsunami. She barely had time to grab the hem of the man's clothing before everything around her went dark, and she began to fall. "Young Miss Gu! Call the doctor, fast!" Persistent screams were heard. One is female, the other is male. It was the panicking maid in C. Gu Shishi had not completely lost consciousness yet, but she only saw darkness in front of her eyes and nothing else. She tried her best to get up, but couldn't. Her consciousness gradually slipped away. She didn't know how much time passed before she woke up. A surprised and angry voice was heard next to her. "Is this the same dress she wanted to get rid of?" The magnetic voice, although its tempo was fast, still sounded very elegant. "Yes, sir, this is the same dress that young Madame Gu put on the sofa. She said she didn't need it anymore." Gu Shishi's mind was still foggy, but she heard these words. What's wrong with the dress? It was Gu Wushuang's dress. She didn't want him anymore, and neither did Gu Wushuang. It's time to take care of it. It cost tens of thousands of dollars. It's too wasteful to just throw it away. What's wrong with recycling? She opened her eyes and could hardly make out in the darkness the profile of a handsome man and his clearly defined chin. This is the boss. Is she dreaming? How could he be sitting in her room by her bed? "You can add me to your WeChat." Since she was dreaming anyway, why can't she just boldly ask for what she needs? There was also a photo of her old teddy bear. A little girl stood at a gloomy window on a rainy day, looking alone and indifferently at the outside world. In the corner of the room stood a huge and tall brown teddy bear. It seemed as if he was extending his hairy paw towards the little girl. Looking at the screen of his mobile phone, Huo Shishan pursed his lips. Someone who never interacts with people or looks at people in his circle of friends, for some reason agreed to add her as a friend. She was lying on the bed, her pale face almost transparent, hidden in the white sheets. She looked at him pleadingly, her eyes filled with pity, fragility, and helplessness. The sparks inside them were noticeably dimmer than before, as if they would go out the next time the wind blew. Huo Shishan clenched his fist. The year his father died in a car accident, or the year the old butler died of illness. Those sparkles in their eyes during their utmost clarity looked exactly as if they could go out at any minute. He wanted to hold them. He wanted them to continue living with him, but he could not keep them. Add her to WeChat? The gloomy standing water in Huo Shishan's eyes began to ripple. If only he could bring them back. It didn't matter if it was one request or 10,000. He would agree. He would even trade them for his life. But he never had such an opportunity. Huo Shishan's gaze suddenly darkened. He looked down, stood up, and left without even looking at the girl. Went. C nodded and followed him. The car is already waiting outside. They were already late for the meeting at 8 in the morning. But he did not dare to rush his boss. In the room in the mansion, Gu Shishi was resting in bed. The doctor came and gave her medicine, and now put her on an IV. About half an hour had already passed since she woke up. Looking at her WeChat contact list, her mouth opened and remained in that position for a long time. She actually added a boss to her WeChat. She thought she was just dreaming. She didn't think he would agree to this, and his love for her also increased. The boss's mind is too elusive. She thought he didn't want anyone to bother him. Maybe the truth is that he lacks love. I ate a lot, but I'm still sick. Then what's the point? To continue her life, she ate each time until she was 120% full. Last night, a glass of ice-cold milk was the last straw that broke the camel's back. If only she had known that it would be so easy to add her boss to her WeChat, she would have stopped eating until she got sick. Now that she has him on WeChat, might she ask for red envelopes for New Year and holidays in the future? Maybe the boss is the type who just throws money at his friends list when he's in a good mood. While she was fantasizing about all this, she didn't even feel the pain in her arm from the IV. She clicked, opened her boss's profile, and sent a message after thinking for a moment. "Thank you very much, Mr. Ho, for calling the doctor for me. QAQ, I feel much better now." She also sent him a red envelope for 6.66 yuan. "Have a good day." After finishing all this, she grinned stupidly at the chat window. Usually during the holiday season, she always returned a large red envelope when her friends sent her one. Now that she sent her boss a small red envelope, he should feel obligated to send her a bigger one in return. Even the ordinary bread he ate every day cost more than 100 yuan, and the clothes he just threw away cost more than 100,000 yuan. Now that she sent him a red envelope for 6.66 yuan, naturally he will return it for 66.66 yuan. Gu Shishi thought that she was practically a genius. No matter how weak she was now, her mind had never been clearer. This time she was so sick that she couldn't even lift her hand and her life bar dropped by 300%. She practically vomited blood. She fully realized that nothing is more important than life. You have to be alive to eat and drink, to be able to create paintings for yourself, and to raise 4 husbands in a video game. If she dies, then all this will disappear. Moreover, according to the book, the big bad Huo Shishan only has 2 years to live. She must live until this moment to try to save him. Strictly speaking, their lives are connected to each other. By this logic, when he spends money on her, it is equivalent to him buying his own life. In the future, I will work even harder and create 1 painting a day. Then I can sell my work and repay him. After she clarified everything for herself, her soul felt lighter. Looking down, she saw that the red envelope was open. This is so exciting. The boss got her little red envelope. Her little heart fluttered. In the novel, everyone thinks that he was kicked out of the Huo family at a young age, and he owns less than 10% of the Huo Corporation and has no inheritance rights. But what they didn't know was that he had achieved much more outside of Ho. He is currently the hidden boss of the largest social network and search engine, HB. In addition, he acquired many mines abroad. His personal wealth had long surpassed the Huo family. It was only after his death that the Huo family found out about his assets, making them greatly regret it. He did not leave them a single yuan of his fortune. He gave half of it to his employees, and no one knew what happened to the other half. Let me take a deep breath and get ready. She didn't want to be shocked by any 5 or 6-digit red envelope. The maximum amount for a red envelope is 200 yuan. But that's okay. WeChat has a live streaming feature. Gu Shishi couldn't stop smiling. But then, she continued to wait, until she almost fell asleep, but the mobile phone remained silent. Impossible. The boss received her red envelope, and then, that's it? She refused to believe it. Still, she waited, even after Boss Huo returned to the mansion and went to bed. But even then, she received nothing in return. Now Gu Shishi no longer felt so good. She was not one to give up easily. Otherwise, she would not have been painting for 20 years. She was on a drip for 3 days, and she persistently sent red envelopes to Huo Shishan for 3 days. 6.66 yuan, 8.88 yuan, 9.99 yuan. She also sent a few thoughtful messages every time. Note the rain today. Note the high temperature today. Eat your lunch on time. And yet she received nothing from him in response. In extreme despair, she jumped up, grabbed a brush, and drew a picture of little chicken fighting for rice to vent her anger. Thanks to the effect of godlike drawing skills, the chickens were as if they were alive in her mind. "Peck, peck, stingy miser!" she scolded while drawing. The drawing of a children's village life was done in one fell swoop. The chickens looked like they were alive. Even the way they greedily fought for the rice, it seemed like they were about to jump out of the paper. Her streaming screen exploded again. "King of the Hill. Oh, amazing, this painting is for sale, I will cry. Give me your contact information." King of the Hill. Hey, where are you? Did you sell the painting Red Mountain last time? King of the Hill. Damn, are you ignoring me? My WeChat, King of the Hill, please add me. Gushishi naturally didn't see any of these messages as she was very focused on her painting. She just finished and turned off the streaming after everything. She admired her work for a long time and felt that all her depression had passed. She felt much better. After 3 days of sick leave and gifts, IV, medications, bird's nest soups, abalone, etc., the decline of her life finally stabilized. She gathered her things and finally returned to the art center. The sophisticated man, who had been waiting for her with flowers for 3 days in a row, when he saw her at the door of the art center, almost cried. "Young Miss Gu, you are finally here. I missed you so much." Gushishi looked at the stranger in shock. At the same time in the mansion, in the master bedroom, all the curtains were closed again. Chin Ruhai, wearing a white robe, looked at the man who was suffering like a beast in front of him. The man's eyes were bright red and he was clearly in great pain. The patient's murderous gaze even made him shudder. At first the girl had diarrhea and fever, so he was called. He had just put her on an IV when CE came and said that the boss needed him again. Chin Ruhai frowned. Huo Shishun can usually control his emotions while other people keep their distance from him. But as soon as he was stimulated, he immediately plunged into his crazy memories. His rationality would be out of reach, and he showed signs of violent tendencies, extreme anxiety, irrationality, and could not be calmed down. The last time this happened was 2 years ago. Even after Chin Ruhai gave him a sedative, he continued to have fun and smashed all the furniture in the house. There were rumors that his competitor almost went bankrupt because of him. "Did your little bride make you angry?" Chin Ruhai asked as he slowly injected a sedative into his vein. Huo Shishun sat motionless on the sofa, clenching his jaw. His body was cold. These words made him react slightly. Little bride. In his bloodshot black eyes, the storm froze for a second. A face so white that it seemed translucent suddenly flashed through his mind. She was packed up and sent to a place she had never been before, and was never asked about her again. She was so sick that she couldn't even get out of bed. She passed out from a fever and no one knew about it. Her experience always reminded him of the past. His fists, lying along his body, clenched and unclenched, clenched and unclenched. "Didn't you add her to your WeChat?" Chin Ruhai muttered. "She's still very young, so just train her. Don't let her bother you." However, he was quite impressed by the little girl's courage. He had never seen anyone successfully obtain Devil Huo's contact information. Chin Ruhai continued his one-sided conversation without showing any signs of fatigue. Huo Shishun's biggest problem was that he could not let go of his past. He simply turned the topic of conversation to the girl in the hope that this would help him get out of the fog of memories. Of course, Chin Ruhai knew that his condition had nothing to do with his fiancée. No woman can make him happy or unhappy. Just as he was thinking about the next step of treatment, he heard a hoarse voice. "What does it mean to send a red envelope?" Chin Ruhai was confused, looking at the arrogant man who looked like a beast and often licked his wounds in front of him. He rubbed his ears and asked, "What did you just say?" Huo Shishun looked uncertainly at his mobile phone, which was now thrown to the floor. She sent him a red envelope every day. Nobody has ever done this before. Has anyone ever sent you a red envelope on WeChat? Chin Ruhai's hand, which was rubbing her ears, froze. His eyes widened, and even the tone of his voice rose half an octave. "Your little bride sent you a red envelope?" She was definitely stupid. What does it mean? Was she flirting with him? Qin Ruhai looked at the devil man, who was like a storm that could start and tear someone apart at any moment. He thought for a second and tried to put his thoughts in order. Well, actually, I only send red envelopes to those women I'm going to court. But before he could finish his speech, he was thrown out of the room by the big devil himself. Damn, I haven't done rose-scented aromatherapy yet. Sir, Madame Gu asked me to tell you this. Qin Ruhai had just been kicked out of the room when there was a knock on the door of the room. It was none other than Si. He didn't dare to look at what Huo Shishun looked like now, so he lowered his head and handed him the rolled-up drawing paper. Huo Shishun had been sick for 3 days. Si had been with him for many years and knew that irritating him now would be like death. But this morning, Gu Shishi handed over this painting to him so that he could give it to Huo Shishun. This somehow gave Si an idea that he had never had before. Perhaps Madame Gu will be able to save the boss, or at least ease his depression. Madame Gu left for work. She asked me to give you a gift. She also told me to return it to her if you don't like it. He forced himself to ignore the cold look Huo Shishun gave him. That day, Mrs. Gu fell straight into her boss's arms. The boss didn't dodge or push her away. He even sat next to her bed when she passed out and waited for Qin Ruhai to diagnose her and put her on an IV before adding her to WeChat with a gloomy face. He remembered the seemingly absolutely unreal details of that day. Thinking about this, he forced himself to ignore the gloomy atmosphere and eerie silence in the room and slowly unfolded the picture. He was only halfway through what he was doing when he was interrupted by a hoarse and commanding voice. "Get out!" Si froze for a second. After a short pause, he quickly placed the painting on the coffee table and walked away, bowing his head. "Miss Gu, I did my best. Good luck." But Gu Shishi, whom Si had hoped for so much, had just arrived at the art center and was looking at the strange stranger in front of her in shock. The large bouquet of flowers in his hand puzzled her even more. She turned and tried to walk around him, but he moved and blocked her path. "My name is Wu Zhenhao. I own a company nearby. I ran into you by chance while on my way to lunch and instantly fell in love with you. I just can't help it." He was wearing a suit and his hair was beautifully styled with hair gel. He directly stated his love for her and at the same time mentioned the fact that he was an elite man with his own company. Wu Zhenhao's eyes shone with confidence. There was even a hint of satisfaction on his face. That's it, satisfaction. The job he got was simple and highly paid. He just had to pretend to be a boss and trick this Gu Shishi into going on a date with him. Then all he had to do was take some intimate pictures and give them to his employer. The employer promised to pay 100,000 yuan. If the quality of the photos is good, he will pay even more. And now that he met her in person, the quality of this girl is also super. She definitely stood out among the girls in the art studio. She wore a little silk white dress with green trim. It was light and showed off the curves of her figure well. The fluffy skirt was just above the knees and perfectly showed off her white and slender legs. A thin green belt around her waist made her waist even thinner, exciting the male imagination. He looked again at her white and smooth face. It was a hot day, but her face was flawless. She was white and smooth as snow and looked so fragile. Just looking at her was enough to make him feel very excited and inspired. He must do the job, but first he wanted to have some fun. While he was thinking about this, Wu Zhenhao's smile widened. He must live up to his reputation as a player. In a week at most, he will conquer this girl. "Miss Gu, I know this is very unexpected, but in the past few days when you were away, I really realized how important you are to me." As he said this, he raised his hand and deliberately twirled the diamond watch on his wrist. He knew that girls her age were very materialistic and spent a lot of time studying how rich men dressed and behaved. He is now a rich man from head to toe, the one all girls would love to be with. Wu Zhenhao's face radiated a casually attractive aura. "I wanted to invite you." He handed her a large bouquet of flowers, which was really heavy for a normal girl. Shocking temptation along with sincere words. But Wu Zhenhao's confident face was suddenly stunned by a sneeze. "Apchi! Apchi!" With a sneeze, tears and snorts flew out of Gu Shishi, and she covered her nose in pain. Soon her eyes were completely filled with tears. This body is allergic to flowers. It was exactly the same as before. Whenever she wanted to observe and draw nature, as soon as she got close to the sea of flowers, she would start sneezing non-stop. This time she started sneezing from the bouquet of flowers in front of her. She covered her nose and pushed past him. "Sorry, I'm sorry. Thank you. Apchi." She practically escaped at the speed of light. She couldn't accept the bouquet of flowers. Still holding the flowers in his hands, Wu Zhenhao's smile was frozen on his face. But he quickly reacted and blocked her path again. This time he took a handkerchief from his jacket pocket. "Use mine. I'm really sorry. I didn't know flowers would have such an effect on you. I'll throw them away right now. Rich people don't use napkins." Wu Zhenhao was so proud of how thorough his preparation was. He handed her his handkerchief, turned, took several large steps to the side, and forcefully threw out an expensive bouquet of flowers. He was able to play this role, and at the same time showed the girl how much he cared about her. "Yes, as easy as pie. Miss Gu." He smiled and turned his head. Gu Shishi was nowhere to be seen. The corners of Wu Zhenhao's mouth twitched. Where did she go? What's wrong with this woman? All the girls started chatting in class. "Shishi, are you back? How do you feel? Who is that outside? He's been waiting for you for several days, Tilda." And every day he brought with him a new bouquet of flowers. Wu Zhenhao looked better again. Right. Even though he knew she would be gone for 3 days, he came here every day, waiting for her with an impatient look. What woman doesn't love romance? But soon a calm statement completely destroyed all his triumph. "I do not know him." "I'm already engaged." Gu Shishi's voice sounded very worried. I'll go and explain this to him right now." Wu Zhenhao's eyebrows twitched. It is because she was engaged that his employer wants proof that she was unfaithful. That was the only reason he was paid so much. Wu Zhenhao quickly considered his options. With insistent sincerity, he entered the classroom. "Miss Gu, please give me another chance. I will prove to you that I am no worse than other men. No one can love you more." Saying this, he pulled out a gold VVIP bank card. "With the exception of real estate and my company, all my assets are in this account. If you become my girlfriend, I will give you a PIN code right now." Many people in the class gasped loudly. It was too much like a drama. No, even more dramatic than drama. Zhao Xian, sitting in class, couldn't help but smile at Luo Jing, her boyfriend. Hearing that Gu Shishi would be returning today, Luo Jing came specially to be a student in the trial class. At that moment, they looked at each other, smiling triumphantly at each other. It was definitely worth the 3-day wait. The scammer they found was an expert. The first time Zhao Xian met Wu Zhenhao, she was almost shocked by all the designer brands he wore, along with his excellent temperament. He knew how to show off his wealth and how to win the hearts of materialistic girls. "Gu Shishi, I want to see how you solve this." She was probably already very infatuated with this scammer right now. Zhao Xian smiled in anticipation. But soon a clear voice was heard. "I won't accept this. Please take it back." Gu Shishi didn't even blink. Even her voice was calm, and the entire art studio fell into silence. Even Zhao Xian and Luo Jing were surprised. But Wu Zhenhao was not one to give up easily. He quickly regained his stunned expression and lowered his head. "Sorry," he regretfully put away his bank card. "I did not mean that. You are a good girl. I shouldn't have been in such a hurry. That's logical. It was their first meeting and he wanted to give her so much money in front of everyone. She wouldn't want to ruin her own reputation. Then what do you like? I'll buy it for you. Skincare products, jewelry, shoes, bags." Wu Zhenhao raised his head and smiled, jutting out his chin proudly again. His actions attracted many envious glances from the other girls in the studio. Once again he was suddenly interrupted before he had finished speaking. "I don't need money, skincare products, jewelry, shoes or bags, and definitely a boyfriend." "Thank you for your sincerity, but sorry, I have to start working," Gu Shishi quickly said, covering her nose with a napkin. As she spoke, she backed away from him as if he were a poisonous snake or something. Wu Zhenhao froze for a second. She seems to push him away. Why? Impossible. Maybe she's playing hard to get. What women don't like money? Okay, even if she doesn't need money, she needs love, right? What's wrong with her? Wu Zhenhao couldn't help but look at Gu Shishi, and his inquisitive gaze was almost burned by what he saw. If you looked closely, you could see a very subtle Dior logo on her little white dress. He looked at her Chanel belt with the double C's on it. He looked even lower, and this inconspicuous pair of small white shoes seemed to have the word Fendi written on the side. Her outfit costs at least 30,000 yuan. Now Wu Zhenhao was truly stunned. He looked closely again, and now he saw a rose gold chain with a white pendant sparkling around her neck. He immediately tensed up. Is this a classic piece of jewelry from the Italian brand BVL Gari? He seems to remember that this decoration cost 20,000 yuan. What's going on here? Shouldn't she be a very materialistic woman according to his employer? But she already wears designer brands from head to toe? I'm very sorry, Mr. Wu. I don't think we are suitable for each other. Seeing that he did not answer, Gu Shishi repeated her refusal again, without thinking at all. Since he decided to block her and express his love for her in such a public way, naturally she would also want to make her position clear to everyone. Is he kidding? Does he think she is such a materialistic woman? He suggested a relationship based on money. He might as well have thrown money in her face. How could she accept this? Unless it was the boss, then she would agree. After all, he holds her life in his hands. Gu Shishi even went behind Ling Xiaomei so as not to show herself to him again, saying, I'm engaged. I wouldn't want anything that could cause a rift between my fiancé and me. Have a nice day. If the boss finds out about this and gets angry with her, she won't be able to bear it. Wu Zhenhao opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Her entire outfit probably cost around 50,000, 60,000 yuan by his rough estimate. There was no way she could make enough money in this little art studio to buy designer brands herself, so naturally it was all from her fiancé. If he were in her place, he would also never let go of this groom, unless she's an idiot. But despite this, he squeezed out a beautiful smile and said, Then I'll buy a few lessons. He decided to amaze her with his love, but in the blink of an eye, Gu Shishi waved her hand and ran away as if her butt had been set on fire. Sister Liu, which student should I help during this session? Wu Zhenhao was very embarrassed, but he didn't leave. The money his employer paid him was his main source of income. He swallowed his pride and went to buy lessons. However, Gu Shishi deliberately stayed away from him all day. Art Center manager Liu Li was on her side. She asked Ling Xiaomei to take Wu Zhenhao to a separate class for elite students. Wu Zhenhao could only listen to these inexplicable drawing skills, but he had no way to get close to Gu Shishi. Zhao Xian, who was watching from the sidelines, was so furious that she almost bit her lip. I'm sure she's faking it. Luo Zheng, on the other hand, took the brush in his hand and looked at Gu Shishi with more interest than before. Naturally, he also saw that Gu Shishi was dressed very expensively, but in the eyes of him, the rich second generation, it was truly nothing. It seems that the Gu family treats her very well. But for someone who wasn't respectable to begin with, so what if they treat him well for a day or two? Gu family? Zhao Xian is confused. Luo Zheng smiled but didn't say anything to her. He turned around and called out to Gu Shishi, who was teaching nearby. Instructor, could you take a look at my painting? He was born into a rich family and was completely different from fakes like Wu Zhenhao. What he wore was not only about the brand, but also how it fit with the event he was attending. He even used different eau de toilette during the day and night to make it perfect. His every movement exuded the aura of a man endowed with power. This alone is a weapon for an ignorant girl. In addition, he received the best education and studied art since childhood. It is not comparable to those who only took lessons for a couple of years. What do you think about my peony? Luo Zheng ignored Zhao Xian's surprise and handed the painting to Gu Shishi. His Chinese painting was actually quite famous among the wealthy second generation, especially when he demonstrated this while courting a girl. It worked every time. Simply put, he is rich, talented, and handsome. What woman could resist a man like him? Luo Zheng reached out his hand and casually caught Gu Shishi in the corner of the table. The overwhelming sexual temperament is undoubtedly revealed to the maximum. The con artist didn't do a good enough job, so now he must take matters into his own hands and force her to show her true colors. A condescending smile appeared on Luo Zheng's face. All women love bad boys. Please tell me about my work, Instructor Gu. He lowered his voice a little, making it deeper and sexier. Am I lacking basic skills? This was what Luo Zheng hated hearing the most. These words are a thorn in his heart. Gu Shishi just smiled slightly and pointed at the peonies on the paper. All the flowers were pressed against each other like a sea of fire and exuded a oppressive aura. There was definitely something wrong with this. The leaves seem simple, but the drawing method is not easy to master. First of all, you must experience it and observe them in nature. The leaves grow in groups of 3, 5, of varying sizes. Petals have layers, some primary, others secondary. You started drawing before you even realized it, so if you look closely, all the inconsistencies become very obvious. Also, talking about the technique of gripping, lifting, pausing, and feeding the hand, and how you deal with it, they are not precise enough. While you don't have to focus on the small details when it comes to an artistic concept, that means there's no need to rush. You must use both your eyes and your hand. Starting today, practice using the brush every day for an hour and observing the colors for 30 minutes. In 3 months, your peonies will have a quantum leap. Using her fingers, Gu Shishi gestured to the second nearest wall from them. Then we can look at it from 3, 5 meters. Luo Zheng's face turned from dark to white, then from white to dark. She said the same thing as old man Huang. It was about an artistic concept, not a drawing, but they all wanted him to go look at real flowers. It's painting, not calligraphy. But they want him to practice using a brush. Bored to death. He didn't want to listen to any of those words then. But this woman said the same thing today. Do you know Huang Zhong? What is your relationship with him? Luo Zheng narrowed his eyes menacingly. Eh? I don't know who it is. Gu Shishi searched through her memories but found nothing. He was probably never mentioned in the book. Sorry, I have other students to take care of. Keep up the good work and you will succeed. Gu Shishi thought for a moment and finally smiled at him encouragingly. After all, this is a painting lesson. Luo Zheng clenched his teeth so hard that he almost broke them. His goal was to deceive her, but instead he received a whole lecture from her straight to her face. He needs to train for 3 months, and then his work can be seen from a distance of 5 meters. His face was burning. He stood up abruptly. Darling, just ignore. Zhao Xian squeezed his hand. Go away. Luo Zheng threw her hand away in anger. Zhao Xian trembled with rage. Luo Zheng also gritted his teeth. Good, very good. Gu Shishi, then draw a picture for me. Do you know my name? Gu Shishi was silent for a second, but then she shook her head, deciding not to think about it. I am not your instructor, and I have other students to take care of. Having said that, no matter who he was, she turned and walked over to the student next to her to answer his questions. Luo Zheng hit the table hard. He then walked with long strides towards the art center manager, Liu Li. I want to take a lesson from Gu Shishi. Sign me up now. Gu Shishi turned and looked at him in surprise. Luo Zheng chuckled. How much does a lesson with her cost? 300 yuan? I will buy all of her lessons this month. Gu Shishi didn't expect him to be so persistent. Luo Zheng was quickly taken to Gu Gushi by the helpless manager. Shishi, starting from 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he will be your student. Luo Zheng laughed loudly. His eyes were full of sarcasm. 3 o'clock came in the blink of an eye. Even though Zhao Xian almost tore the paper in front of her to shreds, she could not do anything to stop him from taking lessons from Gu Shishi. You are quite persistent, Gu Shishi praised with a smile. Luo Zheng grinned, narrowed his eyes, and threw his brush. Now draw and show me. Gu Shishi took the brush and quickly lowered it onto the drawing paper. Luo Zheng, seeing this, was so angry that he burst out laughing. What is this? For this lesson, you need to do this 300 times. Like this. Gu Shishi stopped after one blow. You must be joking. I asked you to draw peonies. Gu Shishi looked at him in surprise and raised her eyebrows. Who is the instructor here, you or me? Luo Zheng was so angry that he twisted his face. I paid to listen to your nonsense? Actually, yes. If you want to cancel a lesson, you can talk to the art center manager. Luo Zheng opened his eyes wide. Do you want to file a complaint? It is also good. You will be assigned a different instructor. Luo Zheng was so angry that he didn't even know what to say. He couldn't even remember the last time he was so angry. He was so furious that he wanted to scold her. You better get started. We do not refund money for wasted time. Luo Zheng almost fainted from such anger. After 300 lifts, there were 300 grabs, and then a whole lesson in observing flowers and flowers from Baidu, no less. He was about to snap when it was time for Gu Shishi to go home. See you tomorrow. If you don't come tomorrow, don't forget to continue practicing at home. Otherwise, all your hard work today will be in vain. Luo Zheng really thought he was going crazy. Luckily, Gu Shishi took her purse and left with Ling Xiaomei. After they left the art center, Ling Xiaomei gave her a very respectful look. Shishi, you are so brave. I was scared to death. Why don't you just draw for him? Gu Shishi shrugged. Even if she drew peonies for him, he wouldn't be able to learn anything. Besides, why would she do this? She turned around and saw Wu Zhenhao following them. He was so persistent and still hasn't given up on courting her. This man came out of nowhere. She looked through the original owner's memory several times, but there was no mention of this person at all. Moreover, when he came in the afternoon, Zhao Xian's expression was very strange, as if Zhao Xian was waiting for her to embarrass herself. Moreover, Zhao Xian seemed to be very familiar with Luo Zheng, and Luo Zheng also knew that her name was Gu Shishi. In any case, no matter how you look at it, they were up to no good. Her intuition told her that he might have something to do with Wu Zhenhao's courtship. In short, she wouldn't bother drawing for someone who was there to mock her. Besides, he offered 300 yuan for a lesson and wanted her to draw a peony. It was quite disappointing. Her work wasn't that cheap. Her work cost at least tens of thousands, okay? Hey, did you see how angry he got? Ling Xiaomei giggled. Even his hand trembled at the end. Well, he's really lacking in basic skills and his wrist isn't being used correctly. His muscles are probably sore, Gu Shishi said from personal experience. An angry Luo Zheng just happened to pass by them. Damn, he suddenly felt pain in his arm. Miss Gu, let me take you home. Wu Zhenhao was in another room earlier and had no idea what was happening in the classroom. Now that they came out, he thought that Luo Zheng was upset because he had failed in his task. He immediately ran after Gu Shishi. He couldn't ruin the job and make his employer unhappy. My car is nearby. Wait for me here. Wu Zhenhao immediately pressed the button on his key. The headlights of the new BMW model came on. Wu Zhenhao looked at her proudly. He paid 500 yuan for rent and needed to return it quickly, but this was necessary to attract a materialistic girl. Come on, I'll take you. After saying this, he involuntarily turned and looked at Luo Zheng. Of course, he saw his approval. But the next second, surprise appeared in Luo Zheng's eyes. Wu Zhenhao was very proud of himself. This is a new model that just came out this year. Even most of the rich second-generation young people do not have one. He was happy for just 1 second before another beep sounded nearby. Turning his head, he saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopping next to him. Wu Zhenhao's jaw almost dropped to the ground with envy. If it is a Phantom with a long wheelbase, then it costs more than 9 million yuan. Compared to this car, his BMW is cheap. Mai Mei, get into the car first. I already told the driver that I'm going to take you home, Gu Shishi said quickly. Her soft and clear voice hit Wu Zhenhao's face like a slap. The next second, he blankly watched Gu Shishi and her female colleague get into this super amazing and super expensive car. Thank you, Shishi. Hey? It looks different than before. I almost didn't notice. Ling Xiaomei may not be very knowledgeable about cars, but she is an artist. She is sensitive to the contours of cars. The driver who came out to open the door for them smiled and explained, The boss wanted to take another car today, so I drove this one. Ideal to pick you two up. They have more than one luxury car at home. Wu Zhenhao felt that his face hurt. Was he trying to show off his wealth in front of Gu Shishi with a fake bank card, a BMW, and a bouquet of flowers? She has a driver, a luxury car, and a whole outfit of designer brand clothes. What else does she need? Nothing. Wu Zhenhao almost burst into tears. What a crap job. Even Luo Zheng had a complicated look. Is this Huo Xishan's driver? Does she really live at his house? There are rumors that he is cursed and has already lost 2 brides. None of them lived even 3 days. How long does she have to live? Luo Zheng narrowed his eyes. He promised to help his little cousin teach Gu Shishi a lesson, but if she only had a few days to live, then why should he bother? Isn't this a waste of his time? Thinking about this, Luo Zheng felt nauseous again. Damn it, and my wrist hurts too. What do you mean how long to live? Zhao Xian blinked. Shut up. Luo Zheng was so annoyed that he couldn't even look at Zhao Xian. Mind your own business. I need to get back to work. Go home alone. After that, he left without looking back. Zhao Xian stomped her foot in irritation. Wu Zhenhao was also silent. What's the point of spitting blood now? What a waste of 500 RMB to rent a BMW. What the heck? When Gu Shishi returned home, it was not yet 8 in the evening, but the mansion was already pitch dark. All the servants had already returned to their rooms. Huo Xishen needed absolute silence and darkness at night to sleep. At the moment, she was the only one walking around the mansion, and it was a little creepy. With the nightlight in the hallway, the dim light did not give her a sense of peace, but only made it worse. She quickened her pace. She is afraid of the dark. Extremely. She even needed to leave a little light nearby when she went to bed at night. When she was little, her teacher liked to tell her all sorts of stories about ghosts and demons, and now she is always afraid. Especially at night when she is alone. She never left the house after 9 in the evening, even to go and have fun in the city. Although it is only 8 o'clock in the evening, this is a country mansion with nothing around it. From the first to the second floor it was so empty that only her own steps could be heard. A weak light snatched her shadow from the darkness. Suddenly, just as she was about to cross the living room, a deep, hoarse voice came from somewhere far away. Come here! Gu Shishi jumped and almost fell to her knees. She moaned and hugged her weak, helpless body. The hoarse voice, as if some sharp instrument had been drawn across the glass surface, gave her goosebumps. Gu Shishi wanted to take a step back, turn around and run away, but a cold hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. Gu Shishi couldn't help but scream loudly. Shut up! The hoarse voice came again. Gu Shishi shuddered and looked in the direction of the voice, gritting her teeth. After a while she asked in a trembling voice, Boss? In the dim light, she finally saw a dark shadow sitting on the sofa next to her. The deep and cold eyes looked straight at her, causing her to shudder again. Huo Xishen? Gu Shishi swallowed. However, there was no response from the other party. The living room was ridiculously quiet. Gu Shishi wanted to cry. Trembling, she took out her cell phone, turned on the flashlight, and decisively directed the beam of light at the dark shadow on the sofa that she could not see. A beam of light suddenly illuminated the man on the couch. He wore a blue robe with a belt tied loosely around his waist. As if he was very eager, his top was open and she could see a patch of his wheat-colored skin and well-defined muscles. Gu Shishi pursed her lips and her hands trembled. She followed the light with her gaze and quickly saw a cold and beautiful face. Cold black eyes narrowed against the bright light. The discontent in them was like 1,000 knives that wanted to kill. Oh, ha ha ha! Gu Shishi swallowed and pushed her mobile phone away, laughing dryly. Boss, no, Mr. Huo, you're not sleeping yet. Ha ha! Huo Xishen narrowed his eyes. Gu Shishi wanted to wave at him and realized that he was still holding her right wrist. She blinked. Why is he doing this? Did you want to see me? Gu Shishi was embarrassed. The boss told her to come to him. Now he doesn't let her go, but he doesn't say anything either. What's happening? Has he really become a tsundere again? And what happened to his germophobia? Oh, did you receive the painting that I asked you to give me this morning? Saying this, she secretly opened the system interface. She quickly checked the details in the loving protagonist section. Damn it, the level of love is rising. Increases at a rate visible to the naked eye, 1% per second. He didn't say a word, just grabbed her and secretly increased his liking for her. His tsundere syndrome has reached a whole new level. He received her painting Red Mountain. He liked it, but he didn't say it out loud, and now he gives her a death glare to thank her? Gu Shishi was completely confused. As she tried to make sense of it all, the hand gripping her wrist slowly began to relax. Using the light from her mobile phone, she looked up and saw that Huo Xishen's eyes were closed. Like a devil in a dream, his appearance became sweet and soft. She opened her mouth. Did he fall asleep again? Gu Shishi didn't know what to do. She was about to leave when a deep voice came from behind her. Sit down. Oh, he's not sleeping. Gu Shishi turned around. She noticed that he did not open his eyes, but his hand was moving. as if he was looking for a more comfortable position to fall asleep. Gushishi began to sweat. He wants her to sleep. With him? Huo Shishan let go of the girl's hand. He slowly closed his eyes and his nose was filled with the girl's unique rose scent. The aroma is not too concentrated and not too strong. You have to be very, very close to her to smell this scent. Each time he managed to relax his nerves and ease his throbbing brain. From that day on, he ordered people to search for rose oil and collected over 100 different types. But he tried them all, and none of them could help him sleep. The scent on it is very unique. He couldn't find anything like it. While Huo Shishan was thinking, he couldn't help but frown. However, enveloped in this elegant and sweet rose scent, his mental activity began to weaken. He hadn't felt sleepy for several days, but as soon as she was near him, his headache began to subside. Her scent worked better than any medicine. Relaxing, he began to think about her painting of maple leaves turning a mountain red. This is what she gave him. When was the last time he received a gift? He couldn't even remember. It seems that when he moved into a small house near Huo's main residence as a child, none of his family ever remembered his birthday. As an adult, he sent the servants from the mansion home during the holidays, watching the sun rise and set alone. Gifts, red envelopes. He couldn't remember how he felt when he received them. Besides, he doesn't need it. Huo Shishan pursed his lips and clenched his hands into fists. Before falling into a deep sleep, he tried to open his eyes and take another look at the girl sitting next to him. A small face like a flower bud and clear eyes staring at him intently without blinking. She was like that gentle little girl in the painting who was riding a boat. The corners of Huo Shishan's mouth curled up. Perhaps he had been awake for too long, and that was why he was hallucinating. Earlier in the day, when he was looking at the painting, he felt the maple leaves moving back and forth in the wind. He also heard the rustling sound of the mountains. He also heard the splashing of water, the ringing laughter of a little girl, and the screeching of a crane. The breeze was blowing directly towards him. He looked down, and it seemed to him that he himself was rowing a boat on the river. Her drawing skills are quite decent. Thinking of this, Huo Shishan closed his eyes again. The scent of roses filled his nose and seemed to mix with the smell of fresh earth in the mountains, and the sofa looked like a small boat rocking in the dusk. Passive skill, sleeping pill, successfully activated. Gushishi didn't know what to do with the system's prompts. She doesn't need any hints. All she has to do is look at her boss's sleepy eyes earlier and his deep, even breathing now to know he's asleep. Plus, before the boss fell asleep, he had an, "Oh my God, I'm so tired I'm going to fall asleep" look on his face. But for some reason he tried to open his eyes and look at her with tired, narrowed eyes. Oh, the boss was pretty cute before he fell asleep. Gushishi giggled while covering her mouth. She didn't expect the evil boss to be as naive as a big child. He was just like her when she played with her cell phone late into the night. She was so sleepy that she could barely keep her eyes open. After all, she could only squint her eyes and play Mr. Love Queen's Choice. But soon the next message from the system made her squint. Red Mountain, entry-level painting, made the viewer feel like he was there in person. Number of successes 1. Gushishi quickly turned around and looked at the boss, who was sleeping like a baby. A few strands of his bangs fell across his clean forehead, making him seem even more peaceful and harmless. So the boss has already experienced the effect of the painting? Gushishi's eyes lit up with joy. Suddenly the boss became her first guinea pig. Although he didn't say anything to her directly, but in his heart he was shocked by her painting skills. Maybe that's why he waited for her until late. She won him over with her painting skills, but the boss is a tsundere and will never say this out loud. He should use an action to express his gratitude to her, but she put him to sleep before he could do anything. Yes, that must be the case. Gushishi was very pleased with her fantasy. She always only took from him, and it made her feel useless. Now she was finally able to repay him. While Gushishi was happy for herself, she noticed another small print on the system interface. After 100 successful uses, the intermediate drawing skill will be unlocked. Average level? Gushishi screamed loudly and immediately covered her mouth with her hand, looking carefully at the man sleeping next to her. The boss was still fast asleep. He just frowned slightly, but didn't wake up. He seemed to be having a good dream. His eyebrows gradually relaxed. Phew! Luckily, she didn't wake him up. Gu Shishi patted her chest, feeling happy. Soon she was drooling over the system interface. She really paid attention to the wording entry level earlier. If entry level could make someone feel like they were in the picture in person, then she couldn't even imagine what intermediate level could do. She thought that in this evil system, intermediate skills would be temporarily unavailable. But she didn't expect that if she successfully used the initial level 100 times, she would be able to unlock a mid-level skill. 100 times. At the rate of one painting per day, it will only take 3 months. She clenched her teeth. Or do 2 or 3 paintings a day. Oh, it was so close that she could almost feel it. Gu Shishi was pleasantly surprised to find that she could open and read the details of mid-level skills. Divine painting skills, intermediate. Filled with the artist's concentration, the painting is born from the heart. The artist's concentration, which was absorbed in the painting, will influence the emotions of the viewers. Emotions? Including happiness, anger, anxiety, perception, sadness, fear, and surprise, as well as such sensations as vision, hearing, smell, taste, touch. The opening level made viewers feel like they were in the picture, and the average level could influence their emotions. It's amazing. Gu Shishi couldn't help but clenched her fists in excitement. She should try this skill. Her master was right. The paintings that viewers look at only for entertainment were just cheap things. Especially when it came to Chinese painting. The soul of a painting is the emotions that the artist puts into his work. Gu Shishi couldn't help but want to try this mid-level skill right now. However, she has not yet discovered this new skill. She could only drool. Some things cannot be sped up. What she should really do is practice the initial level 100 times and work on mastering the ability to the point where she no longer needs to rely on the system cheat. Thinking about this, Gu Shishi set a goal for herself. 100 times? That means 200 hours. That's 10 days of life. Gu Shishi did the calculations on her fingers, then looked again at the remaining 3 days of her life after illness, and almost burst into tears. The boss really increased his liking for me today. From the very day she asked him to add her on WeChat, his love for her rose to LV2 in one fell swoop. The progress bar has barely changed since then. He was not impressed by the small red envelope. Looks like giving him a gift was a really good idea. Gu Shishi was shocked to find Zhao Xian's name on the detailed list of likes. Did she accidentally subdue the villain? Is she really that good? What she didn't know was that Luo Jing had been very rude to Zhao Xian today. So when she saw Gu Shishi tormenting him into doing basic exercises, she felt strangely redeemed. Although Zhao Xian still hated Gu Shishi and hoped to see bad things happen to her, she still couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. When Si and Qin Ruhai returned to the mansion, they were going to give Huo Shishen 1 dose of sedative to help him sleep. As a result, they saw 2 people sleeping on the sofa. Huo Shishen didn't just fall asleep, his head was lying on Gu Shishi's shoulder. Gu Shishi groaned as if she felt a weight on her and was unhappy about it. Then she quickly, as if in revenge, laid her head on his head. And now her small face rested on Huo Shishen's forehead. The two were fast asleep, leaning against each other. Si hit me, it seems. Oh! Qin Ruhai jumped, rubbing his shoulder where Si hit him, but he immediately covered his mouth with his hand. After Si pulled him out, they both didn't flinch until they walked out of the mansion onto a cobblestone path where they could hear the cicadas singing. They exchanged glances, and finally their souls returned to their bodies. It's Mrs. Gu again. Every time the master fell asleep, she was nearby. But he wasn't going to say it out loud. Besides, these are just his baseless speculations. Why be rude to the doctor by telling him about your crazy idea? He treated him for many years, but he recovered only after the girl arrived. This is the so-called slap in the face. He looked at Qin Ruhai sympathetically and decided to keep his opinion to himself. It might have worked. Yesterday I tried lavender and some dandelion essential oil. The recipe was also changed. Qin Ruhai continued to analyze. Qi's sympathetic gaze deepened even more. In the next morning, Gu Shishi woke up feeling pain all over her body. Of course, she slept all night on the couch, but when she woke up, she was alone on the couch. She wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and stretched before coming to terms with the fact that she had been asleep for over 10 hours. After she finished her boxed dinner at the art center, she returned home around 8 p.m. She looked at her cell phone. It was 6 in the morning. At least she woke up 2 hours earlier than usual. I received a WeChat message. When she saw the message, she couldn't even finish yawning. The boss finally sent her a red envelope. She just needs to be sincere, and sooner or later he will see her sincerity. If the boss received it, how could he not send her a red envelope? Gushishi rubbed her small hands in excitement, then took a deep breath and began to sing. Big red envelope, big red envelope, big red envelope, she sang, reverently opening the red envelope. 6.66 yuan. Gushishi almost vomited blood. Boss, are you kidding me? Shouldn't your minimum be at least 200 yuan? Gushishi couldn't hide her disappointment. But soon a male worker brought a very large box into the living room. The butler Lin was nearby guiding him. Take this to Madame Gu's room. Eh? Gushishi immediately stuck her head out. What is this, delivery for me? Butler Lin turned around and looked at her with a very strange look. Miss Gu, please wait a little. You can come in 5 minutes and sign. Oh, sure, thank you. So big she couldn't carry it herself. She spent 5 minutes bemoaning the pathetic fate of the red envelope before returning to her room. She arrived just as Butler Lin and the workers were leaving her room. She was stunned as soon as she entered her room. In the corner sat a fluffy teddy bear that was taller than her. Even sitting, he was so big that he could wrap her in his arms. He was very similar to the huge teddy bear that she asked her master when she was a child. Most importantly, this bear looked somewhat familiar. Oh, is this the photo I sent to my circle of friends? Gushishi was stunned. She was bored that day and was happy when she added her boss to her WeChat. So she sent a message to her circle of friends to mourn her life stat, which had decreased by 300%. Not only did the boss see this, but he bought her the exact same bear. Oh my God. Her life bar reached its maximum in an instant. 100,000 yuan plush toy. Gushishi was stunned. Walking towards the bear, she was so nervous that she didn't even dare to breathe. She reached out her hand to stroke the bear's fur. Soft, fluffy, just like any other plush toy. But when she looked down, she noticed diamonds on the straps of the onesie the bear was wearing. Then she saw the subtle Tiffany logo on the jumpsuit. Oh my God, is the bear wearing a Tiffany jumpsuit? 2 diamond straps from Tiffany? She really can't understand the world of the super rich. The boss is so naively sweet. He repeated her gesture and returned her the red envelope for 6.66 yuan. But he felt that this was not enough, and going behind her back, he prepared a super expensive soft toy as a gift. Cool, amazing, Gushishi squealed and rushed into the bear's arms. So me! She stood on tiptoes, lowered the bear's head and kissed him. Huo Shishun stood right outside the door of her room. What he saw was such a shameless scene. Gushishi almost kissed the bear when she felt an inexplicable cold sensation from behind. She quickly stopped, turned around and saw the corner of her boss's clothes. Oh, Mr. Huo, thank you very much for the giant teddy bear. I really like him. You need to talk about what you like. Gushishi really didn't expect that he would order one just like the bear photo she posted among her friends. Huo Shishun paused for a second before quickly leaving without looking back. Is the boss shy again? About. Every time she thanked him, his ears turned red. It's pretty funny. Gushishi covered her mouth with her hand and smiled. She quickly ran after him. Mr. Huo, wait, I have a small request. By this time, Huo Shishun had already reached the stairs but turned around after hearing her words. Well, I would like to paint in my room and then sell the paintings or send them to friends. Do you mind if I send them from here by express delivery? Gushishi asked carefully. This is what she came up with last night. She needs to use the beginner's skill of making the audience feel like they are in the picture 100 times. So she came up with the idea of selling her paintings. Although she live-streamed the entire process using 2 skills, Huo Shishun was the only successful case. This meant that audiences had to be able to see the painting in person for it to be effective. Looking at it through a cell phone does not produce the same result. She did not yet have the opportunity to organize her own exhibition, and she did not have the opportunity to constantly carry her paintings with her to show them to others. So she will have to either sell them or donate them. This meant that they would have to be sent by mail. If the boss doesn't want her to send them from the mansion, then she will have to send them from the art center or find a postal service near the mansion. Maybe she can find it on the internet. Just talk to the butler. Lost in her thoughts, she heard Huo Shishin's deep voice. Perhaps because he slept well last night, there was no coldness in his voice today. In fact, it sounded elegant and rich, like a cello. You don't need to talk to me about this. Gu Shishi froze for a second. That meant he was okay with it, right? She always thought of him as someone who was unreasonable and that he wouldn't want express delivery people coming to his house due to his germophobic tendencies. Thank you, darling, Gu Shishi blurted out without thinking. Huo Shishen immediately looked away. He remembered how she said as he stood outside her room. You must learn to behave decently. Gu Shishi, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Huo Shishen had to go to work, so he left the house at dawn. Today she got up early. It was not yet 6:30 in the morning. She hadn't even had breakfast yet, and the boss had already started his workday. That's why he's so rich. Gu Shishi remembered the days when her teacher woke her up at 4 o'clock in the morning to practice basic skills and nodded in understanding. The boss lives a busy life. No wonder he has such a bad character. After all, he barely sleeps. Who hasn't been capricious when they were deprived of sleep? Butler Ling. Gu Shishi ate her delicious breakfast until she was 80% full and looked for the butler to discuss express delivery issues. She didn't expect the butler to smile at her before she said anything. She already told me. Whatever you need to send, just give it to me and I'll take care of it. It will be delivered the same day within the city limits, said the butler. SF Express? Gu Shishi froze for a split second. Madam Gu, we have our own employees here. All you need to do is provide us with your address. Ooh, what is SF Express in the world of the rich? Fine. Basically, I'm going to send paintings. Sometimes I may frame them so they are flimsy and a little bulky. Don't worry, all our people are professionals, Butler Lin nodded. Okay, Tilda, thank you, Butler Lin. Gu Shishi sighed in relief. If she had to find a courier company herself, packaging would be a big problem. Rolled paintings are not so bad, but they are very fragile when framed. Delivery is a hassle. Now that this was all over and there was still a full hour left before work, Gu Shishi happily returned to her room and turned on the streaming service. She changed the name of the channel to I Draw So Well I Can Walk on Clouds, a much more attractive name. She may be as skilled as ever, but now that she intends to sell her work, she needs to attract more traffic. At the same time, she added another line. My work today will be given as a gift to one of my viewers. From today, my works will be put up for sale. Look for abstract artist on Taobao. She very conveniently registered in the Taobao online store during breakfast. After placing the mobile phone upright, she straightened out the Xhuan painting paper and began preparing her brushes. Today I will draw using the gunbai technique. She finally has 5 fans after 2 streaming sessions. But today it was too early and many were still sleeping. Gu Shishi thought for a while and decided not to change the time. She used a beginner skill and closed her eyes to feel the concept. All her previous works were done in a free style of writing. The loose brushwork emphasizes feeling and artistic concept rather than realistic detail. A systematic skill that allowed viewers to feel like they were in the picture is obviously very suitable for freestyle work. But gunbi, unlike a freestyle of writing, emphasizes accuracy and meticulousness. His goal is realism. She wondered how well the system's cheat would work in the gongbi technique, and whether it would allow viewers to feel like they were in the picture. This is what Gu Shishi wanted to find out today. Soon she closed her eyes and frowned. Her body again found itself in a completely different dimension. When she opened her eyes, only a few seconds had passed, but it felt like an hour had passed. She picked up a brush made from weasel, and an unprecedented expression of concentration appeared on her face. She dipped her brush into ink and expertly applied it to the Zhuan drawing paper. a circle in one motion followed by a dot. The lines are straight and neat, all in one go. She didn't notice her first viewer on the channel. Thinking about this, she took a white brush and, holding the tip, flattened it, then dipped it lightly into the ink and carefully brushed it across the paper. Because the front tip is flattened, multiple ink strokes are drawn at once. The number of viewers on the channel increased to 3. Soon another person joined the conversation. Manager. Go, I draw so well that I can walk on clouds. Channel Master, are you asking me to slap you in the face? Then I'll be honest. Don't you think your brush is too weak? Shouldn't you use another one? OCD is killing me. Also, is this ink too light? Are you sure it's really mascara? This is a troll. Gu Shishi didn't have time to look at his mobile phone. Her hand didn't stop moving. After a while, a wave of the flattened tip and a fluffy pointed cat's ear drawn in light ink almost jumped out of the paper. She drew directly on paper without sketching with a pencil. Her lines were smooth and precise. The right ear was even tilted slightly, as if it was listening to some noise. Just a few blows and lively fun is reflected. Manager Gu's scrolling question suddenly stopped. The flattened tip of the brush clearly creates the effect of fluffy cat hair. Meow meow, wow, so cute. Channel Master, you're so cool. Gu Shishi smiled. With the next few strokes, she created the small nose and small mouth of a kitten, as well as the body of a fluffy cat and soft pads on her paws. The cat's long tail swung in the air, its fluffiness clearly conveyed by the flattened tip of the brush. Once the silhouette has been completed, the rest is inked and colored to accentuate the contrast, soft fluff of the fur, and adjustable details. Manager Gu doesn't dare to speak anymore. He simply dialed 6666 and sent her 2 omamori, hinting that he was on his knees. PP 666. Chinese internet slang, someone is very experienced in something. Along with Gu Shishi's smooth actions, a large orange fat cat rolling on the ground and playing with the butterfly with its paws slowly formed on the drawing paper. Emphasis on big. To convey the fatness of the cat, Gu Shishi specially added 3 folds to his belly. With his paw waving, he looked as if his fat belly was shaking from his actions. Its orange fur is light and fluffy. He was so realistic that I wanted to look at him more closely and even stroke him. Even a layman can see Gu Shishi's extraordinary skill. The channel became more and more quiet. Even the chatty meow meow didn't dare to type anything else, as if afraid that any noise now would distract Gu Shishi's brush and destroy the living orange cat. But just as Meow Meow and Manager Gu were watching intently, a line of dialogue box flashed on the screen. She focused on painting the cat's whiskers, eyes, and mouth with a brush and titanium white ink. One blow after another, each one straight, strong, and powerful, she created the cat's whiskers naturally stiff and hanging. With each blow, she became more and more focused. Ink paintings, unlike oil paintings, cannot be covered up or removed if a mistake is made in the painting. There is no room for modification. When painting with ink, once the brush hits the paper, there is nothing that can be changed. There is no room for mistakes here. The king of the mountain continued to talk without stopping. The other 2 could no longer remain silent in the channel. Manager Go. Brother Mountain, could you please be quiet for a moment? You're interrupting the moment and preventing us from watching her paint. As soon as the king of the mountain entered the channel, he did not take his eyes off Gu Shishi's brush. He didn't have time to look at other people's comments. Until he saw the last 2 messages, he frowned and decided to look at the old ones. He almost vomited blood as soon as he looked. King of the mountain. Damn. I've been asking to sell the painting for 4 days now. And now you're giving it away for free? I'll pay you 50,000 yuan. Sell me this orange cat. Channel Master, Channel Master, Channel Master. His hand speed is quite fast, and he soon tagged at Manager Go. King of the mountain. You don't even know about the gongbi technique. Don't tell me you're spoiling your mood. What an amateur. He was just about to send more, but Gu Shishi added sparkle to the cat's eyes with the final titanium white dots. Finally, after 45 minutes, a very colorful painting of an orange tabby cat playing with a butterfly was completed. Gu Shishi was finally able to look at her channel and notice the disagreement that had arisen earlier. I already promised this picture to Meow Meow. Try it next time, King of the Hill. While talking, she saw a stream of skyscrapers. Each of them costs 450 yuan. Even after the platform takes 50%, she will still receive more than 200. The 11 skyscrapers she received in the last 45 minutes is 2,000 yuan. which is equivalent to her half a month's salary at the art center. Gushishi suddenly felt a little uneasy. She promised to give it away for free. Is this a reward for watching her draw? Should she then draw longer? There is still free space on the left side. I'll add something as a thank you for the reward. As she spoke, she quickly added some green grass and small wildflowers. Butterflies flutter over flowers with grass. An orange tabby cat lies on its side, its fur fluttering in the wind. The creation and artistic concept of the entire Gunby painting was completed, taking the painting to a whole new level. This made the King of the Mountain almost vomit blood again. He sent her so many rewards just so she could add another drawing to someone else's painting. Why does he feel like an idiot? Fine. Gushishi put down her brush. Using another brush, she wrote in a small font, "Remember, the orange tabby should always be the center of attention. Since she moved in, she hasn't had the chance to make a seal yet." She thought for a moment. Since she got a second chance, she should have a new alias. Using cinnabar, she painted the ink painting guru seal. It looked so realistic, as if it was a real seal. Gushishi smiled and said, "Eastern and Western painting styles have their own merits. The end goal is different. Meow meow, I'll list this on Taobao for 10 million yuan. Write to me and I will change the price for you." There are 4 viewers in total on her channel. She wasn't too worried about someone pretending to be meow meow. But before logging out, she looked at the view count and was shocked. Number of viewers, 10,353. When did it happen? She looked back at the chat screen and saw a wall of 666. Surprising. Scrolling. Maybe they were attracted by the rewards they sent her. Skyscrapers were the most expensive gifts a viewer could send. Has her channel been advertised on other channels? Anyway, Gushishi rubbed her nose and said, "Fine, I'm logging out. See you next time." King of the Mountain, hey, next time. Damn. The screen went black before he finished his question. Gushishi hurried to log out because she really wanted to appreciate her orange tabby cat. Immersion in the picture. She believed that she succeeded. She looked at her finished drawing and couldn't help but reach out and pet the cat. The orange tabby cat seemed to meow softly at her and curled up into a ball of fur under her hand. His plump body swayed irresistibly sweetly. Oh, she could die right now. From an overdose of cuteness? I suddenly wanted to have a furry pet myself. Gushishi stared at the orange tabby cat, and the more she looked at him, the more she wanted to stroke something fluffy. Yes, she even suddenly had the urge to go to the backyard, find the kitten and pet it. Unfortunately, it's too cold in this mansion. No soft or fluffy stuff here. Gushishi sighed, took a photo of the painting, uploaded it to Taobao, and set an incredibly high price that no one would pay. Soon, someone sent her a private message. "Meow meow, I am meow meow. Channel master, your picture is simply amazing." Gushishi waited another 10 minutes. No one contacted her, so she changed the price to 1 yuan and sent her a link. "Buy first, and then I will return your money." "Meow meow, no, this painting is worth much more. You can ask for a higher price. By the way, do you have WeChat? I accidentally came across your stream today. Do you usually upload your work to your circle of friends?" Gushishi blinked. Maybe she will become a regular customer. She thought a little and said, "I'll send it to you later. I already said it's free, just buy it. Next time I will set a higher price." But first, she needs to create a new WeChat account to separate it from the one she had as an art center instructor. Otherwise, there would be beginner and master level work in the same account. It would be too confusing. Their little exchange and confirmation of her address took about 10 minutes, not counting the delivery time, which is a hassle before and after. "Fortunately, I'm only going to sell 1 or 2 a day at most. Otherwise, I'll be very exhausted," Gushishi said to herself. After thinking for a moment, she took out her painting, Feeding the Chicks. She took a photo of it and posted it on Taobao. Price, 30,000 yuan. It was quite a high price considering the size of the piece and the playful concept. Typically, a fairly well-known artist could fetch up to 20,000 yuan for such a piece. However, if we put all this aside, this picture is endowed with the cheat of immersion in the picture. Taking this point into account, Gushishi decided to set a higher starting price. She eventually planned to sell more in the future. It will be very troublesome if she doesn't start from a higher starting point. In the future, when she created a large-scale immersive landscape art concept, she thought that she should at least ask for 1 million yuan. Fine, all is ready. It's time to go to work. After she set the price, her Taobao store now had 1 item. In the end, calling the picture, "I didn't receive the red envelope." Not happy. Satisfied with herself, she packed her things and headed to the art center. Before she left, Butler Lin approached her for the first time and said that the driver could take her. Gu Shishi was very surprised but refused. It's time to start exercising, otherwise all I do is eat and sleep and eat, and sit too much at work. The profession of an artist is also physical work. Without sufficient physical strength, I will not be able to hold out even for 2 hours. Steady arm, strong brush, straight lines, all this required good physical preparation. Very large landscapes can even take more than 8 hours a day and can only be completed in 2 to 3 weeks or even a month. But if the driver picks me up in the evening, that'll be great. She is afraid of the dark. She doesn't want to walk in the dark. Okay, Mrs. Gu, Butler Lin responded immediately. After Gu Shishi arrived at the art center sweating, she found that today was very calm and peaceful. The 2 troublesome men didn't show up, and she felt a little strange. After a full day of studying, she stopped Zhao Xian before leaving work. Do you have Luo Zheng's contact information? Zhao Xian was alarmed. For what? Why do you need it? Does she really want to seduce her boyfriend? Did Gu Shishi really regret going home last night? Luo Zheng could be short-tempered and look down on women, but he was generous. When he was usually in a good mood, he spoke sweet words and behaved in a very gentlemanly manner. Oh, nothing special. I just wanted to remind him that even if he didn't come today, he should continue to practice at home, Gu Shishi said as she waved her hand in the air. He needs to continue yesterday's lifting and catching exercises and adding slice and reverse to his exercise regimen, 100 times each. Zhao Xian, she didn't even know how to react to this. Seeing that Zhao Xian was silent, Gu Shishi tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, Zhao Xian, do you want to practice too? It's difficult, but doable. But your base is even worse than his, so I would recommend that you start from the center. Zhao Xian, difficult? What the heck? As for the number of times, you need to train until your arm hurts so much that you can't hold your hand anymore, Gu Shishi said, waving her hand. After finishing speaking, she put her hand on the crook of Ling Xiaomei's elbow, who was standing aside and looking at her with respect, and happily left work, getting into the Bentley parked in the garage. Today she was wearing a Versace chiffon dress with a small floral print and a light yellow Prada handbag. Zhao Xian was so angry that her body was shaking. She got into the car parked next to her and looked displeased at Luo Zheng, who was sitting behind the wheel. She was about to say something when she realized that Luo Zheng was browsing Taobao. Do you want to buy something? Luo Zheng, a second-generation rich man, has always looked down on Taobao products. This is weird. Crap. Luo Zheng hit the steering wheel hard. I almost bought it, but someone snatched it from me at the last second. Crap. Zhao Xian looked curiously and thought it was an ink painting. Quite childish. The chickens are pecking at the rice. She looked at the price and gasped. 30,000 yuan. She doesn't do ink, but she is an artist. She could tell that this picture could have been painted in 2 to 3 hours at most. 30,000 yuan for 2 to 3 hours of work? Any artist who can earn that kind of money can be considered successful. Crap. Luo Zheng was still tapping the steering wheel. He even quickly switched to bilibili.com, but after taking a glance, he threw the phone aside in disappointment. Oh yes. Seeing that he was already annoyed, Zhao Xian decided to make the situation worse. Gu Shishi just stopped me. She said that she has homework for you, to practice 400 strokes and you can't miss it, otherwise… Damn it. Sure enough, Luo Zheng vomited blood and hit the steering wheel again. The corners of Zhao Xian's mouth curved upward. It was quite funny to see a second-generation rich man in distress. Luo Zheng immediately grabbed his phone and called, Hello, it's me. Didn't you mention last time that you wanted to invite Gu Shishi to the party? Have you already sent an invitation? Nothing, I'm just curious. Yes, what you asked me to do, of course, is in progress. Stop asking about it already. Darling, what kind of party? Can I go too? Luo Zheng pressed the gas pedal. This has nothing to do with you. Zhao Xian was so angry that she almost broke her purse strap. Inside the mansion. Boss, I bought it, and the delivery address is your house on M. Lin, CE reported. As he spoke, he raised his head and stole a glance at Huo Shen, who was sitting at his desk. They live in the same house, but he has to buy her work and send her to another house. Moreover, he couldn't say what was so special about this painting of Mrs. Gu's chicken, and the asking price was 30,000 yuan. The boss didn't even blink, he just bought it. C could not get rid of the terrible thought that arose in his head. Boss, do you like Miss Gu? At noon, Gu Shishi went and bought herself a new phone card. Returning from work to the mansion, she took the small Mickey Mouse cell phone that belonged to the original owner. I inserted a new calling card and registered a new WeChat account. Although the speed of an old mobile phone is slow and it freezes from time to time, for the most part, this does not affect its performance. She sent 3 messages at once. She posted her 3 latest paintings: red mountains, chicken fights for rice, orange tabby cat, and butterfly. She was about to post a Taobao link for the little chick, but when she looked at her Taobao seller account, she screamed in surprise. Already sold. She looked at the analytics for a long time and then looked at the message history in disbelief. There is only correspondence between her and Meow Meow. No one else wrote to her today. What a wonderful client. Gushishi was a little embarrassed. Does he have any questions for me? 30,000 yen is a considerable amount for a painting. This usually requires some thought, and some buyers even want to use a magnifying glass to see all the details of the painting. But this morning she was in too much of a hurry. She didn't even have the opportunity to add a detailed description of the product or add a video review of the painting. Did you buy it like this? Just looked at photos taken with a mobile phone camera and bought it? Rich, nouveau riche everywhere. In her previous life, before she turned 20, the teacher did not allow her to sell paintings. Instead, he always forced her to practice the basic skills to perfection, saying that in the future she would have enough time to earn money, so there was no need to rush. Later, she finally received her teacher's approval and began selling her work. But by that time, her teacher was already very ill. She spent most of her time in the hospital caring for him, and she did not have time to monitor how her paintings were sold. Shortly after her teacher's death, she was involved in a car accident. Come to think of it, she's just new to selling paintings. She's only seen her teacher do it before. But today, she finally understood what her teacher meant. Everything he said was true. If you don't improve your skills, even if you sell 100 paintings, they won't be worth as much as one piece after you master the technique. This is what he meant by a business where, without working for 3 years, immediately after opening, you earn enough for the next 3 years. She just made 30,000 yuan in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, they cannot be added to your life bar or exchanged for system skills. But she immediately remembered immersing herself in the picture using system skills, and that made her feel better. She was happy for a while, but remembered what she needed to do. After quickly checking the rich man's address, she hurriedly returned to her room, folded the painting into a mailing tube, and then went out again and went to look for Butler Lin with her small bag to go on another trip. She did not frame the painting of the orange cat that she had previously given for free. But if she sends this 30,000 yuan chicken painting only in a mailing tube, it might seem a little careless. She didn't want to give the impression that the quality was poor. Some time ago, she found a frame workshop. Luckily, they were still open when she got there. After paying the deposit, selecting a suitable frame and confirming the production time, she returned back to the mansion. On the way home, she sent the nouveau riche 111 a private message. Gushishi froze for a second, but perhaps sensing her hesitation, 111 sent a new message. You can install it if you want. Do I need to pay extra? Truly nouveau riche. No need. It's included in the 30,000 yuan price, Gushishi quickly replied. The other party responded just as quickly. Okay. Gushishi breathed a sigh of relief. This nouveau riche is very kind. His temperament is also quite pleasant. She thought for a moment and sent him information about her new WeChat account and a link to her channel. In the future, I will publish new works on this account, and sometimes I draw online. Visit me again. Other side? He's definitely a man of few words. Gushishi didn't think much of it. She then sent her new WeChat account information to Meow Meow. She promised her this morning. After she took care of everything, she returned to the villa and stormed into the dining room and began to enjoy her late dinner. This was the second day that she could eat hearty food again. The chef seemed to take special care of her and prepared her favorite pasta with white sauce and bacon and grilled lamb chops. The sizzling fat oozing from the golden brown and crispy lamb chops, and the spices swirling around them that are visible to the naked eye. She spooned a forkful of spaghetti, smothered in white sauce and emitting the most delicious aroma that made her salivate profusely. Tilda. Twirling her fork, Gushishi began to feast. For the last 3 days she has not eaten anything except porridge due to stomach problems. Now her taste buds, which had been dormant, were finally awakened. Every bite is delicious, and every bite is the wonderful sound of life being added. Food is truly the happiest event in life. Ah, happiness, tilde tilde. She swallowed a mouthful of food and began taking pictures of the food in front of her. As she clicked happily, she saw C passing by. C, good evening, Gushishi greeted him joyfully. But C only nodded at her dryly. Gushishi blinked and noticed the corner of her dark brown shirt. Boss? Oh. She hurriedly stood up and stuck her head out. Surely. Huo Shishin stood indifferently at the entrance to the dining room with his hands behind his back. He was tall and well-built, and he was filled with a feeling of being overwhelmed by those around him, even when he just stood there. Gushishi thought for a moment, picked up her fork, and stepped forward. Yesterday she received a wonderful gift from her boss. She should show her gratitude properly. Mr. Huo, have you already had lunch? Would you like to join? She was already halfway when Huo Shishin frowned. No, I don't eat at the same table with others. In fact, when she approached him, he was already giving off an icy, don't come near me aura. Okay, Gushishi did not insist. But before turning around, she still smiled at him. I really like this big teddy bear. With it, I feel like I can do everything with ease. Even my luck seems to have improved. Today my paintings were sold out in no time at a good price. Speaking of this, she was truly happy. After all, Taobao does not give you the feeling of being immersed in a picture. This meant that it was her drawing skills that appealed to him, 111, and that he really appreciated her painting. While Chicken Little is a fun piece of work, behind every stroke are her ink painting skills, honed over years of practice. She felt as skilled as someone in her 50s or 60s. Thinking of this, she stood up proudly. The buyer didn't even ask questions or bargain. He just bought it. He is so decisive, brave, and he has taste. Huo Shishin's favor has increased. Gushishi was taken aback. Why did it suddenly increase? Maybe because she shared her good news with him and treated him like a friend? She paused before continuing. This client has such good taste. It's just a painting of chickens, but he must have seen the beauty in my brushstrokes. To be honest, I have never met such connoisseurs as him. Huo Shishin's favor has increased. What? Again? She stole a glance at the boss standing in front of her. She found him raising an eyebrow and looking at her almost indifferently. But his thin lips seemed to curve upward. Is the boss in a good mood today? Her conclusion made her happy. She began sharing her personal thoughts. Nowadays, there are not many people who understand Chinese painting and are ready to buy paintings from an unknown artist. I think that this 111 can become my regular client. I wonder what he likes. I am very good at drawing figures, flowers, and birds, and my landscape painting has also risen to a higher level. Maybe I'll ask him via WeChat when I have the opportunity. Huo Shishin suddenly frowned. The thin lips parted slightly, and the voice was a little hoarse. WeChat? Well, yes. I opened a new account and have already sent this information to my brother with good taste. Gushishi continued to chatter. Huo Shishin immediately looked doubtfully at Siyi, who was standing next to him. Siyi suddenly shuddered. Huo Shishin casually mumbled an acknowledgement, and finally, when Gushishi began to breathe heavily from talking so much, he extended a slender finger and pointed at her lunch. It's cooled down. Eh? Gushishi subconsciously glanced at his finger. Hey, that index finger is very long with distinct knuckles, smooth muscles, and a beautiful texture. Then she looked higher. His wrist joint is perfect. His wheat-colored forearm with his black rolled-up shirt sleeve was colorful, subtle, and secretly explosive. So attractive. The boss's hand was good enough for him to become a model. Why didn't she notice this before? Huo Shishin didn't receive an answer, so he looked down. As a result, he saw that the girl was looking at his hand and drooling. It looks like she even swallowed. He frowned and calmly removed his hand. The beautiful scene suddenly disappeared in front of Gushishi. She turned away in disappointment. But soon she bowed her head and understood. What did the boss say went cold? Oh my God, my lamb chop dripping with fat. They will become tasteless when they cool. Huo Shishin pursed his lips and finally took a step and walked out of the dining room. But as he started to walk up the stairs, he took out his phone. He handed it to C. His intentions were clear. Add her second WeChat account. C immediately agreed. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to ask stupid questions like whether Mrs. Gu would find out. The boss has a mobile phone with 2 cards. He always had 2 different numbers, work and personal. Done, boss. Huo Shishin took the phone and took a look. He nodded. Stepping onto the second step, he finished scanning her circle of friends. He pointed to the third picture with a cat and asked coldly, when it was? C looked and almost cried. Miss Gu has published 3 paintings, and 2 of them already belong to the boss. Is that why he asks about the third? Miss Gu has already sold it. I mean, she gave it away. As soon as he said the word gave, the temperature on the stairs immediately dropped, Ce explained, sweating heavily. No, not as a gift. More like a lottery. She played it while the broadcast was going on. Huo Shishen raised his eyebrows again. I was just about to report this to you. When Miss Gu told me about opening her store on Taobao, she also told me about her streaming channel and the sweepstakes and advised me to visit her channel more often. Huo Shishen's gaze was still intense. Ce felt goosebumps running through his body. Suddenly, when an idea struck him, he blurted out, "How about I install the streaming platform app for you so you can watch her videos?" After a long time, he finally heard something very easy. The temperature on the stairs immediately returned to normal. C. Gu Shishi, on the other hand, was mourning her cold lamb chop. While she was wondering whether to warm her up, several new messages arrived. Meow Meow asked to add her as a friend. Meow Meow was so impatient that she sent it out several times. Gu Shishi immediately accepted her request. Meow Meow transferred 10,000 yuan to you. Gu Shishi was taken aback. Meow Meow, I really like cats. When I was a child, I had a small orange tabby cat, but my mother gave him away. Your picture is so good that it reminded me of him. Gu Shishi didn't expect such a coincidence, and she didn't expect that Meow Meow was so not strapped for money. Spending 10,000 yuan just like that. Are all kids really that rich these days? The profile photo of Meow Meow on WeChat is a girl with shoulder-length curly hair, probably in her 20s. Curiosity got the better of her, and she entered the Meow Meow circle of friends. At first glance, she was surrounded by a strong atmosphere of wealth. Horse riding, golf, skiing, parasailing, these are all expensive activities. Not to mention regular messages about a new handbag or a new pair of shoes. She's really rich. Why has she been constantly running into all these nouveau riche people lately? Is this a side effect of relocation? Even Gu Shishi thought it was unscientific. Soon, Meow Meow sent her another message. Guru, I have one more request. This Saturday is my grandmother's birthday. Can I ask you to draw me a drawing of a magical peach as a birthday present? I'm open to discussing cost. Gu Shishi didn't expect her next deal to happen so quickly. Using peaches for birthday greetings is a really popular theme in Chinese painting. According to the myth, those who eat the magic peach will gain eternal life. This is why peach fruit paintings are best as gifts for the elderly, and it is also the type of painting that many collectors enjoy. After all, its meaning was positive and very traditional. Gu Shishi thought for a moment before answering. I can try. Do you have any special requirements? What are your grandmother's preferences? This time Meow Meow answered a little slower. Just something festive that can make older people happy, nothing more. Oh, I'm going to go shopping now. Let's talk later. Oh yes, Guru. Could you send me a message on WeChat when you start live broadcasting in the future? This kid really loves ink drawings. Gu Shishi smiled. Certainly. I will send you a message on WeChat when I start the live broadcast, but I gave you a picture of an orange cat. We agreed on this and it will not change. Even if this painting costs 10,000 yuan, it will not lose its credibility because of this amount of money. I'll send you a photo of the magic peach in a couple of days when I'm done. Then you can decide if you want her. After she sent this message, she closed the chat window. While brainstorming a picture, she unconsciously flipped through 2 pages of her circle of friends and suddenly came across the photo that Meow Meow had just posted. In the photo, she hugs 2 girls who are eating ice cream cones. One of the girls, slender and fragile, looked very familiar. It was Gu Wushuang, whom she had not seen for a long time. It's a small world. Gu Shishi narrowed her eyes, and the next moment her mobile phone suddenly rang. By the way, about the devil. It was a call from Gu Wushuang. She smiled and heard Gu Wushuang's soft and gentle voice as soon as she answered the call. Shishi, Old Lady Chung is hosting a banquet for her birthday this Saturday, and Lady Chung asked me to invite you too. The Chen family is a famous family in the city, and Madam Chung is a very good person. Your engagement was a bit rushed, so neither Mom nor I had a chance to introduce you to everyone. We think this is a good opportunity for you to make friends. Shishi, come with us, okay? I'll ask the driver to pick you up at 11 a.m., okay? Gu Wushuang's voice sounded as if it was soaked in honey, so sweet it made you sick, but her tone was soft yet strong, making it difficult for others to refuse. She kept asking, okay, okay, as if she really valued her opinion. But step by step she drove her into a corner. Gu Shishi ate a piece of lamb chop, wiped the grease from the corners of her mouth, and smiled sarcastically. And she thought that the fake daughter was behaving quite well lately. Before this call, it was so calm. So this is the trap she has set for her. Almost everyone from the rich second generation in the book was on Gu Wuxuang's side. They received the same education from childhood. The way they looked at the world, the way they thought, and their interests were very similar. On the other hand, Gu Shishi is like oil trying to mix with water. No matter how hard she tries, she will always be the odd one out, ostracized. Everyone in the second generation had always looked down on her, not to mention her engagement to the infamous Huo Shishin, who didn't even show up to his own engagement banquet, showing her absolutely no respect. Without thinking, Gu Shishi knew what the result would be if she went to this banquet. She will be isolated, ridiculed, looked down upon. At the banquet, the real daughter will be vulgar to make the fake daughter seem more pathetic and noble. Gu Wuxuang came up with a great plan. It's just that Gu Shishi grew up reading the emperor's policy and the comprehensive mirror to help govern. She saw all her little tricks so well. Gu Shishi looked at the invitation she sent. She then looked at the money transfer and chat history on her mobile phone and couldn't help but smile. Of course I'll go. I don't need a driver. Just send me the address. The rich housewife system required her to be recognized by others. The ultimate goal is definitely to join the group of wives and young girls from rich families. She needs to gain a fairly high social status and gain the respect of these so-called outstanding personalities. Gu Wuxuang is right about one thing. Attending a banquet is the easiest way for her to achieve this. And not only to be present, but also to receive sympathy while she is there. Her recognized by others streak has been growing very slowly lately. She must go to live. While thinking about this, Gu Shishi finished the last of her spaghetti with white sauce. Okay, Sister Wuxuang, I'm hanging up. She grinned. A couple of days later, when it was time to pick up the painting, Gu Shishi took a half-day off and personally went to the framing shop to pick up the painting. The frame was hand-picked by her. The dark wood texture with a rustic feel went very well with the chicken little painting. Gu Shishi sighed in relief. She paid the workshop owner 100 yuan and returned the painting back to the mansion. She wrote down the address on a piece of paper and asked Butler Lin to send the painting. It was a little awkward to address this, but Butler Lin just took a look and didn't say anything about it. He simply said, "Fine. The painting will be delivered today." Gu Shishi nodded and thanked him. After finishing her conversation with Lin's butler, she wrote 111 that she had already sent the goods and it would be delivered today, and that he had better wait at home. After everything was done, she plopped down on the sofa and sighed heavily. Every cell of her body trembled excitedly. She was so excited that she wanted to jump up and scream. She sold her first painting for 30,000 yuan, her very first painting in this life and her very first in the past. "Master, do you see this? Your precious student has finally done it. I sold my very first painting and made money from it. Someone praised her painting." Gu Shishi covered her mouth with her hand, sobbed, and rolled on the sofa 3 times in a row. She was so happy and it called for a celebration. She suddenly stood up, and seeing that there was still some time left before noon, she went downstairs to find Butler Lin. When Butler Lin heard her question, he was a little stunned. "Footbath?" "Yes, I like to draw while soaking my feet. It's okay if it's not there. I can buy one for myself on Taobao." Gu Shishi felt a little awkward as she said this. She just assumed that a mansion of this size would naturally have everything. Butler Lin was taken aback for a moment. "Give me a minute." "Okay, then I'll go back to my room." Half an hour later, there was a knock on the door of the room. Along with the knock came the sound of the system. Gu Shishi. Butler Lin soon ordered things to be delivered to her room. "Miss Gu, I didn't hear whether you said you needed a bathtub or a foot bath, so I took both." Gu Shishi swallowed. Draw while taking a bath? It's amazing. She was worried that her master would turn over in his grave. "Thank you very much, Butler Lin." 10 a.m. Gu Shishi looked at the new equipment she had just received, a foot bath that cost more than 4,000 yuan. In her previous life, she only used a 200 yuan foot bath. What progress. So, after much thought, she decided to paint a bigger picture. She poured hot water. I checked the water temperature. It was quite comfortable. Gu Shishi sat comfortably at the table and picked up a brush. She not only copied countless paintings of magical peaches, but also created dozens of original ones. So today she planned to increase the difficulty level. She wanted to paint a picture of children offering magic peaches. Older people, especially rich ones, always want to have many grandchildren. They believe that the more children you have, the happier you are. She decided to paint a picture of 4 or 5 children, each offering magical peaches, by combining characters, birds, and flowers into one. Thus, the picture will look rich and not monotonous, lively and festive. She first imagined the picture in her head before drawing it on paper. After finishing, she looked left and right and felt that she had not made many mistakes. A decent job. Although the artistic concept is a little lacking. Gushishi sighed. Is it really impossible to get people to immerse themselves in a painting without using systems skills? How far is it from the initial level of the system? She gritted her teeth, looked at the life bar that was filled for 5 days and changed it to 3 hours of skill. It's too bitter. The composition of the picture has not changed. All the same children and peaches, but when she closed her eyes, she heard the giggling of small children and the incessant noisy "Grandma" and "Eat a peach" filled her ears. Gushishi closed her eyes and her body trembled. Soul. She spent a lot of time perfecting her figure drawing skills. Because her style has the natural sophistication of a woman, her master initially emphasized figures exclusively. He said this was a good path for her. She has perfected expressions, actions, and even the texture of clothes. Is it possible that her figures lack soul? A figure without a soul, no matter how detailed, will still be too superficial and not moving enough for the audience. Gushishi felt that she had finally found which path she should take. But the moment she stretched out her hand, she felt a fluffy peach that was so huge that she could not hold it in one hand. And she even felt its sweet aroma in her nose. At that very moment, she seemed to turn into one of the children in the painting who had just learned what a magical peach looked like. Gushishi sat with her eyes closed and did not feel the passage of time. On the other hand, Cheng Keksen, also known as Meow Meow, was happily fooling around for 2 whole days and finally remembered the mail tube that the maid brought to her room. She never opened it. Since she had already seen the photograph, she had no desire to look at the real painting. I wonder if she has already finished painting a picture for her grandmother's birthday. Cheng Keksen counted the time while opening the mail tube. Just when she thought she would write to her and find out how the painting was going, her eyes were dazzled by the drawing paper she had just pulled out. Cheng Keksen was immediately stunned by the naive big orange cat in this painting. The large orange tabby cat rolled playfully, raising his 4 paws to the sky, revealing his fluffy, fat belly and long, bushy tail. The soft and sweet right paw reaches for the butterfly in the air, while the left paw hovers in front of the chest. His clear and shining eyes gaze intently at the butterfly. It was so real! When she saw this picture live, she already found it very realistic at that time, but she thought that some cell phone filters had been applied to brighten up the picture. But now that she was looking at the actual painting, that Gunby cat in front of her eyes looked like it could jump out of the paper at any moment. It wasn't just the way the cat looked, but even his posture and movements reminded her of the little orange tabby kitten she once had. The belly fur was natural, soft, fluffy, and shiny, and the fur beneath him stretched as if it could not bear his weight. His slightly open cat-like mouth and bright, wet eyes showed how relaxed and free the orange tabby was. Juju. Cheng Keksin couldn't help but call his name. Her thoughts were somewhere far away. She took the painting and wrapped her arms around it, but feeling the thinness of the paper, her face was filled with regret and disappointment. It's just an illusion. It's just a picture, not her Juju. Cheng Keksin gritted her teeth and put the painting aside, but only for a second. She could not resist and raised it again. The big orange tabby cat in the painting seemed to have caught the butterfly and was showing it off, opening his mouth stupidly and meowing softly, hitting her heart. This Gunby painting is simply amazing beyond words. The more you look, the more realistic it becomes. The more you look, the more alive it becomes. Not only the big orange cat, but even the butterfly he was playing with looked like its wings were fluttering in the air. Maybe the Channel Master. Is this the pseudonym of the master artist? Cheng Keksin was shocked. She immediately opened a Taobao store, Abstract Artist, and took a look at the painting Little Chicken Fighting for Rice that was sold. Price, 30,000 yuan. Is it really sold? This money is just her pocket money for the month. It is nothing to her. But because of her usual social circle, she also knew a little about oil painting and Chinese ink painting. 30,000 yuan is definitely the asking price of a famous artist. Otherwise, even if the painting skills are excellent, it will be difficult for an unknown artist to sell such a fun, rustic painting for a 5-figure sum. She originally thought that it was a marketing ploy by the Channel Master, forming a high-end base for his works by feigning a sale using a starvation marketing technique. But Now that she had seen the painting of the orange tabby cat in person, she was no longer sure about it. No wonder she didn't take my money. Probably because she knew that this painting was worth a lot more than 10,000 yuan. She didn't care about the 10,000, so she just gave it back to me. The more she thought about it, the more it seemed to her that this abstract artist was not an ordinary artist. Perhaps this is a real master, but is there such a young master? Or does she take very good care of herself? The hand she had seen on the channel holding the brush looked young, tender and pink and white. It looked like it belonged to a young girl. The voice is also very soft and sweet, so she couldn't be too old. Chung Kekshin thought for a while, then opened WeChat and sent a message. Master, I just want to check how things are going with the congratulatory painting. Her respectful tone was very different from her joking tone when she called her guru 2 days ago. Her grandmother celebrates her 70th birthday this Saturday. Grandma always liked more traditional things. To prepare an exquisite gift for her grandmother, Chung Kekshin began her search a month ago. She was afraid that, not being an expert in antiques or paintings, she would accidentally buy a fake. And giving a fake is not only unattractive, but also humiliating. That's why, starting last month, she asked several famous Chinese ink painting and calligraphy artists to make a special calligraphy and painting for her grandmother. But some masters are too eccentric and did not accept the request. And the prices for paintings by other masters are so high that she could not afford them with her pocket money. So she had another idea. Instead of looking for famous artists, she looked for little-known artists to give her grandmother 10 paintings with inscriptions from 10 different people. The number 10 means perfection. She used to think it was a great idea, but now she doesn't. She emptied all the pictures she had already received from the boxes and laid them out next to the orange tabby cat and the butterfly. Such a gap. Putting them side by side, the gap is too obvious. Be it the lines, the shape, the soft naturalness of the brushstrokes, or the charm and temperament of the paintings, they are not on the same level. The orange-striped one just kills all the other pictures. It seems as if they are missing something, as if they have no soul. Chung Kekshin looked at them again and again. Discouraged, she picked up the phone again. Master, what size are you going to draw the picture? Maybe we should draw something smaller. Maybe you could tell me how much it will cost first? Chung Kekshin wanted to cry. She had underestimated the channel master before. Now she was worried that she wouldn't be able to afford the painting once she found out the price. The larger the size of a painting by any famous artist, the higher the cost. Chung Kekshin, who bought a lot of greeting paintings and liked to go shopping regularly, did not have much pocket money left. But now she didn't want to give up. After this comparison, she would be embarrassed to follow her original plan of giving her grandmother 10 different paintings. With her cell phone in her hand, she anxiously waited for an answer. On the other hand, Gu Shishi had just finished her painting Children Offer Magic Peaches while sweating profusely. All the fine sweat on her face was from the heat. Little did she know that she had been soaking her feet for an hour and a half. It's amazing how she didn't lose consciousness. But before, when she was completely focused on the brush in her hand, she was one with the brush and did not feel the passage of time at all. It was only when the phone vibrated that she suddenly realized that she was so hot that she was about to pass out. I've already finished drawing. I'll send you a photo. Gu Shishi relaxed her shoulder and turned off the footbath, then took a photo and sent it to Meow Meow. Now the most important thing for her is to survive and improve her level. Acceptance by others is a top priority. Sure enough, right after she sent her message, the screaming emoji came. Meow Meow. Master, this picture is too incredible. Are you sure I can name my price? I don't have much money lately. If I ask around, I think I can find it maybe. 30,000 yuan asterisk whispering emoticon. Gu Shishi chuckled when she saw this. Okay, then 30,000 yuan. Would you like me to frame it? Meow, meow. Oh, no, master. Just give me the address and I'll pick it up personally. I'll take it to the framing shop myself. Gu Shishi was a little puzzled by this. Back then, she could only make an appointment at the art center. She didn't think the boss would appreciate the visitors. Fine, how about 13 o'clock? Meow, meow, yes. She even added a very respectful emoji. A few minutes later, Gu Shishi heard the system's voice. Received sympathy from Chung Kekshin. Acceptance by others has reached LV2. Gu Shishi was taken aback and then delighted. This is exactly what she expected. The difficulty level of gaining sympathy is different for everyone. In addition, the amount of progress varies. According to her observations, in the process of increasing LV1 to LV2, each time she received someone's sympathy, An average of 10% progress was made. She already checked it a couple of days ago. For example, Ling Xiaomei, after the first increase in her sympathy, whether it was a trip home, lunch, or art class, her sympathy level never increased again. On the other hand, Zhao Xian, who always picked on her, doubled her progress. Or the ones she met on her streaming channels, such as Meow Meow or King of the Mountain, they didn't contribute anything to her progress at all. Until today, when Cheng Kexin, Meow Meow, received her second painting, her progress went up for the first time. And sympathy from her alone accounted for 20% of progress, far surpassing everyone else. Is it because she belongs to a noble family? Gu Shishi suggested. Since this system was called the rich housewife system, this may be why there is such special treatment for those who belong to noble families and high social circles. There may well be an added bonus in the recognition by others category. Cheng Kexin is from the second generation of rich guys, and Zhao Xian is the girlfriend of a second-generation rich guy. Relatively speaking, everyone else, such as Ling Xiaomei, who has nothing to do with the noble circle, falls into the category of ordinary people. It is more difficult to gain recognition from the noble circle, but once it is achieved, the added experience will be twice that of ordinary people. Gu Shishi took out her small notebook and wrote down her guesses about the system. Master level LV2, bride of a noble family who slowly gains attention. Lifespan increased to 7 days. Remainder of life, 4 days, 19 hours. Finally, I can live for a week. Gu Shishi slumped down on the sofa after she finished assessing the result. But a second later, she jumped up. Time to draw and recharge. Now she is also a person who has 60,000 yuan in her bank account. It's not the same when you only have 3 figures in your account. She immediately became a nouveau riche and generously bought the largest amount of diamonds in the game, 648 yuan for 6,480 diamonds, and then the crazy game began. At the same time in the office, Ce placed the painting given to him by Butler Lin on the table. Once the painting was framed, it looked much better than before. However, Ce had to make an effort to prevent his lips from curling upward. When he bought the painting on Taobao, he didn't look carefully. Now seeing the real thing, he finally got a good look at the little chicken fighting for rice painting. Correction, the picture is called "Didn't Receive the Red Envelope." Not happy. Taking a closer look, he noticed a clear inscription on the painting. Chick Thrifty. The subtext of Chicken Fighting for Rice is that after not receiving the red envelope, she called someone as thrifty as a chicken. She really wanted to laugh out loud. He felt his cheeks begin to hurt from trying not to laugh. Qin Ruhai told him that Madame Gu sent a red envelope to the boss. Didn't the boss send him back? Madame Gu was definitely the type to hold a grudge. Just look at her painting. Several of the chickens were so angry that their tails were sticking up and they were fighting each other. As cute as the picture was, the feeling of a cockfight was undeniable. Boss, here is Madame Gu's painting. After saying this, Ce raised his eyes to check his boss's reaction. Sure enough, after Huo Shishan looked at the picture with his black eyes, his tightly pursed lips twitched. Vulgar! He spat out the word through clenched teeth. Boss, maybe I should ask the butler to remove it then? Ce immediately stepped forward, but Huo Shishan looked at him coldly. Artistic skills above average. The shape and expressions of the chicks are different and quite interesting. This barely hides the vulgar inscription on the painting. Go, take it to the storage room. Different expressions do chickens have? He cast another suspicious glance at the painting, but still couldn't tell the difference between them. Aren't these chickens fighting fiercely for rice? But Miss Gu really has excellent drawing skills. Even a layman like him can see the resentment through the paper. Yes, sir, I'll hang it up right now. Ce did not dare to comment further. He turned and was about to leave the room when a loud bang was heard outside. They immediately heard Butler Lin's voice. Miss Gu, be careful. Are you okay? Don't move. I'll get the first aid kit. Someone come and remove the pieces of the chandelier from the floor. Ce stopped mid-motion. Chandelier? Was there a loud noise from the falling chandelier in the hallway? Is Mrs. Gu injured? His face turned pale. One day he got into a car accident after he started working for his boss. Butler Lin tripped and fell down the second floor shortly after arriving at the mansion. The chef they hired was burned by hot oil from a frying pan while preparing a dish. Ce shuddered, feeling a cold sensation on the back of his head. He looked at his boss sitting at the table with a complex and worried look. This man was rumored to bring bad luck to those around him. Of course, Huo Shishen's face became very gloomy. The disgusted but relaxed expression on his face had just disappeared, replaced by the calm before the storm. The next second, a cold voice was heard in the room. "Throw this painting in the closet. I won't need this anymore." All the people close to him suffered a terrible fate. It became colder in the office, and the air pressure dropped extremely. But Gu Shishi didn't know anything about this. She had just left her room and was about to go downstairs while she was playing SSR cards in her mobile game. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Before she knew what had happened, the chandelier above her head fell right in front of her. It was very close. She played 10 times in a row and did not receive a single SSR. She got so angry that she stopped and stomped her foot. If she hadn't stopped and kept going at the same speed, the chandelier would probably have fallen right on top of her and smashed her head. Although the chandelier did not fall on her, she was wearing a short skirt, so the glass shards scratched her calves. Luckily, none of the fragments hit her in the face. Before Gu Shishi could recover from the shock, she heard a warning sound from the system. The owner had an accident and is now bleeding. Life reduction rate is 101%. Gu Shishi, what a sensitive system. So are annual medical examinations still necessary? She originally wanted to refuse Butler Lin's first aid kit, but now she can only squat down and obediently wait for Butler Lin to arrive. While she was waiting, she saw CE coming out of the office. Gu Shishi smiled dryly at him. It so happened that she was sitting right next to the entrance to the office. "Miss Gu, are you okay?" CE nodded to her. "Oh, I'm fine. The chandelier didn't hit me, just minor scratches." As an artist, Gu Shishi was used to observing people. She immediately realized that Sia's gaze was a little complicated. In addition to worry mixed with a little compassion, there's even a little fear there. It's as if all this happened at the wrong time. What's happened? What is he afraid of? She tilted her head and looked into the office through the slightly open door. As a result, she could only see the back of the chair facing the door. This is the side profile of a beautiful face. Boss Ho. Gu Shishi's mouth opened slightly. She wanted to say something, but quickly closed her mouth. The curtains in the office were not closed today. The afternoon sun shone directly onto the elmwood floors, making even the glass on the bookshelves seem to glow. However, the desk by the window looked like a lonely island. All the light around seemed to be blocked by the tall branches of the trees on this island, completely blocking it from the person sitting on the chair. He was clearly sitting in the light, but he seemed to be sitting on the dark side. Bang! C closed the door of the room, blocking her vision. Only then did Gu Shishi come to her senses. The entire time until Butler Lin arrived with the first aid kit, she was immersed in the picture she had just seen. What's wrong with the boss? He seemed to be in a good mood these past few days. Is he having insomnia again? She barely even felt anything when Butler Lin disinfected her wounds. The mansion's servants had already thoroughly and carefully washed the floor. The chandelier in the hallway was also replaced with a new one. Only when Butler Lin was about to leave with the first aid kit did she come to her senses. "Butler Lin, is Mr. Huo in a bad mood again?" Gu Shishi slowly rose from the floor. Butler Lin was a little surprised by her question, but after thinking about it for a moment, he shook his head. "We never tried to guess what was on the young master's mind. Our task is to carry out all orders coming from him. If there's nothing else, I'll leave, Mrs. Gu." Gu Shishi rubbed her nose and said, "Oh, thank you, Butler Lin. The boss may seem insensitive, but he is a good person." But everyone obviously kept their distance from him, including Butler Lin. Was it because they were all afraid of him? CE always seemed to be the mediator in almost everything. Has the boss never talked to anyone? But they all lived under the same roof, so why? Gu Shishi looked towards the office in disbelief. Were they afraid of him? Or was he deliberately keeping his distance from them? Was it because of rumors that he would bring bad luck to those close to him? She was almost crushed by the chandelier, and the way C was looking at her changed into an oddly worried look. Butler Lin, who had only recently started smiling at her from time to time, returned to his official, aloof behavior. Was it because they felt that this accident was caused by Huo Sishin's curse? When she was about to leave, she glanced at the door and suddenly noticed that the door was open from the inside. Huo Sishin leaned against the doorframe. His dark eyes were so cold that you could hardly tell that he was still alive. At least she had only seen such eyes before her master died, calm without any energy or hope. Such peace that it was like a dry well. "Pack your things and leave today." A squeaky voice came from the corridor. Every word was as sharp as a knife. Gu Shishi quickly raised her head. "I don't need a bride, and you can stop pretending." Huo Sishin's thin lips were tightly compressed. "I'm already tired of you." Gu Shishi frowned. Subconsciously, she wanted to check the remaining life balance. There are 20 million on this card. He placed a simple-looking black card in front of her. You can also have this house. We'll call off the engagement. This money should be enough for you for the rest of your life. Huo Xishan never came out. He was still standing in the office. 20 million, in addition to this mansion, which has a market value of 30 million. It was almost a total of 50 million. Gu Shishi's chest heaved heavily, and even her blood began to accelerate. However, when she looked down, she saw Huo Xishan's white knuckles as he clutched the card. She felt like thunder had just struck her brain. No, she couldn't do that. If she leaves now, the boss will definitely die in 2 years, according to the storyline. And wouldn't she die with him? In addition, the boss seemed lonely, abandoned, and cold. Huo Xishan narrowed his eyes. Not enough? Gu Shishi bit her lip and shook her head. Huo Xishan's face darkened and his eyes filled with contempt. Okay, give me the account number and tell me the price. Gu Shishi stared at him blankly. She looked at a face that was so masculine and beautiful that she could have painted it in one of her paintings. And again, with great difficulty, she shook her head. The boss wanted to kick her out and she had no reason to negotiate with him, but she couldn't do it. Thoughts raced through her head. What could she do? How could she calm her boss down? Will you agree to any of my requests? Gu Shishi's eyes suddenly shone. Huo Xishan's face was gloomy, and he nodded sarcastically. Gu Shishi burst into a happy smile. Then I want you to give me money and a house, in installments. Huo Xishan's breathing stopped for a second, but he quickly returned his cold and sarcastic smile. Wonderful. You will go and negotiate this with C. He turned decisively and was about to close the door behind him and isolate himself from the rest of the world. But just then he heard Gu Shishi's gentle voice behind him. Installments means the next 70 years, 365 days a year. I would like to receive red envelopes and gifts from you. Huo Xishan almost tripped. The sharp voice behind him already sounded like the noise made by a mosquito. He turned around and saw Gu Shishi's little face turning red, her white and soft little hands fiddling with the hem of her robe. You should send me gifts every day like my husband. After she finished saying this, even her neck turned red. But if she doesn't do this, she will really die. If they broke off the engagement, she would no longer be the mistress of a noble family. She didn't think the system would allow her to live, unless she finds herself a new husband from a noble family. Find a replacement for Huo Xishan to pamper her and buy her gifts. But how was she going to find a new man from a famous family in just 7 short days? Also, the boss might have a bad temperament. He always looked angry, liked to say mean things to get the hell out of the way, and was a bit of a germaphobe. But other than that, everything else seemed okay. He was clumsy, never showed his true feelings, was two-faced and easily embarrassed. Perhaps these could be considered his endearing traits, and he was handsome, with graceful hands and a beautiful face. His physique was at such a level that he could easily lay claim to being her model. Besides, he was also her inspiration. Just a moment ago, when she looked at him from behind the door of his office, she seemed to understand the true meaning of painting, an image that can speak, light and darkness, white and black. He sat in his office without saying a word or looking at her. But she clearly felt that he did not fit into this world. She saw his loneliness and his rejection of her. Will she be able to express all these emotions on paper with a brush? The more Gu Shishi thought about it, the more she felt her blood boil. This was the advantage of having a system. Perhaps all she needs is to use her deception a few more times, and she will be able to create work with such emotions herself. What the hell are you talking about? Huo Xishan's cold and fierce voice reached her. Do you even understand what you're talking about? He had never heard such shameless words in his life. Gu Shishi nodded and gave him a pitiful look. She had already said all these shameless words. What else was left? I just want to live with you. I don't care who this house will be registered to later. I can draw. I've already earned 60,000 from selling my paintings. I don't need money. But after she said this, she shook her head regretfully and added in a soft voice, No, I really need money. I need money from you. You can give me a gift or a red envelope, but you must give it to me every day. Huo Xishan said, You are crazy. Your appetite is still huge. Gu Shishi gave him a cautious look and said, Yes, and I also don't accept translations from C. They must come directly from you. The corner of Huo Xishan's mouth twitched. I don't have time for this. But after he turned around, he did not let go of the door handle. His dark eyes looked at the floor where the chandelier had just been lying. Next time you won't be so lucky. Seeing his gaze, Gu Shishi finally understood everything. The boss's bad mood was indeed caused by the falling chandelier. He felt like it was his fault that she almost died, and that was why he was pulling away from her now. Mr. Huo, I really felt that I was getting more and more lucky since I started living here, Gu Shishi said while stroking her face. I'm not kidding. Just look. My skin is smooth, my cheeks are brightly colored, the food here is great, I'm healthy, business is good, and I'm receiving a lot of red envelopes. And just now, as if some deity was watching me, I suddenly felt a vibration, and the body deftly jumped away from the chandelier at the very last. The door to the office slammed shut. Gu Shishi rubbed her nose. Tisk, persuading your boss is like persuading a child. A few days after the crystal chandelier fell, nothing seemed to change in the mansion, except that the atmosphere became more tense. No one said anything out loud, but the way they looked at Huo Sishin became even more fearful and vigilant than before. Even Gu Shishi wasn't sure she could do anything about it. She couldn't change the way others viewed the incident. There is no need to be superstitious. We must think logically and stick to science. She couldn't walk around and lecture everyone, and the time that Huo Sishin spent in the mansion was noticeably reduced. On the other hand, Gu Shishi still got up at 7:30 a.m. to go to work, but since then she had not seen him in the cafeteria anymore. She didn't even see him after she returned from work. But every morning, when Gu Shishi woke up with drool in the corner of her mouth, she had already received a red envelope. Every day. 666, 888, 1,000. Gu Shishi didn't know what to do about it. The boss actually listened to all her shameless words that day and sent her red envelopes every day. Once a day for 3 days in a row. But this amount, this amount was killing her. Yes, I know why, because it's all my fault. If she hadn't been an idiot back then by sending the boss a small red envelope of 666 yuan, she wouldn't be so pathetic today. 666 yuan is just 8 minutes of life. Her daily red envelopes only gave her 8 extra minutes a day. Yes, if she had known, she would have sent him 200 red envelopes, and that would be great. He would send her 200 envelopes, every day. Gu Shishi felt that she had really done something stupid. What a bummer that the boss was so meticulous when it came to sending out the red envelopes. It never exceeded 1,000 yuan, as if there was an unwritten rule somewhere. She could only cry silently. Despite her regret, the Saturday on which she was going to meet Gu Wushuang was quickly approaching. Gu Shishi got ready and took out a light yellow Prada evening dress with a pearl necklace and bracelet. She looked in the mirror, applied light makeup, and pulled her hair up on top of her head. She had braided her hair the night before going to bed, so her hair had natural curls today. Even though her hair is now in a bun, curls are still visible at the base of her hair as well as in her bangs. Seeing that it was time, she left the house with a small purse. Mrs. Gu. The driver was already waiting outside. Hello, Mr. Chan. Thank you for the ride. Gu Shishi lifted the hem of her dress and got into the car, thanking the driver. Her cell phone rang as soon as she sat down. Shishi, are you on your way? Are you coming alone? Gu Shishi couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. Usually you had to go to an event such as a banquet with a companion. Especially for someone who was engaged like her, she had to be present with Huo Sishin. However, Gu Wushuang called her last night and especially emphasized that she would promise that she would go alone and not with Huo Sishin. In their circle, everyone had heard about Huo Sishin's past. It was old Madame Chen's birthday banquet. Naturally, they didn't want Huo Sishin, the human equivalent of bad luck, to be present. However, when Gu Shishi heard this last night, she almost burst out laughing. They thought about it too much. Boss Huo had no interest in attending this event at all, ignoring his pride and the fact that he would never come to an event uninvited even if he was invited. She realized that a homebody like him who didn't like to talk much would not want to attend such a crowded event like this. Heck, he didn't even attend his own engagement party. So why would he attend someone's birthday party? Not even taking into account the reputation of his bride. Gu Shishi quickly responded and closed WeChat. Gu Shishi was not interested in continuing to correspond with this sissy. Although Gu Wushuang could not boast of physical health, she had more than enough cunning. She spent way too much time interfering in other people's personal problems. Since she didn't want to see Huo Sishin as a guest, then she would have said so on the day she was invited, and not the night before. What if Huo Sishin decided to go, or she invited him to go with her? What would she say to him after last night? Darling, no one wants you to bring trouble to old Lady Chen. I think it's better for you to stay home. I believe that everyone there will be better off without you. It's like asking for trouble on purpose. The owner could have killed for this. At this point, anyone would have realized that Gu Wushuang was trying to set her up. But this is not enough. Gu Shishi had to pretend that she politely reminded her not to do anything that might upset the host of the banquet. How vile. Gu Shishi couldn't stop shaking her head. Now it became clear how the book predecessor failed from the very beginning against this adopted daughter. If anyone thought the pupil was weak and unable to stand up for herself, then he was very mistaken. The book heroine and she were personalities of completely different scales. Their ability to plan and manipulate was unmatched. But now Gu Wushuang had no idea that Gu Shishi had been replaced and still hoped to frame her. Ha ha ha. I'd rather worry about staying whole myself. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The Cadillac sped into a busy part of the city and stopped in front of the LaRose Private Club. From the outside, the building looked very modest. The outer wall was made of black marble with decorations in the form of pressed strands of gold threads. There was no LED sign at all. Only very small and inconspicuous red letters protruded from the outer wall. They were barely noticeable against the background of nearby five-star hotels. Without an address and understanding that this was a private club, Gu Shishi would most likely mistake it for some kind of office building. The Chen family is so private. Usually the preferences and taste of the owner could be determined by the location of his celebrations. Gu Shishi became more and more convinced that she had found the perfect gift for old lady Chen. She chose a fragment of white amber. Its composition was rich and varied, and its pattern looked smooth and natural. The entire stone was white, with no air bubbles inside. It felt slightly cold in the hand and seemed transparent in the light. There was a yellow vein running inside the mineral. If you looked closely, you could see that she resembled a phoenix flying out of the clouds. It not only complemented the look of white amber, but also added a special meaning to it. After work, she visited several stores before finally finding it. At first glance, the item might seem inconspicuous, but in reality, it was of great value. White amber itself was not cheap. This one cost her $1,000, but it was still a good deal. An estimate based on her experience with the owner was that it was worth approximately $5,000. She hoped that Mrs. Chen would like such a gift. Thinking about this, she said goodbye to Mr. Chen, the driver, and walked towards the main entrance of the private club. She didn't expect to be stopped by the hostess after taking only a few steps in low heels. "Hello, madam. Today we have a closed event. Can you show me your invitation?" Gu Shishi was a little confused. Gu Wushuang did not send her any invitation. Another stupid setup? Gu Shishi smiled. To be stopped at the door without permission to enter, did she want such shame? She overestimated Gu Wushuang. A call was made to her immediately. She was not the same Gu Shishi from the novel, and therefore was not afraid to show weakness in front of her fake daughter. Nor did I see the need to try to save face. When she had to ask, she asked, "Was Gu Wushuang planning to have a fight with the hostess at the entrance?" "Hello, Wushuang. I just arrived. Can you come out and meet me?" She wasn't shy about asking. Gu Wushuang was very fond of tricks, so she could take a few extra steps and approach the entrance. Soon a pleasant, gentle voice was heard from the other end. "Oh, Shishi, sorry, I completely forgot to send you an invitation. Just tell them my name and they'll let you through." Gu Shishi pursed her lips. This is hardly a good idea. Still, I don't have a genuine invitation. If I walk in like this, everyone will think I asked for it. There was silence on the other end of the phone. "Now all invitations are in electronic form. Let me send it to you on WeChat." "Yes? If so, why didn't she send it earlier?" Gu Shishi couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, yes, but I was hoping that you would come and pick me up. Otherwise, I'll end up somewhere else. And if we meet someone along the way, you can introduce us so that I don't seem ill-mannered. Oh, or better yet, I'll call my mom." In the book, the mother did not really love her real daughter. And as the current Gu Shishi believed, this could not have happened without the participation of Gu Wushan. Quite expectedly, as soon as she mentioned Madame Gu, Gu Wushan reacted almost like lightning. "Wait there, I'm already on my way." Gu Shishi's eyebrows raised in surprise. It seems that Gu Wushuang had a direct connection to such rare communication between the book heroine and her mother. Despite the fact that she was her real daughter, in the absence of contact and education for 20 years, absolutely no relationship would have arisen between them. Each of their meetings would be accompanied by awkwardness and alienation, and with each subsequent time everything would only get worse, leading to a natural result: distance from each other. Oh, this sissy was not simple. Gu Shishi narrowed her eyes. Okay, hurry up. I don't want to stand on the street and explain to other visitors that I can't enter due to an unsent invitation. Take that, you little beast. Well, did you achieve what you wanted? She could take her time, but she was worried that others would find out how she deliberately delayed the invitation and made the guest wait outside. Who would doubt that? Not even 2 minutes had passed, and Gu Wushuang's quick steps had already taken her to the right place. She came all out of breath with pallor on her rosy cheeks and her hand pressed to her chest. Forgive me, Shishi. I didn't think to wait at the entrance to take you inside. Her clear eyes expressed remorse. No problem, let's go to... Gu Shishi passed her without hesitation and walked in front. Random guests walking nearby cast unnecessary glances in their direction. The hand Gu Wushuang was holding her chest instantly clenched into a fist. A hint of shame flashed across her red lips. She didn't expect Gu Shishi to leave her behind. What will others think when they see her rushing after her? By this act, she clearly made it clear that the adopted daughter should give way to her own. Gu Wushuang's breathing quickened. Shuang, I told you not to run, but you didn't listen. You see, now there's a pressure in your chest again? A sophisticated girl in a dress with golden sequins ran out and held Gu Wushuang, at the same time turning to Gu Shishi and giving her a reproachful look. You knew about Shuang's poor health, but you still forced her to come out to you. Where has this been seen? Gu Shishi was immediately yelled at. It's okay, Pingting. It's not Shishi's fault. It was I who said that I would go out and pick her up. She's not familiar with this place, so she was worried. Gu Wushuang pressed herself against the shoulder of the girl in the long dress, seemingly about to cry. Shuang, she tried to kill you because she wanted your inheritance. Don't be so nice to her. Luo Pingting hugged Gu Wushuang like a hen protecting her chick and looked at Gu Shishi with anger. You're wrong. Everything in the Gu family belongs to Shishi. I'm the one who took her place. Shuang, you shouldn't expect a drop of mercy from her, do you understand that? So don't help her dig the grave she's preparing for you. They stood near the main entrance, and Luo Pingting's raised voice quickly attracted attention, especially considering that she brought her girlfriends here too. The looks of these rich girls addressed to Gu Shishi immediately became dry and disgusted. There was also a sign of anger in them, which could only be born in harmony. Soon, Gu Shishi became the object of endless contempt. Wushuang, go inside. The Chen family's personal physician will examine you. You're too naive, Shuang. You shouldn't hang out with people like her. Don't expect anything good from her. Exactly, even with money, she didn't understand what it means to be noble. Once in the castle, a weed will still remain a weed. Everything is as Gu Shishi expected. However, what she didn't expect was how DBS, wacky, insensitive, and sweet Gu Wushuang's approach would be. In general, she simply blatantly lied and made up lies. Gu Wushuang barely sobbed, clutched her chest and groaned a couple of times, and everyone immediately blamed Gu Shishi, who in their opinion had come to take away the wealth of the Gu family. Gu Shishi smiled, moved her hand slightly and said, Shuang, you said that you would introduce me to the others, but honestly, there is no need to bring them here and arrange a greeting right at the entrance. And which of us do you think has come to greet you? How reckless. The corners of Gu Wushuang's mouth twitched several times. Gu Shishi, on the other hand, looked at her innocently and asked, Did I say something wrong? You are not welcome here. That's right, you better get out of here. An imperceptible smile flashed across Gu Wushuang's face, and she went unnoticed. She was just about to say a new batch of pretend words when Gu Shishi interjected, Did I say something wrong? Gu Shishi pursed her lips and looked at her with sincere innocence. I think I only said one thing after I stepped inside, but for some reason everyone was very hostile towards me. Shuang, it turns out I shouldn't have asked you to come get me. But you yourself stated that we are like sisters and I can turn to you with any requests. I couldn't even think that you would rush off like that. You should have told me about your heart problems and sent someone in your place. Looks like I shouldn't have come at all. But you insisted so much, and even said that Miss Chen was eager to meet me. Gu Wushuang froze. Gu Shishi's words seemed like trivial objections at first, but there was something wrong with them. She really hadn't done anything wrong since she showed up at the party. Everyone had a bad impression of her, so they attacked her. But following this logic, why would even people completely unfamiliar with her also start treating her badly? Once I thought about it again, the only explanation was that someone had slandered her in advance. And who benefits from spreading rumors about the terrible Gu Shishi? who bullied Gu Wushuang and was at enmity with her over the inheritance. Gu Wushuang quickly grasped the implications of her words. Of course, the rumors came either from witnesses to those events or from someone who wanted to get personal benefit from it. Any reasonable person could conclude that the source of the slander was Gu Wushuang. Gu Wushuang bit her pink lips painfully. She did not expect such sharp answers from Gu Shishi and such a rapid change in the situation not in her favor. While Gu Wushuang was immersed in analyzing what was happening and trying to come up with at least some kind of refutation, Gu Shishi was ahead of her again. Oh, that's right. Wushuang, why didn't you stay home to rest if you weren't feeling well? I understand that wishing elderly Madam Chen a happy birthday is important, but calling a doctor in the current environment is a bad omen. Gu Shishi blinked her eyes and continued. Even if Madam Chen doesn't mind, it's still ignorant. My driver left not long ago. Let me call him and he will take you to the hospital. Gu Wushuang continued to be slightly stunned. The hospital nearby has the highest rating. Oh, and Guo Li's private clinic is also very close. About 500 meters, that's only a 5-minute drive. Continuing to push her speech, she walked over and took Gu Wushuang's hand. Your heart disease is by no means a trifle. There's no time to waste. Gu Wushuang instantly turned pale. I feel much better already. She even hurriedly removed her hand from her chest. Gu Wushuang wanted to gain the upper hand, and Gu Shishi took the opportunity to walk up to her, and now tried to send her away from the banquet with just a few words. If she leaves now, surely Gu Shishi will be the only daughter of the Gu family at this event. All her strength was invested in leaving Gu Shishi alone in front of everyone and preventing her from showing herself. By leaving now, she would be wasting her early work. Never. Stop being stubborn already. You know, when it comes to heart disease, sometimes just a few minutes can make the difference between whether you live or die. Having said this, Gu Shishi peeled Luo Pingting away from her. Madam Pingting, please help me reach Wushuang. Now her health comes first. Yes, Mr. Chen, my sister needs to go to the hospital. Please drive the car and take her to Guo Li at the best clinic. The call to the driver happened at once. Gu Wushuang turned completely pale. Yes, I'm fine. Do you see? I can breathe without problems again. Alas, for too long she pretended to be weak and sick in front of everyone. Many girls doubted even after such words. Even Luo Pingting, her best friend, couldn't recover from Gu Shishi's bombardment with those, will you live or die? Every minute counts, and you need to go and get checked out at the hospital. None of those present dared to say a word against the suddenly planned trip. Without outside help, Gu Wushuang could not compete with Gu Shishi. They were both girls, but Gu Wushuang was used to being pampered, so she hardly did any physical exercise. Gu Shishi, after all, grew up in an ordinary family. She had done a lot of housework and other activities, which now allowed her to simply raise her hand and drag Gu Wushuang towards the exit. The rich girls standing nearby didn't even have time to react to this. Gu Wushuang was completely stunned and silent. She realized what was happening only after she, with the help of Gu Shishi, was pushed into the back seat of the car. And the only thing that brought her to her senses was an appeal to the driver to quickly get to the hospital. Gu Wushuang twisted her wrist and abruptly grabbed Gu Shishi's forearm. Shishi, you... Gu Shishi was not going to give her the opportunity to continue. Don't worry, I will convey your birthday greetings to Madam Chen. Oh, and so she doesn't get upset, I'll just say that you're having these days, blood stained your skirt, and you were in a lot of pain. Gu Wushuang's eyes widened. I will congratulate Miss Chen and come to see you. Don't worry about anything. No matter what, I'll take care of everything here. I'll also tell Mom and Dad, and you go for a checkup with the doctor. No, go with... Gu Wushuang wanted to say, come with me. She had no intention of letting Gu Shishi be the only star today. If she leaves, it will only be with her. But she didn't have time to finish. Her objection was interrupted by Luo Pingting, who was also put in the back seat. That's right, you need company. Let your best friend, Miss Luo, make it up and go to the clinic together. As soon as Gu Shishi finished speaking, she slammed the door with a smile on her face. Mr. Chen, following the instructions received to transport the heart patient to the hospital as quickly as possible, pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The car sped off. In the back seat of the car, Gu Wushuang clenched her teeth as hard as she could. Wushuang, how are you? Who is your attending physician? Let me call him now. Luo Pingting was still completely unaware of what was happening. After Gu Shishi's convincing cries, she actually thought that Gu Wushuang was sick. Of course I'm fine, I only took a couple of steps. From overwhelming anger, Gu Wushuang could barely control herself. Any more and she would have called her friend an idiot. But raising her voice, she immediately realized that she shouldn't have done that. The next second, she closed her hands and bowed her head. Her voice trembled. Pingting, I'm fine. Since you are now going to the hospital with me, then forget about your plan to take revenge on Gu Shishi. Gu Wushuang's loud scream immediately caused Luo Pingting to have wild guesses. She had always known Wushuang as a kind and quiet girl. What happened to her today? But when she spoke in her usual voice, Luo Pingting again remembered her own plans. Right, she was going to teach Gu Shishi a lesson. She was going to… How did she end up in the car and completely leave the scene? No, really, I won't let her slip off so easily. How dare she treat you like that? Even your friends couldn't just stand and watch, but you and I actually grew up together. Don't worry, I will take revenge on her for you. Luo Pingting was a little depressed, but still breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'm here now, but Chen Kexin is still at the celebration. I'll write to her right now. We'll make this Gu Shishi regret her appearance there. Gu Wushuang cried out softly and clutched her chest again as if she was in pain. Pingting, just listen. Shuang, don't worry. Are you feeling nauseous again? Rather lean your head against the headrest, close your eyes, and take a deep breath. Luo Pingting instantly turned her attention to taking care of Gu Wushuang, who curled her lips with difficulty and suppressed a smile. She always pretended to be sick and enjoyed being cared for. Then why did things go differently today? But thoughts of that hapless and empty-headed Chen Kexin brought back a happy smile on her face. Okay. At the same time, Gu Shishi was sitting in the private club's first-class restroom, putting on her makeup while humming to herself. She got rid of both Gu Wushuang and her best friend in one fell swoop, which made her very proud of herself. She barely managed to stop herself from praising herself for her ability to develop such strategies. Although what other options are there with the remaining 7 days of life? She was not afraid of anything else. While she was in high spirits and was about to inform the host about the arrival of the elderly Madame Chen at the banquet, an unfamiliar but clear and colorful female voice came from behind her. It turns out that you are the same Gu Shishi who took away Wushuang's parents and even sent Zhang Ma away. Gu Shishi turned around and saw a beautiful girl with ample breasts and a graceful oval face. She was wearing a blue pastel dress with a strap on one shoulder, in which she stood behind in all her grandeur. However, hostility was visible in the beauty's gaze, and the words seemed to be saturated with slight anger. Do you know that using others for your own purposes is very vile? Surprised, Gu Shishi highly appreciated her cuteness. At the end, she turned her gaze to the stranger's somewhat familiar elongated bob. They say that you made her feel so bad that she had to go to the hospital. The pretty girl's chest heaved with anger. Even if you are not sisters, you still can't… A smile appeared on Gu Shishi's face. Meow, meow. Insult her. What? The big-breasted cutie suddenly fell silent and almost bit her tongue. You, there are no cats here! Gu Shishi smiled and stood up. Meow, meow, don't be so stupid. Has Grandma already received the painting 4 Sons Offer Fabulous Peaches? Pretty girl with big breasts. Painting 4 Sons Offer Fabulous Peaches. Have you already given it to your grandmother? The pretty interlocutor screamed quietly and immediately covered her mouth. She stared in disbelief at Gu Shishi, who extended her hand, her lips curling into a smile. Nice to meet you, meow meow. You. The beauty was unable to connect even 2 words. Gu Shishi smiled and said, Let me introduce myself. You may already know me. Yes, I am the one who, as you put it, took Wushuang's parents away and drove Zhang Ma away, as well as the evil Gu Shishi. The busty girl continued to cover her mouth, taking a step back from her. Her cheeks turned into red tomatoes. The ink-painting guru, who first drew her orange cat and now her congratulatory drawing, was Gu Shishi? The one that Pingting told her to make fun of, the same Gu Shishi? But how? How is such a coincidence possible? She was just recently told that Gu Shishi had just arrived at the banquet venue and immediately became the cause of Wushuang's deteriorating condition. The latter had to refuse further stay at the holiday and urgently go to the hospital. She planned to avenge her friend and start a fight with Gu Shishi. But she and the guru are the same person? Chen Kexin's face changed. The ink-painting guru's movements were so smooth and natural, and his creative understanding was impeccable. She considered her incomparable. More precisely, the guru of paintings towered above everything earthly and considered money to be nothing more than dirt. Even the offered $10,000 did not interest her. The Gu family lived in abundance, but would the oil-painting guru fight Wushuang for their inheritance? She bullied her weak sister and drove away the elderly servants because of some petty conflict? How is this possible? All these thoughts flashed through Chen Kexin's head in a split second. The more she thought about it, the more meaningless it all seemed. All the words prepared for confrontation stuck in my throat. My name is Chen Kexin. In the end, she simply introduced herself. Gu Shishi smiled and nodded. So you are the lady of the Chen family. Wushuang said that it was you who wanted to meet me, so you invited me here today. Chen Kexin blushed instantly. In fact, her goal was not to meet Gu Shishi. She recently finished her studies and returned from abroad. And then she heard from Ping Ting that Uncle Gu had found their biological daughter, Gu Shishi. But that commoner decided to throw out their good friend Wu Shuang and take away all the inheritance. This news seriously upset her. Ping Ting then suggested inviting Gu Shishi to a banquet where they would show her the difference between her and the upper echelons of society. Chen Kexin agreed nobly. According to the plan, they were supposed to fence off and ignore Gu Shishi, making it clear by their behavior that neither the host of the banquet nor they themselves wanted to see such a guest here. Thinking about this, Chen Kexin's ears began to burn again. For the past couple of days, she has been thanking her endlessly on WeChat, even watched live broadcasts twice and showed off her drawing skills. But somehow she turned out to be Gu Shishi, the one she invited, and the one who became the target of their conspiracy. Chen Kexin felt herself starting to lose consciousness. Someone from above must have decided to make fun of her like that. She was going to make fun of the man she had bragged about the day before, and in the end it turns out that she insulted herself? I'll go, I need to greet my friend. Sorry. Chen Kexin was confused and had no idea how she should communicate with Gu Shishi. Gu Shishi's lips formed a smile. Yes, I'll find you a little later. Chen Kexin had difficulty staying on her feet. Why did Gu Shishi need to look for her later? Gu Shishi slowly adjusted her makeup and left the restroom. She was in no hurry to clear her own name in front of Chen Kexin. Chen Kexin was very active on her channel. They even corresponded several times on WeChat, and she sent her all kinds of emoticons, as if words alone were not enough to express respect for the object of her admiration. Apparently she was a good girl, well protected by her family. She was naive but not cunning. It just takes time, and then it will become clear to her who is right and who is wrong. Soon, Gu Shishi arrived at the banquet hall located on the second floor. Today's celebration took place in a buffet format. Everyone was walking around the room and chatting with others. Without a doubt, it was a paradise for extroverts. They could scurry between all the ladies of the upper classes and start a dialogue with any and every one of them, if only they wanted to. One meal could earn a lot of respect in the eyes of others. Gu Shishi looked around and noticed many of them. There were also plenty of smaller tables around the perimeter of the hall. Most of them were occupied by elderly housewives who combined relaxation and communication. Entering the banquet hall, she immediately attracted the attention of almost everyone present. Gu Shishi undoubtedly looked lovely. Today she dressed up in a light yellow dress, which made her look even more like a lush and delicate bud. Her skin was as white as snow and almost glowed if you looked closely. Everywhere you looked, the woman looked flawless. Her cheeks seemed smooth and shiny, reminiscent of egg white, and her eyebrows shone with elegance and beauty. The eyes were transparent and the lips were as soft as an apricot. However, not a single person made an attempt to start a conversation with her. Everyone in the banquet hall just watched. Some froze, stunned by her beauty, while others felt envy. The guests briefly exchanged a few words with those around her, showed understanding or contempt, and then turned away from her. It didn't take long before Gu Shishi fully understood the meaning of the phrase being inappropriate. At least 40-50 people showed up for the event, but she didn't know any of them, and none of them would approach her. Alienation was clearly visible on everyone's face. She was about to approach the buffet when she heard the sad voice of an elegantly dressed, middle-aged woman. Shishi, is your little sister Wu Shuang unwell? She turned around and saw a pretty woman wrapped in a lavender kipao and an embroidered reddish-purple shawl. The distance between them was rapidly closing, and the look of the sudden interlocutor seemed excited. It was Zheng Wen, Madame Gu, the biological mother of this body. The next second, Gu Shishi already remembered who she was, and after another one, Madame Gu's face had already turned pale. Holding her purse tightly, she said, Shishi, your father and I are going to visit Wu Shuang in the hospital. Stay here and spend a little time with Miss Chen. She didn't even wait for her daughter's answer before her high-heeled shoes walked on. The woman smartly grabbed the arm of a slightly imposing, plump, middle-aged man and left with him without looking back. All this happened so unexpectedly that Gu Shishi was left standing with a wry smile on her face. Just 1 second of meeting, one phrase spoken, and they were already gone. They abandoned their real daughter for a visit to the receptionist. Gu Zhengxin, her birth father, did not even come and speak to her. Dad and Mom, that Gu Shishi was thinking about, had already disappeared into thin air. In her previous life, she had no parents. She was adopted and raised by a master. She also took his last name, Gu. Being an orphan, she was sad, but she would never have thought that the book heroine had it worse than she did. The girl's biological parents were right there, but they acted as if they didn't notice her at all. They did not think for a second before leaving her, although they knew that not a single living soul in this place was familiar to her. Her parents didn't even bother to ask if she wanted to go with them. Bookish Gu Shishi was treated much worse than her. However, after a few seconds, Gu Shishi's pity for the original owner of her body completely disappeared. The very next moment, she was attracted by the luxurious buffet area. Sashimi, abalone, king crab legs, fried chicken, steak, hearty cream soup, dessert area with chocolate fondue and all kinds of cakes. There were crystal shrimp meatballs, meatballs in soup, dessert buns, fried noodles of all kinds, fried rice and other steamed dishes. Hunger knocked on Gu Shishi's door without an invitation. Her master, among other things, limited her free time, forcing her to spend most of it studying at home. The buffet was something she always looked forward to but rarely got to experience. Looking at the incredible variety of food, she immediately grabbed the dinner plate. Even the speed of her gait became twice as fast as usual. Was she worried about the possibility of spoiling her impression? Yeah, right now. Why the hell care about the opinions of others when there are so many goodies in front of her? She excitedly calculated the number of calories in her head, comparing them with the volume of her belly, and began selective selection. If she overeats at lunch, she won't be able to eat enough overnight to fill her life bar. This means that overeating was strictly forbidden. In the company of her own mutterings, Gu Shishi reached the place with sashimi, which she had not yet had time to taste. The woman had just finished the last of 2 crayfish, and then someone crashed into her with force. While holding the dinner plate in her hand, she lost her balance and began to fall to the side. At the same moment, the red wine of the person who collided with her spilled. "Oh!" the girl holding the glass screamed. The contact between the two of them quickly attracted the attention of others. "Hey, wasn't this the girl who was returned to the Gu family? Maybe she hasn't worn heels before, so I bumped into someone while I was holding the plate. Clumsy hillbilly. Oh, what a shame." Suddenly, a group of pampered young mistresses joined in the discussion of the situation. Gu Shishi was completely taken aback. She looked down and saw that her interlocutor had poured the entire contents of the glass onto her dress. A large red wine stain appeared on the light yellow fabric. "Oh, I'm so sorry." The girl with the now empty glass immediately apologized. But from the raised corners of the lips and eyes, only pretense seeped through. "Your dress is dirty. Can I ask the driver to take you home so you can change?" Chen Kexin carried her dinner plate and watched the further development of the situation. She bit her lip and didn't know whether to intervene. They made this backup plan together. Turn others away from Gu Shishi and leave her in a stained dress without any help. They wanted to make her cry, but, seeing how those girls she always associated with were right now surrounding and laughing at Gu Shishi, a fight broke out inside Chen Kexin. After such a setup, Gu Shishi did not look alarmed at all. There was only a slight expression of mockery on her face. It's as if all their tricks have already been figured out, and looking back at her friends, Chen Kexin saw rude and unreasonable individuals, like clowns. Why did she start to feel like Gu Shishi was the coolest one here now? While she watched, Gu Shishi put down her plate, said something to the waiter, and headed to the restroom alone. Overcoming her excitement, she followed her. As soon as she opened the door, Chen Kexin immediately saw Gu Shishi stubbornly trying to get rid of the blot. She could not restrain herself and blurted out, "Nothing will come of it. You can't wipe off a wine stain." The girl immediately regretted her words. Why did she help her friend's enemy? But the next second, an image of a fluffy orange cat playing with a butterfly appeared in her head. For the last few days, She had only imagined her. Accompanied by such thoughts, her mouth opened again. I have a spare dress in the recreation area. Having said this, Chen Kexin closed her lips tightly again. She experienced inner feelings, shame, and regret. With her help to Gu Shishi, she was betraying Wu Shuang. What's wrong with her? However, Gu Shishi didn't seem to notice all of Chen Kexin's worries. She stopped trying to wipe the wine stain with dry paper towels, turned and looked at the girl who had approached. Her lips curved into a smile and then said, "Won't your friends mind you helping me?" Chen Kexin suddenly felt a rush of heat on her cheeks. Gu Shishi had certainly figured out their plans a long time ago. She knew that they were preparing to play a joke on her all the time. I am also the organizer of this reception. Helping guests is my responsibility. Chen Kexin took a deep breath and said this not so much to her as to herself. In any case, you are my guest. Right. She didn't betray her friend. She was simply acting the way Madame Chen should behave. Realizing this, the internal pressure receded, and a smile again found its place on her face. Let's go to... No, it's okay, Gu Shishi smiled. But thanks anyway, Meow Meow. Hearing this nickname, Chen Kexin instantly blushed. Her nickname sounded so awkward in real life. Madam, did you ask for scissors? A waitress appeared at the door and interrupted their conversation. Yes, thank you, Gu Shishi said, taking the instrument from her. Chen Kexin was about to leave, but froze before reaching the door. Following this, her eyes widened. Gu Shishi, with a pair of scissors in her hand, took the hem of the dress that she had just slightly dried and cut off a large piece of the stained fabric. She separated a considerable triangle of material, and her white flesh was exposed to the middle of her right thigh. Chen Kexin's breath caught. Are you going to go like this? Gu Shishi smiled, but remained silent. She opened her purse and took out a pink Armani scarf. The girl planned to wrap it around her neck if the air conditioning was too strong. Right now, her neck didn't need it, so she folded it into a triangle and took off her pearl drop earrings. She applied the scarf to the place where the cut part of the dress ended. And where they came together, she fastened them with earrings. Almost overnight, the area of the dress that was missing fabric was filled with the pink scarf. Moreover, on both sides at different heights, it was decorated with 2 earrings with pendants. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, Gu Shishi twirled once and nodded in satisfaction. She turned around, smiled at the frozen Chen Kexin, whose cherry lips parted in surprise, and asked, "How are you, Meow Meow? Is it good?" When walking, the scarf was periodically in sight. The combination of pink and light yellow added a sense of femininity that was previously missing. Additionally, the pearl drop earrings also grabbed the lion's share of attention, making it difficult to look away. In combination with them, her legs seemed straighter, slimmer, and attractively pale. Chen Kexin stood there in shock. Yes, I guess. Then go ahead. I also need to thank the girl who accidentally bumped into me and spilled the wine. Gu Shishi's lips curved upward. Ruining her dress was such a stereotypical move. The only thing that remained unclear was whether Gu Wushuang had come up with it, or whether one of her friends had taken the initiative. Not a setup, but a pathetic, cheap one. This dress always seemed unfinished to me. Gu Shishi clasped her hand around the slowed-down Chen Kexin, and they left the restroom together. I have to thank her for the inspiration. She pushed me to the realization that choosing clothes is akin to drawing. Help comes after the initial choice, and movements follow calmness. Knowing everything about the plans to frame the girl walking next to her, she felt herself blush. Help comes after the primary choice, was said with sarcasm, as if it was addressed directly to her. Today, she was both the organizer and one of the jokers. She couldn't go on like this. Chen Kexin could hardly stand on her feet. When the 2 young women returned to the banquet hall, Gu Shishi's clothes immediately attracted the gazes of all the arrogant girls. The invited men also looked at Gu Shishi, and even more passionately than before, especially casting glances at the hem of her dress. The girl Gu Shishi thanked was so annoyed that her face turned white and red. She was overcome with rage. Their joke on Gu Shishi not only failed, but also completely changed the situation. The second setup ended in complete failure. The arrogant girls looked at each other. A little later, a beauty in a black dress with 1 strap and a glass of champagne approached Gu Shishi. The stranger was clearly trying to hold back her giggle. Mistress Gu, curiosity is gnawing at me. What kind of gift did you prepare for Grandma Chen's birthday today? According to Wushuang, you have a big surprise in store. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of elderly ladies standing nearby walked towards them. In the middle of them stood an elegant old woman with a carved cane, silver hair, a slight smile on his face. She was dressed in a dark red cardigan dress and looked very powerful. On the occasion of the birthday of this particular elderly lady, everyone gathered. "Grandma Chen!" the rich girl shouted affectionately, clearly intending to make some noise. "We were just talking about Madame Gu's gift, which she prepared for you a long time ago." "Yes?" Elderly Mrs. Chen studied Gu Shishi more closely and smiled. "Are you Miss Gu?" Quite cute and very similar to her parents, her words sounded acceptable and friendly. Everyone in the circle knew about Gu Shishi's family situation. But for a person of elderly Madame Chen's age, biological descendants came first. Gu Shishi was the biological daughter of the Gu family. The hero of the occasion would not attach importance to the relationship between Gu Shishi and Gu Wushuang. She looked at her granddaughter standing behind Gu Shishi. "Kexin, are you and Madame Gu friends? Maybe you could introduce us to each other?" Feeling a slight surge of embarrassment, Chen Kexin took 2 steps forward and said, "Grandmother, introduce?" This was their 3rd divorce. They wanted to publicly embarrass Gu Shishi by revealing to everyone her complete ignorance of the rules of upper-class etiquette. A commoner would never have been able to choose the right gift without outside help. Too cheap would not correspond to their status and could also be taken as an insult to the birthday girl. Expensive would mean that a rich upstart is showing off his fortune. This was considered an unworthy act. A truly rich person will not only be wealthy, but also cultured. A gift for someone from an older generation should be chosen with that person in mind, and also be in the appropriate price range. Choosing one was much more difficult than purchasing ordinary common things and fruits. Thinking of this, Chen Kexin smiled bitterly. If Gu Shishi really was the same guru who painted 4 suns off her fairy peaches, then her taste was undoubtedly superior to the taste of ordinary people. Apparently, Pintin and company acted too arrogantly. "Come on, Mrs. Gu, show me what you brought." "Right, our patience is running out." You didn't forget to bring a gift, did you?" Suddenly encouragement came from everywhere. Obviously, they were all waiting for the drama to develop. Neither Gu Wushuang nor her father and mother reminded her of the rules of courtesy at the banquet. Yes, they didn't talk to her about preparing a gift at all. Bookish Gu Shishi would most likely assume that she was part of the Gu family and would not bring a gift from herself. But although she had not officially married yet, this was her first appearance. The girl would probably have been a big mess socially if she had come empty-handed. She might as well come to this banquet and declare that despite the Gu blood flowing in her veins, she did not know etiquette and was not even remotely suitable for Gu Wushuang, her adopted daughter. However, there was already no trace of her book namesake, but no one even knew about it. "Happy birthday to you, Grandma Chen." Gu Shishi smiled and walked over, and congratulatory words flowed smoothly from her lips. She opened her purse in front of everyone who was expecting a scandal. Without haste at all, the woman took out a small and filigree wooden box. The object was not large, but at the sight of it, all the sarcastic voices suddenly died down. The small wooden box was not anything unusual, but in place of the metal lock, there was a neat Chinese knot. The box itself fit in the palm of your hand, only this knot was tied with thin red threads as thick as a fingernail. This feature immediately caught my eye. Chen Kexin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Following the sigh, a strange look appeared. Why did she breathe a sigh of relief? Was she worried about Gu Shishi? Whose side was she on? Chen Kexin looked hesitant and conflicted. While she was deep in thought, another bout of giggling filled her ears. "So Lady Gu's gift is a piece of white jade?" "About. It looks like there are some yellow spots inside." All sorts of laughter could be heard from everywhere. Chen Kexin began to observe again. As it turned out, the elderly Madame Chen had already opened the wooden box in front of the guests. Inside was a smooth-looking piece of white jade the size of a pebble. Chen Kexin couldn't help but frown. Many of those present had a bunch of precious stones from birth, and therefore some knowledge about them. Especially her grandmother, an adamant lover of jades and emeralds. The value of white jade was assessed by the purity of its color and the transparency of the pattern. The one that Gu Shishi brought was yellow inside and could not be considered select. It wasn't impressive in size either. It was probably worth about $2,000. In a normal situation, such a gift would not be considered shameful. But Gu Shishi first appeared in secular society after returning to her famous family, and she was also given as a bride to the eldest son of the Huo family. As for the eldest daughter and eldest daughter-in-law, this gift was just a passing gift. He showed insufficient thought about the birthday girl's preferences, and the price seemed a little low. Chen Kexin looked at her grandmother and noticed the disappointment in her gaze. The recent praise of the gift by her group raised grandmother's expectations, and so the gift did not justify them. Most likely such an offering would not find favor or recognition with grandma, and might even lower her impression of Gu Shishi. Chen Kexin couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the piece of white jade. The girl noticed something inside the jewelry. The yellow pattern seemed a little strange. She narrowed her eyes and took another closer look. Her jaw dropped. The pattern was very reminiscent of dancing phoenix. Phoenix, king of all birds, immortal, indestructible, and capable of rebirth. Grandma couldn't have found a better birthday gift. Miss Gu, we heard that you took a long time to prepare this piece of white jade. Tell me, how much time did you spend searching for him? Ha ha, she was clearly fooled. It doesn't smell like the best quality here. Bullying came from all sides. Chen Kexin had another headache and felt ashamed. The rest stood a little further away, so they didn't look closely at the object of their ridicule. The grandmother herself did not notice the peculiarity of the precious stone. She couldn't see well up close. Looking at the calm and balanced Gu Shishi, Chen Kexin couldn't help but feel submissive and respectful towards her. All the ways they came up with to expose Gu Shishi to ridicule failed. Grandma, I advise you to put on glasses and take a closer look, Chen Kexin interjected, still unable to restrain herself. Sooner or later, Grandma would have noticed herself. This seemingly imperfect pattern not only did not spoil the overall aesthetics of the white jade, but also gave it the best meaning. Elderly Madame Chen intended to thank Gu Shishi and leave, but her granddaughter's words made her linger. Ba, are you saying that this piece of jade is not so simple? The birthday girl couldn't help but smile. Okay then, let me put on my glasses and take a closer look. The crowd had not yet realized what happened in the next few seconds, but Madame Chen had already seen everything. The yellow pattern was not added artificially, which is why the phoenix shape was not clearly visible. But the fun was in trying to decipher the natural pattern, as well as showing the collector's appreciation. Elderly Madame Chen received the lion's share of flattery today. I mean, since her granddaughter saw the phoenix, then so did she. In fact, the longer she looked at it, the more the pattern looked like a phoenix. Perfect. And that is not all. The phoenix seems to soar wildly and boldly into the sky. His flight also means his ascent into the sky. Madame Chen immediately smiled in pleasant surprise. For her, the value of the item did not matter. Grandmother had no shortage of jewelry or precious stones. When appreciating jewelry or paintings, she looked exclusively at a new level of aesthetics. Simply put, it was all about the main obsession of any collector, to have something that others don't have. Being able to receive such a nice phoenix-designed gemstone for her birthday brought a big smile to her face. Oh, Miss Gu is young, beautiful, and has good taste. That's how rare it is. Kiki, you should spend more time with her. You'll see what you'll learn. One sentence of hers made those present change their faces. For this city, the Chen family was considered large. They were probably ranked second right after the Huo family. Many families came to the birthday celebration in order to establish and maintain good relations with the Chen family. All wives and mistresses would do everything possible for relationships with women of their kind. And Gu Shishi, the object of their ridicule today, took and received the approval of the elderly lady. This meant that today, during the further celebration, no one would risk playing another trick on her. Otherwise, it will be regarded as disrespecting elderly Madame Chen. Gu Shishi, on the other hand, calmly smiled at herself and shook her hand. Grandma Chen, I'm glad you liked it. Everything seemed to be destined. I didn't spend much time choosing it. I found it almost immediately. Ha ha ha, it really is fate. Perfect. Mrs. Chen smiled so much that she simply could not return to a calm state. Gu Shishi's flattery truly hit the bullseye. She compared the birthday girl to a phoenix in this crowd. Suddenly, the views of those around Gu Shishi changed, becoming incomprehensible and unusual. There was even a hint of envy and fear in them. Oh, really, Kiki, will you go get that painting? Your grandmother Zhao and the others wanted to take a look at her. Elderly Mrs. Chen remembered the picture she had given her. Smiling, she patted her granddaughter's hand. I left her in the rest area. Chen Kexin shuddered. She automatically looked at Gu Shishi. Her grandmother was literally beaming with joy at receiving such a treasure. I assure you this artist has incredible abilities. He is definitely a great master, but your Grandma Zhao doesn't believe me. Bring it faster already. I want to show others. Great master, amazing skills. Ping-ting, Wushuang, it seems I can't help you. The enemy is too strong. Okay. Chen Kexin forced herself to respond to her grandmother's request. She returned very soon. The painting was rolled up into a scroll. Initially, the girl wanted to place it in a glass frame, since the ink drawing easily decomposed and deteriorated in the open air. But her grandmother stopped her when she saw the painting. She urgently ordered it to be made in the form of a scroll. At that time, Chen Kexin did not understand the reason for this decision at all. But now it dawned on her. Her grandmother wanted to show off. The scroll was easy to bring and show off to others. The grandmother took the painting 2 days ago, saying she wanted a birthday present in advance, and refused to give it back. Since then, the painting hung in the house and no one was allowed to touch it. But today, Grandma took it with her to the club on purpose, obviously intending to show it to the guests. The corner of Chen Kexin's lips twitched. Unfold, Kiki, the elderly Mrs. Chen smiled proudly. Accepting her inevitable fate and gritting her teeth, Chen Kexin slowly unfolded the painting. As the picture unfolded from right to left and gradually revealed itself to everyone's gaze, the smile on elderly Madame Chen's face became wider. She smiled and said to her friends, "This is a birthday present from my Kiki. You have to guess how much she paid for it." Chen Kexin's heart skipped a beat again, and she couldn't help but glance at Gushishi. Her grandmother looked at her with a look that said, "We got a great deal." But the artist stood right there and watched. While all sorts of thoughts were running through her head, the scroll was completely unrolled and was already lying on the previously wiped table. Oh. When the picture only partially appeared to the eyes of those present, several middle-aged ladies next to Madame Chen simply nodded. Now, having seen it in its entirety, they gasped loudly. Elderly Mrs. Zhao, who was standing closest to everyone, even leaned over to take a better look. At first, she gave the work only a satisfactory rating, but now she looked at the canvas completely differently. The painting depicted 4 children of different heights with belts on their stomachs and gold medallions. Some had small pigtails on their heads, others had bald heads. 2 cheerfully carried a large fairy peach. The third, who was a little taller, stood on a wooden stool and smiled widely. His plump, lotus-like white hands curiously reached out to the tree, intending to pick a red peach. The last child bowed as if he was saying something congratulatory. All the children were doing their own thing, and everyone had a different expression on their faces, but they all just beamed with festive cheerfulness. Elderly Mrs. Zhao rubbed her eyes and asked, "Don't think so. Why does this child look a little like my grandson as a child?" "Eh?" "Zhao Jie, what a coincidence. I thought the same thing," Mrs. Zhang said next to her. "And the one who climbed onto the stool looks exactly like mine. As a child, he loved to climb trees. And this look is also his. Oh my God. Yes, he is the spitting image of him. And my granddaughter. She smiled so much when she asked me for a red envelope. Ha ha ha." Several old women tried to shout over each other. Everyone else just stood in amazement and carefully studied the picture. But the younger, third generation was not particularly interested in the gift. However, their parents nodded in agreement. The surprise of elderly people of approximately the same age grew every minute. Eh? And it seemed so to me. They look a lot like my grandchildren when they were little. The birthday girl smiled so much that her eyes turned into slits. The approval of her friends heartily fed her self-esteem. As soon as I saw the picture, I immediately remembered the first 2 years of Kiki's life. She looked exactly like this, and I even put a headband on her waist. Gushishi carefully watched the others' reactions. The notification sound from the system came suddenly. The painting 4 Children Offering Fairy Tale Peaches received recognition from more than 10 people from famous families. The system will update to the new version in 5 minutes. Gushishi raised her eyebrows. Another update? She postponed getting acquainted with the news from the system until later. Now the girl focused her attention on the appearance of those present. She quickly noted that most of those captivated by her painting belonged to her grandmother's generation. That is, the effect of revitalizing a picture is related to the plot of the drawing, or with her goals and ideas at the time of drawing. Since the picture was congratulatory, it was initially aimed at the older generation. As a result, all its representatives were impressed by it. It was difficult for the younger generation, especially those who had not yet had children of their own, to understand the joy of children in the work. This was Gu Shishi's guess, and her theory was quickly confirmed. When she drew the orange cat Meow Meow Chen Kexin, whose pet she was, the reaction to the drawing was equally positive. Or perhaps the reason she admired the painting was because she had owned a cat in the past, and her eternal love for them. Another person could have reacted completely differently. Different paintings influenced different people in their own way. This largely depended on the individual's experience, temperament, and personal preferences. Bringing the picture to life will not work on absolutely all people. I believe that this painting was painted anonymously by some master. Look at this brand here, Ink Drawing Guru. As my Kiki said, the word guru is applied to a very capable person. Anyone who brags like that certainly has real skills, said the elderly Madam Chen, continuing to look at the painting. Just look at the smoothness and roundness of the brush strokes. And for a natural combination of colors. And then there are the expressions and movements of these characters. Especially this fabulous peach. It was the first time I saw such a level of craftsmanship. I think that a student of Huan or me can do this. What do you say, Zhao Tse? Elderly Mrs. Zhao's forehead wrinkled slightly, and she again looked closely at the object of everyone's attention. Master Huang Si? Does not look like it. More reminiscent of the handmade work of Master Wen Pei. But no matter how professional these brush strokes are, some areas are also very oily. It's not like the job of someone in their 70s or 80s. I'm guessing someone younger, 50, 60. Madam Chen nodded in agreement. There is logic in this. This age, maybe the artist Mo? Their guesses made Chen Kexin on the verge of a nervous breakdown. 70 or 80 years? 50 or 60? Wan? Me? She looked at her grandmother and almost cried. Granny, this was drawn by a 20-year-old girl. And right now, she is standing right in front of you. Previously, she was thinking of revealing Gu Shishi's identity to her grandmother. However, now she couldn't do this no matter how much she wanted. Otherwise, she would put her grandmother and old lady Zhao in a difficult position. They thought that the painting of a 20-year-old girl belonged to someone 50 or 60 years old, and then ranted about the skill of her brush strokes. Nonsense, and that's all. Chen Kexin felt her heart pounding in her chest. The girl was afraid that Gu Shishi would jump out and start arguing with her grandmother, but she had obviously screwed herself up. Gu Shishi had no intention of doing anything like that. After everyone had looked at the painting enough and said all sorts of flattering words, the satisfied Madam Chen asked Chen Kexin to carefully roll up the painting and put an end to this evaluation meeting. The granddaughter finally breathed a sigh of relief and, in all seriousness, hurried to return the painting to the sitting area. However, as soon as she took one step, a sudden voice made the girl flinch. Meow, meow. Chen Kexin's hair stood on end. What's happened? If Gu Shishi wanted to reveal her identity as the artist of the painting and ask her to get to know her grandmother again, she would surely immediately gain the favor of the birthday girl. Pingting and their company will suffer a crushing defeat in the blink of an eye. The game was already going to one goal. It was a complete disaster. Meow, meow, please keep my secret. Gu Shishi's request shocked Chen Kexin. Don't tell anyone yet that I'm the ink drawing guru. The girl did not understand anything. But why? It didn't fit in her head. Don't you want to get the Gu family's inheritance? If she wanted this, then the best way to achieve what she wanted was to show superiority over Gu Wushuang and attract more people from high society to her side. Silly girl, why do I need Gu's inheritance? Gu Shishi asked, and with her glance she seemed to add, well, you're naive. Do you have any idea how much a painting by Master Huang Si costs at auction? Chen Kexin shuddered again and looked at Gu Shishi in shock. She knew. I wouldn't know. Her father bought the painting from Huang Si last year and paid $67 million for it. It was rumored that the artist spent half a month on this painting. Half a month. He could paint just 2 paintings a month to make a 9-figure profit. Meow meow, do you know what learning process is necessary for every artist? Gu Shishi smiled. Chen Kexin was puzzled. Think about it. I'll go, Gu Shishi said, waving her hand. You won't stay until the end of the event? Chen Kexin was surprised again. Oh no, I'm already 80% full. Any more would be overkill. I have to go. The temptation here is too great. Gu Shishi said goodbye to her, and lifting the hem of her dress, went down the stairs. The light yellow fabric floated in the air like a butterfly. After Gu Shishi left, Chen Kexin, still reeling from the recent events, continued to think about her question, until a familiar voice finally brought her back to reality. Kexin, why are you standing away from everyone? Where is this Gu Shishi? I just got free after a meeting at the office. Where is my sister? The man who rushed here and was out of breath was Luo Zheng. He couldn't wait to see Gu Shishi in an awkward position. She left. Already? Luo Zheng's face was covered with disappointment, but it instantly gave way to excitement. Well, how did my Pingting mock her? She left without staying here even an hour because she couldn't stand it. Quickly, tell me everything. Chen Kexin looked unusual. Instead of answering his question, she asked her own. Luo Zhenge, you also went to ink drawing lessons. What learning process is necessary for every artist? Perhaps it has something to do with famous masters in drawing. Why do you ask? Luo Zheng frowned, but answered her literally a second later. Masters? In this case, it is most likely a copy of other famous works. At the initial stage, we only made copies of paintings, then, at the word later, Chen Kexin no longer heard it. She got stuck on the part about copies of paintings. So Gu Shishi can copy very well? She could make money by copying the work of other masters until she got tired of it? If she were willing to set aside moral constraints, painting one painting every 2 weeks could earn hundreds of millions of dollars a year. Gu's inheritance was nothing compared to her possible income from painting. Chen Kexin didn't even know how to react to this. Gu Shishi told her that she was not interested in the Gu family's inheritance and would not fight for it. If this is true, why then did Pingting say the opposite? Why did Wushuang never refute Pingting's line of thinking? So, which one of them was telling the truth? Oh my God, I'm going crazy. Chen Kexin massaged her temples. Gu Shishi left the banquet venue at the same time without a care in the world. She ate delicacies, gained the sympathy needed to level up. All of her goals for attending the banquet were fulfilled, and yet such an early departure happened for another reason. She saw the damn main character, Huo Wencheng. Remembering the scene in the restroom, she was not in the mood to meet him at all, and even more so with the elders of the Huo family. She lived with them for some time and never saw anyone else from their family. In the book, they abandoned Huo Xishan. However, now Huo Xishan did not go with her. When suddenly meeting them, should she say hello or pass by? What a disaster. Gu Shishi didn't want to contact them just yet, so she decided to just leave. Plus, she would like to keep the Ink Guru pseudonym a secret at the moment. It's better to reveal it later, when the mysterious level is higher. When Gu Shishi walked out of the club, she saw a silver rare car parked on the side of the road. Si was driving. Her eyes sparkled uncontrollably with happiness. Mr. Huo came for her. Don't think that you have won, Gu Shishi. Karma will get you sooner or later. The way you treated Wu Shuang will turn against you. Gu Shishi was about to run towards the incredibly luxurious sports car when she suddenly heard a voice coming from behind. A wedding with a person who brings bad luck to everyone close to you will not make you happy. The same girl who earlier spilled wine on her dress ran out after her. What spell did Gu Wushuang cast on these people? They're all crazy. Gu Shishi didn't like what he heard. Not true. It didn't bring me any setbacks. On the contrary, he saved a life. Having said this, she scratched her nose and checked the system, which had completed the update by now. Gu Shishi couldn't help but showed a satisfied smile. Then she looked up, still smiling at the girl with the red wine, and said, "If it weren't for him, I would already be dead." With these words, she began to turn, preparing to leave. But she stopped and added with a piercing look, "And I return your statement about karma." Now the girl turned around completely and waved to the individual who continued to stand behind her, as if she was just an empty place and did not deserve at least one more look. From such an act, the guest in a delicate ball gown became furious. Gu Shishi turned away and saw Si in the driver's seat. He looked at her with shock, as if she had said something shocking. "Mistress Gu!" Si instantly came to his senses, jumped out of the car and hurried to open the back door for her. Towards her, his manners remained respectful. Even the man's gaze was filled with admiration. He tried very hard not to look inside the car, but still could not resist and cast an elusive glance. In the back seat, without showing any emotions, sat a tall, handsome, and stately man. It turns out, did the gentleman hear Mrs. Gu's words? She couldn't live without him. Even the memory of her words sent shivers down his neck. Mrs. Gu spoke so beautifully. Her speech sounded so lovingly sweet that it made me sick. When the gentleman heard Mrs. Lee talk about his ability to bring bad luck to others, the temperature in the car dropped to freezing cold. Even breathing became difficult. But with Mrs. Gu's answer, it warmed up a few degrees inside. It was as if the coming spring had melted all the snow. "Oh, did you come here for me? I've already called Mr. Chen." Gu Shishi walked over with a smile on her face and prepared to get into the vehicle. Holding onto the back of the front seat with her right hand, she was already halfway into the car when she suddenly started up. A pair of slender and tall legs appeared before her eyes. The dark brown striped trousers literally stretched from the limbs inside them. And the hips were amazing. You couldn't find a better model for drawing. The girl coughed. Too many fantasies ran through her head and she almost choked on her own drool. "Don't worry, we were right on our way," C answered with a stupid smile. But the next second he was burned by a dark and deep look coming from inside the car. The driver immediately fell silent and returned to his seat. He looked exclusively straight ahead and no longer dared to move his eyes around. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Huo Xixin leaned against the leather backrest. His cold gaze fell on the girl who had not yet completely climbed inside. The clock showed 12:30, meaning Chen's birthday banquet had just begun, and yet she came here alone. A few strands of hair hanging over her face made her cheeks look pinker. The girl seemed to be breathing a little heavier, as if she was leaving the club in a hurry, and that woman came out after her and screamed after her. Huo Xixin frowned slightly. "Why are you frozen? Sit down already." "Oh, now." Then Gu Shishi, with the support of both arms and legs, finally climbed into the car. She sat down like an elementary school student, her back straight, her stomach pulled in, and her hands neatly placed on her hips. The girl looked down and examined herself. She didn't get dirty anywhere, did she? Then why did the gentleman continue to glare at her? Did something stick to her while she was walking around the guests at the banquet earlier? The gentleman was a germaphobe. He hated dirt. Gu Shishi looked at herself from head to toe and even wanted to look in the mirror. You never know if there are crumbs left on your face from a recent dessert. "Who are you drinking with?" Huo Xixin's deep, cold voice suddenly rang out. Do I smell like alcohol?" Gu Shishi sharply tilted her head and sniffed the air. The next moment, in fear, she immediately covered the hem of her dress. That's right, wine was spilled on her, hence the smell. Did the germaphobe gentleman have a sensitive sense of smell? Sorry, let me open the window and let it air out a little." Gu Shishi immediately apologized. Her way of covering the slit of her dress did not escape Huo Xixin's gaze. The obvious scissor cut and the lingering smell of wine. Both moments made him frown. "What's happened?" He pointed a thin finger at her dress. Gu Shishi lowered the car window and obediently sat down. Someone accidentally spilled wine. Everything is fine with me. Crap. Silencing mid-sentence, she looked at him guiltily. "I'm sorry, you gave me this dress and I ruined it. It cost tens of thousands of dollars." The girl fiddled with the hem of her light yellow robe, and an emptiness appeared in her heart. "When we get home, I'll wash it, and I can mend it a little so that I can wear it in the future." She prayed that the gentleman would not get angry and throw her out of the car. This arrangement was extremely undesirable. Their house was an hour and a half away from their current location. If she had to walk the whole way, her toes would probably get blisters. No wonder, because she went to today's banquet in shoes with 6-inch heels. Gu Shishi trembled and tried to curl up into a ball. She even began to slowly move closer to the door, trying to distance herself from the master. Her only hope was the wind, which could carry away the smell he didn't like. It happened by accident. Some of the guests spilled wine on me. I didn't even drink," Gu Shishi muttered quietly. Seeing the girl's intimidation, Huo Xixin's black eyes narrowed dangerously. He looked at her carefully. There was no trace of the previous pink blush on her cheeks. As if thinking about something bad and terrible, she innocently hugged herself and crouched at the car door. Gu Shishi looked so pathetic. She attended a banquet for the first time and wine was spilled on her. Huo Xixin's dark eyes continued to look at her piercingly. This was the first time the girl had gone to a banquet of this magnitude without prompting from her elders, without close friends or a gentleman. This in itself was a bad deal. But they also bullied her? Huo Xixin grew up in this environment. He was well aware of how disgusting girls from the upper strata of society could act. It turns out that the mockery was the reason for her leaving the banquet. Did she look so scared now because of what happened? Huo Xixin's lips compressed into a thin thread. "Where is your courage gone? It seems that the courage with which this foolish woman fought back against Mrs. Lee has faded away. He asked, "Did they say something about me?" Gushishi was a little confused. Did he mean the girl with the red wine who said about his misfortune of bringing bad luck to his loved ones? Meanwhile, her stupid look was taken by Huo Xishan as confirmation. The girl was his nominal bride and was the real daughter of the Gu family. She was only recently returned to her family, so she has not yet had time to acquire good connections in her new environment. And now, because of him, her situation has become even worse. These people publicly bullied her. A sparkle flashed in Huo Xishan's black eyes. He looked at Gushishi again, but her gaze was still fearful and ridiculous. "If the dress is damaged, ask the butler to buy a new one." Gushishi raised her eyes. The sudden change of topic in their conversation made her head spin. Looking at her shocked expression, Huo Xishan lowered his gaze. His handsome face remained expressionless. "My previous offer still stands. That is, she could take a bank card and stay away from him. Otherwise, the oppression will not stop." Gushishi blinked and asked excitedly, "About the fact that you will send me a red envelope every day?" The corner of Huo Xishan's lips twitched. "Idiot." He closed his eyes and never looked at her for the rest of the trip. C's hand trembled and the car almost skidded. What are they talking about? He spent every day with the master. Why did this secret exist for him? Is his master sending red envelopes to Mrs. Gu via WeChat? Every day too? Damn it. C looked at Gushishi in the rearview mirror with the utmost respect. They made their way further in silence and C parked near the mansion without incident. Gushishi obediently followed Mr. Huo into the living room. She was about to go up to the second floor when Butler Lin stopped her. "Madam, we have prepared lunch. Will you?" Gushishi was a little surprised because she had eaten at the banquet. But the butler prepared dinner for her, knowing that she went to the anniversary. Turning around, the girl saw C standing behind her and quietly glanced at the tall, handsome man in front of him. Huo Xishan's slender and tall body just passed by. At the same moment, Gushishi swallowed forcefully. "Did the gentleman order you to prepare dinner for her?" He didn't just drive by the banquet venue, but deliberately went there and waited outside, and based on her early departure, decided that she couldn't eat there? Yeah. The gentleman acted generously. Gushishi rubbed her stomach and looked at the slender man, whose body had already begun to blend into the darkness of the second floor. She couldn't bring herself to say that she was already full. Okay, I'm starving. Mr. Huo," her cautious voice rang out and Huo Xishan stopped. Looking down from the second floor, he saw that her 10 fingers, like bow feathers, were intertwined with excitement. "Would you like to join?" Huo Xishan tensed. He suddenly remembered the term emotional abuse that Qin Ruhai constantly used. Being withdrawn, ignored, unfriendly, and unable to gain acceptance from others in the general atmosphere caused serious psychological damage over time. Most likely, this will lead to an inferiority complex and depression, and she was bullied literally today. He was silent for a moment. Then he said in a hoarse voice, "Fine." Siyi, along with Butler Lin, who was standing below with his hands crossed behind his back, simultaneously looked up in shock. Young Master Huo agreed to have lunch with the company. Even in Butler Lin's memory, this had never happened before. She didn't remember anything like this either. Stupefaction immobilized both of them. And Gushishi, the one who started it all, also stood in shock. She didn't know why she suddenly made that proposal, and never in her life would she have thought that the gentleman would accept it. Entering the dining room, Gushishi followed the man to the table with trembling knees, waited for him to pull out a chair for her, and sat down. The girl took the fork, but froze with it. To tell the truth, the gentleman looked quite exciting. Similar thoughts had visited her before. Gushishi always liked the way he held his fork. In his presence, even the food tasted much better. Today's lunch with him proved her right. The gentleman's graceful movements were performed perfectly. Not too fast, but not too slow. They were natural and graceful at the same time. If the girl hadn't known this man, she would definitely have mistaken him for the host of a first-class online food channel. Watching him eat definitely increased her appetite. She glanced at him and took a bite. Amazing. Uncle's cooking, as always, is incredible. Gushishi did not hesitate to praise her as she continued to eat. Much better than all the food at the banquet. The chief cook in the mansion had long ago figured out her preferences in terms of food. This time he prepared a dish of fried chicken with boiled broccoli and a plate of stir-fry beef with noodles to boot. Both the cooking and taste were impeccable. By the way, at the banquet there was also some kind of curd pudding, cut into small cubes. It is quite tasty and feels very colorful in the mouth. Everything else is nothing. Huo Xishen glanced at her. She probably didn't have time to eat anything other than that pudding. Judging by the venue, the Chen family's banquet was held in a buffet format. The girl felt good when she left after eating a piece of sweets. He said nothing. However, Gu Shishi didn't notice an ounce of sadness on his face. He didn't seem bothered by the current topic of conversation. Wanting to break the ice and ease the awkward atmosphere a little, she continued. Few guests came. I even met a girl I met online. She was so scared. Oh, and that Mr. 111, the nice rich gentleman who recently bought my painting. He indicated our city and the delivery address. Maybe he was also present at the banquet. We just didn't recognize each other. Gu Shishi's line of thought sounded logical. Whatever one may say, there weren't that many rich people in the city. A strange expression appeared on Huo Xishen's habitually cold face. Do you want to meet him? Gu Shishi put some rice in her mouth and nodded. Among all the other customers, she wanted to make him her regular customer. Having chewed and swallowed the food, she tapped her chest and said, I constantly hear rumors that the Chen family is one of the richest in our city, and they invited almost all wealthy people to today's celebration. Huo Xishen immediately chuckled. The richest? It is unlikely. Well, yes, you are the richest among us, sir. Gu Shishi bit her tongue. Of course, she wouldn't have the courage to say this out loud. This Mr. 111 laid out 30,000 yuan without blinking an eye. He's certainly an extraordinary guy, so there is a very high probability that he also came to that club. The second half of the sentence made Huo Xishen raise his eyebrows. Let's eat in silence. Is it really necessary to say so much? So she even knew whether he blinked or not. Gu Shishi quickly pursed her lips. She, of course, did not dare to contradict the master. In complete silence, they both quickly, like chickens, pecked their food. The girl didn't think she could eat much, but came to her senses when most of the food on her plate disappeared. Having filled her belly well and taken another satisfying sip of orange juice, she closed her eyes, but quickly came to her senses. Looking at her blissful expression, Huo Xishen narrowed his eyes. He put down his fork and stood up silently. His slender legs walked past her. You don't have to go to future events if you don't want to. His low voice sounded, and the man's back disappeared behind the door. They didn't even have the audacity to send an invitation here. Holding the cup in her hands, Gu Shishi thought for a moment. She didn't think so? Why did the words sound like he was supporting her? If she didn't want or didn't like going to such banquets, she didn't have to attend them. Did her proud master stand up for her? Soon after Huo Xishen returned to his office, Ce knocked on the door and walked inside. Sir, we found out why Mrs. Gu was almost hit by the chandelier. All lamps in our mansion are checked daily by special personnel, but the one who was responsible for the light in the corridor suddenly quit a week ago. While Ce was saying this, a sullenness settled on his impenetrable face. This employee said that he needed to return home with his wife, but based on the evidence found, he boarded the plane 3 hours ago. He did not return home, but left the country. Ce continued to speak with his head bowed. A week ago, an unusual amount of 1 million yuan came into his account. The money came from a venture capital firm. Huo Xishen's black eyes looked up at the person who was speaking. His cold gaze was enough to make even Ce tremble. The man forced himself to continue. We have not yet found out who is behind the company. I have already sent people to the employee who resigned. There was a crash. Before Ce finished speaking, the pen in his boss's hand was broken in two. You have 3 days. A storm raged in his black eyes. The voice sounded rough and cold. I don't care who it was. If they dare to operate on my territory, they must pay. Ce shuddered again. Yes, sir. It was no accident that the chandelier fell. Someone set it up. The malicious attempt to create an accident was done for a reason. The man behind her was planning to persecute Huo Xishen again, starting a new wave of rumors that the man was bringing misfortune to others. It doesn't even matter whether anyone was hurt by the falling chandelier or not. The event in any case caused panic among the inhabitants of the mansion and stopped all cooperation with the Li family. Sitting in a chair, Huo Xishen turned the watch in his hand. His gaze literally streaked with anger. Find other suppliers. Ce was taken aback. Li from Tonghua? Send them a gift by mail tomorrow. A cold and cruel smile appeared at the corners of Huo Xishen's mouth. Send me a bottle of red wine from 1985. I obey, sir, Ce responded instantly. Only once outside the office did the man allow a complex expression to appear on his face. The collaboration between Huo Xishen and Li from Tonghua brought the latter 45% of their total income. Its termination meant they lost half their money. That girl in red who chased and shouted at Miss Gu today was the third young Miss Li. She probably would never have thought that literally one sentence of hers would infuriate the gentleman so much. What he hated most was when people talked about his aura of bad luck. And this one still had the nerve to spill red wine on Mrs. Gu. Oh. Xi shook his head compassionately before going down to the basement. After lunch, Gu Shishi yawned and returned to her room. The clock showed 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She changed her clothes and dove straight into the new wooden bathtub. The bathtub had the primordial smell of wood, hot water at the perfect temperature, and pulsating massage jets. Gu Shishi, who was lying in the water, was in seventh heaven. Overall, the day was very fruitful. The words of several old women from prominent families carried great weight among the upper class. Gaining their sympathy was the very first and extremely important step for her entry into the circle of elites. True, her pseudonym Guru brought her victory, but at the right time she can throw off her masks and reveal herself, and get even more sympathy. Oh, I completely forgot, the system has probably already completed the update. Gu Shishi's eyes lit up with anticipation. Gu Shishi happily took a sitting position, placing her back under the stream of water, and quietly enjoyed the massage from the splashes falling on her body. The girl took another sip of orange juice and finally opened the system interface. The main interface has not changed. However, there are new additions to the menu. When the girl selected this item, 16 small squares were displayed in front of her. Among them, the scent of roses with sleeping pills and cool skin in summer were already shining. The rest remained gray. So there are still 14 left? Gu Shishi ran her hand over her smooth, clean cheek. And everything is tied to appearance? Well, who didn't want to become a beautiful little princess? More importantly, she no longer needed to spend extra time on skincare. Wonderful news for such a lazy person as she was, isn't it? She touched a random icon. After this action, a small line of text popped up and hovered in front of the girl's eyes. Snow White's halo. Gu Shishi was a little confused at the sight of the fantastic name, but soon smiled happily. It turns out that she has already received 6 gifts from the master. The girl lived in the mansion for only 2 weeks. Mr. Ho wasn't that bad. Do you need another one so you won't have to wait long? Sudden anticipation surged through Gu Shishi. She kept wondering what skills this Snow White halo would bring her. Snow White was a fairy tale character surrounded by 7 dwarfs. That is, the halo will certainly not be trifling. Gu Shishi could not imagine the impact of this halo, but she definitely liked how the fairy tale described the beauty of Snow White. She pressed other gray squares, but nothing happened. It looks like unlocking new skills required activating this one. All that was left was to wait. She clicked on Personality. This tab was at the top of her concerns. Allowed to complete side quests that increase the sympathy indicator. Failing side quests will cause your sympathy score to drop. Gu Shishi felt irritated. Side quests? My life is on the line. If they turn out to be too risky, I'm done. She did not perform any tasks, but her sympathy gradually grew on its own. The gentleman could show pride and gloom, but even so, his sympathy increased with considerable generosity. In the case of side tasks, or rather their failure, she could lose sympathy points. Master, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Gu Shishi did not react. She was not going to be provoked by this stingy system. It's better to study and take a closer look for some time, and take on implementation in a hopeless situation. She looked at the next line and squinted. Another mysterious indicator. Following the level was a short description. As a diligent wife, you must demonstrate poise and conduct yourself at ease in an upper-class environment. You also need to be appropriate and graceful. Close friends, errand boys, elders. Connections with them will play an important role in the future, which is full of obstacles along the way. Approval of others is calculated from a combination of these factors. Continue in the same spirit. Yeah, I understand. Gu Shishi finally figured it out. This characteristic always remained incomprehensible to her. Judging by what was written, her assumption turned out to be correct. The closer a person was to the upper class, the better his sympathy was rewarded. Side quests available. Failure of side quests will lead to a drop in sympathy. And here too. The corner of Gu Shishi's lips twitched. But this approval of others was worth it. There were few people around her, which is why each level increase was achieved with considerable difficulty. Now, colleagues like Ling Xiaomei were no longer sources of sympathy for her, which made it more difficult to raise the level. Well, at least the gentleman returned to the mansion every night. In addition, sympathy could grow limitlessly. With a strong desire, Gu Shishi could throw all her strength into this matter. Okay, I'll try it once. The girl felt that the system would not push her so hard without a good reason. At these words, a large and colorful rotating wheel appeared in front of her. Number of spins per day, 1. Gu Shishi nodded decisively. The bright wheel immediately began to spin. As it rotated, more and more golden circles appeared in its center, which spread from the middle to the edges. The spectacle looked quite fascinating. The stop was not long in coming, and so, the pointer froze in the red sector. Red, errand for a friend. Side quest, help Chen Kexin see the light and leave the Gu Wushuang group. Reward, 20% to the progress approval of others. Only 20%? Greedy? Gu Shishi couldn't help but criticize the system. At level 3 of approval of others for 10% progress, you will usually need the sympathy of 10 ordinary girlfriends or 5 from high circles. As the level increases, the difficulty will also increase. Note, a true girlfriend is hard to find. What's true is true. Agreeing with the unshakable truth, Gu Shishi bit her lip. A person could have many acquaintances hanging around, but in a critical situation, one could only rely on a true friend. At the same time, the girl did not expect that her first task would be related to Chen Kexin. Oh, poor thing. By now, she was most likely deeply loyal to Gu Wushuang and her gang. Okay, I think I can. She accepted the assignment. The side quest didn't seem too difficult. The reward was also not impressive, but there was no time limit in the condition. The most important thing now is to gain the master's favor. We need to get another gift from him. It would also be good to increase the level to the 3rd to slightly increase our life reserve. While Gu Shishi was steaming in the bath, her little face was covered in sweat. She finished poking around the system. In general, in addition to trying to win over the big master, she had an additional task, to guide Chen Kexin on the right path. Under these thoughts, the girl left the bathroom, humming something under her breath. For some time, she admired her beautiful and seductive body in front of the mirror. Afterwards, Gu Shishi happily prepared the painting table and sent a WeChat message. Meow meow, I'm starting the broadcast. She was going to demonstrate the process of creating another painting. Continuously sending gifts to the master would be the most direct way to earn his sympathy. So she conquered all 4 husbands in the game, Mr. Love, Queen's Choice. In addition, last time he gave her a large teddy bear in gratitude for the landscape. The first thing she needed to do was determine the master's preferences, and at the same time, to win Chen Kexin over to your side. Amazing. Gu Shishi rummaged through the box of things and found a small cardboard box. She placed all the materials and tools on the drawing table, then turned on BB streaming. Gu Shishi waved greetings to the audience, then positioned her mobile phone so that it was filming her desk. Hi all, I'm with you again. Since the last time Meow Meow and King of the Hill went crazy and literally showered her with gifts, more than 300 people have subscribed to her streaming channel. Increasing the number of fans by an entire digital sign was a huge success. That's why her channel became extremely busy immediately after the broadcast began. Gu Shishi double-checked the materials and brushes. She quickly read the chat and smiled. Sorry, but it won't happen today. This is a gift for an important person. Answering questions, she began to collect chopsticks from the table. Hello, Meow Meow, tell me when to start. Chen Kexin, who had hesitated for a long time to open the broadcast, was speechless and perplexed. Just as Gu Shishi was about to continue streaming, there was an unexpected knock on her door. Sorry, I'll be a minute. She had to stop and stand up. The girl opened the door in slight confusion. Behind her, she saw the smiling butler Lin, and next to him stood the maids with various boxes in their hands. Madam, did we disturb you? We have brought you an essential oil that relieves stress and helps you sleep better. Essential oil? With this oil, everything was clear. But wasn't it usually sold in small bottles? Why was it brought in impressive boxes? Having stepped aside to let the maids in, she immediately heard the continuous ringing of the system in her head. I received Agital Essential Oil with orange aroma from my husband, 10 milliliters. Price, 5,513 yuan. I received Agital Essential Oil with rose scent from my husband, 10 milliliters. Price, 5,513 yuan. Essential oil from a variety of ingredients and from different manufacturers. A notice for each one popped up before her eyes. The messages flashed even longer than last time, when her closet was filled to the brim with clothes. 10 minutes later, having placed all the essential oils in the bathroom, bedroom, and closet, the maids left and the system's audio alerts stopped. Gushishi was stunned to the point of being unable to express her emotions in words. Butler Lin smiled at her cordially and said, "We didn't know which scent you liked best, so we bought all the available types." Gushishi. If she rubs herself on them, uses them, and even bathes in these oils every day, they will surely last for the rest of her life. What was the gentleman thinking? Why such authority? Gushishi didn't understand. But she looked at the system interface and almost giggled out loud. The total cost of the essential oil was 450,000 yuan. She had enough for the 7-day limit, and a lot was wasted, but her health bar immediately filled to the maximum. A whole week of life. How nice it is to look at this number. No matter how you looked at her full health bar made the girl happy. Ding, you received 7 different gifts. Snow White Halo available. Pleasantly surprised again, Gushishi immediately opened it. There was a howl on the broadcast. What? Did I hear right? She bought all the essential oils available? Why was she addressed as Madam? Is the man who spoke her butler or something? Gee, I came here to watch the arts and crafts broadcast, but before I could blink, it turned into a display of wealth. The owner of the channel is probably a young, rich woman. May she be poisoned by this oil. Sorry, I'm too jealous right now. Author's rambling. Mr. Huo was watching the broadcast and suddenly said, "Go and bring her all the essential oils you collected." Did you go completely crazy when you heard that this was a gift for you? Viewer activity on the broadcast increased sharply. Commenters posted messages much more often than before. The ink drawing guru was a girl from the Golden Youth. The sudden discovery excited the entire public, including previously passive observers. All sorts of speculations began to pour in. Someone, under the influence of delight, even donated some amounts to the girl. But amid this flow, another opinion emerged. King of the Hill, what Golden Youth? What are you about? It is clear that this was just a decree. King of the Hill, would a really rich person buy every fragrance oil available on the market? This is not living or showing off your wealth. This is pure idiocy. All the commentators immediately began to argue. Their real identities were hidden behind nicknames, so no one really cared about the consequences of their words or actions. Many readily hurled insults. I think you're just jealous of her. With this message, he only added fuel to the already raging fire. Even more spectators turned against him. The broadcast instantly turned into a big mess. Chen Kexin, who was squatting in her room and still hadn't written a word, didn't know whether to laugh or smile at these comments. The man with the nickname King of the Hill was actually wrong. She knew the true identity of ink-painting guru, Gushishi. Without a doubt, she possessed real wealth. According to Pingting, the girl has already moved into young master Huo Sishan's house. These two were not ashamed to live together before marriage. Huo Sishan could have separated himself from his family, but he inherited at least a quarter of the property. That is, the place where Gushishi was currently living fell under the very definition of a mansion. The only thing Chen Kexin did not understand was the reason for the appearance of essential oil in such quantities. Naturally, she could not even imagine that it was originally bought for Huo Sishan. The man had trouble sleeping. In the end, after trying several types and not seeing any results, he lost his patience, and Gushishi could use it quite well. The girl herself had no idea that her help to Huo Sishan to fall asleep last time prompted Qin Ruhai to think about the beneficial effects of the scent of roses, thanks to which the gentleman's problems with sleep receded then. As a result, C was ordered to buy everything from several aromatic oil stores. In short, this beautiful misunderstanding allowed Gushishi, whose life reserve was now filled to the maximum, to see beauty and happiness in everything. Everything around her seemed incredibly cute. Would you like to activate Snow White's halo? Snow White's skin was whiter than snow, her lips redder than blood, and her hair as dark as an ebony window frame. Halo effect. Every day before applying makeup, you will have fair skin, attractive peach-colored lips, and black silky hair. No split ends, no electrified hair. Also, their drop rate is reduced by 50%. Reading the description, Gushishi's mouth was practically watering. Activate! There was nothing to even think about. As a child, she tirelessly asked her master to tell her the tale of Snow White. Every time she heard a description of the heroine's appearance, She wanted to look like that. What girl hasn't dreamed of growing up as beautiful as Snow White? Over time, Gushishi found out that her skin burned quite quickly in the sun, after which it was difficult to return to its original color, so she even got a few tan spots. It was then that she realized that Snow White's beauty was pure fiction. Dark hair spoke of an excess of melanin in the body of its owner, which in turn implied the impossibility of having light-colored skin. Even if you don't take into account the naturally yellowish skin of Asians, it was simply unrealistic to look like Snow White. And here's the surprise. Gushishi's childhood dream came true. In an instant, her mouth dropped open. She smiled so radiantly that she showed all her teeth. By the way, if you remember the description of Snow White, red as blood and black as a window frame, then it was more suitable for some kind of monster. But who cares, as long as the effect is good. Gushishi spun around happily. She hurried to apply the halo, and in a split second she was already standing in front of the dressing table, looking in the mirror. She had just recently taken a bath and didn't wear any makeup afterwards, just a few simple skincare products. Most people's faces inevitably became dull when they took off their makeup. Even with the effects of the summer ice pill, Gushishi was no exception, and the body of the heroine of the novel could be called acceptable at best. The color of her lips invariably leaned closer to light. Before every public appearance, she had to apply lipstick to look brighter. But the girl closed her eyes briefly and took a deep breath before she dared to look in the mirror. Just 1 second and her jaw dropped in amazement. "Shine!" She blinked and involuntarily extended her hand towards the person in the mirror. At this moment, Gushishi remembered a super expensive skincare product, a small lighting lamp. Now all her skin looked white and radiant, as if a spotlight was shining on it. Moreover, the white color was not faded. He seemed hydrated and radiant with health. The girl's lips turned red to the level of cherry blossoms. That is, they acquired a slightly diluted cherry pinkish tint. Unlike lipsticks, this effect did not have any trace of the greasiness and thickness that caught the eye. There was no vulgarity in it either, only the natural youth and tenderness of a young girl, along with discreet grace. Marvelous! Gushishi touched her lips and her eyes shone like stars. Even the wrinkles on her lips softened. Just an amazing halo. Then she turned her gaze to her free-flowing locks of hair and took a closer look. The hair of the book heroine was already very dark in color. So in this regard, hardly anything has changed, but their loss will now be minimal. Gushishi pulled a few hairs and couldn't stop giggling. Anyone with long hair knows what it's like to lose your hair in clumps from spending too much time on your phone or staying awake for multiple nights in a row. Every time she washed her hair, she had to say goodbye to another clump of hair. The longer the hair, the scarier the sight, and when it came to cleaning the room, you would die of grief. As soon as the hair falls on the floor or carpet, that's it. You can't sweep, vacuuming is troublesome. Even washing the floors did not always save. In general, wherever she went, hair remained there. On the bed, pillow, sofa, in the bedroom, living room. Most of her master's complaints came because of them. Fantastic! Gushishi felt the charm of this petty system for the first time. Now there is no point in increasing the level. She couldn't wait to open the remaining 14 gray squares. Next halo available to unlock, Tactile Sensation Stimulator. Requirement Level 3. This ability, Gushishi blinked. Great, get to work. I will make the master fall in love with me. She hurried back to her drawing table. The girl was already impatient to see the result of the work intended for the master. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Now we can continue. You all made guesses, but no one had a correct guess. Gushishi recovered from her recent state of delight and took wooden chopsticks from the table. Today I'm going to make a fan. This new gift for the gentleman would be ideal as a return for all those volumes of essential oil. Exchanging gifts is a great way to get even more gifts in the future. With these words, Gushishi took a seat at the table with a happy look. Since she had already put out her cell phone earlier, Gushishi no longer looked at the screen or paid attention to the flow of chat messages. All the recent madness and aggressiveness on the stream faded away with the return of her gentle, calm voice. The audience, who had just recently been calling names on the King of the Hill, now turned their attention to the artist. Gushishi twirled the wooden chopsticks in her hands a little, catching a faint smell of wood. Since she wasn't looking at the screen, she didn't answer the chat questions. I bought the knitting needles and base for the fan on the internet. I plan to paint the pieces before I put everything together. If you're interested, you can try making it yourself. Having voiced the plan, she took a brush with soft hair from the shelf, added some water to the container, and added gold powder to it. The two ingredients quickly mixed together, and the tip of the brush soon turned a bright golden color. The knitting needles she chose for the fan were made from a plant called tall rapis, and each one was very thin. The paper used to connect them was pure black, matching the master. Typically, a man would either wear completely black clothing or add brown or gray elements to it. Gu Shishi opted for a black fan, just in case. The chat has become even more active. The girl thought briefly about a suitable design before she took the tool and dipped it into the gold paint. Taking a deep breath, she switched to her initial level of the animate a picture skill. A second later, Gu Shishi closed her eyes and plunged into the world of painting. She heard the rustling of leaves, felt the swaying of hair under the blow of a fierce wind. Then she involuntarily imagined a man sitting in her office. It was like an island on its own. The silhouette in the darkness emanated coldness and loneliness. Even just looking at him made it harder to breathe, and right now her body seemed to float towards the figure in the darkness. Surrounded by bone-chilling cold, she moved into a dark, bottomless pit. There was no way out, no hint of light. As she prepared to feel the pain, her sense of smell caught the scent of bamboo. This scent was so airy and mixed with the smell of the earth that it made the endless darkness that had enveloped her dissipate in the blink of an eye. The girl blindly put out her hand and, without expecting it, touched the blade-sharp leaves. The pain from the cut on her finger made her pull back her palm. Squinting, she looked ahead and saw bamboo in front of her, which rose to the very clouds. After the storm's wind and rain died down, signs of light appeared in the dark sky above. Breaking through thick clouds, the sun's rays fell on the swaying foliage and illuminated it with a dazzling golden glow. Then Gu Shishi herself beamed. When she wanted to see everything with her eyes wide open, she was already back in her beautiful sunny room. To the left of the girl was the base for the fan, and to the right was the brush. There was no bamboo in front of her. The ability was so realistic. A semblance of a smile appeared on Gu Shishi's face. She froze for a few seconds, then began to breathe steadily to calm her emotions. Then the girl looked down, mentally prepared herself, and began to draw. Her brush, made of goat hair, smeared the golden color onto the black paper. The golden paint seemed to resonate with the radiance of the sun's rays in her imagination. The tool in her hand moved continuously across the surface without any hesitation. She painted the entire picture almost in one sitting, without even realizing it. All the viewers on the broadcast were amazed, a saying that means someone has planned everything in advance. But there is also a play on words. Such comments poured in while Gu Shishi was immersed in painting. With every movement of her wrist, clusters of blooming and lush leaves stacked on top of each other began to sway in the wind. The foliage drawn on paper seemed real, truly creating a feeling of awe from the strong wind. Each leaf was like a small boat that was thrown into the air by the surf. At the same time, the branches, painted with light colors, were strong and deeply rooted in the ground. With just a few simple strokes, the strength of Philostachys heterocycla, a type of bamboo, is imprinted on the surface of the object. The base for the fan was small. However, the bamboo depicted in this very limited area was indomitable, majestic, and towering to the very heavens. The attacks and insults towards him from the others continued, but Gu Shishi was completely unaffected by all this. By now, the dye on the goat's hair had already begun to dry. She took it, and without replenishing the supply, depicted a couple of large stones. When the paint inside was completely finished, she ran the tip along the sharp edges of the stones. The whole picture was a cycle of fullness, dryness, and thirst. There were no pauses. This is what it is, freestyle and passion. And unlike the usual black and white paint, Gu Shishi painted today with golden paint, which made the picture seem as lush as possible. Even the bamboo was covered in indescribable luxury in the gusty wind. And the most impressive thing about the whole process was that the tip of her tool never stopped. In the distance, in the mountains, she outlined in detail an ancient building. Inside sat a chic and capricious man wearing a crown of gold and silk. He was slowly sipping something. It was a painting of a polymath loving the rain and enjoying the bamboo in the mountains. The number of viewers on the broadcast exceeded 20,000 people. In addition to King of the Hill, gifts began to arrive from other users. A whole bunch of 666 asterisk. Incredible skill, and I want one shot up on the screen like rockets. Chinese internet slang denoting a person's mastery skill in something. At the end, Gu Shishi exhaled deeply, but she didn't finish yet. The girl quickly switched to a water brush with a tuft of coarser hair and wrote 2 small lines in a regular font. His strength was in his work. A light wind caressed the hills. The figurative meaning is to ignore others and just do what you see fit. The brush returned to its place only after another neat signature at the bottom. This signature was Gushishi's pseudonym, Ink Drawing Guru. When the paint is dry, I will write a few more words on the back. Okay, that's probably all for today. Thank you all for your support. Until next time. Gushishi glanced at the time. Almost an hour has passed. She quickly thanked everyone for their donations and ended the broadcast. It took time for the drawing to dry. She couldn't just sit and wait. The girl had no other talents. She couldn't talk incessantly or sing like other pretty streamers did. It would be awkward for her to just sit silently. Wait, channel host, don't leave yet. You still haven't told us if you're one of the golden youth. Exactly, let's talk some more. The flood of messages did not change her mind. The screen went dark and everyone reluctantly left. Soon after the broadcast was turned off, Gushishi received a couple of private messages from King of the Mountain. In them, he declared his intention to buy her paintings. Gushishi read his messages and responded with a simple, maybe next time, after which she gave him her WeChat contact. After all, this user was her potential client. When she finished answering, she threw the phone on the table. Then the girl, smiling bitterly, rubbed her exhausted hand. She felt absolutely devastated. Today, she only painted a picture of bamboo. Any other time, the process would have been much easier. It would take about 20 minutes at most. But today, Gushishi looked at the table and her mouth reflexively opened slightly. Perfect. In front of her lay a beautifully painted bamboo. In the past, she copied many works of famous artists and painted over 1,000 of her own, but none of them made her so happy. Every bamboo trunk, every leaf, every segment, even every vein radiated strength and pride that could shake heaven and earth. Previously, she was going to draw an orchid for the gentleman, intending to partially pacify and soften the man. She didn't expect that the activated skill would bring that bamboo under the fierce wind and rain into her imagination. When looking at the picture again, the girl felt that the straight bamboo trunks echoed the gentleman's straight back. Endless darkness, strong wind and rain. None of this mattered. She knew that one day she would be able to break through them, and nothing would stop her. It took Gushishi 2.5 hours of using painting animation before she could figure out the perfect combination of the Lord and the bamboo. As a result, such a special fan base was chosen. She still couldn't stop admiring the result. Gushishi's gaze wandered over the bamboo, rocks, mountain peaks, and also the man with a drink in his hand reading poetry in the painting. Every smallest detail made her happy. This work incorporates her technique and feelings. I wonder if the picture comes to life worked. Looking at the drawing, Gushishi did not feel any special sensations. Maybe it's because I don't really like bamboo. I don't feel anything. Gushishi frowned a little, but the next moment she regained her calm. After all, what was more important was to test the skill that allowed her to find the true meaning of the painting, as well as improve alienation and peace of mind. The process was much more important than the result. She knew that was her limit at the moment. Gushishi again praised her windy bamboo with a happy look. While waiting for the moment when the painting would dry, she spent another half hour in front of the mirror, appreciating the flawless complexion and beautiful smile of the person in the reflection. In addition to the fact that her skin was now much lighter, she also looked very dewy, just daring the girl to pinch herself. While she was admiring all the changes in appearance in the mirror, the drawing on the base of the fan dried. Gushishi turned it over. Taking the same goat hair water brush, she wrote 2 words in cursive in a column exactly in the middle. The back of the fan base is ready. Not bad, not bad. Even my handwriting has improved. Gushishi was very pleased with her work. Today everything went great. It seems that it was not in vain that I relaxed in the bathroom. Luckily, she had already turned off the broadcast. Otherwise, Meow Meow, who had not shown any signs of presence for more than an hour, would probably start screaming right now. Gushishi's calligraphy technique was in no way inferior to her drawing ability. Calligraphy and painting went on equal terms. Both consisted of lines formed by paint. Their main points, bends, lifts, pauses, and serves, also largely coincided. In order to learn how to add suitable signatures without disturbing the integrity of the painting, Gushishi put a lot of effort into practicing calligraphy in the past. These particular symbols she produced today were head and shoulders above her normal level. Since she herself had felt the pulse and power of the bamboo in that area, her 2 words were filled with high ambition, looseness, and regularity. There was no femininity in them at all. The two words written in italics were wild, unrestrained, flowing, and varied in character. The strokes were distinguished by their dynamism, and their masculinity by the fullness of harmonious beauty. These words seemed to be inseparable from the picture of the windy bamboo. Their energy practically seeped through the paper to the other side. The base, by the way, was bought on Taobao for less than 100 yuan, but in combination with the paint applied to it, its value increased tenfold. In the end, Gu Shishi skillfully connected the needles of the fan and secured everything together, even adding a handmade fringe with irregular tridacna beads to the fan. And now the work is completed. Ready. Gu Shishi set the bar very high. Be it the color or the painting, they both looked aesthetically pleasing. She then even placed the black fan on a pen holder and photographed the piece from the front and back. A moment later, her friends could already see the photo. Hand-painted black bamboo fan, enjoying bamboo in the night rain. Made as a gift for a friend, not for sale. She didn't even need to use filters. The combination of black and gold already looked quite majestic, conveying the necessary thoughts and mood. Following the publication of the post, she was immediately showered with enthusiastic comments. Gu Shishi smiled as she typed. She had not yet thought much about how to force Chen Kexin to separate from the Gu Wushuang company, but judging by the development of events, she won't have to try. Another message came from Chen Kexin before Gu Shishi put down her cell phone. Gu Shishi flipped through her calendar. She had to go back to work next week. Actually, she wasn't supposed to have a day off today, but Ling Xiaomei replaced the girl. In addition, there was also the question of purchasing knitting needles and a base for a fan on Taobao. She didn't know when they would arrive. Gu Shishi's answer made Chen Kexin think for a long time. Her response speed was halved. Meow meow, are you offended? Because I invited you to the banquet with malicious intent. Gu Shishi laughed loudly. She was tired of typing, so she sent her a voicemail. You're pushing yourself too hard. I need to prepare not only the materials, but also to tune in myself. I will draw only when inspired. If you want, I can churn out 100 banal works a day. But you need quality, right? Fine ink painting was done very quickly by a particularly skilled artist. Thanks to countless copies, they could continue to draw purely automatically. Naturally, there was no talk of the presence of entertainment in such a picture. At Gu Shishi's current level, the limitation in her work was no longer her skills, but the effort that needed to be put into the painting, as well as the development of artistic intent. A striking example of this is drawn today by Windy Bamboo. She watched this plant in the system for 2.5 hours. Without her help, achieving something like this in everyday life could take months, maybe even years. This picture took almost all of Gu Shishi's mental and physical strength. Now she could barely hold the brush. Over the next few days, at best, she will be able to do minor practical work, gradually returning to her usual mental attitude. With these messages sent, Gu Shishi closed WeChat and collapsed on the sofa. The girl either kept many of the practical works, the creation of which she broadcast, for herself, or gave them to others for free. She would never put her everyday pieces up for sale. The only exception was Chicken Little eating rice. Then she released her emotional frustration towards the master. It happened spontaneously, and the work turned out to be of fairly good quality. Any other work of this caliber would have to rely on fate. Gu Shishi stretched out on the sofa, stretching her wrist. While Gu Shishi was recovering, Chen Kexin on the other side of WeChat was very worried. Well, how? What did the guru say? I'm going to Lao Zhao's tea party next Wednesday. Do you think she'll be able to draw another fan before then? The kind and sincere voice belonged to none other than the elderly Madame Chen. Chen Kexin rubbed her throbbing temples. It's all her fault. And why did she ask her to inform her about the start of the next stream? Amazing. When she saw the message, she realized that she had no choice but to go live. Then she was struck by the sight of bamboo on the fan, and the girl automatically wrote to Gu Shishi on WeChat. Chen Kexin was scrolling through her friends' posts, among which there were images of a fan, and this had to happen. Her grandmother also saw them, who decided to look into her room. The elderly lady immediately burst out with all kinds of praise for the guru herself and her talent. At the end she stated, I want to buy it. Chen Kexin began to explain with a sigh. She said she needed to recover before starting a new job and would contact me next week. Most likely she won't make it in time for your tea party. That is, Grandma won't be able to show off her next masterpiece at a meeting with her friends. Madame Chen felt extremely sorry when she heard this, but quickly nodded with a smile. I once heard that to create truly impressive work, artists need to first collect their chi and only then start painting. Thus, by putting vital energy into their works of art, they can make them impressive. Chen Kexin pursed her lips. The girl didn't notice any chi. All she saw was how, during the hour-long broadcast, Gu Shishi drew the entire work in one sitting. And this is still after the morning banquet. But Chen Kexin could not say this out loud. Jingxin, add this guru to Grandma on WeChat. I want to view her works in the future, said the elderly Mrs. Chen, handing her cell phone to her granddaughter. Chen Kexin almost jumped. Her grandmother wanted to add Gu Shishi on WeChat. Even Gu Wushuang and her gang did not have Madame Chen's contact. Grandma, I can help you buy any paintings you like. And remember, the doctor also said that you should not spend a lot of time with your mobile phone. Don't worry, I won't sit in it for long. Besides, you have your own things to do, the elderly Mrs. Chen responded with a smile. Is ink drawing guru her pseudonym? Just introduce us. Chen Kexin was silent. The pressure became more and more intense, so the girl was forced to fulfill the request. But after she sent a friend request on behalf of her grandmother via I don't want, Grandma doesn't have glasses with her. Can you greet the master for me? The elderly Madame Chen was distinguished by her constant politeness, and that smiley that you sent me last time, which admires and looks with big starry eyes. Send him too. Chen Kexin. Granny, she hasn't even accepted the friend request yet. Maybe that's enough, Grandma. At the estate, Gu Shishi had already put aside her work phone. She put the black bamboo fan in a box, wrapped it with a beautiful red ribbon, and was about to take it to the master. As she left the room, she heard someone talking. One voice belonged to Butler Lin. Gu Shishi didn't plan to eavesdrop, but the other voice also seemed very familiar. Curiosity prompted her to peek. The girl was surprised to recognize the chef. Did he want to take time off from the autumn festival? Oh, so there won't be any tasty food? Gu Shishi was a little upset, but come to think of it, the chef worked even harder than she did. She herself had at least 4 days off a month, and the chef cooked for them every day. The girl never saw him take time off. He definitely deserved a few days off and a good rest at the festival. Gu Shishi nodded compassionately. 5 days? Too much, don't you think? Why did you only tell me now? I won't have time to find a replacement for you. Actually, the young master is used to your cooking, and the students are not quite ready to take your place yet. Butler Lin also expressed slight concern. The chef sighed in annoyance and apologized most humbly. This is my daughter. She didn't tell me in advance that she had booked a trip for me. I spend all my time away from them, so she really wanted me to stay. He abruptly fell silent in the middle of the sentence. Gu Shishi's eyebrows jumped up. The next second, the air around them grew cold. Young master! Butler Lin was the first to react. Gu Shishi walked to the edge of the stairs. As expected, she saw the tall and slender Mr. Huo walking into the living room where the conversation was coming from. He didn't say a word, just looked at the two people dispassionately with his black eyes. The poor cook immediately froze in place and did not know where to put his hands. Well, I guess this time I'll give up the vacation. I'll tell my daughter to cancel the trip. His tone changed dramatically. Gu Shishi just blinked her eyes. She turned her gaze to Mr. Huo and noticed that he was holding his back even straighter than usual. Perhaps it was all her excessive sensitivity. But it seemed to the girl that the cold air emanating from him became even icier after the cook's words. Huo Shishin didn't look at them anymore. He just passed by. Gu Shishi looked first at the dejected cook, then at the gloomy back of the gentleman. Maybe I can take over the cooking during the autumn festival? She suddenly blurted out. As soon as the girl finished speaking, she wanted to cool her head in cold water. Is she cooking too? And what could she cook? What was she thinking? Her master mostly drew and read in bed during breaks. Gu Shishi started cooking at the age of 7, but she only knew how to make ordinary homemade dishes. They suited her master because he didn't have any special expectations in terms of food. He was only interested in drawing, but his criteria were much higher. Crap. Butler Lin just said that the master was not satisfied even with the cooking of the chef's students. That is, he was probably picky in relation to others for this position, and therefore there were difficulties in finding a replacement. The master will surely hate her. What if he doesn't like the food and starves for 5 days? His already bad character will only get worse. And what am I just saying? I can only cook ordinary dishes well? Gu Shishi tried to escape but was interrupted before she could finish her sentence. She didn't know how to cook salmon omelet. seafood rice, or mushroom soup. Her maximum was probably scrambled eggs with tomatoes. She looked towards where the voice came from and saw Mr. Huo at the top of the stairs. The man looked at her. His back was to the light, so Gu Shishi could not see his face from where she was. Just tell Butler Lin what special ingredients you will need for these 5 days? Huo Xishan's voice sounded soft, as if he was talking about the most common thing in the world. Gu Shishi, however, did not share his calmness. Was this what the gentleman just said? And let her cook for 5 days? Wait, stop. Has she now signed her own death warrant? However, the chef standing next to her was literally beaming. But Miss Gu, isn't this too much of a request? Gu Shishi bit her lip. Her life depends on this cooking. This request is wow. However, she looked at the chef's happy face and couldn't bring herself to say a word. He hasn't taken a day off for so long that his daughter has already started complaining. And the man only asked for 5 measly days. Plus, the gentleman has already agreed. Could he now take those words back? Great, she will do it. The main thing is that the dishes are edible, and the master doesn't get sick from them. Yeah, don't worry, I can handle it here. And you enjoy your vacation, Gu Shishi assured with a smile. I'll take care of 3 meals a day for the main, Mr. Ho. I guarantee he will thoroughly enjoy your cooking when you get back. Because of hunger, the chef couldn't help but laugh. Even Butler Lin had to make an effort to suppress his laughter. Huo Xishan directed a heavy gaze at these two. The chef stood frozen with a smile on his face. He immediately said, "Thank you, Mr. Ho." His hands nervously lay along the seams of his pants. Huo Xishan narrowed his eyes, and after looking at him for a long time, replied, "No need to thank me." Cold awkwardness once again filled the air. Gu Shishi looked from one to the other. The gentleman has again entered the image of a tsundere, but neither the butler nor the cook knew this about him. As soon as the door to his room closed, he became distant and cold. And outside the room, no one in this huge mansion really talked to him. Over time, this all resulted in his inexpressiveness and clumsiness. Clap, clap, clap! Gu Shishi was the first to applaud. That's right. There is no need to thank Mr. Huo. We must say thank you to the Pope of the Communist Party, the Pope of our country. They were the ones who gave us the opportunity to relax at the Autumn Festival. Dad is gentle, loving, handsome, elegant, kind, and altruistic. He's super cool. PP, Dad, Chinese internet slang. Usually refers to a person who is very wealthy and or high in status. For example, Papa Ma, Jack Ma, founder of Alibaba, Papa of Starbucks. Or in a web novel, you might read how one friend tells another to call him Dad if he loses a bet. Haha, yes, Mrs. Gu is right. The chef was confused for a second or two, but immediately joined in and played along with the girl. But he continued to look at Huo Xishan with gratitude. The gentleman's lips twitched. Looking down, he saw Gu Shishi's stupid smile. Even the usually aloof Butler Lin showed a hint of a grin, and the cook's former fear, when looking at him, completely evaporated. Surprisingly, the measured giggling that echoed through the mansion was less irritating than usual. Huo Xishan was a little confused. He parted his thin lips and said, "Lao Lin, distribute the gifts you prepared in honor of Mid-Autumn." "It will be done," said Butler Lin respectfully. Gu Shishi's eyes immediately lit up at the words about gifts. She applauded wholeheartedly once again. "Thank you, Papa Ho," the girl burst out. Huo Xishan turned around and almost fell. There was giggling, followed by laughter. The chef burst out laughing, but he soon came to his senses and ran away instantly. The butler acted more experiencedly. He simply pretended to be deaf after saying Dad. Not even a single muscle on his face trembled, however. He hastened to retreat. In the living room overnight, only Gu Shishi, who had blundered, and the gentleman standing on the stairs with a stone-cold face remained. The girl swallowed. "This is a misunderstanding." The words rolled off her tongue. She blamed it on spending too much time drawing today, causing her brain to become overworked. "Papa Ho! What was she thinking?" Oh, so what should we do now?" Huo Xishan turned and looked at her. He saw how her 2 feet in slippers could not find a place for themselves, constantly fidgeting back and forth. The girl's face turned red, and her snow-white chin almost touched her chest. She seemed to want to dig a hole in the floor and hide in it. The man's lips curved slightly. Even he himself didn't notice. So childish. Unthinkable. He criticized her tersely in his low, rough voice. Gu Shishi nodded like a pecking chicken. "She was acting childish. It's all her fault." She openly admitted her mistake. Looking at her unhappy look, Huo Xishan was so angry that he laughed. When the girl nodded, her long and smooth hair fell onto her chest. They were black and shiny, like premium silk, and the white dress she was wearing with a round neckline was almost indistinguishable from her skin. White skin and black hair. The two opposing colors created a very strong visual effect. She looked up carefully, exposing her slightly flushed cheeks and peach lips, which themselves were pink to his gaze. Huo Xishan narrowed his eyes. Her snow-white cotton and linen hemline, cut out in the shape of flower buds, reached to her knees. Gu Shishi's slender and petite calves were exposed. On the estate, the girl wore pink, fluffy slippers, which gave her ankles even more grace in miniature. They were tempting her to touch them and tickle. The next moment he turned around sharply. "Stop running around the mansion, go to your room." The man's voice sounded hoarse. He immediately went up to the second floor and slammed the door behind him before she could think of an answer. Thoughtful, Gu Shishi was dumbfounded. The girl looked around. Wasn't she in the living room now? She wasn't running around the mansion. Is the gentleman angry with her again? This man has such a bad character. Very bad. Crap. At this time of the month, he was even more irritable than she was. Pouting, Gu Shishi turned her gaze to the long and narrow box in her hand. She was not even given a chance to hand it over to the master. Gu Shishi was shocked beyond words. The gentleman was a real liar. So the angrier he spoke, the happier he felt? She raised her hand and twirled her hair thoughtfully. Gu Shishi knew that he was a tsundere, but for him to be so, in this case, did Mr. Huo really want her to not stay locked in her room and wander around more often, especially in front of his eyes? She was lucky to have a system. Otherwise, she would have remained completely unaware of the true meaning of the master's words. That's why I refused any outside assignments. Gu Shishi flipped through the system records. This incident earned her 20% experience. Gu Shishi was returning to her room, but now she was going to walk around outside with a positive attitude. She made up her mind. The girl decided to settle down in the living room. Maybe the gentleman will notice her when leaving his room and she will get a little more of his sympathy. At the same time, you can give him a gift. She didn't mind the gradual increase in sympathy. Maybe next time she'll go straight to level 3. I wish I could hurry up. Gu Shishi sat down on the sofa and began scrolling through Taobao. Homemade bases for fans were very popular. She planned to add some more raw materials to the cart. In addition to the folding fan, the girl's attention was also attracted by the circular one. Silk base of the device, various pendants and fringe. There was an unlimited number of combinations, including retro style and popular among girls. One day she became very interested in the costumes of the Han Dynasty, after which several silk palace fans of her own making appeared in her collection. I hope everything is fine with the quality on Taobao. She looked around and carefully compared reviews and photos of several stores before finally choosing a decent one that offered Su-style fans. Empty double-sided silk fan, 300 yuan. Not cheap, but art has always required expenses. She hesitated only a little before adding all sorts of fan bases to the basket. 8-leaf begonia, phoenix crown, flying fairy, crossed begonia, round waist, and many other styles. A very difficult choice. Adults shouldn't have to choose. She will take them all, one from each style. Gu Shishi chose bases with double-sided silk for the sake of thickness and the ability to draw on both sides. She will have to be careful with the ink so that it doesn't bleed through to the other side, and it will take a little more time, but the result will be amazing. The final product will become a kind of veiled classic. Delighted with all the options, she plunged headlong into the delights of shopping. Gu Shishi then eagerly selected a bunch of pendants to match the bases. After a little time, the total amount was 4,000 yuan, but now she was no longer short of money. With 5 figures in savings, she had nothing to worry about. After buying a couple of things, shopping pushed her creativity, and the girl's mind suddenly became active. The previous fatigue disappeared as if by hand. Gu Shishi's mind was filled with all sorts of ideas regarding the bases for the fans, literally pushing her to get to work right away. She simply could not do anything. Thoughts kept coming and coming. The girl turned on her mobile phone and scribbled down a few sketches so she wouldn't forget later. When Huo Xishan came downstairs, a curious scene met his eyes. On the sofa, Gu Shishi was fast asleep, drooling. The man had no idea what she was dreaming about, but she had a wide smile on her face. The look is so unbecoming for a lady that you can't even look at it without tears. Huo Xishan frowned and turned away his gloomy face. But at that very moment he saw how the hem of her skirt rode up a little. Her skin, pale as snow, sank into the black sofa like soft tofu. His breathing quickened uncontrollably. She was imprudent. The man walked dispassionately towards the sofa with a gloomy look. He paused for a moment, giving the door a cold and intense gaze before he began to lift the decorative pillows from the sofa and place them on Gu Shishi. 1 pillow, 2 pillows. Soon everyone was involved. Huo Xishan looked at her again and held his gaze for a while. A little later he frowned again and approached her, still dissatisfied. His long, slender fingers lifted the haphazardly stacked pillows and placed them on her raised skirt. Now the attractive patch of snow-white skin was hidden. "The driver is ready, sir." "He's waiting outside," Si began reporting even further away from him. But he automatically fell silent before reaching the living room sofa. "What's that there? Why is Mrs. Gu covered in pillows?" A second glance at his master was enough to feel a deadly cold. He bowed his head down and immediately stared at the tiled floor as if he had found something more interesting there. "Let's go," Huo Xishan said after taking a deep breath. Si felt a chill in the back of his head. Looks like his master has lost his temper again. When Gu Shishi woke up, she was very sleepy. Somehow sitting up and wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, she noticed that she was surrounded by a lot of decorative pillows. Were they there before? The girl didn't remember this. She blinked. Gu Shishi checked the time on her mobile phone and saw several missed messages. Just one glance, and there is no sleep in either eye. "Saving master, who allowed you to sleep in the living room?" "Ah!" Her eyes stared at the text. "Saving master," she signed Huo Xishan. Sleeping in the living room annoyed him. Gu Shishi accidentally tripped while trying to stand up with a decorative pillow in her hand. She fell asleep only because she was shopping on Taobao and waiting for the gentleman at the same time. The girl squeezed the pillow and it suddenly dawned on her. Was it the gentleman who covered her with them? She looked at herself and instantly blushed. Gu Shishi straightened her skirt, which was curled up due to her sleeping position. "I also couldn't give a fan." Gu Shishi humbly stood up and let out a deep sigh. It was time for lunch. "Will the gentleman return this evening?" She looked at the tightly closed door and walked towards the main entrance. Standing there motionless, waiting for her husband to return home, she counted the master's shoes. Gu Shishi remained at the door with her gaze downcast until she counted 1 pair. "What's the matter, Miss Gu?" Butler Lin asked. The man had just entered the estate, instructing the servants. Gu Shishi waved her hand. No, nothing. I wanted to give something to Mr. Huo, but he left again?" "That's right, and the young master will not be back for today's dinner." The butler was well aware of Huo Xishan's schedule. Gu Shishi's lips immediately tightened in frustration. "Did you want to give him something right now?" "A little later today, Sierre will go to the young master's office. He needs to sign some documents. You can convey everything you need through him." Butler Lin was very good at reading others. "Sierre?" Gu Shishi thought about it. The butler nodded with a hint of joy in his eyes. "Yes, you haven't seen him yet, because a week ago he left town on business. Sierre's duties force him to spend most of his time outside the estate. He is here very rarely." According to Gu Shishi, their parents were absolute fools when it came to choosing names. In the past, the master liked to laugh at her for the random titles she gave to her paintings. However, compared to the names of these two, her fantasy was still very little. "Yes, they are twins. So, lady, can you give it to me? I will deliver everything to Sierre right now." Sierre, what a name. How stupid. Gu Shishi felt sincere sympathy for him. She was going to tell the butler that there was no need to rush and that she could give the gift to Huo Xishan at any time. But she stopped herself before she repeated this thought out loud. Taking a new level early won't hurt. In addition, the fan will look better at work or in the office. The picture expressed resilience and the ability to think outside the box. It is not suitable for the home. It is too strict and certainly will not contribute to the relaxation of the gentleman. But it symbolized exactly that courage, strength, and achievability of goals that would go perfectly with the work environment. "Oh, good, thank you very much for your troubles." Gu Shishi hurried to hand the box to Butler Lin. That's how Mr. Ho, who was forced to work overtime on weekends, received a gift from home. Si and Sierre stood aside and gave him very strange looks. They felt like lonely dogs with dog food shoved under their noses. In general, the men looked envious in such a difficult situation. PP. Dog food is, for some strange reason, used in Chinese novels as a description of couples flaunting their amorous sweetness. Mr. Huo and Mrs. Gu lived under the same roof, but they were sure to look for messengers to constantly send gifts to each other. Disgusting. It's sickeningly disgusting. Who would have imagined that their usually aloof and cold-blooded master would one day become involved in such things? If you both continue to look like this, tomorrow you will no longer need to go to work. Holding a wooden box in his hand, Huo Sishan slashed at the brothers with a cold gaze. Si Yi and Si Er were even more taken aback. Now they can't even look! What happened to their master? Huo Sishan narrowed his eyes, and the two simultaneously looked at the floor. Soon his phone vibrated. Both brothers looked at each other and craned their necks as far as they could. The message was probably sent by Mrs. Gu. The twins had very good eyesight. One quick glance and sure enough, they saw Gu Shishi's very unique avatar, a JPG image of a villain being crushed to death by a red envelope. Already received red envelopes today, answer to essential oils. The two assistants finished reading and stared at the ceiling, pretending they didn't see anything at all. Huo Sishan meanwhile frowned. However, after opening the box, his frown instantly gave way to slight stupor. Saturday night was illuminated by a very beautiful moon. The small garden outside the mansion was bathed in its silvery light. Gu Shishi was lying on the hammock. The girl's legs were sticking up. She swayed and enjoyed the cool night breeze. Of course, she used insect repellent before doing this. She liked such cozy days. Gu Shishi covered her eyes with her hand and looked at the moon and stars through the gaps between her fingers. Ideas about the night sky appeared in her head one after another. Ding, received sympathy from Huo Sishan. Gu Shishi froze for a second and a smile soon appeared in her eyes. She knew he would love the fan. The color black was elegant and mysterious, distant and at the same time luxurious, almost like his aura. Hooray! Keep it up! She returned to her bed in high spirits. The girl was filled with satisfaction. While Gu Shishi was brushing her teeth, she sent Chen Kexin pictures of the fan bases and pendants she ordered today from her work phone. Meow, meow, look. Which ones do you like best? All bases are silk and double-sided. I will put the design and lettering on the front and back. Maybe there are some preferences on the topic. If not, then I'll just do it at my own discretion. Messages have been sent. It was only then that she noticed the friend request awaiting confirmation. Gu Shishi was surprised. Was it a viewer from her streaming channel, or did someone find it on Taobao? Although, as it seemed to her, she did not say her WeChat login during the broadcasts. After a while, her phone vibrated. Following this, the girl immediately sent a tear-stained emoticon that was on her knees in prayer. Obviously, the issue was urgent. Gu Shishi burst out laughing, switched to the main window of the program, and looked at the friend request again. Is Happy Fatty your grandma? Her mouth opened slightly. The image of an elegant and majestic elderly lady with gray hair, with whom she had a chance to communicate at a reception in honor of her birthday, instantly came to mind. Elderly Mrs. Chen chose this nickname for herself on WeChat. Gu Shishi apologized for only seeing the request now. Meow meow, let me know next time or just call. I'll text you my number now. Chen Kexin on the other side of the screen was about to burst into tears. They weren't good friends, so why did she need Gu Shishi's number? The development of events took a strange course. Her grandmother also sat next to her all day, constantly asking what was going on with the guru. While Chen Kexin was lost in thought, a cry of happiness reached her ears. Ah, Kiki, the guru added me. The girl smiled bitterly. Okay, Ba, are you going to bed now? It's almost 11 p.m. Elderly Mrs. Chen excitedly put on her bifocal glasses and began flipping through the set of emoticons she had received from her granddaughter. In the end, she found one that expressed admiration. I sent him. Chen Kexin humbly bowed her head and said, Well, that's it. You sent a smiley. The guru also needs to sleep. Don't push me, I haven't said goodnight to the guru yet. Kiki, don't be so rude to the guru. Chen Kexin was silently perplexed. The grandmother typed more than one line of pleasantries before she finally said goodnight and added that she would like to see other works of the guru in the future. Finally, the happy old lady closed WeChat. Taking off her glasses, she looked up at her silent granddaughter. Grandma just shook her head. You're too young. You don't yet appreciate the meaning of drawing. So the painting with the fairy tale peach cost you 30,000 wen because the guru doesn't care about money, and she didn't ask for astronomical sums. Chen Kexin immediately saw Gu Shishi's young and sweet face appear before her eyes, and with it the terrible things that Pingting had said about her. Feeling unfair, she grumbled quietly, I don't think she's that noble. Elderly Madame Chen chuckled. Do you remember that painting, Fairies Congratulate Happy Birthday in Our House? Chen Kexin thought for a moment. Her aunt bought this painting at an auction abroad, and she paid 85 million yuan for it. Grandma, are her paintings really that good? She knew that Gu Shishi's drawing results were good, but was it too much to compare them to something like Happy Birthday Fairies? After all, it was drawn by an ink artist recognized as the best in the whole world. Elderly Madame Chen patted her hand with a smile. When a person looks at a painting, everything depends on how much he values it. Each of us has different life experiences, different aesthetics, and therefore different preferences. Personally, I like the picture with the fairy tale peach better. Chen Kexin bit her lower lip. She didn't believe that she was actually hearing her grandmother speak so highly of Gu Shishi. Chen Kexin felt a tingling sensation in her head and could only squeeze out a simple confirmation. Since Gu Shishi was so omnipotent, why did she offend Gu Wushuang? Or was the guru telling the truth that day at the banquet, and she really doesn't care about the Gu family's legacy? And if this was true, why did Wushuang want to make her look so bad? Pingting had so many plans against Gu Shishi, but Wushuang never said anything about it, much less tried to change this attitude towards her. Isn't that the same as deliberately making her look bad? But Wushuang has always been so tactful, pure and kind, like a white sheet of paper. What is going on? Oh God, I'm going so crazy. Where is the truth here? She grumbled loudly, automatically clutching her head. Elderly Madame Chen turned around. What? Oh, nothing. The guru just sent a lot of bases for fans to choose from, but they all seem great to me. I'm not sure which one is better to choose. Yes, show me quickly. Grandma perked up again. Chen Kexin. While Gu Shishi was fast asleep and slobbering on her pillow, there was a significant leap in the progress of the Chen Kexin task. Even she herself didn't expect that the picture, Four Sons Offering Fairy Peaches alone, would receive such a high praise from Grandma Chen. And along with the painting, Gu Shishi's status among the Chen family also increased significantly. The girl had not yet had time to do anything, and Grandma Chen's words had already sowed the seeds of doubt regarding Gu Wushuang in Chen Kexin's head. For now it was just a slight suspicion. He alone was not enough to cause drastic changes in his granddaughter, but the beginnings of mistrust in her relationship with Gu Wushuang began to appear. Now these seeds only needed an opportunity to grow. The night's dreams were good, and Gu Shishi slept until the rays of the sun woke her up the next day. The smile had not yet left her face. She dreamed that the gentleman bought a whole house of gifts, and the system informed about hundreds of years of life, which is why she sprawled with joy on all those gifts. And at that very moment she was cruelly and mercilessly awakened by the alarm clock. Gu Shishi opened her eyes and realized with bitterness that she had dreamed all this. So this is probably a prophetic dream, she concluded shamelessly. The girl resolutely climbed off the bed. With her eyes still half closed and relying solely on her instincts, she walked into the dining room to the delicious food. However, while she was enjoying the crispy and smooth porridge with fish fillets, Mr. Chef handed her a notebook. Miss Gu, I wrote down the young master's favorite dishes and instructions for preparing them. Thanks for filling in for me next week. Gu Shishi hurriedly wiped her mouth and accepted the notebook with all responsibility. Gu Shishi skimmed through the pages and wasn't quite sure what to do with it. Steaks, lamb chops, bacon, salmon. Why is there meat everywhere? The young master doesn't like vegetables. Especially green ones, the chef humbly extended his hand. I usually add a little green vegetables as a side dish. He will eat some if you mix them with meat gravy. Ugh, mister, did you just graduate from kindergarten this year? And he was not just a sundara, but a sundara, capricious in food? Gu Shishi didn't know what to do. Moreover, why did he not experience problems with his appearance due to such a diet? How did his face stay so smooth? It made me envious. Okay, don't worry, I understood. Gu Shishi put her palm to her forehead. It seemed to the girl that a difficult mission awaited her in the coming week. She glanced at the time and hurried to finish her porridge. Mr. Chef, let me add you to WeChat, and if anything happens, I will contact you. And now I need to run. I'm late for work. Okay, then hurry up, the chef quickly responded. Before leaving, Gu Shishi stuffed another piece of fried egg into her mouth and wrapped a German sausage in a napkin. She hid the notebook with recipes in her purse as she ran to the door. In the car, the girl again turned to the notes she received from the chef and began to study the recipes. At first glance, they are very complex. Each dish, without exception, took more than 10 steps to prepare. Even the simplest steak with mushroom gravy required gathering dozens of ingredients, as well as broth, which took almost half a day to prepare. While Gu Shishi was looking at her notebook, her migraine was getting worse. She wrote crazy notes and cheat sheets in it. The girl intended to teach one recipe a day. Even before arriving at the studio, she, relying on her somewhat decent memory, had memorized 70 to 80% of the steps for cooking a steak. All that remained was to move on to practice. "Good morning, Xiaomei." Once inside the room, Gu Shishi immediately noticed Ling Xiaomei, who was just about to put on an apron. She abruptly came up from behind and hugged her with one arm. Ling Xiaomei was shorter than her and wore black-framed glasses. By nature, she was a soft and sweet boar. When Gu Shishi was worried about something, being in this girl's company always helped a lot. "Thank you very much for replacing me yesterday." Gu Shishi had only worked here for a couple of days and truly showed affection for her. "Let me show you something." She bought several fan bases, partly because she wanted to make one for Ling Xiaomei. At first, she blinked her eyes in anticipation and then lowered her gaze indifferently. Sensing something was wrong, Gu Shishi asked in surprise, "What's the matter, not feeling well?" Ling Xiaomei looked upset. She looked around and hesitated, looking at Gu Shishi with a slight sadness. "Shishi, I quit. I plan to inform the manager about this today." "But why? Just last Friday you said that you wanted to work harder and buy a Fendi handbag for a bonus." Ling Xiaomei smiled bitterly. "Yes, but I seem to be ill-suited to be a teacher here. I have no talent in drawing. I think it would be better to become a kindergarten teacher or do something similar. The rich people here have high standards. I'm not good enough to be their teacher." Gu Shishi frowned. On Friday, Ling Xiaomei behaved normally, and on Saturday she replaced her. "But now you're starting to doubt your abilities? Someone bothered you yesterday?" Gu Shishi recalled several recent incidents. Luo Zheng, the man who bought her flowers, and the group of girls who clinged to her at the banquet yesterday. Her heart sank. "A new student came yesterday? Did someone really come to Gu Shishi, but not finding her began to pester Ling Xiaomei?" The girl's face turned pale at the question. Before she could finish speaking, an arrogant voice came from behind. "Teacher, now do you have an answer to my question yesterday?" Ling Xiaomei shuddered. Now the pallor of her face was diluted by redness. Gu Shishi turned around and saw a proud-looking girl in a fluffy dress, and next to her was Zhao Xian. The latter, who seemed to be there for the drama, said, "Shishi, while you were away yesterday, Xiaomei had difficulties with a student. Our client left a complaint against her." At Zhao Xian's words, the chin of the girl in the dress rose even higher. "I read on the internet that there is a guru of ink and oil painting, so I decided to come over the weekend and check if this was true. I paid 5,000 yuan for a personal lesson with a high-quality teacher, but her qualifications were simply terrible." Gu Shishi raised her eyebrows. Earlier, she had briefly glanced at the art studio's pricing scheme. Personal lessons were the most expensive option, while small group lessons of 10 students were the cheapest. As for the title of a high-quality teacher, almost everyone in this place had it, especially on weekends, which were busy. The studio did not even have enough mentors, and each student wanted the best for himself, which obviously was not possible. As far as Gu Shishi knew, even the manager was absent yesterday. Every other week she stayed home with the children. "I heard that an even more impressive teacher will be here today, so I decided to give this place a second chance. If my disappointment from yesterday does not disappear, I will ask for a refund." The girl in the fluffy dress had that character. Ling Xiaomei lowered her head in discomfort. Zhao Xian decided to add on her own. "Shishi, you showed better results in the last exam. Even elder sister Jun and the others recognized your superiority. Come on, help Xiaomei." While she spoke, there was obvious joy in her eyes. Gu Shishi frowned slightly. The speaker's words were more than incorrect. The other day, experienced colleagues said that they got worse results than her when they took the exams themselves, and not that beginners are superior to them at the moment. With these words, Zhao Xian undoubtedly intended to put her in a difficult position. If Gu Shishi agrees to help now, she will be saying that she is truly better than the experienced employees. There was nothing worse at work than violating the authority of others, especially if a new employee does this to a qualified one. "Zhao Xian, what a joke you are making. I am nowhere near Big Sister Jun or the others in terms of experience and qualifications. And vice versa. Haven't you always remained the best among us in sales? Not just better, but much better." Gu Shishi casually answered her with the same coin. Qi Xianjin and several other employees looked over when they heard them talking. Zhao Xian's face immediately changed color. She tried to frame Gu Shishi, but now she got herself into trouble. Damn that evil Gu Shishi! Zhao Xian forced a smile and replied, This happened only in the first month. Our elders are without a doubt better than me. So what, Shishi? Will you help Xiao Mei out? The client's word is law. Madame Shen was already tired of waiting. Gu Shishi chuckled mentally. She walked around the sharp corners and said, Of course, the issue needs to be resolved. Holding Ling Xiaomei's hand, she gestured for her to follow. Gu Shishi walked up to the curvy girl with an apologetic smile on her face. Hello, madam, I apologize. I had to work yesterday, so you most likely paid for a lesson with me. I had to ask a colleague to replace me because some family issues arose. Let's have a lesson today. Is that okay with you? Let's call this lesson revision, and it will be free. Conducting a revision lesson meant that the studio would miss the payment for it. Gu Shishi planned to report this to the manager. If she does not agree, she will simply pay for the lesson from her own pocket. You, Gu Shishi? The girl in the fluffy dress looked at her badge and smiled, completely satisfied. I'll come to today's lesson. Zhao Xian's face froze for a moment. One sentence from Gu Shishi's mouth resolved the conflict. Even after standing up for Ling Xiaomei, she still did not give the others the impression that she was right. This girl was her client from the very beginning. According to the schedule, Ling Xiaomei had a day off yesterday. A couple of experienced art studio employees also agreed with her. Shishi is a good teacher. Ink painting is not Xiaomei's strong suit. Thanks for taking this on, Shishi. The girl in the fluffy dress was a capricious client with a bad character. Everyone tried to avoid this type of consumer by taking 10th roads. Now that Gu Shishi had taken over, no one wanted to touch this hot potato. Ling Xiaomei followed Gu Shishi with a feeling of shame. She squeezed her hand and spoke softly. Keep your ears open. Gu Shishi expressed her gratitude. A girl in a fluffy dress chose a seat in the center of the class. Having occupied him, she immediately declared, I want to learn how to draw 3 things. The client gave Gu Shishi a very defiant look. Water, clouds, and wind, but using only black and white colors and without ripples or strokes to represent water and wind. When she finished saying this, the experienced mentors nearby changed their faces. Even Ling Xiaomei looked up and gritted her teeth. But yesterday you asked me to draw only water. True, but didn't they tell me that I now have a better teacher? The girl in the fluffy dress grinned and polished her bright red manicure, so I decided to state all my requests. You're deliberately complicating the situation. The usually affectionate Ling Xiaomei was now a little nervous. Both water and wind, by their nature, had neither color nor representation, and the clouds only appeared clearly in the blue sky. In a black and white ink painting, the way they were depicted was extremely limited. Not to mention the additional requirements this client listed, it became very difficult to depict waves or clouds without strokes. Am I complicating the situation? Do you think I paid 5,000 yuan just to complicate the situation? The curvy girl chuckled. And why do I need this? Do you think I have nowhere to spend my free time? Is this how you treat your clients? You don't have enough skills, but you blame everything on the fact that I'm complicating the situation? Ling Xiaomei had already clenched her fist and wanted to run towards her, but she was stopped by Gu Shishi. Xiaomei, cool down. Sit down first, I can satisfy your requests. Her voice sounded calm. She looked up at the capricious client, a sparkle flashing in her eyes. She was dressed exclusively in designer brand clothes. Gu Shishi had never experienced any of these material benefits before, but now she had to fill the gap in her life, so the girl was familiar with all her branded things. This girl, dressed from head to toe in Chanel brand products, certainly did not belong to the category of ordinary people. Gu Shishi's gaze became colder. Was she sent here by Gu Wushuang Company? Nevertheless, she pulled out a chair and sat down in front of the easel. The guru took a not-so-clean paintbrush and washed it with water. The instrument was then immersed in ink. Wind, clouds, and water. Your requests are not very good. Gu Shishi squinted her eyes. The girl in the fluffy dress burst out laughing. You can't draw it, can you? The water had no color or shape, and the wind could not even be felt or seen. Nature is constantly changing. It is inexhaustible. This cannot be understood by someone illiterate like you. Gu Shishi didn't even raise an eyebrow, but emphasized the second part of what was said. Discontent immediately settled on the face of the girl in the dress, and then Gu Shishi's brush began its path from the middle of the paper in front of her. The client's dissatisfaction gave way to a sarcastic smirk. I decided what I want to learn. If I just wanted to draw lines, why would I buy the most expensive thing from you? Gu Shishi didn't say a word, as if she hadn't heard the girl at all. Her brush moved nonstop. She was answered by Ling Xiaomei, who stood to the side with her palms still clenched into fists. Please be silent. Hey, do you have anything else to say given your skill level? Ling Xiaomei blushed. The girl's face darkened from the thought that she was going to quit anyway and didn't care about the consequences at all. But before she could leave the classroom, Gu Shishi's voice reached her ears. Mai Mei, can you pour me some water? Ling Xiaomei, who had already begun to walk, stopped. Oh, okay. Pouring some water from the container into the empty palette, she glanced at the paper in front of Gu Shishi out of curiosity. She herself had experience in drawing, and her strong point was the Western style. The girl could still portray the wind. After all, his impulses made the leaves tremble. However, when it came to water and clouds, she found it extremely difficult to depict them on paper without using colors or lines. Yesterday, the same student with such a request puzzled her. The bullying only made her more nervous, which made coming up with some way to portray it all seem even more challenging. Last night, Xiaomei came up with several options. For example, draw a boat or other floating craft. She was very curious about how Gu Shishi would handle this. Gongbi style. Turning her head, Ling Xiaomei froze. When she saw Gu Shishi drawing lines, she thought that she was trying to teach the girl in the fluffy dress the basics. However, in an instant while Xiaomei was pouring water, an ancient-looking building suddenly appeared in the picture. It stood on a platform made of bricks and had a pointed roof. It was decorated with an ornament in the form of a comb with a dragon's head. In total, the structure had 3 floors, each of which had doorways on all sides. At first glance, it became clear that this was, without a doubt, a majestic and magnificent structure. Is this Zhengyangmen? Ling Xiaomei, a native of the northern region, couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the arched bridge that had just emerged from Gu Shishi's hand. The girl in the fluffy dress, who had been mocking her level of skill since entering this room, also looked at her with a somewhat uneasy look. Even in the eyes of a layman, Gu Shishi seemed very attractive. She drew with such speed and applied each line without hesitation, as if she was copying a picture from a photograph. The curvy girl did not take a step back as Ling Xiaomei did. She looked without blinking and clearly saw every stroke. It was masterly, even more realistic than sketching, but that's not what I asked, she mentioned awkwardly. Her voice fell silent at that very second, as if someone had squeezed her throat. After finishing the arched bridge, Gu Shishi took a container of water from Ling Xiaomei. She completely immersed the brush in it. When it was well soaked, she passed it over the newly painted bridge. Suddenly, under the influence of water, the mascara began to spread, and the clear lines were now blurred. The people on top of the bridge resembled flowers in the fog. Their actual outlines were difficult to discern. Cloud! Ling Xiaomei couldn't help but scream with joy. This is perspective. The viewpoint is at the top of a high mountain. Looking at the ground from above, one cannot clearly see the emperor's carriage. Gu Shishi smiled and said, Absolutely right. The eyes of the girl in the fluffy dress widened. Did she succeed? She thought that Gu Shishi would paint a landscape for her and was already preparing to be sarcastic. And the wind? The wind would definitely blow away the clouds. She clenched her teeth. Gu Shishi threw the brush aside. I have not finished yet. Why such a rush? She took a narrower brush and dipped it into mascara. The girl then brought out 2 identical flags covered in fog on either side of the city wall. The flagpoles turned out to be tall and straight, and the banners fluttered in the air, giving their hard holders a little softness. Ling Xiaomei's eyes instantly shone. Look, here is your wind, Gu Shishi said in refutation. Okay, what about water? There is no way to depict the water in the city from this angle, the curvy girl muttered through compressed lips. Gu Shishi responded with a smile. Moving her brush slightly, she painted tiles on the roof and left lots of white spaces between them. Then an ancient watchtower and barbican appeared on the canvas. As the tiles became more detailed, curved and swirling lines appeared on them, representing many puddles of water. It didn't take long before the face of the girl in the fluffy dress turned red. Ling Xiaomei became a fan of Gu Shishi. Now she looked at this guru with adoration and worship in her eyes. The rain falls on the roofs of the building and forms puddles. Here's your water. Gu Shishi put down her painting brush with a nod. These are all little tricks. My Mei, you could come up with that too. And to draw, there was simply not enough time. Ling Xiaomei hesitated for a moment before she managed to come to her senses. Gu Shishi was right. Even though she wouldn't be able to draw the same, she would definitely be able to come up with something close. It would just take longer to draw, and it would take more than one session to get from idea to final painting. Gu Shishi handed her the brush. When I turned 13, my master gave me a new topic to draw every day. So over the course of a year, I painted hundreds of paintings. All these ideas have long been carved into the subcortex of my consciousness. Ling Xiaomei's eyes almost popped out of her sockets. When did you turn 13? Gu Shishi nodded. Yeah, so you can learn this too if you want. You just need to take the time. Ling Xiaomei bit her lips. Gu Shishi, meanwhile, turned to the dressed-up girl, whose face clearly showed complex emotions. I'm done. You have questions? She narrowed her eyes. Except that this activity did you more harm than good. Water can take millions of different forms, and you don't even have basic skills. It's just a waste of time. The girl in the fluffy dress gnashed her teeth. Yes, but I want to. I paid. Is there something you're not happy with? I'm happy with everything. Gu Shishi put the painting aside. Thank you for your support. My Mei, we can get a good share of the 5,000 yuan class, right? Ling Xiaomei immediately nodded like a true fan. Great, then let's go have something delicious to eat. Gu Shishi was positively beaming with satisfaction. The client simply couldn't find anything to say. At these words, Gu Shishi turned around and her gaze fell on another familiar person. Meow Meow, what are you doing here? Chen Kexin also looked surprised and even her nose itched. The girl, at the same time with shock, felt a slight awkwardness from being in a difficult situation. Could Meow Meow tell Gu Shishi the truth, according to which she, having heard her grandmother's words of praise to the guru, came to personally see her skill? From Pingting, she found out that Gu Shishi worked as a tutor here and taught entry-level classes. Naturally, she didn't believe it. But behold, the girl she was looking for was standing in front of her. I happened to be nearby. A slight blush appeared on Chen Kexin's cheeks. She, of course, had no intention of telling Gu Shishi how amazed she was by her amazing gongbi skills. In fact, when Gu Shishi rolled up the paper with the painting on it, Chen Kexin almost rushed forward to offer to buy her back the work. Zhengyangmen was one of the 9 gates to ancient Beijing and is perhaps one of the best preserved structures from earlier times. The impressive and majestic structure carried a lot of historical meaning. And then Gu Shishi's painting turned out to be extremely realistic. She managed to depict not only the cuteness of the orange cat with her gunbi skills, but also to draw such a huge building, not forgetting about the details and realism. And it was not only the appearance of the gates, but also their impressiveness and artistic design. Wind, cloud, water, what kind of stupid requests? Gu Shishi, meanwhile, was able to combine all this with the picture of the Zhengyangmen Gate complex. They formed the basis of the artistic concept of the painting. And they combined with her so much that Chen Kexin practically felt the splashes of rain and the freshness of the wind. She wanted the painting for herself. I wanted to take it home and show it to my grandma. Her eyes trembled as the girl tried her best to suppress this desire that came from her very heart. You happened to be nearby then? Gu Shishi noticed how Chen Kexin kept glancing at the parchment in her hand. She smiled, but did not comment. Then maybe you'd like to sign up for a class with me if that's the case? Chen Kexin was taken aback. Sign up for a class? In her grandmother's eyes, Gu Shishi was at the guru level. And now you can get to her class so easily? She really was here. Just an ordinary mentor. Grandma would probably be speechless from such a discovery. The prices are very reasonable. 300 yuan per lesson, or 5,000 if you pay for 20 classes at once. Gu Shishi was trying to get a new client. This was her main job. If she was going to do something, she would do her best. Chen Kexin's eyes widened in surprise. Only 300 yuan? At that moment she thought that if her grandmother found out about this, she might want to come herself. No maybes. She will definitely come. Well, I think we can try. Chen Kexin had the impression that she was brazenly taking advantage of Gu Shishi. She in turn smiled at her and nodded happily. That's great. You can pay for the first lesson at the reception. Oh, or through our website. Chen Kexin didn't even need to be persuaded. She immediately placed the order. Then, how about one-on-one outdoor lessons or with 2 students? Who knows? What if Grandma wants to join the class? This place was not suitable at all. She wanted to ask in advance to cover the entire base. In that case, I need to discuss the issue with the manager, Gu Shishi shrugged. Chen Kexin nodded seriously and said, "In the meantime, I'll go to the reception and clarify everything there." She was about to turn around, but then her gaze caught the girl in a fluffy dress next to Gu Shishi. Curiosity appeared on her face, but she didn't say anything. After some hesitation, the private message was ready to be sent to Luo Pingting. "Pingting, are you still clinging to Gu Shishi? Today I accidentally saw Chen Weiwei trying to create trouble at her work." Chen Kexin erased and retyped the text several times, and she edited it no less. In the end, she decided to leave out the "it was controversial and backfired" part. Chen Weiwei was Luo Pingting's former classmate and had recently been introduced to their company. The Chen family's business has concentrated abroad and only recently began to return to its homeland. In the business world, they relied heavily on the Luo family, which was why Chen Weiwei tried to get closer to Luo Pingting, practically submitting herself to her. The answer from Luo Pingting was not long in coming. "Yes? An interesting coincidence. So you met them by chance? My brother said he wanted to go there himself, but got stuck in traffic." "Well, how did everything go? Let's go into all the details. Was that Polytechnic graduate severely shamed?" Chen Kexin did not share her anticipation. Pingting and Wu Shuang's actions puzzled her more and more. She had never seen Gu Shishi plotting anything against them. It was always those two who provoked and escalated the situation. Not to mention the abomination of their style, she was ashamed to even say hello to Chen Weiwei. Chen Kexin took a deep breath before writing her reply. "Let Chen Weiwei tell you in detail." Shamed, Gu Shishi? It seemed to her that it was their side that came out ashamed. At that moment, she herself felt shame for being on the same team with them. "Pingting, if we don't have clear evidence, maybe we should stop bullying Gu Shishi. Anyway, she is Gu's long-lost daughter, and she's already not very lucky. I think it's better not to meddle in her affairs anymore." Chen Kexin couldn't help herself and sent an additional message. "And then I received an irritated smiley in response. Ever since that witch returned to the Gu family, she kicked Jiang Ma out, took over Wu Shuang's room, and deprived her of her engagement. If she hadn't acted so despicably, Wu Shuang would have been with second young Master Huo by now." Chen Kexin's finger hovering over the phone immediately tensed. That day she also believed that Gu Shishi drove Gu Wu Shuang away. But then, as her grandmother told her, she actually had a heart attack, and even Gu's parents went to see her at the hospital. After returning home then, Chen Kexin thought about it a little longer before going to bed. At that banquet, all her friends tried to frame Gu Shishi. How could she drive Gu Wu Shuang away in this situation? And could anyone even force her to leave if she did not want to leave the holiday of her own free will? Obviously, Pingting's words were lies. Suddenly, Chen Kexin found herself at a dead end. Why did her friends, whom she knew from a young age, decide to lie to her? "Kiki, wake up. Do you remember your childhood dream? You wanted to marry young Master Huo. He is such an exceptionally attractive man. Are you saying you're not upset that he ended up with that Gu Shishi?" The phone in Chen Kexin's hands shook along with her body. Young Master Huo? What the hell was Pingting even talking about? She dreamed about him when she was 5 or 6 years old, and what does this have to do with mocking Gu Shishi? Since incidents began to occur in the Huo family, her grandmother forbade her to communicate with her representatives, and so much time has passed that Chen Kexin almost forgot about all this. Did Pingting just use this as a reason to pick on Gu Shishi? Chen Kexin stared at the phone in complete shock and confusion. She didn't know how to answer. The girl spent only 2 years abroad, but it seemed to her that she did not recognize these previously familiar people at all. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Beep. Progress on the mission. Open Chen Kexin's eyes to the truth has increased to 50%. In the middle of the second session, a sharp signal sounded in Gu Shishi's ears. She looked around in surprise. Chen Kexin was nowhere to be seen. By the way, she was going to buy classes and has not yet returned by now. Gu Shishi opened the system interface while her students were practicing the basics of drawing. When did Chen Kexin open her eyes to the truth? And the growth was 50%. Gu Shishi herself clearly did practically nothing for this. That is, the girl came to this on her own? Looking at the details, Gu Shishi froze. There were 2 leaps in progress. One yesterday at 11 p.m., and now here is the second one. Very strange. Last night she chatted with her a little and added her grandmother as a WeChat friend. But at 11 o'clock, Gu Shishi was already sleeping like a baby. Chen Kexin stayed up and did some soul-searching? And now she didn't go buy classes? Did she suddenly have an epiphany while she was about to make a purchase? What an unusual girl. But Gushishi immediately turned her attention to the students present. Gushishi's working day at the studio ended, but Chen Kexin still did not return, just like I didn't write to her on WeChat about classes. Gushishi shook her head. Poor creature. She guessed that Chen Kexin's beliefs had been shaken when she came to this realization, and now she needed time to accept the consequences. Let's go, Maimei. Time to go home. Come with me. Gushishi took the little beauty's arm and the two of them walked towards the parking lot. Recently, she gave Ling Xiaomei a ride home every day. Besides, she also wanted to talk to her about something on the way. Don't rush to quit. Think it over carefully. Gushishi did not consider her drawings to be the result of purely pure talent. If the master had not stood behind her with a whip all the time and was not ready to use it, she would never have achieved the current progress. Ling Xiaomei bit her lips. Her head remained bowed down but slowly began to rise. There was a trace of courage in the girl's eyes. She looked with anticipation and concern at the same time. But it's okay. If you don't have time, Gushishi chuckled when she heard her. Is it true? In this case, you will have to pay me for training. Ling Xiaomei's eyes sparkled. Certainly, I can pay you like for studio classes, okay? Gushishi gave her a light flick. Nope, you'll buy me breakfast as payment. Ling Xiaomei quickly rubbed her forehead and only then realized the meaning of her words. She practically jumped on the spot. Wow, Shishi, I adore you. You are so cool. Breakfasts were not expensive. They will cost her a little more than 100 yuan per month. Gushishi stroked the girl's cheek and said, That's it, stop flattering me. The back seat of the Cadillac parked in the underground garage was enveloped in cold, and she called it soft and smelling good. Did she even think about what she was talking about? They were in public. This behavior was unacceptable. Huo Xishan's eyes were deep and serious, and his jaw clenched. Unacceptable! He narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. Was everyone in the Gu family so brainless? Nobody taught her anything? In frustration, he undid the top button of his shirt and rolled down the car window. Still frowning, he spat out just one word. Sit down. Even just sitting in the car, Huo Xishan's aura extended to almost 3 meters. He was simply a tsundere who never shared his real thoughts. Ling Xiaomei, in turn, had never experienced anything like this. Out of fright, every hint of a smile disappeared from her face, and she said, Oh, Shishi, looks like I forgot my purse in class. You go. Don't wait for me. She turned to her and winked. Then she switched to almost a whisper. I don't want to become a third wheel for you. Once inside the car, she felt a subtle difference in the atmosphere. Even C, who was sitting in front, did not find the courage to turn to her. Mr. Huo, are you also just home from work? The girl forced herself to melt the ice. Ass? Gushishi was taken aback. What just happened? Oh, you have some work left and you will finish it at home. Gushishi immediately bit her tongue. Wow, that bone-chilling look. Gushishi began to sweat. Do you want me to work overtime? The man's cold eyes passed over her snow-white skin and innocent large eyes. His lips pressed together like a thin thread. No, what are you? Gushishi hurriedly shook her head. She wanted to add something, but was interrupted by 3 successive ringings of the bells. Beep! Huo Xishan's sympathy has decreased. Beep! Huo Xishan's sympathy has decreased. Beep! Huo Xishan's sympathy has decreased. Gushishi's small lips parted. The girl was about to burst into tears. No! She's almost reached level 3. Why did the fall happen? In the middle of the leather seat, there seemed to be an invisible line dividing them. On her left, there was such a cold that the air itself was ready to freeze, and on her right, Gushishi shuddered pitifully. The gentleman closed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest. There was a frown on his face that simply said, Don't talk to me. Otherwise, you can say goodbye to all your sympathy. Gushishi pushed Ce looking for help. What's happened? Ce looked back with a bitter smile. The man certainly didn't want to make her cry annoyingly, but as soon as he saw this girl, the air in the car instantly cleared. Ce shrugged and spread his arms. Not only did he not know anything, but he also did not dare to speculate. Gushishi sighed resignedly. Upon arrival at the mansion, she still did not dare to make any sounds. The signal sounded again. All excess lifetime will be lost. Gushishi's legs trembled and she almost fell to her knees. All the lifetime she has accumulated will disappear. Mr. What did she do wrong? However, it was already too late. When Gushishi looked up, there was no trace of the gentleman. Master, I will see your son soon. Gushishi just wanted to cry. She clenched her teeth. 2 days will be lost. Gushishi planned to use them up. What else could she do? Oh, help! When mastery of brush and ink is achieved, their capabilities are approximately equal to each other, and yet not all paintings will be able to touch the audience. To force the audience to pour out their own emotions, so that in the end they could not say whether they were evaluating the picture or themselves, this sentimentality is the most valuable in my opinion. The elderly Mrs. Chen put down the phone and slowly rose to her feet. One way or another, you must respect the guru. She and creators like her have their own quirks. If the guru doesn't want to do something, don't force her, and don't insult her or rush her. You must support her wishes. Understood? Upon arrival at the front desk, she was informed that the store manager was unavailable. Since there was nothing else to do here, Chen Kexon headed out of the studio, making the shopping center the next point on her route. Accompanied by a slight frown on her face, she logged into WeChat. Keiki, how can you suggest this? We grew up with Gu Wushuang. Now that she's in trouble, don't you want to help her? Besides, have you already forgotten how vile and shameful Gu Shishi drove Wushuang away at your grandmother's birthday party? Whose side are you on now? Earlier today, Gu Shishi stopped Ling Xiaomei from being fired. Taking advantage of the absence of their studio manager, she persuaded the girl to think more carefully. It's not about your talent yet. The path is long and now your main opponent is your own perseverance. Give up at this point and it will all be over. Then, Shishi, can I ask you for help? It may take me years to achieve results, but you're right. I want to try. I'll give myself one more year. If at the end of it you do not notice any progress in me, then I will give up. But I advise you to take your studies seriously and carry out all the daily instructions that I will give you. I warn you right away, I can get very angry if I see disobedience. Clear, clear, clear. Ling Xiaomei wrapped her arms around Gu Shishi. Shishi, you are so soft and smell nice, and your skin is so snow-white. I love you, love, love, love. Huo Xishan, squinting his black eyes, coolly stared into the rearview mirror at the two girls hugging. Gu Shishi also looked at her friend so tenderly, and the hands of that girl ended up on Gu Shishi's chest. But she was still laughing boisterously. Did it ever occur to her to move away and remove her hand? He glanced dryly at Gu Shishi's collar, which had now moved away due to the physical contact. His gaze froze on the exposed collarbone. White and graceful, the man's memory immediately spontaneously recalled the scene of Gu Shishi lying on the sofa and how snow-white her flesh shone under her dress. The cold penetrated into the very heart, like snow falling on the black earth. The two chirping girls fell silent. Not even a second had passed, and they became more obedient than sparrows. She, evoking horror and stiffness, combined with his emotionless, low voice, instantly caused goosebumps on the skin of anyone who looked into his deep black eyes. Gu Shishi felt great. She now perfectly understood the true essence of the master. The girl turned to the user interface. As expected, the man's sympathy for her increased by 1% again when he told her to get in the car. The girl shuddered at the man's cold squint and hurried to return freedom to Gu Shishi's hand. Gu Shishi didn't even have a chance to stop her. When the girl came to her senses, she still didn't have the courage to call out to Ling Xiaomei. The gentleman was afraid of germs and did not like to be around other people. A stranger in the back seat of his car would certainly piss him off. The driver usually took the car away for cleaning after dropping it off at the estate. So, it was possible to give Ling Xiaomei a ride, but Gu Shishi decided today not to go beyond what is permitted. Apparently today the gentleman was not in the mood and did not want to talk to anyone. She carefully turned around in the back seat and looked over him, trying to find at least some clue as to the reason for his behavior. Huo Xishan's face was like an iceberg. It did not show a single trace of emotion. While the girl was looking at the man, she even came across his soulless black eyes, and they immediately looked at her. Huo Xishan's charming eyebrows frowned. His driver came to her work every day and took her home. And she didn't even know when his working day usually ended? Is this what she meant by never leave you? Attention. The sympathy indicator is at the lower limit of the second level. The next decrease will result in a drop to level 1. Her brain, fueled by a sense of threat, began to work at full capacity. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to formulate her thought. Huo Xishan had already closed his attractive eyes. She could only convey her words to him with her lips. The girl was incredibly afraid of inadvertently disturbing the master's peace. Towards the end of the day, the gentleman suddenly wanted to go to the nearest commercial area and check how the reconstruction was going there. Having dealt with this, he told the driver to deviate from the route to pick up that stupid woman, Miss Gu, on the way home. The girl obediently followed the master and did not risk taking a single extra step. Here it was clear to the naked eye that Huo Sishen's mood was getting worse and worse. When he walked up the stairs and turned around, he saw Gu Shishi's head drooping even lower than that of a rice-pecking chicken. The distance between them at that moment was 2 meters. The level of sympathy has undergone another decrease. Towards the first, failure to return to level 2 within half an hour will result in the maximum life reserve being reduced to 5 days. She fell into a stupor. Gu Shishi could not stand it and was about to drown everything with tears. Half an hour? There was no way she could cover the current damage in such a short time. The girl didn't even know why the gentleman's sympathy for her fell. With such success, death awaits her. If the sympathy indicator continues to fall, the level will return to 0. While she was receiving one blow after another from the system, the door to the office slammed in front of her. Even if she wanted to earn more sympathy, who could she get it from in the current situation? Oh my God, I will die. This time I will definitely die. She walked a few steps before an extremely important thought crossed her mind. Is the system going to take away extra time from my life? And will it sink into oblivion? Never. I'd rather exchange it for skills than let it evaporate without a trace. The maximum life reserve for the second level was 7 days. When returning to the first level, its value will be reduced to 5. Convert to basic drawing skills. 48 hours, she said without hesitation. Maximum number of exchanges per day, 10. The system soullessly reminded. Gu Shishi flopped onto her huge bed and squealed like a groundhog. PP. This, if anything, is like this. DHTTPS://u2.b/YLVH05Q40. She hurriedly went to the products section. Of course, there was a footnote there, written in small print, which the girl had not noticed before. In the past, Gu Shishi valued life extremely, and her supply in the corresponding band was always low, so she did not make more than 3 conversions per day. Letting out another sigh, the guru resigned herself to the fact that she would only have to pay attention to the remaining goods. Diluted version of Summer Day Balance Lotion, 10% of the effectiveness of the real pill, 24 hours of life in exchange for 10 ml. So expensive. Just one glance at this proposal made her suffer as if from loss of blood. Plus, she already had the real pill, so there was no point in buying the watered-down version. Only now she didn't have to choose. Give me 10 milliliters. Ready. Please confirm the transaction. Gu Shishi's life bar dropped by a significant amount in the blink of an eye. With a pain in her heart, she took out the balance lotion from the spatial pocket. 10 milliliters of the product was in a small transparent jar. It was roughly the size of a bottle of nail polish. The system is stingy. Gu Shishi admired the acquisition a little and carefully hid it in a drawer. A whole day of life for this jar. She sat on the bed, stunned, mourning her loss. Gu Shishi's phone vibrated. Meow, meow, I talked to your studio manager. She doesn't mind visiting classes, but for now I'll be studying in the studio. She stopped for a short time, as indicated by the flashing typing text on the screen. As a result, questions arose. Do I need to take anything with me? Brush? Paper? In your studio lessons, they mostly paint with gouache or oil paints, right? Gu Shishi scanned the message and sighed sadly. Did you pay 5,000 won for the lessons at once? If the master continues to be angry with her, she will not survive. That is, she will not be able to attend these very classes. This time I had to wait even longer for the answer. After some time, Chen Kexin sent a somewhat apologetic message. I paid 50,000 yuan. When the on-site lessons begin, I will separately pay for your travel time and the cost of the trip itself. Gu Shishi couldn't believe her eyes. 50,000 yuan? Then how does one lesson cost 300? She went crazy. The girl slapped her face and sent Chen Kexin her personal WeChat contact. You can write to me here about classes. This is the guru account I use to publish my work. There was another long lull in the conversation. Gu Shishi didn't know that Chen Kexin was undergoing a serious internal struggle at this time. She had yet to find out who was right in the confrontation between Gu Shishi and Wu Shuang. In the meantime, she decided to take a neutral position. The girl did not want to get close to Gu Shishi, Only contact her on business matters if necessary. How did everything turn out in such a way that now she had not one but two WeChat contacts of Gu Shishi, and she herself became her mentor? Chen Kexin also paid such a large amount. So what now? Will she and Gu Shishi meet every month, week, or even every day? She hadn't even thought about it until the guru pointed it out at the moment. Chen Kexin was shocked at what she had done. However, now she just had to calm herself down. She won't lose anything. A true master of painting could sell his works for tens of millions. Now Gu Shishi agreed to teach her, and the training was so cheap. Plus, in the future, she could also teach her grandmother, thereby diluting the old lady's loneliness and perhaps making her happier. No matter what angle she looked at, only positive moments came to mind. What had been done could not be undone, and the money for the classes had already been transferred to the studio's account. Did she now have the option not to add her mentor to her WeChat? After struggling with herself some more, Chen Kexin finally added Gu Shishi. Gu Shishi immediately received a friend request from Mao Mao and accepted it at that very second. She opened a dialogue window. The girl was about to set a time for the first lesson and write down a list of the tools and materials needed for it, when something caught her attention. Mao Miao's WeChat profile picture as well as her ID have not changed. However, following Chen Kexin's login was a line of pink words. Meow meow, item that can earn her affection has been unlocked, summer day balance lotion. Gu Shishi raised his hands and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Where did this footnote next to her nickname come from? It definitely wasn't there before. Gu Shishi closed the dialogue window and opened it again. The colored letters have not disappeared anywhere, but near other friends. Mr. Ho, Ling Xiaomei. No clarifications. What's the matter? What's happening? Only Chen Kexin had this? The tooltip appears if the products contain an item that can increase sympathy. The system finally had mercy and came down to her with an explanation. Something is still wrong here. I added Chen Kexin to WeChat a long time ago. And why wasn't this line visible when I looked at her profile from the guru's account? To display the tooltip, you must have permission to view the contact's circle of friends. It will not appear if you are blacklisted. Gu Shishi's eyes widened, but she only said 3 words when she realized that there were no recent posts by Chen Kexin in her ink-drawing guru account feed. What a brat, did she block her? As soon as I dared. Immediately after the addition, everything was fine. But after learning the real identity of the guru, the girl blacklisted her account. Gu Shishi compared the feed of her 2 pages. The average person, quite expectedly, saw several of Chen Kexin's recent posts. Insomnia. Will I get acne again? I won't go outside today. Makeup on your face turns into some kind of disgrace in less than a minute. I'm going so crazy. My wonderful friends recommend a good foundation. Can anyone recommend a good toner, nose area? Anything that can help with blackheads will work too. Chen Kexin has been posting requests for recommendations like this for the last 2-3 days. They were different from her usual posts with cool handbags. Gu Shishi broke out into a wide smile. Wow, the machinations of Lady Luck. After all, she had not yet managed to get over the thought of the useless exchange of a day of her life for that lotion. And then it turns out that this is exactly the kind of remedy Chen Kexin was looking for? Amazing coincidence. Gu Shishi, who had just experienced a significant loss, rolled up her sleeves and wrote messages under Chen Kexin's latest post. I have a secret formula. PM me if you want to try. Next, she sent her a list of things she needed for the first lesson, which included paper, brushes, ink, and ink. Having finished with all this, the girl checked how much time she had left to return to the second level. 23. She sighed. Putting her phone in her pocket, Gu Shishi took out a book with the chef's secret recipes and went out into the corridor. In the company of anxiety, she quietly walked back and forth along the wooden corridor for a good 5 minutes, but did not notice any sign of the gentleman. The girl tiptoed to the office and put her ear to the door, but to no avail. Nothing was heard. So, for some unknown reason, the upset gentleman seemed more withdrawn? Would it be a bad idea to break in on him now to try to increase his sympathy? Any person after a breakdown needed some time to cool down. Disturbing him until he cools down would be sheer stupidity. Gu Shishi humbly lowered her gaze and, looking at the recipe book in her hand, decided to go to the kitchen next to the small dining room. The girl decided not to worsen an already unimportant situation. She only had a couple of days left to live after all. What if the master's affection plummets straight to 0 and the man kicks her out of the estate. It's clear that moment will be the end for her. Gu Shishi couldn't take that risk, so avoidance was her best option. She went to the kitchen and tried to cook the steak, the recipe for which she had memorized this morning. I also made some broth for the chef to taste. When everything said was done, 3 hours had passed. The girl was all wet from sweat, and her back ached from being in a standing position for so long. But as soon as she thought that her cooking would be good, and the master's sympathy would reach the 4th or even 5th level, then giggling naturally filled the kitchen. Gu Shishi tasted a small piece of the already cooked steak, then nodded and placed it in the refrigerator. Then, satisfied, she went to her room. *****. While she was happily soaking in the bathroom and putting a mask on her face, the light in the office was still on. Huo Sishun sat in his leather chair with a notebook in his hands that Si Yi had just handed to him. "Did you find him?" Si Yi did not dare to look up. "I think it belongs to Madame Gu. She forgot it in the kitchen. The handwriting is similar to hers." Huo Sishun frowned and opened his notebook. Tender grilled steak. The handwriting seemed to be that of Chef Zheng, and the notebook was his secret book of recipes. The man was taken aback when he looked at the end of the page. Along with the handwritten instructions, there were cute drawings and pencil writing. "The gentleman likes meat, definitely do it." Just below there was a drawing of a round cartoon steak. Surrounded by a piece of meat, round, large vegetables gathered, having fun and fighting for the opportunity to jump into the pan first. "The gentleman doesn't like vegetables. They should be added secretly." The handwriting was neat, like a girl quote S.IET was overflowing with childishness. And yet, the pictures of this childish personality sometimes impressed him. For example, bamboo on a fan, her distinct, graceful, and ancient handwriting, along with the solitary bamboo that stood upright alone, struggling for life. Acceptable. Huo Sishin squeezed his lips, which had begun to smile, tighter. The childishness that hovered around him began to dissipate. "If it belongs to her, why did you bring it to me?" "See, I'm starting to have questions about your competence." Clap, and the notepad slammed into the table. Si, hearing the address to himself, quickly nodded and said, "Okay, I'll return it to Madame Gu right now." "Sir, your words would sound much more convincing if you weren't smiling while saying them." He turned and stepped towards the door. A rough voice stopped him again. "Come back." Huo Sishin's long and slender fingers tapped on the table. Then he changed his mind again. "No, forget it, go." Si nodded and disappeared behind the office door overnight. Dr. Chin was right. The gentleman's behavior was different from before. He became more gloomy and indecisive. But the assistant did not doubt one thing. The gentleman's mood improved when he saw Mrs. Gu's things, and his good mood made life easier for everyone who worked for him. Thoughts about this made Si's steps easier. The knock on the door came as a surprise to Gu Shishi. But when she saw Si with a notebook in her hands, which she had forgotten in the kitchen, the surprise became pleasant. She was just about to thank him when notifications started ringing in her ears, so melodic. Beep! Huo Sishin's sympathy has increased significantly. Beep! The protagonist's adoration increases, up to the 2nd level. Right now there's still 60% left until the 3rd. Did you rise so quickly and so much? The level only recently dropped to 1st, but has now risen back, almost to the same value as before. Mr. Huo, still in the office? Now Gu Shishi was gnawed by curiosity. The gentleman still did not go to bed and fantasized about a variety of things, including how wonderful she was. The girl herself would never have guessed that this man was like this. Si nodded, but did not develop the topic. At the same moment, Gu Shishi felt her phone vibrate. Saving master. If your cooking turns out to be bad and I can't eat your dishes, you better prepare yourself for the consequences. Gu Shishi. How could the master write so righteously after reading the girl's secret manual behind her back? Meanwhile, in the Li family, it was late at night, but the lights were on in all the rooms of their house. Third young Miss Li had just returned home from a party and noticed something was wrong at home. Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa, Uncle, why are you all here? Li Yiru suddenly felt a slight pang of guilt. Usually, when she came home at this hour, everyone had long been asleep. No one really knew what time she returned. Now the clock showed 1 in the morning, and they were all sitting in the living room. Xiaoru, what's the matter? Why did you come back so late? I wrote to you to come early. Li Chengzheng did not look happy at all. Nothing, second brother. The main thing is that she returned. Li Chengxing, who was sitting next to him, entered the conversation. True, his look at Li Yizhu did not contain the usual kindness. The girl bit her lip and said, "Today I was with an important friend." "Friend? What else is this? What kind of terrible friends do you have? Are they more important to you than family?" Li Chengzheng slammed his hand on the table. Pouting, Li Yizhu changed the topic. "Dad, you didn't mention anything bad in your message." Li Chengzheng's mature face twitched slightly. He wanted to attack her, but Grandpa Li stopped him. "Xiao Ru, tell Grandpa. Have you caused anyone any problems lately?" There were many wrinkles on his face, but his eyes remained clear. "No, I didn't create it. Why do you ask, Grandpa?" Li Yizhu responded, shaking her head at the same time. Grandfather Li did not answer, but asked another question. "Then maybe there were conflicts with someone?" A moment of hesitation flashed across Li Yizhu's face. She hung out with her friends every day. But the work was simply a life experience, and the boss had to show respect in her presence. Who could she be in conflict with except the altercation with Gu Shishi a few days earlier at the birthday banquet of the elderly Madame Chen? But that incident didn't really look like a conflict. They simply, as a united group, taught that evil village girl a lesson. "No, Grandfather," Li Yizhu answered him, blinking. "Everyone gathered in this room has been in the business world for many years." Her slight hesitation did not escape them. Li Chengzheng's hands were shaking with anger. "You keep lying, right?" He threw his phone forcefully onto the table. "Xiao Ru, your grandfather and uncle are also gathered here. Why don't you tell us the truth?" Li's mother eagerly tried to hint to her. She pointed to a bottle of red wine under the table and asked, "Has anything happened in recent days that could have a connection with this bottle of wine?" Li Yizhu, who had not yet recovered from her father's raised voice, almost answered in the negative, but she shuddered when she looked where her mother was pointing. She spilled wine on Gu Shishi. "What happened, Mom? Where is this wine from?" Li Yizhu's heart sank. Seeing her reaction, Li Chengzheng was convinced that she was involved. The man was furious. "This is what I want to ask you. Yesterday, our contract with our largest business partner expired, and he refused to renew it, looking for another companion. They also sent me this bottle of wine and told me to ask you about everything." Li Yizhu's calmness almost disappeared. "But how is this possible, Dad? I thought our biggest partner was HB. Isn't this a foreign company? What does she care about Gu Shishi?" When they heard that scream coming from her lips, everyone's eyes in the living room darkened. Grandpa Li frowned and said, "Child of the Gu family, Xiao Ru, what did you do to her?" I accidentally spilled a little wine on her." The girl clenched her teeth. "And we might have quarreled. But she's just a hillbilly who was brought back by her family. It is impossible that she was somehow connected with a foreign company. Even the Gus themselves don't respect her." "Grandfather, there must have been some kind of misunderstanding here. What happened to our company is something else." Li Chengzheng suddenly lost control of himself. "Shut up. Hillbilly? She is the long-lost daughter of the Gu family. And why are you so mad at her for no reason?" In the world of adults, especially those accustomed to the cunning of the business world, gaining a friend meant reducing the number of enemies by one. Their thinking was different from the youth. They valued family ties more. Moreover, Gu Shishi had a connection with the Gu family. There was no need to harm her. She's from the Gu family. Somehow it doesn't seem like she has established contact with HB. Elder brother Li also frowned. However, Grandpa Li waved his hand. "Whether it's established or not, it doesn't matter. Xiao Ru, first thing tomorrow you will go to her, apologize, and give her a gift. Chengzheng, you also go with her and ask Madame Gu for forgiveness in person. Be sure to think carefully about the gift and find something that the young girl will like. And now let's not be rude." "Grandfather!" Li Yizhu still wanted to object. Li Chengzheng already nodded in agreement. "Okay, Dad. I will prepare it with my wife. You are right. Regardless of the connection between this incident and our partner's refusal, we should apologize to her." Grandpa Li closed his eyes. "Xiao Ru, remember what Grandpa tells you now. It's better to insult a guy than a girl." Li Yizhu raised her eyes. Grandpa Li used his cane and slowly stood up. "You never know how many fans there are behind a pretty girl who are eager to fight for her." Li Yizhu was taken aback. She immediately thought of Gu Shishi's perfect and graceful face, and at the same time how amazing she looked in her colorful dress that day. The girl was scared. Did someone at the top of HB like Gu Shishi that much? The director of that company was probably one of the 10 richest people. Not really. There was no way she could have been so lucky. So the admirer was the person responsible for the Asian region? Li Yizhu bit her lip almost until it bled. But grandfather, she lives in young Master Huo's house. That place is cursed. Li Yizhu clasped her hands together. She didn't want to apologize, not to mention having to go with her father. The girl could only imagine how happy Gu Shishi would be. Gu Shishi was a nobody, just a village girl. Why on earth should she go to her and ask for forgiveness? Just because she looked a little better and more flirtatious than she was able to charm some guy who stood up for her? Is this the reason? When old Mr. Li heard this, his body visibly sank. Oh, exactly. I didn't go to the last engagement banquet myself. Old age is not joy, and memory is no longer the same. A slight smile appeared on Li Yizhu's face. As far as she knew, most of the respected elders from the prestigious families of the city did not attend that banquet. Instead of themselves, they sent there with gifts insignificant representatives of the younger generation or distant relatives. Huo Xishan was considered a cursed man. Everyone wanted to be as far away from him as possible. The same applied to Gu Shishi. Now her grandfather knew about it, so he would definitely not force her to go there. If my memory serves me correctly, in recent years everything has been quite calm for little Ho. I can't remember any rumors about him at all. The elderly Mr. Li turned his gaze to his two sons and quickly, without even frowning, pointed to the younger one. Chengzheng, take 2 gifts with you. And tomorrow you go as a representative of the older generation. Take a look and find out how little Ho is doing. Lao Huo and I were quite close in the past. Grandfather, Li Yizhu screamed in surprise. Over the past couple of years, 2 of his brides have been killed by a curse. I won't go. Dad can't go there either. What if he too falls under the curse? The elderly Mr. Li's voice began to sound more meaningful. Since Gu Shishi is fine, why should something happen to you? The Li family is doomed if you don't go. Li Yizhu was shocked. Her father looked at her with narrowed eyes. Yeah, so now you're afraid? Were you not afraid to do what you did and bring these problems upon us? Now all you care about is the curse? Li Yizhu turned pale and her mother took her upstairs. Shut up, Xiaoru. Get some sleep. Rest so you can apologize properly tomorrow. Only after they left did Li Chengzheng turn his gaze to his elder brother and smile bitterly. I raised her poorly, he sighed. The next morning, when Li Chengzheng and his daughter went to visit with gifts, their path was blocked by a metal gate. They couldn't even set foot in the front garden, let alone get inside the estate. Li Yizhu didn't expect that they wouldn't even be allowed into the territory. An expressionless butler strolled nearby with no intention of allowing them entry. Sorry, we are not allowed to allow visitors. Li Yizhu was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. We would like to see young Master Huo. They also brought several gifts for Mrs. Gu. Butler Lin remained unmoved. The young master is not at home. Li Yizhu was about to lose control of herself. Then Miss Gu, she's not at home either, the butler responded with the same calmness. Thank you for coming. Okay, can we go inside even if they're not here? There was not a drop of affection in Li Yizhu's voice. She had never been treated like this in her entire life. When she visited her friends, their butlers were always courteous to her. The bad daughter was stopped by Li Chengzheng. Xiaoru, that's enough. Butler Lin, can we send a message through you? Could you please let them know we are coming and ask if they would be comfortable with us coming this evening? The butler nodded. Fine. Li Yizhu gritted her teeth. Gu Shishi was just heading to work at the studio when she received a message from Butler Lin. Mrs. Li came to their estate with her father and even brought gifts. The butler added that he did not know the purpose of their visit. Gu Shishi couldn't help but think about the wine the girl had spilled on her. And now you brought her gifts? What happened to Miss Li? She checked the system interface, but did not notice any increase in sympathy. The system has proven its usefulness for once. Gu Shishi didn't even have to meet Miss Li face to face to understand the insincerity of her visit. She immediately put the incident out of her mind. Then the girl spent the whole day working. I taught 3 classes, but didn't find time to rest even after returning home. First of all, she went to talk to the chef in the dining room. For medium fillet and tenderloin, 3.5 minutes on each side. For flank steak, 4 minutes. When you press on the meat, you should feel its elasticity, and in the center you should see a pinkish tint. For medium rare, 4.5 minutes on each side for fillet and tenderloin. Gu Shishi constantly asked questions and took notes. Mr. Chef, what do you think about this broth that I prepared? I followed your instructions very carefully, but it didn't seem to work out very well. She combined theory with practice to improve her level. While the girl was busy in the kitchen, the chef continued to point out the shortcomings. The onion was added at the wrong time, so it turned out less sweet. After just one circle, Gu Shishi was covered in sweat. Even though there was no air conditioning, it was very hot to constantly stand near the stove. Just follow my instructions. Mr. Chef was a little worried. If Mr. Ho doesn't like your cooking and doesn't eat well, let me know. Okay, Gu Shishi was also worried. She admitted this, but did not weaken her zeal. I'll make another pot of broth this evening, and tomorrow you can submit it. Mr. Chef agreed without hesitation. As soon as Gu Shishi took up the knife and began to cut the vegetables, the voice of the butler Lin came from behind her. Miss Gu, Mr. and Mrs. Li have arrived. They said they would return in the evening. Gu Shishi didn't mind this when she received the message from the butler in the morning. Therefore, the father and daughter of the Li family were taken to the estate rather than left standing at the gate again. Gu Shishi turned around. As expected, she saw the girl with the red wine from the banquet, who was still smiling so fakely. She ruined her ball gown, which cost more than 10,000 yuan, and then showed the height of stupidity and chased her screaming all the way to the street outside the club. Today this girl looked just like that day, and the forced smile was visible only from the eyes that were not at all smiling. Niece Gu, you may not know me, but I have always worked in business with your father. I've known him since childhood. We used to play with him in the mountains as little kids. Li Chengzheng had more experience, which is why his smile was very friendly. Just a couple of spoken words, and the distance between them was greatly reduced. You can call me Uncle Li. Gu Shishi smiled. She didn't want to be rude to this friendly man. Hello, Uncle Li. I brought Xiao Ru here to apologize. I heard rumors that she caused trouble for you at the Chen family banquet. My wife and I got her when we were young. She was spoiled too much. Li Chengzheng immediately proceeded to apologize and put aside his status as a member of the older generation. After being left outside this morning, it dawned on Li Chengzheng. He knew that he would have to be careful when apologizing that evening. Otherwise, there may not be another chance to apologize. The loss of an HB-level client will adversely affect their family for the next 3 years. Best case scenario. They could also be excluded from the list of prestigious families altogether. They would not have survived such a loss. The man not only wanted to force his daughter to apologize, but he was also ready to do it himself, if only the situation would improve. Shut up, Li Yizhu. If you still don't understand what you did wrong, I'll buy you a plane ticket today. Abroad, you will have a lot of time to think about it, Li Chengzheng scolded her. We spoiled you too much. Your mother and I made too many mistakes while raising you. Apologize to Madame Gu and give her gifts, he said with extreme authority. However, the old father's humble face turned towards Gu Shishi. Niece Gu, whether you accept our apology or not, you must take the gifts. Xiao Ru's mother and I carefully selected them for you. Think of them as your Uncle Li trying to make amends with you. It's my fault for not teaching my daughter properly. I apologize for her rudeness towards you. Li Chengzheng spoke with dignity and respect. His speeches would calm the heart of any listener. Gu Shishi never thought about whether to forgive them. She didn't even care about Miss Li's name, which she didn't bother to find out. If Li Chengzheng had not repeated it over and over again, it would have remained unknown to her. But his words made her jealous of Li Yizhu. You have a good father. In her previous life, Gu Shishi was an orphan. After moving to this world, she was also not lucky enough to know parental love. The girl constantly had to rely only on herself. Even her master told her that she should only rely on her own hard work. Not like these girls are from reputable families, so carefree and happy. Li Yizhu was planning to object, but suddenly fell under the influence of Gu Shishi's bewitching gaze. There was regret in her eyes. The longing and envy were simply too obvious. Li Yizhu was a little taken aback. Wait, something was wrong here. Why did she come here? And why was Gu Shishi looking at her like that? That's right. She was brought in to apologize. But she wasn't to blame. Or rather, it didn't seem to her that she had done anything wrong. Today she did it for her family. But now, why did she feel like she was really bullying Gu Shishi? As if she was a deranged thug and was going to make this fragile girl cry? Ugh, Li Yizhu squeezed out in embarrassment. Did Gu Shishi get a bad script? At the same time, the guru's gaze did not escape Li Chengzheng's eyes. Poor thing. The last few years haven't been easy, right? He sighed involuntarily. The man, after all, worked in a management position at the company for many, many years, during which he had the opportunity to conduct more than one interview. He knew that Gu Shishi's current look was not fake. The girl envied his daughter, envied the completeness of her family, envied the parental love that she herself had not experienced. Thinking about the events that happened to Gu Shishi and imagining what all this would have happened to his own daughter, Li Chengzheng felt a pain in his chest. He would go crazy if his child were taken away for 20 years. What was that damn Gu Jiangxin thinking? He just found his missing daughter, and he sent her to her fiancé's house, to the one about whom there were rumors that he allegedly brought misfortune to everyone who was near him. So Gu Jiangxin also saw how his own daughter was bullied at the banquet? I will always welcome your visit if you need anything from Uncle Li in the future. Li Chengzheng sighed again. Even if we put aside all other points, just spilling wine on his daughter's dress and being called hillbilly would be enough for him to personally go talk to Gu Jiangxin. He would forcefully force daughter Gu to bow her head and apologize to Xiao Ru. Xiao Ru, ask niece Gu for forgiveness. Li Chengzheng put aside his businessman personality and looked at his child with all seriousness. From now on, you must befriend Miss Gu and take care of her. Otherwise, I will no longer give you pocket money. Everyone started from the very bottom and worked hard to earn a place higher. Your grandfather also had nothing at the very beginning. Everyone knew him as a selfless person. Xiao Ru, you are disgracing him. When Li Chengzheng finished speaking, Gu Shishi heard the clear sound of the system. Ding! Received Li Chengzheng's sympathy. The girl looked up in bewilderment. Li Yiju looked no less confused. Dad, what are you saying? They came to apologize. When did it all move to must make friends and take care of her? Enough. If you don't want to do this, Li Chengzheng became increasingly angry, then starting from this month, you will be fired from the family company and you will go look for a job on your own. Even the man himself was surprised by these words. He regretted what he had said a little, but after some further thought, the idea didn't seem so bad. Surely his daughter had some growing up to do. Among all her rich friends, it was Xiao Ru who had the worst temper and extreme temper. Now it was normal. But if she remains so reckless in the future, then even he, her father, will not be able to save her. Thinking about what happened to HB, the man gritted his teeth. I won't evict you from the room, but you will have to pay me every month for its rent. If only she were a little more like Gu's daughter, who, despite an ordinary education and living in a poor environment, managed to find herself a good husband who could stand up for her. Causing a little hardship for your own daughter wasn't exactly a bad idea. Li Yiju. What? We should no longer disturb your rest, niece Gu. I was told that young Ho is not at home today. Please give him this box of red wine and tell him that it is from Uncle Li. Li Chengzheng smiled again. Ding, Li Chengzheng's sympathy has increased again. Gu Shishi just batted her eyes questioningly. Li Yiju didn't know how she left the manor. She was stunned and in disbelief. Her knees were constantly shaking. Li Chengzheng was an extremely smart and formidable businessman. He simply spoiled his daughter too much. Now he realized this mistake, and the man decided to correct it in a somewhat uncompromising way. His actions had a powerful effect. Right on the way back, Li Yiju received a message from the bank that her card had been disconnected from her main account. This card belonged to the father, and he transferred 50,000 yuan monthly there as pocket money for his daughter. He didn't worry about where she spent that money. As long as she doesn't spend more than is allowed and doesn't do anything evil or illegal. And now, these funds were suddenly gone. Dad, Li Chengzheng did not delay this issue. As soon as he got into the car, he asked the secretary for a pen and paper. Then he started scribbling. Our house is located in the city center, and the area of your room is 40 square meters. Without taking into account the total area, I give you a market rental rate of 5,000 yuan per month. You can eat for free. I won't demand money for this, but you must regularly pay me rent on the first day of every month. Li Yiju's hands almost trembled. Her fear and anger were so strong that she could not squeeze out a sound. The girl is used to relying on her family. Being a member of the fair sex, she never thought of going into the family business. She had no achievements in this area. Li Yiju received 50,000 yuan as pocket money, and on top of that, additional amounts if she behaved well. She held a position in the strategic planning department of the Li Corporation. However, all her duties were surfing the internet and watching movies, for which she was paid more than 10,000 yuan. And now what? No pocket money, no work, and still have to pay for housing? How can I find a job in such a short time? Dad, why are you doing this to me? I'll go back and apologize to Gu Shishi, okay? Li Chengzheng glanced at her. Do you think everyone around you is so brainless? Do you think she won't understand whether your apology is sincere or not? What's the point of forcing you to ask for forgiveness? I changed my mind. You don't have to apologize anymore. If HB is really going to make our family's future difficult, you can consider the current conditions an early test of how you will live after our bankruptcy. Li Yiju clenched her teeth in frustration. Things can't be so bad for our family without HB, Li Chengzheng scribbled and scribbled. He handed his daughter a new sheet of paper. Before visiting today, I conducted a thorough search. Niece Gu works in an art studio during the day. We rival the Gu family in terms of wealth. If their daughter can have a job that supports her, why are you worse? Alternatively, if you don't want to work, you can do what's on this list. I will assign Secretary Chen to you. Become Gu Shishi's friend. Dad will check. 5,000 yuan. Enter Gu Shishi's trio of best friends. 10,000 yuan. The leaf in Li Yiru's hands began to tremble. I would like you to do this, but I don't oblige you. You can try to earn money on your own. Having said this, Li Chengzheng leaned back and closed his eyes in a relaxed manner. And don't think about turning to Grandpa for help this time. Li Yiju barely restrained herself from tearing this piece of paper. Then her phone vibrated. The reason was a message received in a group chat of her friends. Pingting. Juju, how are you there? Were you really forced to apologize? Wushuang, it's my fault. Xiao Ru did what I asked. I'm so sorry. Is there anything I can do? Li Yiju read the messages while biting her lip. She turned to look at Dad. The girl wanted to share the latest events with them, but hesitated. If Dad doesn't change his mind, then she'll really have to fawn over that hillbilly. Or perhaps, after the night, Mom will convince Dad to cancel the punishment. There was no point in telling Pingting and others about this yet. She didn't want them to think that her father couldn't tell right from wrong. Li Yiju thought for a while and replied that everything was fine. However, Gu Wushuang sent several more messages with questions. And Luo Pingting also continued to be interested in the details. Seeing the constant stream of messages from her friends, Li Yiju suddenly felt nauseous and irritated. She didn't want to communicate today, but they continued to ask as if they had borrowed her money. The girl is used to considering Wu Shuang especially kind, gentle, and always caring toward her friends. Just today she found her annoying, just like Miss Xianglin. PP. Madame Xianglin is a well-known character in Chinese literature. She just kept writing, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Li Yiju is fed up with this. So the person who was forced to go and apologize was supposed to console Gu Wushuang, who was sitting at home and waiting for the opportunity to eat melon asterisk? Eat melon is Chinese internet slang, means to gossip. What the fuck? Li Yiju was tempted to answer, are you checking the water consumption meter or conducting a population census? What was wrong with these people? She was in a really shitty situation and they were only interested in her stories? She went there to apologize. Her family's business was under threat and they didn't care about anything but gossip? Li Yiju was so angry that she might vomit at any moment. A strong poke almost cracked the screen. After reading this comment, Li Yiju felt even worse. After all, she was forced to make friends with an individual who was only good at cleaning shoes. Crap! Her stomach almost cramped from anger. The girl's anger intensified, and Miss Li Yiju threw her phone on the seat. A second later, she took it back, opened WeChat, and left the group chat. Damn friends! I wish I could not see them or hear them. She planned to return to this chat when she felt better. Gu Shishi was sitting at home when the system suddenly announced these notifications to her. She involuntarily froze. It was sudden. The girl thought she had misheard. She reread the messages and was convinced that they were not talking about Chen Kexin, but about Li Yiju, who recently came to her mansion. She pulled away from Gu Wushuang simply because her father stopped giving her pocket money? Gu Shishi was perplexed. However, the girl's logic was incomprehensible. Friends could fight over the most insignificant things, especially when it came to a child who had lived in pampering since birth. Such people clearly showed selfishness, and they destroyed friendly relationships at critical moments, because then they could only think about themselves. Well, okay, there's no point in thinking about it. But then Gu Shishi looked at the task, opened Chen Kexin's eyes to the truth, and his 50% progress. She took her old phone and sent her a message. Meow meow, the broadcast will start at 10 p.m. Come if you are still awake. She could reach Chen Kexin through more frequent streams and training sessions with her. Gu Shishi returned to the room, intending to open the box she received after cooking today. The previously ordered parts for hand fans arrived this afternoon. Butler Lin signed for them instead of her. The girl glanced at the time and hurriedly opened the parcel. She took out all the contents and examined each detail individually. Their quality was decent. Fan bases have been tested. If they weren't stretched tight enough, it would be difficult to draw on them. Gu Shishi rummaged through them and chose the simplest and most suitable round-looking base. Even when choosing it, she liked it more than the others. The frame was a dark wood color, and there were clouds on the handle. Taking a closer look, one could consider this work to be quite good. People with Plyushkin syndrome, like her, like this one. If old lady Chen doesn't like it, Gu Shishi can keep it. The stream started at the stated time. Gu Shishi wisely placed the phone and saw the number of viewers suddenly jump to 23. A variety of comments floated across the screen. The topic changed abruptly. Gu Shishi didn't look at the phone even once after positioning it at the right angle. In fact, she chose this mug because it seemed to her to be the ideal size for her brushes. Besides, she looked cute and made her smile every time she looked at herself. Two birds with one stone. She didn't expect that viewers of her channel would admire this mug. They paid attention to it when Gu Shishi dipped her brush into it. As the audience watched the instrument sink into the water, people noticed something else. I didn't notice this before, but now if you look closely, the streamer has very beautiful hands. She's using some kind of filters, right? She has such good skin and the color is just like milk. And her fingers are long and thin. I'm so jealous. Gu Shishi glanced at the comments in the chat, but only smiled in response. She placed the base of the fan on which she was going to start drawing in the middle of the table and said words of greeting. Everyone seemed to like the folding fan we made last time, so today I would like to decorate the base of the silk fan. I start. With these words, the girl activated the previously acquired skill. After a moment, she closed her eyes and transported herself into the dimension. The round hand fan looked very much like a beautiful woman with a lute covering half her face. There was a certain incomprehensible beauty in her, as if a person wanted to say something, but did not say it out loud. The round white fan is said to have closely resembled the full moon. Hand fans have traditionally represented pure and clear beauty. Gu Shishi ran her hand along the spokes of her fan. A serene summer landscape with lotuses appeared before her eyes. Time seemed to stand still, except for the dragonflies jumping on the water causing ripples on it. A light wind was blowing, carrying the scent of flowers to her. She just stood there quietly. Only after a long time did the girl open her eyes and return to reality. Gu Shishi raised her hand, and her brush, made of weasel fur, began to trace the outline. Soon, the leaves of the silent lotuses, bowed like umbrellas, appeared before everyone's eyes. Oh, I forgot to mention. Today I also use the gunbi style. It's just that round fans are small, thin, and more suitable for petite girls. The gongbi style will give better results in terms of detail. Having completed the last part, she dipped the tool in ink and began to draw lotus flowers and their bunches in the background. They were extremely different from the conceptual lotuses that the girl had previously drawn in the studio. Last time she painted the flower itself with one stroke and the leaves with another. Gunbi in turn meant adding details and colors at the same time. Pay attention to the light and shadow of the lines and the change in their thickness. These points are very important, from small to large. Also, don't forget about what is primary in your painting and what is secondary. And watch out for the white spaces, Gu Shishi explained during a pause. If Chen Kexin was online, this could be considered her extracurricular lesson. Lotuses, as you know, remain pure and immaculate even if they grow in mud. Therefore, it is extremely important to apply mascara with light movements, thereby emphasizing their elegance. Lighten your mascara with each coat and do not use thick mascara or dyes. When the outlines were ready, Gu Shishi began to fill them with flowers. I made the near lotus leaves darker than the distant ones. Petals and buds were drawn in very light tones. Gu Shishi didn't just mindlessly dry her creation. She thought carefully about the selection of colors. However, thinking everything over to the end, she slowly spoke. For the second layer of leaves, I want to mix cyanine with gum. This will create a difference in color and lighting between their upper and lower parts. You need to choose the proportions of both ingredients to make one side greener and the other more yellow. Everyone on the channel screamed. A bunch of airplanes, snacks, and sunflower seeds flew at him. The popularity of the channel began to grow. Even though it was 11 p.m., quite a few night owls were still online. Gushishi's channel came to life, but its owner, immersed in the process of creating the base of the fan, did not notice the changes at all. When the mascara was dry, she took on the second coat. The girl didn't even hear her phone vibrate on the edge of the table. She took a deep breath only after she had completed the updated, graceful, and realistic Dragonfly in the Dance of the Lotuses. Gushishi took the phone whose camera was filming. Then she saw a line with donations and the words 666 all over the screen. Well, that's all for today. Later I will add a caption and post photos for friends of my Ink Drawing Guru account. Stop by and see detailed photos. At this point, the girl ended the broadcast. On the back of the base, she left her nickname and the inscription, "On Love for Lotuses." While waiting for everything to dry, Gushishi placed the fan on the stand that she ordered in addition to the rest. Then I took my old phone and prepared to do a photo shoot of the product, but put it off. There were several unread messages on WeChat. Meow meow. She asked me about him. Please respond. And the price. Tell me the price too. Gushishi chuckled. She actually prepared this fan for old lady Chen. The girl thought that she would like him. However, they had never talked about drawing, so she wasn't 100% sure. As it turned out, the old lady was very pleased with her work. Gushishi sent King of the Mountain a message of regret. Sorry, my client placed an order before you and has already transferred the required amount to me. I still need to make 4. It may take time, but if you're happy with it, let me know. Elderly Mrs. Chen placed an order for 5 fans at once, 4 round and 1 folding. Gushishi has only made 1 so far. King of the Mountain expressed a desire to buy her work, but Chen Kexin's grandmother beat him to it. The old lady readily transferred her 10,000 yen, even when she recently found herself in the guru's WeChat friends. If we followed the first-come, first-serve principle, Gushishi needed to serve the elderly Madame Chen first. Another major problem was that after completing the 4 remaining fans, and 1 more that would be a gift for Ling Xiaomei, she would most likely not want to draw anything for a while. Gushishi wanted to draw one for herself, but it seems that this too will not come true. The King of the Mountain could only wait. Gushishi felt somewhat guilty. I'm sorry, King of the Hill. Next time act faster. After answering him, she returned to Chen Kexin. She was always straightforward with her. 30,000 yuan each, meow meow. You can pay it all at once when I finish drawing. But there is a small problem. The base of the fan is made of silk, so it can be easily damaged during transportation and handling. Do you think you can pick them up in person? Meanwhile, Chen Kexin almost breathed a sigh of relief when she read the first message. But then she was attacked by the second. Pick it up in person? At her home? Go to Gushishi at Big Brother Huo's house? Crap. Even though it was late at night, Chen Kexin had no sleep. Was she really invited as a guest? Does this mean that you need to bring some gifts? Wait, what happened to the intention of keeping a distance from Gushishi? And what should I answer her? Do I have to go? Maybe then it would be better to contact Li Yiju, who had recently left their group, and ask about staying at Gushishi's house. Ooh, I'm going so crazy. Chen Kexin howled again, clutching the phone. Meanwhile, Ce stood in Huo Xishan's office, feeling discomfort. He was reporting on the entire conversation that had taken place due to the arrival of Mrs. Li and her father at their mansion, while his gaze wandered over the viscous-looking soup that stood on the table. The soup seemed somewhat familiar. Was it Mrs. Gu who experimented on him today while she was in the kitchen? She also asked him to try it, and he took a sip. It turns out Mrs. Gu brought a portion for the master too? Okay, we should assume that there are still sensible people in Mr. Li's house, Huo Xishan commented after listening to Ce. Send someone to them and let them know that we will not resume our cooperation. They will have to try their best during the bidding. Whether they get the deal depends only on their abilities. Ce immediately confirmed the order, but his eyes were literally glued to the bowl of soup. The clock has almost struck midnight. Did Mrs. Gu know nothing about Mr. at all? He never ate anything after dinner. Sir, should I take this away? I can take the bowl back to the kitchen. Ce was mortally afraid that his master would again show displeasure if he saw this notorious bowl even for a second. Then you won't envy Mrs. Gu. Huo Xishan's eyebrows raised slightly. Today's dinner was not very good. Taking hold of the left cuff link with the fingers of his right hand, he unfastened it, which slightly surprised his assistant. What did he mean by this? Is the gentleman not full of dinner? Should I call Chef Chen to cook something for you? Huo Xixin's right hand froze midway. The man almost imperceptibly glanced at his assistant, who seemed a little inhibited. No need. Chen Qi has already brought me soup. Okay. Xi took his leave. He left the office, closed the door behind him, and blinked his eyes several times. Did you bring him soup? Who? Chef Chen Qi? But he clearly remembered how Sire saw the chef out and locked the door behind him. In addition, Xi himself tried the same soup. It was undoubtedly made by Mrs. Gu. I have revealed my master's great secret, said she. Sire, his twin brother, simultaneously said the same thing as he hurriedly entered the building outside the main mansion where he and his brother had spent the night. After a moment of silence and exchanging glances, the brothers spoke together again. You're the first. And both fell silent, but they immediately blurted out simultaneously. Mistress Gu brought Mr. a loving late dinner. The master ordered Butler Lin to steal the soup from the kitchen. She was taken aback. Then, rolling his eyes, he said, What, he stole it? Sire was also shocked. What? Madame Gu prepared the soup? Author's chatter. Mr. Ho, when defending that very bowl of soup, mind your own business. The two brothers looked at each other until they finally realized the extremely shocking truth. Mr. Huo deliberately waited for the chef to leave and sent Butler Lin to get the broth without even telling Si about it. The broth was what the assistant tried, that is, made by Mrs. Gu. Consequently, the gentleman secretly drank the soup she prepared. The brothers looked at each other with slack jaws. It turns out that Mrs. Gu asked you to try the soup, not the master. He saw this and was not happy, Sire concluded. That's why I sent someone to quietly bring the dish to him after you and Madame Gu left. Si rolled his eyes. Well, our master's such a sunderer. Sire patted his brother on the shoulder. Good luck, brother. Chi. Eh? Miss Gu seems to be very courteous to you. Sire laughed. A shocking thought came to her head. The master was jealous of him? Meanwhile, in the office, Huo Xixin's cold eyes fell on the bowl of soup. The glow from the computer screen made his handsome face warmer than usual, but it also made the darkness and coolness of his eyes stand out. After a long time, the man finally took a spoon and scooped up the thick, aromatic soup. Then he placed it in his mouth. His lips pursed and his eyes sparkled for a moment, after which the light in them went out again. This soup tasted like the one his aunt made for him when she took care of him in his childhood. Without basic cooking skills and being accustomed to regular home-cooked food, even her Western-style mushroom soup contained a slight Chinese flavor, a very indescribable feeling, but not at the expense of taste. There was even a slight warmth in it that seeped into his mouth and then into his stomach. All of Huo Xixin's limbs and every hair of his were bathed in a feeling of comfort. There was nothing professional about the dish, but it was overflowing with warmth. However, she gave the first bowl to Si. The man narrowed his eyes. The palm tightened its grip on the spoon. Just think. She sent him red envelopes every day and brazenly asked him as a husband to send her gifts and red envelopes every day. And now? Damn it, what a stupid woman. Why did she ask Si to try her cooking and not his? Did he and his assistant have the same taste? Huo Xixin threw down the spoon heavily. Dissatisfaction was clearly visible on his face. He stood up, then stopped. The man looked at the bowl of soup with displeasure. However, the next moment I drank all its contents in a couple of sips. When Gu Shishi woke up the next morning, she noticed a blockage, a flood of messages in the mail of your system. There was no end in sight to the notification lines. She almost believed that the system had failed. The girl turned to the system log. Last night, at about midnight, the gentleman's sympathy for her either increased by 1%, then fell by 2%, then increased by 3%, after which it fell by 1%, jumped back and forth at least dozens of times. What even happened? What was he doing in the middle of the night? Gu Shishi put her palm to her forehead, unable to think of a reason. Did she do something yesterday that made him think about her late at night? Did he hang red mountains in his room and evaluate it in the dark? As soon as this idea appeared in her head, the girl immediately threw it out of there, shaking her head. This thought did not fit with what was happening. If the gentleman looked at her painting, wouldn't his sympathy increase steadily? Immediately she jumped up and down. Gu Shishi looked with very uncomprehending eyes. Before the system, she believed that being sincere with others was enough. The girl could not even imagine that people could be so difficult, especially the gentleman whom she needed to conquer. Fortunately, Gu Shishi was able to let out a sigh of relief after doing some calculations. In the end, the gentleman showed her kindness. After all the ups and downs over the course of an hour, Her net gain for yesterday evening and overnight was plus 3%. Huo Xixin's sympathy level 3 reached 84%. If this happens every day, she could advance to the next level simply while sleeping. Gu Xixin's mouth immediately opened slightly. However, upon arrival in the kitchen, her mood diminished. Prepared broth, why is there so little of it left? Gu Xixin's eyes practically popped out of her sockets as she peered inside the pot. Its contents have sharply decreased. Last night the pot was 3/4 full, and now the broth level is down to half. The girl was about to get lost in thought when a cool voice came from behind her. Stop yelling. She turned around and saw Huo Xixin. The man stood at the entrance to the dining room without any emotion on his face. He was dressed in a light gray suit, brand new, without a single wrinkle. Even the gentleman's hair looked impeccable, and his body radiated solemnity. All morning I heard only your incessant chatter. Huo Xixin pursed his lips into a thin thread. All the cold seemed to gather between his eyebrows. Oh, sorry, Gu Xixin blinked. She began to speak more quietly and cast a cajoling glance at Huo Xixin. I couldn't contain my emotions. He nodded, and there was a flash of awkwardness in his eyes. I just want soup. There was no need to shout. Gu Xixin responded with a nod, but turned around and looked at the pot with a puzzled look. Only I made it especially for... She prepared soup to be judged by Mr. Chef. The girl planned to use the broth to experiment with other dishes. But how could they do it now when so much soup was gone? However, Gu Xixin did not finish what she started. She covered her mouth, not wanting to irritate the master with her chatter. The girl did not notice at all that because of her nervousness, the man in front of her turned red to his earlobes. Huo Xixin turned and stood embarrassed at the door. The girl said, on purpose. He managed to hear it. She made the soup especially for him. His even breathing became irregular and heavy. But she didn't finish because she was embarrassed to say something like that in his presence. His indifferent lips curled slightly. Finally today, the girl experienced at least a little shyness. He turned away, tried to calm down, and said, There is no need to say who it is for. Gu Xixin pursed her lips slightly and weakly agreed with his words. But just as she was about to put the lid back on the pan, another ding sounded in her ears. Received sympathy from Huo Xixin. Gu Xixin. Uncle, will you go on vacation earlier? Half an hour later, Gu Xixin received an unexpected notification. According to the original agreement, Chef Chen Qi was to stay at the estate for 3 more days. Why then did he go on vacation today? Sorry, Mrs. Gu, my family. Chen Qi could not continue. Butler Lin, who was standing next to him, glanced at him. Sorry, please take care of the young master's nutrition, Madame Gu. Chen Qi only lowered his head at the difficult situation. Gu Xixin quickly shook her head and said in response, Oh, stop apologizing, everything is fine. Don't worry, Madame Gu. The butler picked up the word. The young master always has lunch at the office. You only need to prepare dinner. Plus, just tell them what products to buy and what to cut. I will send several people to help you. Hearing this, Gu Xixin's mood instantly improved. Washing and cutting were labor-intensive tasks. Cooking with helpers would be much easier. Otherwise, everything would have to be prepared from the previous evening, and she also needs to go to work. Thank you, butler. I'll send you a list later. Now it's time for me to go to work. Okay, Butler Lin hurried to bow. He sighed with relief only after she left. Butler Lin turned to Chef Chen. After wiping off the sweat, he asked, Lao Chen, why are you worried? Remember the young master's words. Your paid vacation will simply start earlier. The chef made a smile. Do you think the young master is tired of my cooking? When he came to eat breakfast this morning, Butler Lin told him that he was being sent on paid leave today. Don't beat yourself up. The young master didn't tell me to look for a new chef. Just enjoy your free time and then return to work with renewed vigor. The butler tried to console him. Chen Qi still continued to frown with worry. Will the young man need me when I return? Or will he want Mrs. Gu to take over the cooking from now on? The man was seriously worried. Despite all the coolness and aloofness of his employer, the benefits here were first class, and it was more comfortable to work with him than in restaurants. The chefs at this estate were respected and treated well. Lao Chen, what are you talking about? Do you think young master will replace you with Mrs. Gu now? Butler Lin gave him a strange look. Should I remind you of Madame Gu's role? She was the young master's bride. How do you think they treat her compared to the last two? Added the butler. Chef Chen had an epiphany. Raising his thumb, he said, To Mrs. Gu like this. She towered head and shoulders above the last two. The young master didn't pay them any attention at all, let alone ask them to prepare special dishes in the kitchen. Well, do you understand now? With these words, Butler Lin put his hands behind his back and headed towards the exit from the dining room. The man stopped at the door. Tell your students to be alert and keep an eye on the situation. Don't try to boss Mrs. Gu around. It is better for them to do any dangerous tasks related to dicing and chopping themselves. If she gets cut or burned, I won't be able to protect you. Chef Chen slapped his forehead as if his eyes had just been opened. Why did he give Mrs. Gu a prescription pad? What an idiot. All that would be required of her would be to transfer the cooked dish from the frying pan to the plate. The young master did not kick her out. Considering the current developments, she will become the mistress of this house in the future. The man had never been so wrong in his life. If they actually tried to make her a chef, it definitely wouldn't do any good. Chef Chen immediately rushed to warn his subordinates. Gu Shishi, who had already been called the future lady of the house and the one who controls their salaries, had no idea about what was happening in the kitchen. She continued to make notes on prescriptions as she rode the minibus. By the way, before arriving at the art studio, the girl received system notifications. Received sympathy from Chen Qi, Zhao Dandan, and Liu Mengdi. Gu Shishi froze in place. Chen Qi was their chef's name. But who were the other two? She ran through the system and found out that they were cooks on the estate. That is, they helped Chef Chen, and the sympathy was probably shown because of her favor for the chef? Gu Shishi quickly came to a conclusion and discarded the thought. In front of the elevator, she waved to a masked girl who was pacing back and forth along the corridor. Here, meow meow. Shh, speak more quietly and don't call me meow meow. Chen Kexin noticed that she was the center of attention. She already regretted that she had chosen such a nickname for herself. Kexin, Xiao Kei, Xingxin? Gu Shishi raised her eyebrows questioningly. The corner of Chen Kexin's lips twitched. All the options seemed even more personal. You know that all my girlfriends consider you their common enemy? Chen Kexin was sweating profusely. Oh, you? So you hate me too? Gu Shishi pulled back the girl's hand, which was reaching for the fans. Chen Kexin had been closely watching her brush from the moment she opened the bag. When she saw the dark green, elegant-looking paper box, the girl felt even more impatient, but Gu Shishi hid the box back. Chen Kexin was speechless. She really wanted to bite off her tongue. Wait a minute, let me guess. So you talked bad about me in your chat and conspired against me? Gu Shishi reasoned out loud. She zipped the bag. Chen Kexin didn't know what to say. No, I honestly didn't say. But under Gu Shishi's disbelieving gaze, she still took off her mask in embarrassment. Okay, I admit it. At first I was at one with them, but she stopped from that very banquet. Chen Kexin extended her hand. I swear, please, Fan. Gu Shishi chuckled and handed the box to her. She quickly and carefully took it and solemnly opened it. Chen Kexin only intended to take a quick glance, but after one glance, she lost her breath. The streaming channel and photographs on the phone did not even remotely match the effect of seeing objects live. Beauty, large lotus scene, quiet and graceful beauty. Just one single glance dispelled all her heat and despair. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the crisp lines of the leaves and how naturally they curved. Light and shadow combined perfectly. The girl could not notice a single flaw. The little dragonfly frozen on a lotus looked even more elegant and original than it seemed on the stream. It seemed as if she was about to flutter her wings and fly away. Her movement was expressed in stillness, so the composition turned out excellent. The verse, "On the Love of Lotuses," was written on the other side of the fan in a neat, girlish, and smooth hand. The resulting beauty could not be described in words. The whole work perfectly corresponded to the phrase, "You need to appreciate with your eyes, not with your hands." Chen Kexin swallowed hard. She began to understand why her grandmother valued Gu Shishi's creations so highly. The girl herself really wanted to have such work in her room. Just by looking at her, it seemed to her that the air had become cooler. All the bustle and background music in the shopping center began to slow down. Chen Kexin couldn't take her eyes off the fan. Its knitting needles were smooth, and the handle and its edges were covered with clouds. They were obviously cut by machinery. The smooth and proper lines lacked soul. Chen Kexin sighed regretfully. The fan would be perfect if the handle was made by hand. Now he was just a little short of perfection. With this regret, she was about to put the box away. But after a second, she froze. Taking her hand with the fan a little further away, the girl noticed that the boring carving of clouds seemed to be mixed with lotus leaves, thanks to which it formed a solid picture. Lotuses sat on top of the clouds. This lotus pond belonged to the heavenly Queen Mother? Chen Kexin spontaneously looked up and came across Gushishi's smile. Yeah, have you noticed now? She nodded forcefully, and suddenly she realized that her grandmother was right. Gushishi's painting was much more valuable than 30,000 yuan. The guru sold it to her for next to nothing. And Chen Kexin gained an advantage at the expense of this girl, received sympathy from Chen Kexin. The progress of the mission with Chen Kexin has advanced to 60%. Gushishi was slightly taken aback, but instantly realized everything. She smiled. Wait a minute. The girl was about to leave when Chen Kexin stopped her. She turned and saw awkwardness and concern on her interlocutor's face. In the group chat, they plan to invite you to one of their gatherings where they want to insult you. Just don't go, and don't say that I told you about this. Chen Kexin stuttered for a while before she managed to say it. Oh, is it true? I haven't received any invitations yet. Gushishi smiled. Didn't they understand anything from the last banquet? We have completely different levels when it comes to causing harm. Is it really that much fun to try to break a rock with eggs? The corners of Chen Kexin's eyes twitched. This is clearly the very unabashed truth. Why did she sound like all her friends had suddenly become empty-headed and pathetic, as if Gushishi didn't need a warning? Thank you for telling me, meow meow. Gushishi ran her hand over her shoulder, but I'll go anyway. If I do not receive the invitation in advance, please forward it to me. Girls' meeting? Sounds like a great opportunity to earn more likes. Gushishi couldn't help herself. Do you regularly have such meetings? Whether small or large, can you tell me about them? It was literally written on her face. I'm looking forward to them and really want to go. Chen Kexin inadvertently almost bit her tongue. Did she stutter too much when she gave the warning? Didn't Gushishi hear the part about trying to frame her? Why did she want to go there so badly? Even considering her high fighting spirit, did she really enjoy being constantly bullied? Chen Kexin was speechless. This time there will be no elders. They may go too far. Chen Kexin assumed that she had not expressed herself clearly enough earlier, so she continued with clenched teeth. If something happens, I most likely will not be able to help you. Gushishi expressed her gratitude and replied, Everything is fine. I understand. You want to be a spy and help me secretly from them. Don't worry. I won't give you away. Chen Kexin was openly perplexed. Gushishi rummaged through her purse and pulled out a bottle of toner that cost her 24 hours of her life. This will help you with oily skin. Try. Chen Kexin covered her face with both palms. Do not be shy. Just don't forget to thank him if it works. Chen Kexin. ****. Same evening, 8 o'clock. Huo Xishan returned home after a long day of work. Without waiting for Si, who was coming to open the car door for him, he did it himself and literally jumped out. The man unbuttoned his jacket, loosened his tie, and hurriedly walked inside the estate. He walked so fast that his long and stern legs caused light gusts of wind. Even the servants who bowed to him were surprised at this appearance of their master. By the time they thought of bringing him hand sanitizer, Huo Xishan had already reached the living room. His piercing, sharp, eagle-like black eyes immediately rushed towards the dining room and kitchen. However, when he approached the top of the stairs, it became clear that there was no one there. Even the spotlessly clean table was empty. Not only was Gushishi absent, there was no trace of her presence to be seen. Did she forget that she was supposed to cook for him today? Huo Xishan's handsome eyebrows furrowed sharply. A good mood, his today's companion, was now like a large balloon with a large hole through which the air was rapidly decreasing. Ce ran in after him and went through the disinfection procedure, after which he caught up with Huo Xishan. And so, when he stopped, he shuddered. A chilling cold enveloped the entire living room. Standing motionless, the gentleman turned his head and looked at him coolly. Bring me Japan's proposal this evening. We do not reduce prices for Europeans. If they are not satisfied with this, they can leave. Let Sire take care of Saipan. The rest who want to cause trouble will be sent to Africa. C felt a shiver down his spine and quickly responded, Fine. Didn't the gentleman say at the lunch meeting that he would give the other side some extra time and see what they could do? Sir, let me see if dinner is ready. Do you want to eat in the cafeteria or— No need! Huo Xishan practically squeezed these cold words through clenched teeth. He came home at 8 in the evening, and the dining room was empty. She didn't prepare anything. His lips pressed into a thin line. In the past, the housekeeper would ask him what he wanted for dinner first thing in the morning and wait for him in the dining room until nightfall. She also complained, "Why did you come back so late? Everything has already cooled down." After which she went to heat up the food. That was a long time ago. Once you lose some things, it is no longer possible to get them back. No one will wait for him anymore or think about how to cheer him up. What was he fantasizing about? What did you expect? A mockery appeared on Huo Xishan's stone-cold face. He walked up the stairs without looking back. Si stood in complete bewilderment. "But you said that you wanted to have dinner at home when you left the office." He didn't have time to finish. He was drowned out by Huo Xishan's dry and piercing gaze. The assistant had to tightly close his lips and follow him in silence. Literally freezing the air around him, the young master opened the door to his office. He took off his suit and handed it to Si. "Call all the leaders online. We will hold a video conference." Si instantly felt uneasy. The clock already showed 8. All leaders. This means that the meeting will end by midnight at best. Huo Xishan didn't even have dinner. The assistant took only a step forward and almost crashed into a body stopped in front. "Mister?" The man in front of him froze in place. Si took a few steps back, craned his head, and noticed something was wrong. Huo Xishan's desk was always like a mirror, clean, without a single spot. There was never anything on its surface except a table lamp and a laptop. But today, there was a bag there, tied with a black and white ribbon with a bow on top. What? Who dared to put this on his table without the master's permission? As soon as the question flashed through Si's head, he already knew the answer. "Mrs. Gu." While Si was thinking about all this, Huo Xishan had already begun to walk towards the bag. He walked over to the table and looked down at what looked like a young girl's prank gone wrong. The man grabbed one end of the tape with thin and long fingers. He frowned as if he was about to do something incredibly important. Huo Xishan untied the knot. The small pastel-colored card that was lying on top fell. "Mr. Huo, this bag retains heat very well. Eat it before it gets cold." The inscription seen was written in neat handwriting and clearly by a woman's hand. And below it was a cartoon drawing of a little girl tightly grasping someone's long leg. Next to the leg was an arrow with the caption, "The golden thigh is very thick, please let me hug. PP. Embracing a golden thigh equals sign finding a powerful protector." Huo Xishan's pupils twitched sharply several times. Of course, he knew the meaning of the written expression, but what first caught his eye was the drawing. Rough and shameless drawing. Holding the card in his hand, the man looked at it again and frowned. The picture was not stylish at all, and did not suit the level of an artist who paints with oil paints. It only greatly spoiled the modest and elegant inscription next to it. Huo Xishan's frown deepened, but he continued to hold the card in his hand. Si stood behind him and did not see its contents, but I saw a 2-tier glass container for food. Inside it looked like there was the master's dinner, and apparently it was prepared by Mrs. Gu. What a pity that Huo Xishan was in a bad mood today and had no intention of eating it. "Sir, I'll take this away if you don't want to have dinner." Si stepped and came closer. "I'll tell Madame Gu not to, tomorrow. I entered your office without permission." But he was not allowed to finish the second part of the sentence. The container he was about to pick up moved 10 centimeters away from him. The assistant raised his head and met the master's deadly gaze. "You are free." Huo Xishan looked at him coldly. "Take care of your duties." He ordered him to leave. Si had not yet had time to realize what had happened, but immediately took into account the master's words. "Oh yes, I'll go notify the others about the conference." Huo Xishan's lips, who were trying to keep his face indifferent, trembled several times. "Put it off until tomorrow morning." Before the meaning of the words he said reached Si, he clarified in a hoarse voice, "At 10 a.m. By that time, a certain hip-hugger will have already prepared breakfast." Si. Oh. Then what about Sire? Does he still send people to Africa? Why did all the gentleman's words today seem nonsense? Si turned to the door, but before leaving the office, he glanced back again. He noticed that the gentleman standing over the lamp and covered in a yellow glow seemed to soften. The cold atmosphere almost completely dissipated, and his lips curved upward. Did he want to smile? Si trembled and hurriedly left. Gu Shishi heard the melodious sound of the system notification while she soaked her feet with a happy look. It was probably the gentleman who ate the steak she cooked for him. She made one for herself this evening. He did not reach the level of a chef, but he was already incomparably better than other people. The girl smiled smugly and sent the gentleman a message. Was it delicious? Tell me if something needs to be done differently. Ha ha ha. She was just beginning to entertain the thought of how awkward the tsundere lord's reply message would be when it came at lightning speed, saving Mr. Not bad. What? What happened to Mr. today? Where did his mean words go? Gushishi was a little taken aback, but the next second she was brought out of her state of shock by the system notification she received. The main character's sympathy has reached level 3. Owner has risen to level 3, wife from a prestigious family who seems to have received her husband's sympathy. It seems like you received it? How else was this to be understood? Looking at the system's selected words, Gushishi wasn't sure how to react. So, does that mean she got it or not? The system loved to play with words too much, but the news that followed immediately delighted the girl. Maximum life increased to 10 days. Current life balance 6 days, 13 hours. The overjoyed Gushishi screamed and even kicked the bucket of water. 10 days? Finally, she was able to live for 10 days. Her life, in double digits. After all the critical moments, it was not easy for her. With her head down, the girl admired the long health bar on the screen for a while. She didn't even close her mouth with joy. Maximum life balance at level 4, 30 days. Gushishi swallowed reflexively. New level. She needs to take it to the next level. With a month of life balance, she will no longer have to spend every day in fear. She could even go on a short 2-week trip instead of staying with the master all the time. And she won't have to stay at the estate every day to work on replenishing her life balance. The month of her life was extremely important for her. We need to strive for a new level, and get it quickly. Gushishi was instantly filled with determination. Now she simply has to go to all the meetings of the Gu Wushuang gang, no matter how crazy the people gather there. All of them will be a great opportunity to profit. Gushishi stretched happily and could barely take out her notebook. Seconds later, a new inscription appeared on the first page. Rule No. 3. You must try to enter the circle of the master and win the sympathy of everyone. Having finished drawing her conclusions, she turned off the bubbles in the foot bath. Then she used a dry towel to wrap her calves and feet, causing the wet fabric to turn pink. To maintain the elasticity of her calves, the girl applied a little firming tonic to them, and then lotion. She used to stand a lot while painting. This made her a prime candidate for varicose veins, as well as keratosis pilaris. Now, having experienced the transmigration of the soul and received the excellent smooth calves of the book heroine, the girl planned to take good care of them and not repeat previous mistakes. All the skincare products in her room were high-end. Gushishi also noticed that her maid cleaned her house every day while she herself was at work. The servants filled all the jars of skincare products whenever they were less than half full. Her body lotion wore off especially quickly as she applied it to her legs, but she didn't have to worry about running out of it one day. Moreover, it was very expensive. The Blue Ocean Mystery for ladies cost more than 1,400 yen per jar. Unfortunately, its replenishment fell under ordinary everyday items and was greatly undervalued. Gushishi covered it with a thick layer of caviar and rubbed the rest on her fingers over her arms and palms. Then she happily stood up and poured the water out of the foot bath. In the process of this, another ding was heard. The reward package for reaching level 3 has arrived. Please take. Gushishi froze for a moment, and after opening the system interface, she remembered that she had forgotten something. Namely about the reward. Reward. Tactile Sensation Enhancement Pill. Effect permanent hair removal. You can select the desired area of the body. Limit future hair growth once and for all. Forget about the awkward times when they start growing back. The tactile sensation will remain wonderful forever. Note, for hair regrowth, use hair follicle restoration pill from the store. Gushishi read it all once. The system's instructions left her somewhat confused. Areas available for selection. 1. Armpits. 2. Forearms. 3. Lip area. 4. Little hair around their hairline, forehead. 5. Caviar. 6. Brazilian waxing, highly recommended. Make a selection of the desired areas. Gushishi just blinked her eyes. It was something first class and complex. And what else is Brazilian depilation? She had never heard of this before, so she turned to a search engine for help. As the unknown became known, her face flushed. Brazilian waxing was performed on hair around the delicate female area. It was done so that when putting on a bikini, no unsightly bush would be visible. Gushishi began to sweat. How shameless this circle of prestigious women was. But there was one problem. It was very awkward to go swimming under the scrutiny of the public. She put her hand to her forehead. Now the girl understood why this option was strongly recommended by the system. Okay, I choose everything. Gushishi refused to hesitate. Adults always chose everything, so let this reward be used 100%. As soon as she finished speaking, a round small pill appeared in her palm. Wash it down with water. The effects will begin within a few hours. I advise you to clean your bed linen after waking up in the morning. She was about to take the pill, but was interrupted by a WeChat message from the chirping monster Gu Wushuang inviting her to a swimsuit party this weekend. PP. The chirping monster is a description of a person who likes to chirp in order to appear fragile and gentle, thereby arousing sympathy from others. This means that Brazilian hair removal will immediately show its benefits. Moreover, Gushishi had good eyesight and did not wear contact lenses. The girl could only envy the actresses with beautiful eyes, but now she only needed to get this award, after which the effect of expressive eyes would appear on her, without having to endure foreign objects in them or a feeling of dryness and fatigue. Gorgeous. Gushishi knew a lot about artistic beauty. Naturally, she couldn't wait to make herself more beautiful. In addition, system halos provided an effect noticeable even to the naked eye. In the eyes of the artist, the impact will be even more visible. The reward will become available when the number of accumulated hours on the trading market exceeds 500, 5500ths. Gushishi, who valued her life extremely, broke the egg in her hand with a loud corresponding sound. What a horror. The system was not without expenses. 500 hours, that is 20 days of life. Look at it this way. A short period of life will buy you permanent effects on beauty. Owner, do you know how many women would kill for such an opportunity? According to statistics, 99.9% of women want to trade a month of their life for improving their appearance. Gushishi rolled her eyes. Well, give me their lifespan first, then we'll talk. Owner, keep working on it. You can presumably live for tens or thousands of years. Gushishi raised the cleaver with her left hand and brought it down on the kitchen board with a crash. Tens of thousands of years. Yes, the gentleman will not live even close to that. How will he send her gifts after death? The damn system was making a fool out of her. He will have sons, and those will have their own, and so on. It's not entirely impossible. Also, did you calculate the daily interest income of 10 billion yuan? Gushishi's jaw dropped. Master's sons, who is their mother? She, and these percentages, shh. She hastily put down the cleaver and opened the calculator on her phone. 10 billion yuan. Even at 1%, she will receive 10 million a year from them. 1,000 yuan will give her 1 day to live, and 10 million is 10,000 days. Gushishi lowered her head and quietly put away the phone. Then she still silently finished frying the eggs in a frying pan, placing them inside the sandwich. Following some lettuce and bacon, I applied a thick layer of mayonnaise, cut the result down the middle, and pierced it with toothpicks. Overcoming her indecision, she immodestly drew a big heart with the sauce. Beloved master must be healthy. Huo Sishin stood up out of habit. He was worried that he woke up too early and breakfast was not ready yet. In this regard, the man planned to go for a run first and then devote a couple of hours to working with documents. Let her have until 9. However, he noticed the girl at 7. Huo Sishin's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Gushishi had never appeared in the kitchen before 7:15 before. She got up so early for him. Huo Sishin stood at the entrance and felt a warmth envelop him. After his morning run, sweat was dripping from his bangs, but he didn't even bother to wipe it off. How much time has passed? No one tried to do anything good to him behind that glass kitchen door. One cook replaced another, and they all prepared the same dishes over and over again. And right now she was standing in the kitchen, in her pink rabbit fur slippers, wearing a black apron tied loosely at the back that was a size too big for her. The apron was a little long and hung down to her knees, leaving her white and slender calves exposed. They looked like white fat with no foreign matter inside. Huo Sishin couldn't help but squint his eyes. The black color suited the girl very well. Her skin was like a bizarre piece of white jade, just as clean and clear. Such jade looked best in black velvet fabric. Gushishi was so snow-white that the man wanted to wrap her all in black. Huo Sishin closed his lips tightly. Even my chin was tense. It took a long time before he took his icy eyes away from her face. Watching her cook, he noticed how she alternately frowned and smiled. Fishing her phone out of her pocket, the The girl muttered something and eventually opened the calculator. From the outside, it seemed as if she had entered a series of numbers into it. Huo Sishin became interested. What did she do? Judging by what he saw, he had a sandwich waiting for him for breakfast today. Was he that difficult to cook? Or was she counting his calories in him? The man tried to peer at the screen. His lips jutted out slightly. Okay, so be it. Even if the taste was not quite the same, at least her attitude deserved praise. He turned around and walked up the stairs and into the shower. I changed my clothes and went downstairs for breakfast after everything was ready. Gu Shishi was not seen in the kitchen. He saw the smiling face painted on the plate with mustard, and his lips trembled slightly. At the same moment, the phone that was lying on the table nearby vibrated. A message popped up on the screen. Mr. Ho, I left breakfast on the table, so I also poured some orange juice. Good luck at work today. Please rate my services after the beep. If you are very satisfied with my work, please give me 10 points. Beep. Huo Sishin put his hand to his forehead. A loud laugh burst from his chest. C, who was passing by the kitchen with his report, was shocked. Did the gentleman laugh? Aloud? Gu Shishi finished breakfast by 7. She yawned and intended to return to the bedroom for more sleep. While walking through a small garden, the girl accidentally stumbled upon the butler Lin, who was supervising the workers who were carrying gifts inside for the autumn festival. Now the girl was most concerned about gifts. Any hint of drowsiness disappeared instantly. She approached the butler and quietly, with embarrassment, asked about the gifts, and most importantly, whether she would get any of them. Despite many years of experience as a butler, the question puzzled the man. Miss Gu, these gifts have been prepared for the estate workers as part of their salary. He looked excited. Butler Lin made this purchase based on the number of workers in the mansion, taking a few in reserve. But I have never heard before that the lady of the house wanted to be included in the list of employees. Does that mean I won't receive a gift? Gu Shishi immediately understood Butler Lin's message. Suddenly she froze. He looked down at the contents of the box. It contained very ornate gift wrappings. She really wanted one for herself. Are these yuebings? PP, Chinese pastries, mooncakes. The corners of the butler's lips twitched. What was happening now? Did Mrs. Gu even slightly perceive herself as the mistress of this house? Yes, these are gifts from yuebings. Inside each, there is also a card with a gift of 500 yuan. Having said this, he immediately regretted it. Gu Shishi looked up at him with very offended eyes. The immense pain was visible in them. 500 yuan? So this is half a day of her life. Why doesn't she get one? Why, Will, why? Butler Lin, you haven't forgotten, have you? I cook for the young master 3 times a day, and before that I weeded the garden, and I almost had an allergy. I also cleaned the living room. I even have my own maid outfit. Gu Shishi looked at him with a self-confident look, supposedly saying, I'm definitely part of the servants. I'm part of the family, Butler Lin. Why are you doing this to me? Are you sure that no gift is intended for me? There's a cabinet in the storage room with my name on it, remember? Butler Lin felt like he was about to go bald. Before, he didn't really understand what was going on in the young master's head. But now, he was absolutely sure that Madame Gu was far superior to his maids in terms of status. Okay, it was just about a gift. Okay, Mrs. Gu, you can take the set if you want. The butler looked as if he was suffering from constipation. But if the young master finds out about this, can you tell him that this was not my original intention? If the young master found out that he gave Lady Gu a gift intended for the servants, then the butler would definitely receive a scolding for disrespecting the future lady of the house. Gu Shishi's eyes shone. Yes, of course. It was I who shamelessly asked you for one gift when I found out that the others would receive them. Butler Lin simply remained silent. The future mistress of the house was a peculiar person. Okay, give me a minute then. I'll take the one that doesn't have a name on it. Name? Do they have names on them? Yes, we printed the postcards. Gu Shishi took a closer look. Sure enough, the gift boxes had printed cards on the outside that said Happy Autumn Festival. They looked so dry. The typed names and holiday greetings were very machine-like and lacking the human touch. Definitely the gentleman's style. But the girl remembered how the chef was afraid to even look Huo Sishin in the eyes when he spoke to him that day. Butler Lin, are you in a hurry to give them away? Gu Shishi tilted her head to the side and looked at her watch. The man responded in alarm. I plan to do it today. What's the matter, Miss Gu? The girl grinned and pointed to the postcards. I can draw something more interesting on them. It won't take much time. 1 or 2 minutes for each. You do not mind? Eh? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The autumn festival had not yet started, but there were always those who left early. That is why Butler Lynn tried to give gifts in advance. At the same time, they served as an incentive to work harder for those who were serving their last shift at the mansion before the holidays. He didn't expect to be stopped by Madame Gu. For a butler in his 40s, it was difficult to understand why she wanted to paint these little cards. However, he accepted her offer. Soon, as he stood next to Gu Shishi and watched her drawing, his gaze began to change, from initial bewilderment to skepticism, and finally, to such strong interest that I didn't even want to leave. Butler Lynn remained a spectator for more than half an hour. Gu Shishi's movements did not stop for a second. She only paused to ask hesitantly, "Butler Lynn, it seems we had a maid with the surname Fan? Is she like 30? Finally, she added small details to each card. But during this, the girl suddenly remembered the maid who tried to set her up twice. During the cupboard and milk incidents, Gu Shishi still remembered her appearance. I just forgot the name. Like Fan Qing? She tapped her forehead with the brush she was holding in her hand. That maid hasn't made any moves recently. Gu Shishi planned to pretend that she didn't know anything in order to wait for her next setup and find out who was behind it. But among the stack of postcards, she didn't even see anyone with the surname Fan. After thinking about it a little, the girl sensed something was wrong. "Are you asking about Fan Qing?" Butler Lynn had a strange look. Gu Shishi nodded immediately. Yes, about her." "She quit," the butler responded briefly. Gu Shishi made a sound of surprise. "Did you quit?" "The one who gave her trouble left without succeeding. That is, the person behind her decided to give up trying to frame her." The butler stood undecided for a moment, then looked around. Not seeing anyone close, he lowered his voice and said, "The young master fired her. She did something she shouldn't have. After you got sick last time, she was taken to the police station by our mansion's security personnel. Siyi said that the young master intends to press charges, which could result in her getting a prison sentence." Gu Shishi's mouth opened in surprise. "I'm sorry, what? The one time I had digestive problems? When did I drink ice milk? I didn't even know she was involved in this." Butler Lynn nodded, his voice soft. "Because of such a minor incident, they decided not to bother you. The young master was upset, so the guards sorted it out." Gu Shishi pursed her lips. "What was she accused of?" "It turns out that Mr. Huo found out about the hiding place in the closet and how the maid set her up. That's why you dealt with Fan Qing for her sake." "Failure to perform duties and theft," responded Butler Lynn. "When you got sick, Dr. Chin found out the reason was food. The young master asked me to find out what you ate. It was then that it was discovered that Fan Qing was preparing dinner for you that evening. She didn't work in the kitchen. According to our rules, she was prohibited from entering the main kitchen, since there is a separate one for employees. After investigation, Fan Qing was fired. But while she was packing, security and legal services intervened, discovering suspicious income in her name. As it turned out, she was stealing valuables from the estate." Butler Lynn fell silent. "We are seeking a 10-year prison sentence." 10-year-old? Gu Shishi was seriously surprised. The butler nodded sadly. "This was partly due to my incompetence in management." No, I just asked again without any second thought." Gu Shishi hurriedly waved her hands. "Okay, I'm done with these gift boxes. Now you can give them away." "Okay, madam," the butler promised to deliver her own gift to her in the afternoon, after which he left. Meanwhile, Gu Shishi remained seated and fidgeted with the colored pencil she still held in her hand. 10 years? How much valuables did she steal from the mansion? And no one even paid attention? Gu Shishi frowned as her gaze wandered around the living room. She had been in the cleaning room before. There was a schedule according to which 2 people were assigned to each location. One was responsible for completing the work, and the other double-checked it and eliminated shortcomings. All workers were well-trained and very reliable. Considering Huo Xixin's disposition, the estate was kept so clean that not a speck of dust could be seen with the naked eye. And here we were talking about large values. How could it be that the person checking did not notice they were missing? It was almost impossible to allow this to happen. How did Fan Qing manage to steal anything? Gu Shishi thought about it a little more before giving it up. Soon she came across Si. The man had just returned from the street. He was the master's closest person, and also the one who understood him better than others. Ce knew very well that Gu Shishi's status was increasing by the minute. He didn't play it safe like Butler Lin did and told her directly, "It is impossible to steal anything from the mansion. This is monitored by cameras and security guards carry out daily checks." At these words, C scratched the back of his head and pointed to the second floor. "The day you caught a cold, the young master also felt sick." "Yes?" Gu Shishi heard about this for the first time. She nodded. He was even more worried now than then. "He fell ill for 3 days, the first of which was the worst. We learned about Fan Qing and the master became furious. He gave her one last chance." Gu Shishi didn't quite understand what Ce was talking about, but he continued. "We relaxed the security the day we released her and allowed her to walk around the mansion freely." At this point, Ce fell silent, but Gu Shishi understood the rest without continuing. The gentleman arranged everything. If Fan Qing had even a shred of conscience left, she would simply be fired. However, she could not control her thirst for money and resorted to stealing valuable items on the last day. This opportunity was created specifically for her. As a result, she was brought to court for theft. "Miss Gu, she will be sent to prison, so she won't be able to harass anyone anymore," Ce said calmly. "If he learns his lesson, the sentence will be reduced." Gu Shishi nodded, expressing her understanding to the man. She was not a saint and had no intention of standing up for Fan Qing. The woman still tried to set her up over and over again. Besides, the maid decided to steal herself. No one provoked or forced her to do this. She could only blame herself for this. If a person could steal freely due to lack of supervision, then what was the use of laws? For their violation, of course, punishment was imposed. At the same time, Gu Shishi was still a little confused. In her mind, the master had always been a cute tsundere. She did not expect such evil in response to evil from him. This was truly a villainous act. But again, he did this for her sake. In this light, the girl simply could not consider his actions unacceptable. By the way, they even seemed a little acute. A blush appeared on Gu Shishi's cheeks, but she immediately pulled herself together. She immediately asked a question. But how did he get sick? Now she could only think about this. Did he catch a cold the same day she did? Because of her? Gu Shishi felt her heart pounding. A rich and handsome man who was a combination of introvert and cute. He seemed angry on the outside, but secretly he did so much for her. Even got sick with her? Well. What kind of Marasushni plot did she find herself in? And what kind of disease, mental or physical? In the novel, the gentleman had only 2 years to live. Could this be somehow related to the disease? C suddenly stepped back. "I can't tell you this, Mrs. Gu. This is the master's personal matter. It's better to ask him directly." "Do you think your master will tell me?" Gu Shishi could only smile bitterly. C shook his head. Fine. I won't put you in an awkward position. Go mind your own business and I'll go do mine." Gu Shishi looked at the time. "This will have to wait. She'll find out more about it when the opportunity arises." 9 in the morning. Gu Shishi left and was already heading towards the studio. Ce finished preparing for the morning meeting, notifying each participant, and was about to leave for the office with Huo Xishan. He seemed very pleased as he walked down the stairs to the first floor. Even his usual black suit made the man's appearance especially lively, and the invariably cold aura weakened. Ce glanced over the gentleman, confused for a split second. Standing in front of him was the same man whom people called the Grim Reaper. He looked a little warm. After getting off the last step, Huo Xishan looked at Ce with narrowed eyes. "It was unexpectedly pleasant to see my assistant today. Have you already had a breakfast?" Ce was pleasantly surprised. "Yes, sir. 2 buns, an egg, and a serving of soy milk. The employee benefits are amazing." He didn't miss the chance to suck up. Quite expectedly, Huo Xishan's lips pursed tightly. He seemed even happier. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. If you need anything else, just let the butler know. Money is not the problem. The benefits just got better, and the shocked Ce is happier. Thank you, mister." 9 out of 10 men were over the moon after a late-night snack prepared by their loved ones. The 10th one was losing his mind. Huo Xishan also looked satisfied. No one had tried breakfast before. She made a portion for him alone. When it came down to it, that woman still knew what to do. The pleased Mr. Huo's sympathy for Gu Shishi grew a little right on the spot. The girl, who was conducting a lesson in the studio at that time, suddenly received a system alert and stared at it questioningly. However, when Huo Xishan got into his Cadillac 10 minutes later, he had a strange look in his eyes. Seeing him heading towards him, Mr. Chen, the driver, quickly put away the gift box of mooncakes and hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you for the workers' compensation, sir." Huo Xishan's lips trembled again. Heat rushed to his ears, and he looked out the window and said, "What happened this year? How did they all fall under the influence of that woman, Gu Shishi?" Huo Xishan turned away, and his lips softened even more. However, the driver appeared to be in too much of a hurry while putting things away, and something fell on the floor of the car, creating a minor noise. He quickly picked up the item, but it had already attracted Mr. Huo's attention. Huo Xishan fell into a slight shock after looking at her with cold black eyes. The small card that Mr. Chen dropped was the same printout of congratulations. The man identified it as Butler Lin coordinated the words on it with him. Only, now the appearance of the postcard was very different from before. "Happy Autumn Festival to you and your family." And under the inscription is a cute version of a little man in a suit. This man had a pair of fluffy bunny ears and redness on his chin. His head was covered with curly black hair, and his round face had two piercing eyes. Something like Huo Xishan himself? He frowned. The back of his perfectly pressed trousers was decorated with a fluffy ball. Was it a rabbit's tail? "Eh? Mr. Chen? Your little man is not like mine." Si sat in the passenger seat and immediately noticed the postcard. He himself was also entitled to a gift, and he had already received it. Having said this, he immediately bit his tongue. Huo Xishan, who was sitting behind him, had already pricked up his ears. "Changi?" That woman Gu Shishi drew him not only as a rabbit but also as Chang. His eyebrows immediately furrowed. Changa's husband was Huo Yi, an archer from Chinese mythology. Did this woman not even know what any elementary school student knew? She drew him as a rabbit. What did Chang's have to do with the rabbit? How stupid was that woman? "Give it here," Huo Xishan said coldly. He extended his hand to the front passenger seat. Gu Shishi drew so many cute versions of him and distributed them to many incorrigible. Si, who was in front, froze for a moment. He wanted to hit himself. "Yourself and your long tongue." Even Mr. Chen looked very unsure next to him. As a result, Si could not withstand the threat. He took out the card, which he had previously carefully placed in his shirt pocket, and planned to show it to Sire upon arriving at the office. Then he reluctantly handed the item over to the gentleman. The sadness on his face said, "Mr. will probably not return it to me." Huo Xishan chuckled and said, "Faster." Having no other choice, Si gave the postcard with trembling hands. Mr. Huo took it and bowed his head to look at the drawing. He himself shuddered, and the corners of his lips jumped up. Chang'e flew to the moon. How wonderfully this character was presented, whose clothes fluttered as if he had harnessed the wind, and with its help was heading towards the night star. The drawing showed a cute version of a small man dressed in an elegant and light traditional outfit, and that cold little face was him. Every muscle on Huo Xishan's handsome face tensed. Si turned and glanced at him from the passenger seat, after which he quickly closed his mouth, pretending that nothing had happened. He mentally groaned. Limited version. This was definitely a limited edition. Who else has seen the Changi version of the gentleman? And now she has been taken away from her assistant. Just half an hour later, there was a stack of postcards in front of Huo Xishan. In addition to the rabbit and Chang, he appeared in the cute images of Wugang, osmanthus tree, moon, mooncake. Each employee of the estate received a unique drawing, and everyone was nice in their own way. At this moment, no one could read the expression on Huo Xishan's face. But the secret was revealed. Now it became clear why everyone in the mansion was smiling at him this morning. His cold gaze was turned into a cute version, many cute versions. From now on, when they saw a man, everyone remembered that cute boy from the postcard and was no longer afraid of him. The inhabitants of the estate became bolder. They even started bargaining with him. Take, for example, a current phone call. Butler Lin asked, "Young master, can you please return everyone's postcards? Some employees are already going on vacation today." Huo Xishan's lips trembled as he looked at the row of selves in their ... indescribable form. "What do you think?" His voice sounded hoarse. "Did they want them back?" The pupils of his eyes trembled. And what were they going to do with them? Keep these fancy versions of his images as collectibles? What are they there, anyway? Butler Lin, however, responded without hesitation. "I think it would be better to ask Sire to bring them back when he returns. After all, it was your idea with Gu Shishi that everyone liked. We need to give the postcards to people before they go on vacation." After a pause, he added, "Even my daughter said that the cartoon version of you is very cute. Now I wanted to start drawing." After finishing her work, Gu Shishi discovered that her system began to malfunction again. From 7 to 9 o'clock, Huo Xishen's sympathy grew continuously. Then, like an avalanche, it began to quickly subside. But just as the parameter was about to drop to the previous level, and Gu Shishi was covered in sweat, the decreasing indicator suddenly froze, jumping up by 30%. The main character's sympathy has risen to level 3, 50% completed until level 4. While she was trying to figure out what was happening, a message arrived on her phone. As soon as she opened WeChat, cold sweat broke out all over the girl's body. "Saving Master, you have 1 minute to explain yourself." Following the text, he sent a photo. There was nothing special in the photo, just a clean table. On its surface was a neatly folded and very familiar stack of postcards for the Autumn Festival. Cute versions of the gentleman drawn in colored pencils using ink drawing elements, especially the fluffy bunny ears. Mr. Rabbit, Mr. Chang's, Mr. Wugang, Mr. Tree. Gu Shishi swallowed forcefully. What was wrong with them? Didn't the gentleman like it? Given the massive increase in sympathy, who was he trying to fool? The benefits of owning a system are now more evident than ever. Gu Shishi immediately calmed down. Hand-drawn cute versions of the young master were a very good way to bring him closer to the employees. He didn't have a family, but he at least had the opportunity to build normal relationships with others. By giving them tenderness and delicacy, he would gradually displace their fear. This was the reason for the appearance of her drawings. Butler Lin stood by Gu Shishi's side throughout the entire painting process. Just watching him gave him a lot of pleasure. He didn't say a bad word about this idea. Even more than that, the man seemed to want to applaud her. After thinking for a while, Gu Shishi typed out a text to send. "You are everyone's favorite rabbit on the moon. You are a strong and resilient osmanthus tree. You are a round and delicious mooncake. In the darkness of many nights you light the way for many. Happy Autumn Festival, dear." After finishing sending the text, she stuck her tongue out slightly. Nasty. She didn't even want to see how the gentleman would answer. Beep. Huo Xishen's sympathy has increased. Wow. Gu Shishi's eyes shone. She turned to the system, which reported an increase in sympathy by another 5%. Her heart began to pound in her chest. Saving Master. What about Chang's? Gu Shishi, all your common sense and logic was eaten by the Teng? The girl's hand spontaneously flew up to her mouth. She burst out laughing. Chang, a gentleman dressed as a girl. She left this drawing on purpose as an Easter egg. There were only 2 of these in the entire set of postcards, but the next message threw her into an absolute stupor. Saving Master, I'll confiscate it all, and think about what to do with postcards for employees today. What? Do you mean confiscated? Soon after, Butler Lin called her asking for help. Mrs. Shishi. After her handmade cards, he even changed the way he addressed her. It became one step closer than Miss Gu. Can you please draw another set of postcards? Young master. The butler couldn't even finish what he wanted to say. He said that the gentleman wanted to look at the postcards and then refused to return them. And in general, he stated that the workers had already seen them and there was no need for them to keep them. After all, they say, they still have mooncakes left. Don't they have enough of them? Oh, you. Butler Lin was extremely silent. Even at 40-something years old, he felt the urge to leave a card with the cute Mr. Rabbit. And this, despite the fact that he usually behaved extremely reservedly. There was nothing to say about all the mothers and young girls who worked on the estate. Those young masters' drawings looked so cute and pleasant. Moreover, they were drawn by the future mistress of the house. Would there be a person who would not want to keep them in his collection? Every employee considered these vacation benefits, and on top of them personalized greeting cards from the employer, to be definitely something to show off to others. Butler Lin tried to find his words and finally blurted out, "Everyone really liked your hand-drawn pictures." With these drawings and captions, the benefits packages of their estate workers completely eclipsed the benefits of other servants who worked for the Chen, Gu, or Li families. These benefits demonstrated the strong respect their employers showed them. Gu Shishi didn't know how best to respond to his words. Of course, Butler Lin, but this will have to wait until my workday is over. I can draw on the way back. Let Mr. Chen take the postcards with him when he comes to pick me up. Oh, and they were all confiscated? How much is missing? Butler Lin immediately told her the quantity. Gu Shishi's lips trembled. All 24 were missing. That is, the gentleman took all the cute versions of himself without exception. He said no, bad, but his actions gave him away. The man's whim about collecting was obvious. No problem, I'll draw them right in the car. By the time I get home, everything will be ready, Gu Shishi promised him. A split second later, she heard the sound of the system. Hidden side quest completed. Get the sympathy of all the servants of the estate. 139 139ths. Reward X1 fragment of the natural blush from Wine Halo. Gu Shishi blinked her clear eyes. To exchange for a halo, you need to collect all 3 fragments. Oh, 2 more parts. She thought that she had already received the halo. This is a first-class halo. There is no makeup or cosmetics in the world that is not inferior in quality to it. You were born without it and may not achieve such an effect in your entire life, but now it can be yours if you complete just 2 more tasks. Any tasks, including my daily ones? Gu Shishi's eyes lit up instantly. Yeah, they can relate to the main character, social interaction, or be just as hidden. It looks like this feature was added to the system as a result of the latest update. And it worked. More precisely, it will work when Gu Shishi tries a little. The girl herself was not addicted to alcohol, but she saw an alcoholic blush, and he looked quite nice. A kind of orange shade that was applied just below the eyes. It created the effect of a slight blush if a person drank a little. The girls seemed more charming with him. However, makeup had to be removed over time. In addition, it was not particularly possible to apply it every time before drinking, but if the person had a natural light blush, it would have turned out funny. Gu Shishi took out her phone, turned on the front camera, and peered at her own face. She poked at the area of skin under the eyes on either side of the nose. A little red, not too pinkish and not too Mary Sue-like. With a hint of orange, it looks healthier and more vibrant. I like. The girl, whatever one may say, was a good artist. She cared and knew a lot about her own appearance and skin color. Don't worry, you will be able to select areas and colors. If you don't like the effect, you can freely adjust it to match the blush from alcohol. Oh ho ho, now that's progress. Since the hair removal, Gu Shishi felt that the new effects of the skincare system were much harsher than the previous ones. In the past, they were all simple single effects or filters. Finally, there is a DIY equivalent that, under the influence of her skillful hands, will yield excellent results. Gu Shishi beamed with satisfaction and happiness. During the break between classes, she took time to review Ling Xiaomei's daily assignments, gave her new ones, and pointed out the shortcomings. When the workday came to an end, she noticed a girl wearing a baseball cap and dark glasses. She paced back and forth in front of the entrance, occasionally looking inside. Before heading home, Gu Shishi took a shower. The suspicious individual followed her, constantly trying to hide every time the object of her surveillance turned around. Gu Shishi has always been very observant. She was able to identify the person with one glance at her chin, which was coated with hyaluronic acid. Any help, Mrs. Lee? Gu Shishi stopped abruptly. The sneaky silhouette followed her example. The other side clearly thought their disguise was good enough. She didn't think that Gu Shishi would recognize her instantly. Li Yizhu gritted her teeth and lowered her dark glasses to the tip of her nose, nodding in response. Her face turned slightly red from partial embarrassment. How could she help her? The girl couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. Gu Shishi did not wait for her interlocutor to emerge from her thoughts into reality. She turned around and walked on. Li Yizhu stamped her foot and rushed after her. You're almost finished working. My car is waiting outside. Let's talk. I'll invite you to dinner. Gu Shishi gave her a look that said, go to your own dinner. If you were me, would you agree if I invited you like this? Li Yizhu just sighed heavily. Their relationship didn't get any better. But her bank card was frozen and she was fired from her job without pay. All the personnel work regarding the dismissal was done by the girl's own father. She thought his threats were mere words and expected her parent to soften after a couple of days. Last night, my father went so far as to invite a lawyer to draw up a lease agreement and ask her to pay 3 months' rent in advance, plus a deposit of 1 month's rent. In the end, the amount was 20,000 yuan, or she would have to move out at that very moment. 20,000 yuan. After the payment, her bank account was practically empty. As for the credit card, this morning the bank notified her that the credit limit had been reduced. She's been backed into a corner. The girl could ask her friends for help, but her pride would suffer. The family's business was under threat, and this would undermine her position in their circle. This time the father was not joking, and the mother took his side. Even her grandfather and elder brother, who always doted on her, advised her to establish a good relationship with Gu Shishi. I'm not up to anything bad. Honestly, right now Li Yizhu only has money left for food. At lunchtime, she went with her friends for a snack, and then they went shopping. With clenched teeth and a bitter smile, she spent 10,000 yuan. Everyone was wondering why she was so frugal today. For that 10,000 yuan, she would probably have to sell several pairs of her AJs and pay off her credit card debt after receiving the money for them. Seriously. She seriously didn't know what else she could do. I just want to treat you to dinner and then take you home. Her father will give her 1,000 yuan for dinner with gu shishi and 10,000 for a trip to her home. Li Yizhu had been constantly returning to this idea over the past 2 or 3 days, and in the end she could not restrain herself, deciding to try to implement it today. But she was worried that she would run into someone she knew in this shopping center who would witness her fawning over gu shishi. For this reason, it was decided to arrive in full uniform, complete with a hat and glasses. I'll buy you something as a gift if you come with me. Just tell me what you like. Just have dinner with me and I can give you a limited edition AJ, or a handbag, whatever you want. Li Yizhu was ready to offer her entire collection. However, the only response to her attempts was gu shishi's carefree back. I didn't do anything to deserve such an attitude. You better go see your girlfriends, she said, closing the bathroom door behind her without looking back. Li Yizhu froze in place. Then what do you want? For me to help you? Go against Wu Shuang? But this is impossible. She will never betray her friend. Before she could say the last part out loud, gu shishi's voice came from the other side of the door. Mistress, you've been watching me for a good half of the day. It looks like I have time to tinker with your bunch. Li Yizhu's face flushed. I haven't been watching for a good half of the day. She was ashamed, which is why she paced back and forth in front of the studio. And to be honest, gu shishi told the truth. She actually seemed quite busy. Since they were outside the public toilet, gu shishi's words attracted a lot of attention to them. Several girls passing by studied Li Yizhu with curiosity in their eyes. The latter was already ready to explode. Who used perfume on them? She just took out a napkin, and it turned out to be from Gucci. Is this her fault? Gu shishi nodded and expressed herself in different words. What do you want to hear from me then? Oh, you can show off your wealth, but don't do it at the expense of your own health. It's very ugly. Oh, right. Do you want to sign up for a drawing course? Only 300 yuan per lesson. You don't lose anything, and you definitely can't go wrong with this. Because you are buying a talent that you can use for the rest of your life. You don't have a shortage of money, so think seriously about it. Was this person even remotely aware that she was being protected by a big shot from HB? The Li family is about to go to hell because she once insulted gu shishi and she sold her a painting class for 300 yuan. Well, have I convinced you? You can go and scan the QR code next door. It's time for me to go. Gu shishi rejected her offer. She finished drawing all the cards in the car and gave them to the butler Lin, after which she headed straight to the kitchen, where she began preparing dinner for herself and her master. Today the menu included lamb with rice as a side dish and borscht, mainly because she liked this combination herself. In addition, both dishes appeared on the master's menu, and the girl could also take the opportunity to add more vegetables to his food. She had done the preparations the night before, plus she had 2 competent assistants in the kitchen. Upon returning to the estate, she carefully tasted the flavor before adding some seasoning. Seeing that the time was still too early, gu shishi sat on the sofa and logged on to Taobao. This time she was not looking for parts to create new fans, but for a swimsuit. If she had to go to a pool party, she should at least have the proper outfit. After work, she didn't have time to go shopping, so the first thing the girl did was search on the internet. Her body was quite slender and looked good in almost any style. Whether it was a backless one-piece, a tankini, a more grown-up bikini, or a girly bikini, they all suited her perfectly. As for colors, her skin was now light. Gu shishi would look good in any color, but most pools had a blue tint, so she decided to go with pastel or light yellow. On the other hand, as the girl thought, many other guests would come in pastel colors. She frowned a little before clicking on a black 2-piece swimsuit with white flowers on the side. This coloring should have worked. Gu shishi planned to go tomorrow and look for something similar. She immediately added the current item to her cart. It just so happened that she was caught doing this by Huo Xishan, who had just entered the living room from outside and was passing behind her. His long and slender legs were rooted to the floor for a moment. Hello, Mr. Ho, you're back. Having dealt with her question, gu shishi turned her attention to him. She quickly stood up. Do you want to have dinner now? He's already ready. Gu shishi didn't say a word about the cards she received this morning. She didn't want to bring up topics that might accidentally upset her master. But, beep, Huo Xishan's sympathy has decreased. The girl's smile twitched sharply. What? She looked at the man standing in front of her, and she was dumbfounded. I just couldn't believe my eyes. What did she do just now? Huo Xishan coldly stared at her phone screen with his lips tightly closed. I was called to a meeting this Saturday. There will be a swimming pool there. Pool party. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she still didn't say them out loud. As far as the girl knew the gentleman, he shared conservative views, just like he preferred quiet places. Huo Xishan's face predictably darkened as soon as the man heard the part about the pool. His eyebrows furrowed deeply. Who invited you? Blinking, Gu Shishi did not hide anything. Gu Wushuang. Huo Xishan snorted. He moved from his place and headed to the second floor. Gu Shishi felt awkward. And what was this for? Was he upset that she didn't tell him in advance and he wasn't invited? Huo Xishan walked up the steps of the stairs, and his attractive face was still shrouded in darkness, especially when the images he saw on the phone screen surfaced in his memory. A swimsuit with almost no fabric. Just the thought of this was enough for his imagination to paint a vivid image of how this small piece of black fabric would look on her pale skin, was enough to make his blood boil restlessly. A single fleeting thought caused rapid breathing. Was she going to a party or going to a competition? Or did you even plan to seduce someone there? He seriously believed that the two tiny strings that were supposed to hold the swimsuit together would break after the first jump into the pool. The longer Huo Xishan thought about this, the more his irritation grew. It literally seeped into every cell of his body. Beep, Huo Xishan's sympathy has decreased. Beep, Huo Xishan's sympathy has decreased. Beep, decreased. Gu Shishi was dumbfounded. She almost fell to her knees. Don't do it again. So what's up? The door to the office slammed shut. Is this his PMS, and he tests it 3 times a month? Gu Shishi pouted. She entered the kitchen with a feeling of injustice. The girl helped herself to a large portion of lamb, rice, and borscht. She was about to eat it herself. And Mr. Figurines? What a moron. Every time his mood changed dramatically if something didn't go the way he wanted. But now Gu Shishi had no intention of going and calming him down. He needed to learn to cool down on his own. She couldn't constantly grovel before him. After tasting a large bowl of rice and borscht, the girl returned to her room and plopped down on the bed. Huo Xishan, you are the main one among all mensao. PP. Mensao describe people who are quiet, cold, or even plain on the outside, but inside are explosive, charismatic, hot, and sexy. I just want to hit, Gu Shishi said, striking the duck-down pillow. When she finished, she folded it in half and slammed her knee down hard. That's it. Finally, she's feeling better now. The girl was just about to roll over and take a nap on her fluffed pillow when someone knocked on the door. This time, it was not Butler Lin behind her, but a good-natured middle-aged maid. Madam, did I disturb you? I brought several swimsuits of the latest models. Can I help you try them on? Gu Shishi was silent for a moment. She looked at the maid's hands and noticed several hangers of clothes in them. Of course. Did the master send her? Received X1 Relesiga embroidered beaded bikini black from your husband. Cost 9,353 yuan. Received X1 Touch Miss Retro. Lace-up lace swimsuit wine from your husband. Cost 3,953 yuan. Received X1 Chanel swimsuit cover-up white from your husband. Price 13,451 yuan. Reload complete. Remaining life balance 10 days. Gu Shishi pursed her lips. Her heart rate jumped to 180 beats per minute. The health bar is filled to the brim. The gentleman was upset and angry, but bought her swimsuits? Oh, she wanted to scream. How precious a gentleman was he? The girl closed the door and mechanically looked at the pillow that she had almost torn. She felt ashamed. Perhaps she was wrong. Huo Xishan was, a nice guy. His liking for her decreased, but he bought her gifts. Why did he act so sweet even when he was angry? Gu Shishi wanted to run to him with these swimsuits and reward him. Madam, why don't you try them on? We can get other styles if these don't suit you. The maid's words brought her back to reality. The girl could only agree. Then, feeling a surge of embarrassment, she asked again, Did you just say you were going to help me try them on? Madam Zheng, the maid, giggled. I used to work in a lingerie store. I can tell the size of girls just by looking at them. I can also help you put them on and make them more comfortable to wear. No need to be shy. Just imagine that I am a saleswoman in a store. It's not often that you come across sales associates who help their customers with fittings in high-end lingerie stores. Cup shape, size, strap length, comfort, and fit. All this could be judged only after trying it on. Many girls might think that they put on swimsuits correctly, but made mistakes in the adjustments and the choice itself. A suspender that was too loose led to sagging, and if it was too tight, it became difficult to breathe. In that case, thank you, Madam Zhang. Gu Shishi was not used to being touched by others, but she tuned in a little and eventually accepted Madam Zheng's offer of help. Having tried on the first black bikini, she was shy, but at the same time she liked it. Black ribbons behind her back and at her waist were tied into beautiful bows. The fabric was additionally decorated with sparkling black diamonds in the shape of flowers. They were classic, artsy, and extravagant at the same time. Once both elements were on her, the black silk contrasted with her snow-white skin, and both of these opposing colors combined together, creating an indescribable feeling of grace. What she had recently considered a very shameful style was now an artistic and gentle beauty of contrast. Gu Shishi stood in front of the mirror barefoot and with her hair down. Miss Zhang, who was nearby, was shocked. "Miss Gu, this set looks great on you." She hastily adjusted the details and helped the girl's curves show off even more, making her look sexier and more elegant. Then she hurriedly looked down and put on her beach cover-up. A Chanel hot sprint cape with sheer lace wrapped her from head to toe and hid most of her snow-white skin, sophistication, and sex appeal. It turned out to be both conservative and with a hint of mischief and mystery. Gu Shishi looked in the mirror and was very pleased with what she saw. Next, Mrs. Zhang helped her put on a cherry-colored swimsuit which also matched her skin color extremely well. "So, let's leave both sets. I'm sure you will find them useful." Gu Shishi nodded. They had already filled her health bar, so she certainly wasn't going to give them back, unless she could repay the master with her paintings. "By the way, Madame Gu, there is a temperature-controlled swimming pool in the courtyard of the estate. You can go there and swim, and make sure the knots are tied correctly before jumping into the water. It will be awkward if they get untied." Mrs. Zheng could not restrain herself from this addition, and then left. Gu Shishi's eyes shone. Was there a swimming pool on the estate? She never swam once all summer. Moreover, the pool was private. In the past, she had to be content with only public ones. In the summer, it was like sprats in a jar. You can't swim either in the usual style or on your back. Just raise a few splashes. And that slender waist was half hidden by her hair. Fairy tale. Wow, the news about the temperature-controlled pool was very welcome. In such a beautiful swimsuit, she couldn't wait to swim in it. Taking another look at her appearance in the mirror, she sat down at the dressing table. Gu Shishi washed off all her makeup, then grabbed a towel from the bathroom, put on her first swimsuit, topped with a set of casual clothes, and went downstairs. Huo Cixin held a glass in his right hand and a bottle of wine in his left. He stood on the second-floor balcony with a cold gaze. A light breeze partly dispelled the disappointment in his chest. By now, his message should have already reached the stupid woman. If she dares to wear a bikini for the evening and have fun with other men, he will break her legs. She needed to cover her body with a cape, or wear a conservative swimsuit with a towel. The man could have let her go and let her leave him, but as long as Gu Shishi stayed here, she was technically considered his fiancée. If she dares to hang out with other men outside, there will be consequences. Feeling bored, Huo Cixin raised his glass and drained the remaining liquid in one gulp. He was just about to go back inside the house and ask that stupid woman how everything went with the swimsuit fitting, when he stopped and narrowed his black eyes. He saw a woman who looked like a siren appear in the moonlight. She floated on the surface of the water, and her wavy hair fell like a waterfall to her waist, barely revealing the graceful curves under the bow knots of the ribbon. Even from a distance he was able to see the outline of her breasts. The white cape did not hide anything. In fact, when the wet fabric stuck to the girl's skin, it only emphasized her curves more. Her beautiful long and slender legs created splashes while their owner, like a fish, happily swam to one side and back. Huo Cixin felt his breath getting hotter. The glass fell from his hand onto the floor. A sharp sound suddenly attracted Gu Shishi's attention from the pool, but only the shadows cast by the trees moved around. No one was visible in sight. Strange, maybe just the wind, or a stray cat? Gu Shishi didn't understand what kind of noise she heard, but in any case it didn't stop her from diving into the water again and happily completing a couple more laps. Half an hour later she had finally had enough fun. The girl got out of the water and took a shower in the house by the pool, after which, after changing clothes, she returned to the room. A second later, Mrs. Zhang looked in again. She held a stack of clothes in her hand and a kind and gentle smile on her face. System notifications started pouring in again. Beep. Received X1 conservative-style swimsuit, navy blue, from my husband. Price, 1345 yuan. Beep. Received X1 conservative-style swimsuit for older people, azure, from my husband. Cost, 3,566 yuan. Beep. Received X1 black preppy swimsuit from husband, limited edition for Mother's Day. Price, 18,488 yuan. Conservative, for older people, motherly style. Gu Shishi was taken aback. I didn't even hear system sounds from notifications. Madam, earlier I made a mistake and brought you the wrong swimsuits. Here are yours. The girl just stared at her with a silent, questioning look. Lie. I need my old swimsuits back. I'm wildly sorry. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A few days before the pool party, Gu Shishi noticed another strange thing. Huo Xishen's sympathy for her began to rise again to the level where it had been before the recent fall. And not only this, his sympathy rose every time the girl went swimming in the pool in the evening. Among all the conservative mother swimsuits, she eventually chose one with a black swim skirt. It honestly seemed to her that the gentleman was spying on her, but she had no evidence of this. Before the autumn festival, the number of workers in the mansion began to dwindle, as some of them were going to spend the holiday in their homes, but many remained to work overtime. Nevertheless, terrible rumors spread throughout the estate, which was accustomed to its extreme security. I think there are ghosts in the small garden behind the house. Yesterday, at about 10 o'clock in the evening, I came back before leaving because I forgot to lock the door. Then I saw a black shadow flying back and forth. Have you seen her too? I noticed it the day before yesterday. Wow, don't sound so scary. And you know what else? There is less and less wine in my wine department, and so are the glasses. I'm terribly scared without you. Amazing. Well, that's nothing. 3 days ago, I saw a black spot watching Mrs. Gu in the pool, and it looked like it was drinking wine. These were the conversations Gu Shishi heard as she walked near the maid's restroom. They almost made the hair on her arms stand on end. Still, she weakly raised her hand and interrupted the break of these housekeepers. Are you sure that this shadow of yours is not a person? The girl was sure that they saw Huo Xishen. Where else would she get all that sympathy? So he was watching her swim all this time? While drinking wine? Gu Shishi's face immediately flushed red. Oh, Miss Gu, we... Don't listen to our nonsense. The maids frantically tried to take back the words they had spoken. They worked in their master's house and spread rumors about ghosts scurrying around in it, as well as that a ghost was watching the mistress. In the worst-case scenario, they could be fired. Gu Shishi waved her hand. I'm more than sure that you saw a person. Did he look like the young master?